Hello everybody, welcome back to another episode of The Casual Criminalist. As always, I'm your host Simon. One of my writers, in this case Matt, has written me a script, The Killing Hour, the insanity of the Alexander family. I've never read this before, that's the format of the show. The visual listeners, if you're wondering, like, Simon, why do you have a hat on? Because suddenly, it was like it's minus 12 outside today, and I get to the office and I'm like, oh no, the heating was turned down. The heating just wasn't coping with how cold it was. So I've turned it up, but it still isn't there. So I'm wearing a hat, because it's really cold. I would be wearing gloves, but that would look even more ridiculous. Anyway, let's get into it. More people have been killed in the name of God than for any other reason. Those are the words to a punchline from George Carlin, in my opinion, the greatest comedian of all time. I've heard of George Carlin, but I don't think I've ever seen any George Carlin, which I probably should. Every routine of his was hilarious and controversial, but it also contained a ton of truth, especially when it pertained to religion. Over many hundreds of years, people have been slaughtered simply because of their religious views, whether it was clashing views or the views themselves that called for death. Does the word crusades ring any bells? Yes, it does. Oh my god, there's been so many people killed because of religion. It's ridiculous. All-out wars have been fought in the name of God or gods, and on a much smaller scale, religious cults have been manipulating people for many years into thinking that God was on their side, even when God was calling for the killing of many people en masse. It's weird when people are like religious, and it's like, I say, no, God would want you to kill. It's like, oh no, I don't like that God then. From Jonestown to the Manson family, from Heaven's Gate to Aum Shinrikyo, death followed them all, whether from within or out. And today, we're here to talk about how zealous, religious, cult-like belief can twist the minds of those who offer themselves to it wholeheartedly. More specifically, of how it obliterated a family from the inside out. So let's get into it. The date was December the 22nd, 1917. We find ourselves in Santa Cruz in Spain. More specifically, we find ourselves at the house of Dr. Walter Trankler. Dr. Walter Trankler sounds like the least Spanish name I've ever heard. It's like, do they have the name Walter in Spain? It sounds super like English. And like Trankler? I just imagine all Spanish people to be called like Enrique or something. Mostly because I've got a Spanish friend called Enrique. He was a well-known and respected physician in the local area, and he had a nice house to go with his station. Hurley was wealthy enough that he could even afford the services of a housemaid, 15-year-old Sabine Alexander. When was this, 1970s? He's got that child labour going on. He wasn't rich enough to afford non-child labour. I don't know what the laws were in 1970 Spain. It's probably fine. From all reports, she was rather good at her job, doing minor work around the house, including cooking, cleaning, laundry, and so on. She was also said to be quite humble, quiet, and responsible, very obedient even, perhaps a bit too much so, thanks to her extremely strict religious upbringing. At the time, young Sabine was in the kitchen, and Dr. Trankler was just minding his own business when a knock came at the front door. Dr. Trankler opened the door and was greeted by two individuals. The first was a scrawny, middle-aged man with dark hair and a short, dark beard. The second was a boy no more than 16, tall and handsome, with a rat's nest of dirty blonde hair. They were both filthy and covered in mud, but they didn't seem to be bothered by their appearance at all. If I opened the door to this, I'd be like, what's going on? Who are you? And why are you here? Why are you so dirty? Why are you covered in mud? The two men introduced themselves as Harold and Frank Alexander. Is this really happening in Spain? It's like, oh yes, Harold and Frank, the two Spaniards. Sabine's father and brother, respectively. They asked if they could speak to Sabine for a moment and explained that it was quite urgent. Dr. Trankler didn't see any harm in this. They were family after all, so he invited them inside. Dr. Trankler called her over, and Sabine, who had been cutting up veggies for breakfast in the morning, put down the knife and met her father and brother at the door. It's a bit weird to eat vegetables for breakfast, isn't it? I know different cultures have different foods for breakfast, but I'm like, I don't know if I feel like eating like vegetables in the morning. I want like a bowl of cereal or some pancakes. I don't really even eat breakfast, to be honest. I usually just have a protein shake. I'm on a health kick. Dr. Trankler left them alone so that they could talk, going about his business in a different room. They then started speaking very loudly, not caring who heard them, and what came out of Harold Alexander's mouth would freeze the blood in the good doctor's veins, stopping him in his tracks and sending a chill of fear up his spine, especially with how nonchalantly it was said. To quote, "Sabine, dear, we want you to know at once that Frank and I have just finished killing your mother and sisters." What the f***? Well, bro, just came out of nowhere with that shit. It sounds like something straight out of a horror movie. It totally does. This should be turned into a horror movie, especially when it immediately became clear that the dark, ruddy substance coating and dripping off their clothes wasn't mud at all, it was blood. Oh my lord. Normally, upon hearing something so horrific, a regular person would scream. They'd be mortified. But not Sabine. Oh no. I don't think I'd scream or be mortified. I'd be like, good joke. What was his name? Frank or whatever. Good joke, Frank. How is Mum? And Frank would be like, she's dead, Sabine. You'd be like, what? Yeah. What? As the darkness creeps around us once more, and Dr. Trankler makes his way to the phone to call the police, we and the good doctor hear Sabine's reply, leaving Dr. Trankler in a state of utter shock and disbelief. I'm sure you've done what was necessary. This is the twisted tale of the Alexander family. The Lorber Society. So, let's rewind now and set the stage for today's murderous events. The story begins in Germany, 1864, with a man by the name of Jacob Lorber. He believed that Jesus Christ himself was talking directly to him, and so he wished to spread his message as far and as wide as possible. Isn't the old saying, if God's talking to you, that's okay, but if you're talking to God, you're not okay? Well, regardless, the Lorber Society was born and Jacob started to spread the good word. It never grew into that huge of a following, at least when compared to examples like Jonestown or the Movement for the Restoration of the Ten Commandments of God, with the number of members never exceeding 1,000 people. Jesus Christ, that's still pretty good though. Like, if you've got 1,000 cult followers, you've got a successful cult. Because, like, cult followers, it's not just like, they'll drop a little penny in the pot that they pass around in church or whatever. It's like, no. They'll give you all their money because they're in a cult. They were, however, very stringent in their beliefs. Mostly that anyone who became a part of their little family instantly become good and pure. Anyone who wasn't a part of their group, well, they were evil. Simple as that. Tainted and impure. And anyone within the group who fraternized with anyone outside it ran the risk of being tainted, infected, and becoming evil. The devil was at work in the world, don't you know? And it was up to the Lorber Society to keep themselves good and pure, keep themselves unblemished, all in the name of God. And this brings us to the late 1930s in Hamburg, Germany. By that time, Lorber had long since passed on, and the cult was under the leadership of Lorber's disciple, George Rieler. The belief system remained the same, the number of members remained the same, and the members remained content in their ways, keeping out all the evil people and remaining pure. Even with how unknown the cult was, it did attract a certain type of people, and it was at that time that George met Harold Alexander. Harold took a keen interest in the group, agreeing with their beliefs and enjoying the sense of overt spirituality. He became close friends with George, and soon Harold and his wife Dagmar joined up with the group, giving themselves to it completely. Now, by the time the Alexanders had joined up with this little cult, old George was already, well, quite old. He was fragile, and his health had been in decline for a long time, and by then he had already been suffering from a number of illnesses. It was clear that the end was near for George Rieler, and who just so happened to care for him during his last days on Earth? Why, none other than his new and already trusted friend Harold Alexander. Soon enough, the hourglass ran out, and George passed away. Before his body could grow cold, Harold stood before the whole of the Lorber Society and proclaimed that George had passed the role of leader of the cult onto him. Old George, right? Oh, sorry, not George, what's his name? Harold's taking a little advantage there, are you, Harold? You're like, no, he promised. He said, I am the next God, disciple, whatever. So, was this the truth? Well, nobody knows for sure, but because Harold said it was George's dying wish for him to assume the leadership role, the rest of the community simply believed him, allowing him to seamlessly ascend to his new seat of power. Now, one trait of each leader of the Lorber Society was that they were meant to be able to hear the voice of the Almighty, essentially being the direct messenger of God on earth. Jacob supposedly had it, and so did George. With his new position, Harold quickly started proclaiming that what he said was the word of God, or at least whatever the voices in his head were telling him. You see, Harold would later be diagnosed with schizophrenia, which only seemed to intensify thanks to his involvement with the society. Yeah, because they're like, no, it's totally okay. You're hearing voices? That's God. It's like all these people backing him up. Rather than if you get schizophrenia treated, they'll be like, that's not God, that's in your head, and it's dangerous. Get it treated. Mental illness and fear-mongering cults, always a fun combination. Regardless, since the rest of the society was waiting on his every word with bated breath, Harold, in his religious mania, came up with a prophecy. While he himself could receive the word of God, he was unable to interpret it. So instead, Harold explained that a Messiah would be born who would act as the true messenger of God. They'd be able to receive God's word and interpret it, and it would be up to the society to take care of them. Didn't he just say that everything he said was the word of God? And now he's like, no, I don't understand it. It's just gobbledygook to me. I need an interpreter. You got to make your mind up, Harold. Their word would be the law, and the society must obey their every command, or else they would be committing blasphemy. And no matter what form this Messiah takes, they must accept and recognize them as their savior. And how would they know when this Messiah would come and who they would be? Well, because Jesus would tell Harold directly, and he'd tell all of them. Wait, is he talking to God or Jesus? Wait, are God and Jesus the same thing? There are some religions that believe they're the same thing, right? Is it Catholicism? The Holy Spirit, Lord, Savior, Holy Spirit, something like that? God, Jesus, and the Holy Spirit, something? Right? And they're all like somehow one? So, do we see the issue here? He could say anyone was Messiah with that kind of talk. A random dog off the street could be the Messiah, and he'd say that they'd have to listen to this dog. But sadly, these poor people were so desperately faithful to the cause that they took his words to heart. And so they waited. They waited for a full 10 years until that fateful day when Harold and Dagmar Alexander welcomed their firstborn son into the world. Oh my God, what a coincidence! Are they going to pick their son? My son, the Messiah. Frank Alexander was born in 1954. Now, most parents believe their little one to be a gift from God, their little angel from on high. But for the Alexanders, especially Harold, they took this saying literally when it came to Frank. That whole business of Harold being able to sense when the divine messenger from God was upon them, yeah, that man wasted no time at all declaring before his followers that his bouncing baby boy was their long-awaited savior, their Messiah. It's so true. Like, I didn't really understand it before because I was like, oh yeah, parents, everyone, they all think their children are special, but they're not. It's just everyone thinks that. And it's so hard to not, as a parent, I'm like, no, my kid's special. She's amazing. Especially like the first kid. I mean, the second kid as well. But it's like with the first one, it's even stronger because it's like your first kid and you're like, no, she's a special girl. She's a good, like something, you know? But then I realized, no, this is just like your biology at work with some boy. She's just a kid. And I'm like, it's so hard to be like, everyone thinks this. Now, to be clear, I have no problem with people spoiling their children. In fact, I can understand it to a degree. If I were to ever have children, I know that I would do all I could to make sure they had whatever they wanted within reason. Yeah, you gotta be careful with this right? Because you don't want to, like spoiling kids is fine to a degree, but you also want them to have, like, I don't know, some grit and motivation. And it's like, yeah, I don't know, especially, I don't want to spoil my kids. I don't want my kids to think that they always have fallback option of coming to live with dad or whatever. And it's like, I definitely had like that. It's like, oh yeah, no, if everything goes wrong, my parents will always be like, yeah, no, you can come and live with us for a bit. However, we all know that after a certain point, spoiling a child rotten can have long-lasting effects on their minds and how they perceive the world. You could end up with these misogynistic giga-chads who believe the world revolves around them, or these ear-splittingly loud Karens who see anything that doesn't line up with what they want as an inconvenience. Yeah, you don't want to raise like giga-chads or Karens. Oh, yeah, that's not good. You got to avoid that. You don't want that. Because it's like, oh, I hate that. Or you have whatever the Frank Alexander turned into. Yeah, look, they're telling him he's the Messiah. That shit's gonna go bad. Ever since Frank came into the world, he never heard the word no, ever. Frank had 3 sisters. His older sister, Marina, and his younger sisters, Petra and Sabine. But Frank was the special one. From the moment he was born, his father hailed him as the second coming, the true prophet of God, to which his wife agreed. Because of this, the entirety of the Lorber Society was at his beck and call from infancy to his teen years. No one argued with him, no one stood up to him, no one contradicted him. His word might as well have been from the lips of the Almighty himself, because he was treated as such, and every word he spoke was treated as gospel. Every thought in his head, no matter how odd or downright insane, was the will of God, and so it and he must be obeyed without question. Imagine doing this with my kids. It'd be a disaster. Like yesterday, it was like bedtime, and my kid's like, "Dad, are we going to go to the it wasn't soft play. She wanted to go to like the arts and crafts place that we sometimes go to when she can draw. And she's like, "Dad, I want to go do arts and crafts." And I'm like, "Well, it's late. It's bedtime." And she's like, "Okay, Dad." I can do it another time, I guess. But if she was like the Almighty, you'd be like, okay, fine, get dressed. Get in the car. Can you imagine what this type of treatment did to him? He had no concept of authority that wasn't his own. He had no concept of rejection or want. He was handed everything, and it warped his view on how the world around him was meant to work. So I know what you must be thinking. What kind of proof did Harold and Dagmar have when it came to Frank being the Messiah? Matt, I have to say I wasn't thinking that, because I just assume there's no proof, and I just assume that Harold's schizophrenic, and I wasn't wondering. The answer is nothing but nonsense, because of course it is. First off, when he was young, Frank suffered from a stutter. How did Harold spin this to his flock as well as his impressionable son? Why, simply this was because he was already receiving the word of Jesus Christ, but because his brain was still small and developing, he wasn't able to interpret it perfectly yet, thus the stuttering. Secondly, and perhaps even more insane, it was because Frank was the only son among their children. Well, why is this significant? Because the verses of the book of Genesis tell us that Eve was born from Adam's rib, thus making her, and by extension his 3 sisters, imitations of Adam, or in this case Frank. Wait, even though one of them was older? Frank literally did not exist at that point, thus proving his superiority over them. Yes, I don't get it either, but you can't reason with crazy people. No, you can't. And this is like a tricky one, because it's like, well, we found out he was schizophrenic, so we don't want to call him crazy, because that would be insensitive to people with schizophrenia. But it's also like, this is not right. So, clearly a boy raised in a religious cult as the mouthpiece of the Heavenly Father, whose every whim must be fulfilled without question, would have no idea how the real world works or how normal people interact. So here's a fun question for you. What happens when said boy grows into a teenager, is hit with the puberty stick, and starts taking a liking to girls? It's going to go horribly wrong. That's what's going to happen. Well, that's when things get stomach-twistingly weird. Remember how one of the main beliefs of their little cult was that everyone and anyone not affiliated with the group was considered unclean and evil? Well, Frank had this mentality drilled into his head from the second he exited the womb, and he believed it with all his heart. Of course he did, because he learned it from his parents. It's not his fault. I mean, he's probably going to do some terrible but he was set up for this. Every girl he saw on the street, every girl that attended school with him, none of them were pure, none of them were serviceable for the profit of the Almighty. So, what does he do? Why, he turns to his mother and sisters, of course. Oh, we had to go there, did we? Yes, you read that right, Simon. This damaged, power-mad teenage loon believed the only way to satisfy his hormonal urges and to keep his soul and the integrity of the law of society pure was to have sexual relations with his mother and sisters. Oh, and of course, since he was the messenger of God, were in no position to refuse his demands, which were frequent. Oh yes, nothing says clean and pure like good old-fashioned incest, am I right? No. I mean, just ask the Egyptian royals how well that turns out. Or any royals. Who was that king with that massive overbite? Or underbite or whatever? He looked weird. In the, was it like, it wasn't Leopold, was it? It was some weird, like, he was Spanish or some shit. And he looked weird even in the oil paintings of him from the time. And those oil paintings were always done to make them look more handsome. And that guy already looked like a inbred monster in the painting, where they were like, oh, this is his flattering side. So, And on top of that, Harold was in favour of it, going so far as to encourage his boy to have sex with their women as much as he wanted, whenever he wanted. Father/husband of the year. Am I right? Obvious sarcasm is obvious. Wait, I didn't understand. Weren't there like 1,000 people or whatever following this society? Surely there are other people in the society that he can, like, have relations with rather than his mum. It didn't take long for word to get out, though. You see, Frank wasn't the only one whose worldview was bent out of shape from their time in the cult, since the rest of the family also had a warped sense of reality. Frank's younger sister, Petra, eventually let it slip to her friends at school that she was jealous that her brother Frank preferred her sisters and mother. Not only that, but she also told them that her brother was having an incestuous relationship with her, along with her sisters and mum. Not exactly the sort of thing you bring up in casual conversation, but that's exactly what she did. It is the sort of thing you bring up in casual conversation, though, if you have no idea that is f***ing weird. Because you'll be like, oh, no, yeah, I definitely my brother. And his mum. And he f***s my mum. And you're just, and people will be like, what now? She'll be like, yeah, like everyone does. And you're like, no. No. Unsurprisingly, this made the rounds among the children at the school and soon made it back to their parents. Hey Frank, you mother literally. This brought the Alexander family and the whole of the Lorber Society under the social microscope and resulted in them being judged and vilified by people all around them. Now, being the unbalanced and warped people they were, the Alexanders had no idea why they were being judged so harshly. They were simply doing what God told them to do, simply following what Frank, the perfect prophet, wished them to do. They were pure, free from the evil and the toxins that infested the people around them. How dare these filthy, degenerate people judge them for doing God's work? God's work is incest, is it now? Delusional and idiotic doesn't even begin to scratch the surface of what was wrong with these people. Seemingly, all the rightful condemnation got to the Alexanders because eventually all of the negative attention forced them out of Germany altogether and they left the Lorber Society behind. Thanks to some money that Dagmar had inherited from her family, the Alexander family was able to move to Spain and bought a house on the island of Tenerife in the Canary Islands. That sounds rather nice. Canary Islands are like, I think I might be going on... Am I going on holiday to... Oh, I'm just deciding on where to go on holiday next year. Canary Islands seem pretty nice because the weather's good. It's in the EU, so it's easy. The flight is direct in a few hours. And it's like the weather's amazing. I'm like, Canary Islands sound awesome. I think other than... There's an island called Reunion, which is off the coast of Madagascar. And it's European Union because it's like a French... It's technically France or something. And it's like, God, it's weird. There's European Union all the way down there. But I just think about places in the European Union, places it's like, I'm not going anywhere. But it's often it's minus 12 outside today, like I said. And it's like, could move there, couldn't I? You can move anywhere in the EU. That sounds pretty nice. I'm not going anywhere. It's just on the days where it's minus 12, you're like, why? Why am I here? It's winter. It's so cold. And it's like, well, my kids are at school. You've got a life here. Everything's here. It's just really cold. Did their banishment from Germany change their outlook or how they lived their lives in any way? Of course not. They still had their extremely religious lifestyle. Frank was still seen as the messenger of God, and his every word was taken as the commands of Jesus Christ himself. So every depraved act that he heaped upon his female relatives was seen as God's will, and they had no right to question him. The hour is at hand. So... I know what you must be thinking. Well, Matt, you got it wrong last time because I definitely wasn't thinking about... Oh, what was it? Why they thought he was the prophet? Let's see about this time. Well, Matt, that's all sorts of up. Oh boy, you got that one right. I definitely was thinking that. But how does this lead us to where we began this story? And why exactly is the title of the video The Killing Hour Cult? Well, allow me to fill you in on the rest of the story. You see, there was another belief within the Alexander family that we've yet to address. Apparently, in their screwed up minds, the Alexander family believed that deep down, no matter how good a person they were, no woman could be truly pure, truly good. Every woman on earth was susceptible to the devil's influence, and he could enter their bodies and possess them at any point he chose. Yeah, but that could never happen to a man. Men are far too powerful and strong and awesome. How would the men of the world know when this happened? Well, because of Frank. How else? Only Frank, the chosen Messiah of Jesus Christ, could see through the darkness within a woman and could tell if Satan had taken over her or not. And what would happen should he realize that these women were soon to be taken over? Well, then the killing hour would commence. Frank would then proceed to kill each woman that was possessed, and the women were not allowed to resist or fight back in any way. This, of course, was the only way they could be purified completely and their souls could rightfully ascend to heaven. Madness knows no bounds when mixed with religion and delusion. And disclaimer here, I apologize in advance, Simon and dear audience, but this is about to get pretty damn brutal, so brace yourself. All this build-up brings us back to that fateful day, December the 22nd, 1970. The family had been living on the Canary Islands for about 10 months at that point, and Sabine had already been working as the housekeeper for Dr. Trankler for some time. She was kept away at work during the events that transpired, which might be the only reason that she was spared. So what precisely happened? Well, much like the majority of this story, there isn't a ton of documentation as to the incident or what truly triggered the heinous acts that would come to pass. From what I've gathered, though, it seems to have all started after Frank and Dagmar had finished a session of incestuous intercourse. According to Frank, he looked at his mother's eyes afterwards, and he felt a sense of unease wash over him. In his own words, his mother simply looked at me wrong. He looked into her eyes and saw cold, sore darkness, perhaps finally a flicker of hate or reproach for what he had done to her, and he knew it was time. Afterwards, at around 9 p.m, while Dagmar was settling down to sleep, Frank Alexander went to the closet and grabbed a wooden coat hanger. He made his way to his mother's bedside, woke her up, and said, The time has come." With those words, Dagmar knew that the hour was upon them. The devil had claimed her soul. Her life was forfeit, and it was up to her son to save her. And so, she didn't resist. Frank lifted the hanger high over his head and brought it down on his mother's head as hard as he could. Dagmar didn't make a move to stop him and didn't call for help. She just accepted that this was the only way, that the killing hour was upon them, and Frank was saving her soul. Harold heard the commotion and came rushing in to see what all the hullabaloo was about. As soon as he saw what his son was doing, Harold understood what was happening, sharing an understanding look with his son as he continued to beat in the head of the woman who gave him life. Harold simply went over to the organ that they had in their home and began to play, humming and singing religious hymns with every blow of the hanger. Oh my God, this sounds... If this was in a horror movie, you'd be like, yeah, right. It's not really believable, is it? Insanity doesn't even begin to cover this. So what about Marina and Petra? Well, they heard the music coming from the organ and came to investigate. Seeing Frank, their brother, coated in blood, hanger in hand, and their mother on her bed, her skull caved in, they simply waited their turn. Yes, you read that right as well. Frank's older and younger sister, seeing their mother being brutally killed, simply sat side by side on the floor and waited for their brother to kill them next. All the women in the Alexander family understood the killing hour. They believed in it. They were bound to it, and they simply would not resist it. And so Frank did what he believed he needed to do. With his mother dead, he simply walked up behind his sisters and, raising the hanger, brought it down on both of their heads again and again. After a bit, perhaps he thought the hanger was taking too long, or perhaps his arm had gotten tired, but either way, he abandoned his weapon for another. Leaving his sisters bleeding profusely and barely alive on the floor, Frank went and found a hammer with which he used to smash their heads in, finishing them off. When Petra moaned out in pain before the end, Frank, her older brother, the one who was meant to love and protect her, simply looked down at her and said, "A sacrifice will make you purer." And even after all that, the killing hour still wasn't done. With his father's help, Frank then proceeded to absolutely mutilate the body of his mother and sisters, who carved out their hearts, cut off... Wow. Okay, there's mutilation. It lasted 3 hours. I don't want to read that. That's not what the show's about. And yeah, I don't need to share that with you. After that, Frank and Harold Alexander, still soaked in the blood of the female members of their family, left their little apartment and made a beeline for the house of Dr. Trankler to inform them, their last remaining sister/daughter, that her mother and sisters had been cleansed and that they were free and on their way to heaven. And the rest, as they say, is history. Without a trace. And with that, we're back in Dr. Trankler's house. Frank and Harold are literally dripping with blood and had just admitted to killing Dagmar, Marina and Petra, and Sabine had just taken the news as if it was the most normal thing on earth. Dr. Trankler hurried to the phone and called the police, telling them everything he just heard. All the while, the Alexanders were just relaxing and talking in his house as if nothing had happened, as if half their family hadn't been brutally slaughtered earlier in the night. When Dr. Trankler got between Sabine and her family in order to protect her, Harold saw the panic on the face of the doctor and was very nonchalant about it. "Ah, you heard it. We've killed my wife and other daughters. It was time to kill." The police rushed over to the house, and as soon as they got there and saw the state of Harold and Frank, both men were placed under immediate arrest. The two of them were shocked, as was Sabine. They had no idea why they were being arrested. They had done nothing wrong after all. They had simply saved their womenfolk from the clutches of the devil. They had saved their souls. I mean, as much as you're into your own cult and stuff, surely you are aware of the law. The police took the two men back to their apartment. Hell, Frank and Harold volunteered to walk them through the crime scene and tell them precisely how it all happened. I mean, they had nothing to hide or be ashamed of, right? When they arrived, the police saw everything these nutjobs had told them was true. Blood was everywhere, from pools on the floor to sprays on the wall. Marina and Petra were sprawled out on the floor, and Dagmar was laying in her bed, cold and still. Their heads had been beaten, their bodies mutilated. Frank and Harold were very matter-of-fact about what they'd done, as well as the reasoning behind it. They all had to die. Simple as that. All because the devil was about to get his talons on them, and that couldn't be allowed to happen. So saith Frank Alexander, the true Messiah, a messenger of God. So yeah, it's safe to say both Frank and Harold Alexander were charged with the murders of Dagmar, Marina and Petra Alexander. They were sent to trial, and their court case dragged on for about 2 years. I can already hear you asking, 2 years? How's that possible? This sounds like the very definition of open and shut. Yeah, surely it's like, they're like admitting it. They plead guilty. Boom. And normally, you'd be totally correct. However, it wasn't as clear-cut as it seems. Not so much to the crimes, it was obvious they did it, but more so with the verdict and sentencing. Yeah, it's going to hang on like a mental health thing, right? You see, at the time, a crime of this magnitude in Spain would warrant the death penalty, but the problem with that is that Frank and Harold weren't even trying to defend themselves. They boasted about what they did. They were damn near proud of it. Because of this, the judge and jury felt there was no grounds to sentence them to death. From the word jump, it was clear that both men were insane. Hell, Harold was diagnosed with schizophrenia, as mentioned before, and Frank kept on spouting out how he was the voice of Jesus himself, and that they should all listen to him, and that his word was law. I mean, you can't even look up anything about this case without getting a picture of the trial, and Frank having what could only be described as the very definition of crazy eyes. And I see there's an image posted, and this guy looks crazy. So instead of finding them guilty and sentencing them both to death, both Frank and Harold were acquitted on all charges on the basis of being absolutely crazy. With that, they were both sentenced to spend the rest of their days behind the walls of Madrid Mental Health Center. And as for Sabine, well, in typical crazy Alexander fashion, she begged the court and the judge to sentence her to the same institution as her father and brother. They of course ignored her nonsense pleas, and it's believed that she was instead sent to live in one of the Madrid monasteries, and she had her name changed. After that, what happened to her is unknown. We don't even know if she's still alive, but if she is, I can only hope that she was able to live a fairly normal life and have her mind unscrambled from the insane influence of her insane family. So, what about Frank and Harold? Well, they remained housed in the same mental institution for many years, 18 to be precise, until they weren't. That's because in 1990, when Frank was 36 and Harold was 61, they managed to escape from the clinic. The authorities were put on high alert and Interpol was even contacted, putting a warrant out for their recapture. Normally, this is the part of the story where I tell you guys they were brought back into custody in a week or two, except no. Frank and Harold Alexander simply disappeared into the Spanish countryside, never to be seen again, even to this day. No chance! Good God! I thought when people escape from, prison, they're almost always recaptured. Wrap up. And there we have it. That's the end of our tale. As I said before, there aren't a lot of sources for this story, so I had to piece together as coherent a case as I could for this one. Hell, it doesn't even have a Wikipedia page, so that should tell you something right there. I've honestly been wanting to cover this case for this channel for some time, ever since I started on the writing team. The first time I'd even heard about this was due to the video made on it by Mr. Ballin, and it's stuck with me ever since. Frank and Harold Alexander were utterly delusional, utterly insane, and utterly diabolical. Harold because of his mental issues and manipulative behavior, and Frank, well, this is perhaps one of the truest examples of nurture over nature that I've ever seen. From birth, the boy was raised to believe that the entire world should bow at his feet, that God himself was talking through him, and that everything he said and did was just and right. And so when he came to believe his mother and sisters were possessed by Satan, he took it upon himself to butcher them horribly, all while his father simply played the organ and sang in the background praise for him. And in the end, it's hard to say they ever really paid for their crimes. Yes, they served 18 years apiece in a mental institution, but they still managed to escape and avoid capture after that. Were they able to escape the country? Were they being hidden and harboured by the Lorber Society that revered them so much? Were they able to find Sabine and complete the ritual, killing her, and then themselves in secret? Who knows? The world may never know. But if I was to hazard a guess, given the fact that we haven't heard or seen from them since then, I'm inclined to believe the latter to be true. Just a guess? Perhaps. But I think it's safe to say that the entirety of the Alexander family is long gone, taking their own specific brand of madness to the grave with them. So, with that, as always, I wish to remember the victims of this insane crime. Were they willing victims? Yeah, they were, but they were victims nonetheless, brainwashed into their deluded belief. Their lives snuffed out by the brother/son and father/husband that were meant to love them. Dagmar Alexander, Marina Alexander, Petra Alexander, and perhaps, in the end, we don't know, Sabine Alexander as well. And as for our antagonists, as I stated, I believe them both to be dead now. Harold, if he was still alive, would fast be approaching 100 at this time, and Frank would be nearing 70. Is there a chance they're still out there? Maybe, but I doubt they would have been able to keep their craziness quiet for long. So to them I say, well, rot in hell, you delusional self-righteous You might have believed you were the voice of God, but trust me when I say, he ain't listening. Yes, and that's where we end today's video. Thank you for being here. Relatively short one today. If you enjoyed this show, please do rate it on Spotify, wherever you listen to it, or if you're watching on YouTube, like and subscribe, and I'll see you next time.
Hello everybody, welcome back to another episode of The Casual Criminalist. As always, I'm your host, Simon. I'm here, one of my writers, in this case, Danny. Thank you, Danny. He's written me a script. Stephen Lawrence, the bungled murder case that shook the UK. I have heard of this. I vaguely know the details. I think this was a little bit before my time. Like, I definitely wasn't an adult, I feel like, when this was happening. But I know about it. I know the name because it's like super famous in the UK, but I don't remember many details. Let's just jump in, shall we? On April the 22nd, 1993, an 18-year-old black student was murdered near a bus stop in Eltham, southeast London, during an encounter with 6 people he'd never previously met. The completely unprovoked attack lasted between 10 and 50 seconds and was carried out by a gang of 6 white thugs who seemed to take exception to a young man of colour daring to wait for a bus on their manor. But unlike other racially motivated murders, which had recently taken place in the UK, this one refused to fall silent after a day or two of media attention. The murder of Stephen Lawrence sent shockwaves throughout the nation over the course of the next 3 decades, which continue to be felt today. Despite the swift identification of 5 of the 6 suspects, it took nearly 20 years for anyone to be found responsible for the murder, whilst the majority of the gang never faced justice at all, and an elusive 6th suspect appeared to remain hidden in the shadows. Why does it take so long to get justice? They have these really interesting gang laws in the UK, where it's like, I can't remember the exact phrasing of the law, but it's something along the lines of, let's say you're in a gang, and you're hanging out with your gang, and you reasonably foresee that one of the gang members could murder someone, which includes killing them with the intent to do grievous bodily harm. That's also murder. Then you, by association, are also guilty of murder. So I don't understand. I believe that's how the law works, and I don't understand why it's so complicated for at least the 5 who were identified to all be guilty of murder. That seems pretty simple. It was a murder at the heart of a bungled investigation, during which some members of an allegedly corrupt police force were more interested in discrediting the victims than catching the killers. It was a murder followed up by a private prosecution, several official inquiries, one of the most controversial newspaper headlines in history, and an eventual retrial which was only made possible after the case sparked the scrapping of an archaic 800-year-old law. And it was a murder which exposed the British police force as an institutionally racist organisation. Yet how did this particularly savage murder, fueled by nothing more than racial hatred, end up changing the landscape of the UK over the next 30 years, whilst other similarly senseless murders were all too quickly forgotten? And has the legacy of Stephen Lawrence proved to be the genuine turning point in race relations that his family has been relentlessly campaigning for all those years? Or do we still have a long, long way to go? I mean, yeah, there's definitely a long way to go. Are things better than they were in the past? Yeah, in my opinion, almost certainly. However, are they fixed or anywhere close to fixed? No, obviously not, because this sort of still happens. Now, you might reasonably have expected the random murder of any innocent black person on the streets of the UK to have generated a long-running bit of press coverage back in the 1990s, particularly when it was followed up by blatantly prejudiced police investigation. But the murder of Stephen Lawrence drew much more attention than most. Well, more attention than any, by far, for reasons that we'll attempt to unravel much later. It wasn't always the case that the nation seemed overly concerned by such matters as the murder of a black individual. It was often perceived that the victim was probably a gang member anyway, and so they must have had it coming. Ah yes, racism. The guy is just waiting for a bus. Besides, even if by some long shot they were innocent, the police would be trusted to get to the bottom of it. Whilst I'm pretty certain that the name Stephen Lawrence will be immediately recognised by pretty much everyone in the UK, I'm not so sure that everyone will be familiar with such names as Roland Adams and Michael Menson. No. It's like Stephen Lawrence is the one we all know. And this is just an interesting time to bring this up. Someone's having a go at me on Twitter. Like, I was like just scrolling through and I see like someone's replied to like 700 of my tweets or whatever. Great plan. Although I did see it, so I suppose it was a great plan. And they were like, Simon, I don't believe that you'd never heard of this case before because you proceeded to guess everything correctly. And I'm like, well, I genuinely hadn't, so guess I've just got a giant brain. But it was an American case. And the reality is, like, many Americans listening to this probably don't know the case of Stephen Lawrence. Like, I don't know many famous American cases because often they're nation-specific. Even though we think they're a huge deal, they're often not picked up by international press. Roland was a 15-year-old black student who was also murdered while standing at a bus stop, this time in Thamesmead in southeast London in 1991. Roland had been waiting for the bus with his younger brother when they were both racially harassed by a passing group of older drunk white youths, leading to an attack in which Roland was stabbed in the neck with a butterfly knife and later died from his injuries. Pretty sure butterfly knives are very illegal. They're the knives which, like, you flick out and they're like, and they do this kind of like weird, like, I don't know, you see people playing with them, but they're like, there's loads of knife laws in the UK. Like, you kind of flick knives which like flick out, or the knives that come out of the handle, you know, upwards, like a pop knife or whatever that's called. Or you kind of, I think it's like 3 inches is the maximum size of a blade that you can carry around. The police and the Crown Prosecution Service were both reluctant to treat the murder as racially motivated, seeming, it's like, yeah, what was the racial harassment that they were doing before? It's like, no, that's unrelated to the murder. Is it, Crown Prosecution Service? Is it really? Seemingly working on the pretext that black boys can't be entirely innocent. Ah, yes, there's good old-fashioned racism. It was initially determined that Rowland had lost his life in a fight over gang territory, which had spiraled out of control. Members of the British National Party later congratulated the group of attackers for defending their territory. Yeah, I mean, look, the British National Party, or BNP, is just an enormous pile of shit, in my opinion. No, I think it's a pretty objective fact that the British National Party is a pile of shit, and anyone who supports it's a piece of shit. So I think we can all just agree on that. In fact, Roland Adams had never been a gang member. He was a dedicated young student and a talented musician who had been set upon by a group of drunken racists on the grounds that he was black. Only one member of the gang was sentenced for murder, whilst none of the others were even prosecuted. Meanwhile, Michael Menson already had a reasonably high profile, as it enjoyed a brief brush with fame as part of the dance record production trio Double Trouble in the late 1980s. The son of a Ghanaian diplomat, Michael suffered from psychiatric problems in later life. In 1997, at the age of 30, he was randomly attacked, abused, and eventually set alight and killed by a large group of attackers, only 2 of whom were ever jailed for murder. What the fuck? How have I never heard of this? Before he died from his horrific burns, Michael had managed to reveal the nature of the attack to his family and friends, but the police had initially refused to take their claims seriously. As Michael had been suffering from mental health issues, they were just keen to wrap this one up as suicide on the assumption that he must have set himself on fire. Police, do your fucking job. Jesus Christ. How did this not get more attention? Like, he's the son of a diplomat, and he's famous for being a part of a band. How on earth do you get away with this? There had long been a growing sense of fury that people of colour were rarely treated fairly by the police in life or death, and this anger had already boiled over into the streets during the infamous Brixton riots of 1981. In a heavy-handed bid to cut down on crime in the South London district with a large African-Caribbean community, the police had launched Operation Swamp 81, which essentially amounted to stopping and searching any person of colour they encountered for no compelling reason. This sparked massive riots, during which 45 members of the public and 279 police officers were injured, almost 150 buildings were damaged, countless shops were looted, and over 100 vehicles were destroyed. I mean, like, all of this is wrong, but like the stop and search and stuff that's like racially profiling is just, it's not okay. But neither's looting and setting buildings on fire, but what a fucking mess. The subsequent inquiry, overseen by Lord Scarman, concluded that racial disadvantages, complex social and economic factors, and deep mistrust of the police and their dubious methods had fueled a spontaneous outburst of resentment. Yeah, it's not a deep mistrust of the police. I wonder why they've got that. Probably because the police don't seem to be doing their jobs at all. I mean, unless the people are white, then they'll do a great job. But for black people, not so much. Whilst the Scarman report warns that urgent positive action was required to tackle racial disadvantage, raise confidence in the police, and reduce the risk of further violent protests, it would be difficult to argue that tensions between the police and ethnic communities dramatically simmered in the wake of the report. And it was against this backdrop of mistrust and unease and violence that Stephen Lawrence was born and raised. The eldest of 3 children, Stephen Lawrence was born in 1974 to Jamaican parents Neville and Doreen, who had arrived in the UK in the 1960s. Raised in Plumstead in southeast London, Stephen was a keen scout and reportedly excelled at sports, whilst harbouring an ambition to become an architect. In later years, he also had a blink-and-you'll-miss-him appearance on the silver screen when he appeared as an extra in the 1988 Denzel Washington crime drama, The Queen and Country. His classmates remember Stephen as being a particularly conscientious and responsible student. His close friend, Dwayne Brooks, recalls an incident in which some scoundrel smashed a classroom window behind the teacher's back, prompting the teacher to drag Stephen to the front of the class to accuse him of vandalism. This was not because the teacher genuinely believed Stephen to be the culprit. It was a bit of a shitty tactic, which was designed to get the most trustworthy boy in class to avert a miscarriage of justice by revealing the real wrongdoer. Oh no, that's just going to get him beaten up. You're like, yo, Stephen, was this you? No, it wasn't me. It was Peter. And then Peter's going to be like, you're going to get a pounding, Stephen. But that's not how it panned out. Stephen refused to sing like a canary, possibly because he didn't even know who had smashed the damn window. This earned him the respect of his classmates for not being a snitch, but he was left seething at how he was treated. Now, it's very easy to get a bit carried away when we're talking about the virtues and the potential of an innocent victim whose life was snatched away by no fault of their own. It's not quite the same with criminals who are at best only likely to get a character summary from a distant neighbour, which runs along the lines of, well, he kept himself to himself, really. We could never have dreamed that he was capable of doing something like this. In contrast, murder victims are often painted as utterly angelic beings who enriched the lives of everyone they touched and who were just on the cusp of finding a cure for cancer or inventing the teleporter or persuading Justin Bieber to retire. All brilliant things that should be done as soon as possible, especially the latter. In the case of Stephen Lawrence, he's often depicted as a thoroughly dedicated student and peacemaker who was on the brink of becoming a world-famous architect just before his life was taken. Now, maybe he was destined to become a world-famous architect, and we'll never know. That's the tragedy. He'd certainly just completed a brief work placement at a small architecture firm, and he was taking his A-levels in technology and physics. But he was never top of the class, and some of his teachers were worried that he needed to seriously knuckle down if he stood any chance of passing the grade. He had naturally become more interested in hanging out with friends than burying his nose in books all weekends, and his parents were getting increasingly upset with him that he was no longer attending worship at Trinity Methodist Church as frequently as he did when he was dragged along by his ears as a small kid. Yeah, I mean, pro tip here. If you want your kids to do something, don't, be too pressuring on it. Because it's just, they're not going to be into that. I was never forced to go to church, although now I just don't know. I was forced to go to church because I went to a religious school. And now it's I don't go to church at all. I'm not religious at all, so that kind of makes sense. But you know what I mean? It's don't pressure your kids into doing things they don't want to do because they're going to resent you for it. Stephen Lawrence didn't walk around with a halo hovering above his head. And of course, as soon as you start suggesting that a victim wasn't an angel, some people instinctively prepare to hear the details of that time a victim spent years in Borstal after burning down a dog rescue shelter while off their head on heroin. I'm not suggesting anything like that at all. By all accounts, Stephen Lawrence was probably more clean living than most and never once had a brush with the law. He certainly wasn't getting up to the kind of stuff that I was getting up to at the age of 18. All I'm saying is that he was not some mythical superhero. He was a perfectly normal human being who occasionally experienced the kind of conflict and tension at home and at school that many of us did. He was a popular, fun-loving student who in no way deserved to be murdered by a group of complete strangers whilst he was trying to catch the bus home. Although Stephen Lawrence was widely reported to be a positive and upbeat student, life wasn't always easy for a young black kid growing up in southeast London in the 1980s. He had occasionally been the target of racial abuse at school and on the streets, including in one instance in which he was randomly spat at while minding his own business. I don't even know what to say. I'm just a super white dude, so I have no experience of this, but it's up, isn't it? As he was growing older, he became more interested in exploring the problems encountered by members of ethnic communities on a daily basis. Following the murder of 15-year-old Roland Adams in 1991, Stephen announced his intention to attend a protest march against the woefully inadequate police handling of the matter in Thamesmead. The idea didn't sit well with his parents, who at this point preferred to keep their heads down instead of getting actively involved in this kind of thing. I mean, yeah, that's what older people tend to do. They're just keep your head down. But fortunately, we have young people who go out and protest this kind of stuff, which is good. But Stephen defied their wishes and attended the march anyway, which passed without incident. 1993 was a tough year for the Lawrence family, and for Father Neville in particular, who was a carpenter but had recently found himself out of work. But still, Stephen was in generally good spirits and living life to the full. His friend, Leon Thompson, described the very last time he saw him. Stephen was feeling over the moon because he'd just hooked up with a girl and was excited to meet up with her for an official first date the following Saturday. On Thursday, April the 22nd, 1993, just 2 days before that first date was meant to take place, the Lawrence household was a bit quieter than usual. Mother Doreen worked as a special needs teacher, but this week she was taking a rare excursion from home to attend a course in Birmingham, which formed part of the humanities degree that she was taking at Greenwich University. Stephen got up in the morning, as usual, to attend classes and enjoyed a cup of tea with his father before setting off. His then unemployed father, Neville, later admitted that Stephen had picked up on how low he was feeling that morning about his situation, and worried Stephen had asked his dad a few times if he was sure he was okay before heading off for class. The final promise that Stephen made to his father was that he'd be back at 10:30 p.m. After lessons finished for the afternoon, Stephen headed off to his Uncle Martin's house in Grove Park, accompanied by his good buddy, Dwayne Brooks. The pair played video games until late in the evening. They weren't remotely interested in drinking alcohol or taking drugs or getting up to the kind of mischief that many typical young adults of all creeds, myself included, would have found too irresistible to turn down. Yeah, I don't know, I was probably more like Stephen. Daddy sounds like a bit of a naughty rebel. I was just I'll just be playing video games with my mates. I did drink a bit, but not crazy. I wasn't crazy. They just wanted to play video games in the privacy of Uncle Martin's house and then get home safely. They lost track of time and left it a bit late to guarantee Stephen getting back in time for 10:30 p.m. It was hardly a major crisis. It's not like the 18-year-old Stephen was on some kind of strict curfew, and it wouldn't have been the first time that he came home later than intended. His father, Neville, wouldn't have initially been too concerned that his son had drifted from the schedule. Yeah, I mean, he's 18 years old. Like, I'd go out with my mates and it'd be like, yeah, I'll be back, late. And sometimes it'd get pretty late. I don't think my parents were particularly concerned. But also, I wasn't a black kid in London. I was a white kid in the countryside. So, a little bit of a different situation there. But Stephen still seemed to make an effort to get home at a reasonable time, particularly as his mother was away and his father had seemed a bit down that morning. Stephen and Dwayne swiftly hopped onto the 286 bus, but then quickly realized they'd made a schoolboy error as the bus took a long-winded route, which would take ages to get anywhere near Stephen's house. So they made a fateful decision to get off the bus on Wellhall Road in Eltham and wait there at the stop for an alternative bus, which took a more direct route home. 3 other people were waiting at the same stop, but there didn't appear to be any immediate sign of a bus, and Stephen was becoming a little frustrated. Shortly after the clock struck 10:30 p.m, Stephen began wandering to the end of the road to see if there were signs at all of an imminent ride home. It was at this point that the lone figure came into the sight of 6 white men who seemed aggrieved that a young person of colour was wandering around in their neck of the woods. At least one of this pack was carrying a knife. Dwayne called out to Stephen to ask if he could see the bus coming. Within seconds, the gang of 6 had swarmed around Stephen whilst hurling racial slurs, prompting Dwayne to run in the opposite direction while screaming at his friends to follow him. The attack was believed at the time to have lasted just a few seconds, but it was later revealed that it may have extended for as long as 50. At some point, after Stephen had been forced to the ground, a knife was plunged into his left shoulder and right collarbone, severing his axillary arteries and penetrating his lung. One of the attackers fled the scene into a nearby neighborhood. Stephen made a valiant attempt to get to his feet and run towards his friends, but he could only make it about 200 yards before collapsing to the ground. Dwayne had managed to reach a telephone box and call for an ambulance, after which he desperately began to shout for help and flag down passing vehicles, attracting the attention of a couple walking home and an off-duty police officer who covered Lawrence with a blanket. The ambulance arrived within a few minutes, and Stephen Lawrence was taken to Brook Hospital, where he was pronounced dead on arrival. Even before Stephen had been pronounced dead, there were already disturbing issues emerging regarding the immediate response of the police and how both Stephen and Dwayne had been treated. A police car had actually turned up shortly before the ambulance, but no emergency first aid was administered to Stephen. Many of the officers who arrived later had no idea what they were even attending was a murder scene, and no logs or records were initially created. So far, sloppy police work. Don't know why they wouldn't administer first aid, but so far, benefit of the doubt from me. I get the feeling that it's going to change substantially, but this could just be sloppy policing. Like, not negligent policing, allegedly, in my opinion. There was an initial assumption that Stephen and Dwayne had both been involved in either a fight or some kind of dubious criminal activity which had led to this outcome. Again, not an unreasonable assumption. Like, just someone being randomly attacked seems like less common than people getting into fights, right? As Dwayne tried in vain to explain what exactly had happened, he was dismissed as hysterical and viewed as a potential threat by police officers who at one point threatened to handcuff him. And although an eyewitness had pointed the police in the exact direction of where the group of attackers had fled, a decision was made not to search the area or carry out house-to-house visits as it was felt that it was a bit late in the evening and some residents might be trying to get some sleep. Bro, someone's been murdered. That's crazy. Get after it. And nobody wants to be woken up on a Thursday night just because 2 black kids have been causing trouble again on the streets. Jesus Christ. From the very beginning, Stephen's parents, Neville and Doreen, weren't exactly treated with the levels of sympathy or respect that you might expect after your 18-year-old son has just been murdered on the streets. Shortly before they viewed the body at the hospital, they were told by the inspector, "We've got a young lad in there. He's dead. We don't know who he is. If he's not your son, then all well and good. But we need to know." Jesus Christ, man. I know it's like doctors should have bedside manner, but so police officers need to also have some bedside manner. That's pretty wild. After the body had been identified, the police started asking Neville and Doreen blunt questions about Stephen's character and his background. The just bereaved parents were left with an impression that the police were only interested in figuring out what Stephen could have done to cause this or which rival gang he could have crossed. Wow, just like straight up assumption that because he's an 18-year-old black kid in London that he's in a gang. Hell. The police were given no information whatsoever on any potential progress into identification of the suspects. In later interviews, police officers involved in the investigation reported that the investigation was met with a wall of silence from the public, perhaps an indication that local residents feared consequences if they dared to speak up. In fact, nothing could be further from the truth. People were practically queuing up outside the Eltham police station to hand over the name of the suspects. Quite aside from the witnesses standing at the bus stop and the passers-by who stopped to help, there were dozens of other witnesses who came forward with a short list of names of the members of the gang who had just murdered Stephen Lawrence. Within just hours of Stephen's death, the first telephone call came in early the next morning from an anonymous guy who gave the names of members of a racist knife-wielding gang who were known to threaten the local neighborhood. Yeah, it's like, oh, people were afraid. Well, anonymous tips totally work. That's fine, just call in and tip them off anonymously. You'll be fine. Later that same day, a young skinhead walked into the police station with the names of the gang members that he claimed he knew to be responsible. The details were given to Detective Constable Christopher Budgeon, who in turn rushed them to Detective Inspector Benjamin Bullock, the man who was second in command of the whole investigation. It was later revealed at an inquiry that the information had been largely dismissed, mostly, it seems, because the detective inspector didn't like the detective constable very much. Professionalism right there, isn't it? That's a good one. Detective Constable Christopher Budgeon later observed, "I could have recovered the crown jewels, and it would not have made any difference." Still, dozens more witnesses came forward, albeit by some fairly unconventional methods. For example, an anonymous note was left on the windscreen of a police car, whilst another anonymous letter was found in a telephone kiosk. The latter gave a list of names, which concluded with the warning, "Approach those with care." But whilst the identity of the potential sixth attacker, a man often described as the fair-haired attacker, remained elusive for now, the same 5 names kept popping up repeatedly in dozens of tip-offs. David Norris, Gary Dobson, brothers Neil and Jamie Ackhort, and Luke Knight. All 5 were aged between 16 and 17, and many of them had already been linked to earlier racially motivated attacks in the local area. Little was known about Luke Knight at the time, as he appeared to have kept his head largely under the radar. But Neil Ackhort was seen as the leader of the gang, whilst younger brother Jamie Ackhort may have been seen as his deputy. Some say they thought they were the Cray twins as they strutted around a neighborhood that they believed belonged to them. The younger Jamie had already been excluded from school at the age of 14 after kicking a black pupil down the school staircase and being found with a monkey wrench in his backpack that he intended to use in a planned fight after school with a gang of black pupils. David Norris was living in a luxury mock-up Tudor mansion in a gated community at the time, largely thanks to his dad Clifford, who just happened to be a drug baron with alleged police connections, locally known as the Godfather of Eltham. Jesus, this guy sounds scary. Can you imagine it? It's like, you live in this nice community, it's like a gated community, everything, and it's just like, you know, middle class, upper middle class or whatever, just like a professional. And then it's like, oh, whose house is that? Oh, that's the drug baron's. He's scary. David Norris had also been expelled from school, in this case for uncontrollable violent behaviour. If you're expelled from school, though, don't you have to go to another school? Like, because you have to be in school. You can't not be in school at 14, or is this just some, like, people often say how ignorant I am of how things work. And this is genuinely something I'm curious about. Because my sister's a teacher, and her husband's a teacher, and they work at a state school, public school, as you say them in the US, and they find it's very hard to expel people. Like, because they have to be in school, and if you're expelling them, you're just making them someone else's problem. They're saying it's almost impossible, and the kids know this, and it can be a problem. Meanwhile, Gary Dobson's dad also had connections with the police, but that's because he was a former police officer. Along with other members of the gang, Gary Dobson had also been linked with previous local racially motivated violence, including an attack on a man called Gurdy Bungie, who was stabbed whilst working at Wimpy Bar just a month before Stephen Lawrence was murdered. Gurdy Bungie was lucky to survive the incident and later recognized Gary Dobson as one of the people involved in the attack, but the case was dropped due to a lack of evidence, following what Gurdy Bungie believed to be a half-hearted investigation. Yeah, dude. It's like, no, that's the dude. That's the dude who was in the gang who stabbed me. And they're like, oh, well, we don't really have enough to go on, so we're not going to look into that much further. Pass me a donut. However, the police had now 5 obvious suspects to interrogate in the case of Stephen Lawrence, and so the obvious course of action might have been to arrest them all on grounds of reasonable suspicion. Hell yes! But no. Instead, the senior investigating officer, Detective Superintendent Brian Whedon, decided to just place them all under surveillance for a couple of weeks. Okay, I mean, not bad. Not bad. It's not the worst thing possible, is it? I'm sure there was a reason he did this, to, see if to not tip his hand or something. Please tell me it's that. It later turned out that Brian Whedon was unaware that he even had the power to arrest the group on reasonable suspicion alone. Bro, you're a police officer. Come on. You should know this stuff. During the 1998 public inquiry, he revealed, I have never before in any murder case arrested anyone for murder without evidence as opposed to information. Well, I mean, evidence and information are kind of like related, aren't they? Information can be evidence. Does that even make sense? What was your name? Brian? Michael Mansfield, the lawyer working on behalf of the Lawrence family, appeared quite incredulous when he responded with, "Do you not find it rather disturbing that it has taken all this time for you to recognize a fairly basic tenet of criminal law?" Brian Weed admitted, "I think it's regrettable." Brian, did you miss like a day of training or something? Because that seems like something you really should know. Still, perhaps the surveillance team would uncover some of the evidence that Brian Whedon felt was required before bothering the suspects with an interview. No, scrap that too. The surveillance operation was a massive show. It took a while for the cameras to be set up in the first place, as the photographers apparently didn't want to work over the weekends. During that lost time, witnesses reported that the police had already missed the sight of an unknown man loitering around one of the suspects' home with what appeared to be a black plastic bag crammed full of clothes. During the actual surveillance, the undercover police themselves spotted Neil Aycourt emerging from his house with black bin bags, which he threw in a car before driving off. What do these black bin bags have anything to do with this? Like, it's not like Stephen Lawrence disappeared. They didn't take his clothes. He was just stabbed. So what's this got to do with that? The police elected to stay put and continued their surveillance of the house, and they couldn't call for any backup to ensure that Neil Aycourt's car was followed, as they hadn't been given any means of communication whatsoever. Brilliant. Genius work there, guys. In short, the suspects had potentially been given a whole fortnight to leisurely dispose of any evidence that might link them to the murder scene. Oh, of course, I'm being so dim. I'm really dim. Like, of course the clothes are going to be the clothes they wear. I'm always saying, like, criminals are stupid, and I'm like, no, why would they throw away my clothes? They're not his clothes. And it's like, well, obviously, because they could contain evidence and stuff like that. You got to burn everything you wore. God, sort of thing I'd think I would know by now. Whilst the police watched them come and go with overflowing bin bags and did nothing to intervene. I suppose the suspects could have just been getting rid of their garden waste, but it would have been handy to know for sure. It's little wonder that Stephen's parents weren't entirely impressed by how the investigation had been conducted so far. On the 4th of May 1993, they gave a press conference in which they vented their frustration at how the police appeared to know who was behind the murder, but were doing nothing to bring them to justice. Just a couple of days later, Neville and Doreen met up with Nelson Mandela at his own request. Okay, the president of the African National Congress already had a packed schedule on his final day of his visit to the UK, but he'd asked to meet up with Neville and Doreen for a private 20-minute meeting at the Athenaeum Hotel in Mayfair, London. Nelson Mandela later told the press that he knew what it meant to lose a child under tragic circumstances, and he compared the racial tension in the UK to the brutality of South Africa, where, quote, black lives are cheap. Doreen Lawrence publicly pondered at the same press call, quote, "Why is it that a leader from a foreign country shows us sympathy when our own government has expressed no interest at all?" In response, Alton Police sniffily declared that they thought the investigation was progressing quite well. Sure it is. There did finally appear to be a bit of progress a fortnight after the murder, when it was announced that 4 of the suspects had been arrested. David Lawrence, the son of a wealthy drug baron, had actually turned himself in under strict instructions by his lawyer not to answer any questions. So what was the point of turning yourself in? Are you just going to sit there in silence? Gary Dobson and both the Aycourt brothers were arrested by the police at their homes on May the 7th, while the 5th suspect, Luke Knight, was eventually arrested the following month on June the 4th. A collection of knives and assorted weapons were also seized from some of the homes of the suspects. Charges for murder were only brought against Neil Aycourt and Luke Knight after Stephen's friend Dwayne Brooks picked them both out as part of an identity parade. It looked as if we might finally be getting somewhere. But then, all of the charges were swiftly dropped after the Crown Prosecution Service declared that there was insufficient evidence to prosecute. Dwayne's identification of the 2 suspects he may have only glimpsed briefly in the dark whilst running in the opposite direction would not be enough to secure a conviction, and the police had picked up literally no other compelling evidence which connected the suspects to the murder. I don't think it's the CPS, the Crown Prosecution Service, is failing here. They just have to make an assessment and they're like, there's not enough evidence. And it's on the police's side to gather that evidence and present it to the CPS. It didn't help that the only other 3 potential eyewitnesses who were standing at the bus stop, 2 local men and a French au pair, all gave very vague and conflicting statements on what they'd seen that night. Stephen's parents were informed that the case had been dropped at around the same time they were burying their son in a family plot in Jamaica next to his great-grandmother. They had decided against burying him in the UK over fears that the grave would be desecrated. It saddens me to say it, but they probably had the right idea. Who the f*** is going to be desecrating that grave? That's f***ed up. And I mean, we know the answer, like racists, but doesn't make it any less f***ed up, does it? In 1995, a memorial plaque for Stephen was set into the pavement at the spot of his death on Westhall Road in Eltham, but it has been the target of vandalism at least 3 times. Whoever did this, you fucking depraved clowns. Much later, in 2008, Doreen officially opened the Stephen Lawrence Centre in Deptford, southeast London, a state-of-the-art teaching centre devoted to architecture, urban design, and engineering. Whilst the centre is still very much open for business today, 8 of the building's windows were smashed within just a week of the opening day. I don't understand. Neville and Doreen Lawrence weren't about to give up just yet, or indeed at any other point over the next 30 years. As the state prosecution had got them precisely nowhere, they decided to launch a private prosecution against the 5 suspects. A private criminal prosecution is a relatively rare event, which is initiated by private citizens or organizations as opposed to the CPS. This case, in which the family were represented by Michael Mansfield QC, would be the very first private prosecution in the UK for a racially motivated attack. Of course, pursuing a private prosecution was not going to come cheap. The Lawrence family weren't exactly rolling in money, and the private nature of the prosecution meant that they were obviously never going to be entitled to legal aid. But a fundraising campaign, launched in 1994, resulted in a flood of donations pouring in from the public, whilst many legal professionals, quite staggeringly, offered their services for free. I don't think it's that staggering. Like, lawyers do a ton of pro bono work. And this sounds like a really good case to take up, because it just does, doesn't it? By April 1996, the private prosecution was all set to go. But as you may have already suspected, the Lawrence family did not get the outcome that they were pinning their hopes on. For starters, the charges against 2 of the suspects, David Norris and Jamie Accord, had already been dropped before the trial had even begun due to a complete lack of evidence. This meant that only David Norris, Neil Accord, and Luke Knight were facing charges of murder at the Central Criminal Court, all 3 pleading not guilty. The latter 2 were the faces picked out by Dwayne Brooks during the identity parade, but a further blow was struck to the prosecution when Dwayne Brooks was deemed to be unreliable. In comparison to Stephen Lawrence, Dwayne Brooks had struggled in recent years after leaving school with poor results and then moving out to his family home to shuffle between various hostels. His good friend Stephen had always been incredibly supportive during this rocky period and had tried to help Dwayne in any way he could. But the police didn't seem to like or trust Dwayne Brooks very much, as was evidenced at the actual murder scene when they viewed him as a threat and considered handcuffing him. Straight after the identification parade, Dwayne had been given a lift home by DS Christopher Crawley, who later alleged during this journey that Dwayne had quietly confided to him that he now wasn't so sure if he'd picked out the correct faces at all. Dwayne has always categorically denied saying any such thing. But after giving somewhat befuddled testimony during the trial in which he gave confusing and conflicting descriptions of the events, the judge, Mr. Justice Curtis, deemed him to be an unreliable witness, which meant that his evidence was inadmissible. And I mean, yeah, if his testimony is, clearly confused, then he does seem like an unreliable witness, which is seriously unfortunate. Of course, just as in the original case brought by the Crown Prosecution Service, the evidence of Dwayne Brooks wouldn't have been enough to secure convictions anyway, and the problem remains that there was practically nothing else to go on. Whilst the clothing of both the victim and all the suspects had been analysed extensively using the best methods available at the time, there was no blood found on the clothing of any of the suspects, which was concluded to have come from Stephen. Yeah, but like we said, what was in those bags? As Stephen had been wearing several layers of clothing on the night, these would most likely have cleaned the blade of the knife as it was withdrawn twice from the body during the stabbing, which meant that there would have been very little scope for any of Stephen's blood to get transferred onto his attackers anyway. In a special report written for the Lawrence family by forensic scientist Professor Angela Gallup, the professor conceded that there was no scientific evidence to connect the suspects with the murder, but she also concluded that this was hardly surprising given the extraordinary delay between the murder and the initial arrests. A fortnight's a pretty long window of time in which the suspects... A fortnight, by the way, Americans, is 2 weeks. I know that's something that we just use in Britain, I believe. A pretty long window of time in which suspects could have disposed of the most damning evidence at their convenience. If they'd really had their wits about them, they could have just shoved most of the clothes they were wearing on that night into black plastic bags, perhaps pausing only to give a friendly wave to the undercover detectives sitting uselessly in their cars. Yes, maybe it'd been a good idea to have acted a little bit quicker, police. I'm not saying that's what happened at all. It's just clear that the delay between the murder and the arrests wasn't ideal in terms of collecting crucial evidence. The murder trial lasted just 1 week, during which all 3 suspects had refused to speak. Mr. Justice Curtis wrapped things up very quickly when he directed the jury to deliver a not-guilty verdict for all 3 defendants, citing the unreliability of Dwayne Brooks and the lack of any other evidence. Not only did this mean that the 3 suspects had been acquitted of murder, it also meant that they could never be tried again for the same crime under the UK's double jeopardy law. Wait, really? Even if there's more evidence that comes forward? That's pretty wild. I thought double jeopardy was like a legend. Regular casual Criminalist viewers with a good memory, which hasn't been addled by alcohol or kebab abuse, may remember that we discussed the US version of Double Jeopardy during the Paul Werner Powell, the man who sent himself to the electric chair video. The principle behind this old procedural defense is that no defendant should ever be tried twice for the same crime if they've been acquitted of the charges. This is partly to avoid risk of entirely innocent people facing constant persecution from individuals who are wealthy enough to keep dragging them back to court to repeatedly defend the same false charges. Yeah, because they can just bring private prosecutions and continue to do that, which would be really unpleasant. In the US, this is a constitutional right, which is clearly referenced in the Fifth Amendment, and a very similar double jeopardy law is applied in the UK. So essentially, that meant that David Norris, Neil Aycourt, and Luke Knight hadn't just won the latest round of a legal battle, it meant they could never be tried again for the murder of Stephen Lawrence. Even if, it turns out, oh no, we invented a time machine and we went back in time and saw that it was you using our magical time machine. That wouldn't be enough to get them back into court and in prison. In the immediate aftermath of the acquittals, Doreen Lawrence angrily argued, quote, "We will never know if we had enough evidence or not because the jury were never given the opportunity to make that judgment. The judge directed them to return a verdict of not guilty." This isn't on the courts. The courts are just dealing with what they have been given evidence-wise, and that's what the justice is doing, and it's not wrong. They're doing what they do. In all fairness, though, while it's understandable that the Lawrence family were upset and frustrated at the outcome, you don't have to be a qualified law expert to recognize that the lack of evidence in this case had forced the judge into making that direction. It's debatable if Dwayne Brooks, a traumatized young man who had recently seen the brutal murder of his best friend, should have been so quickly dismissed as an unreliable witness, but the prosecution still required stronger evidence. Yet, even if he hadn't, it would not have been enough. While the blame for this lack of evidence may well sit in the laps of the Eltham police, who were too busy watching the suspects drive away into the distance with black plastic bags to provide anything of real value to the prosecution, the fact remains that Mr. Justice Curtis couldn't realistically have directed the jury in any other way. Yeah, this isn't Curtis's fault. This is the Eltham police's fault. The police decided to keep going, though. Perhaps surprisingly, they launched a second investigation in 1997, during which they planted a covert camera in Gary Dobson's flat, where the gang members were known to regularly hang out. I say surprising, because even if they managed to capture footage of either David Norris, Neil Aycourt, or Luke Knight blatantly confessing to the murder, it would have been too late to do anything about it, now that they had been acquitted. Maybe they were pinning their hopes on at least getting something out of the other two suspects, Gary Dobson and Jamie Aycourt. On the whole, the second investigation didn't really lead anywhere. Much of the captured surveillance footage depicted a group of utterly vile men wielding knives and discussing in the crudest terms how exactly they would torture and kill black people and policemen. Jesus Christ. People are fucking horrible. One of the most notable portions of the footage was a segment in which Gary Dobson appears to recall a violent incident involving a black man in a wimpy bar. Now, this sounds very similar to the incident in which Gurdy Bangai claims he was stabbed by a group that included Dobson just a month before the murder of Stephen Lawrence. But although we'll return to the surveillance footage, known as the Footscray footage, after the name of the road in which it was filmed, it has to be said that nothing was recorded which conclusively linked any of the suspects to any specific crime. However, a rather more conclusive result was declared in 1997 when the long-delayed inquest into Stephen's murder was finally completed. The 5 suspects had appeared at the inquest, but all of them had refused to utter a single word, claiming privilege against self-incrimination. But the findings of the inquest jury were quite shockingly specific. They didn't just conclude that Stephen Lawrence had been the victim of an unlawful killing, they delivered a verdict that he had been murdered in a completely unprovoked racist attack by 5 white youths. Aside from actually mentioning the names of the 5 white youths, you can't get much more explicit than that. No, but it's also what we know happened. Pretty much. It's not like this didn't happen, it's just there's not enough evidence to link the people who did it to the crime. Then the very next day, the Daily Mail newspaper went one step further and put together one of the most sensational and controversial newspaper front pages in history. Well, it is the Daily Mail. It's one of the things that they do. It's kind of a rag newspaper. Now I should point out that I'm not usually a fan of the Daily Mail. The notoriously right-wing, scaremongering newspaper usually has a reputation for printing inaccurate stories about how Muslims are trying to cancel Christmas, how benefit scroungers are cheating the system whilst living in mansions fueled by the taxpayer, and how your job is at immediate risk of illegal immigrants who are arriving in boats by the millions every day. Yeah, Danny summarised the Daily Mail there brilliantly. But on this occasion, in February 1997, I have to concede that the Daily Mail took quite an extraordinarily risky and courageous approach to their front page. Then editor Paul Darker made the decision to slap photographs of all 5 suspects on the front page under the bold headline, "Murderers." Holy sh**, that is a statement. I don't know what the civil laws are there, but that feels like you could be opening yourself up to some mega legal trouble. This was accompanied by the subheadline, "The Mail accuses these men of killing. If we're wrong, let them sue us." Oh my god, Daily Mail, fucking good for you. While some of the mothers of the suspects did start making a few noises about threatening to sue, no legal action was ever instigated against the Daily Mail. Oh my god. Because of course, for it to be libelous or slander or whatever, it has to be proven to be false or something like that, right? And then it would be like, oh no, people are going to go digging way too hard. And we don't want people digging. And we know why they didn't want people digging, allegedly. And as Doreen Lawrence observed, their silence is more eloquent than any denial. She also later praised the newspaper for having the balls to go with such a provocative headline and gave credit to editor Paul Dacre for helping to keep the story in the hearts and minds of the public. Yeah, I mean, it's not often I say this, but Daily Mail win right there. She said, "The front page made a lasting impression on our struggle for justice. It made everyone in Britain listen to us and support our fight." I fucking love this. I can't get over, it always blows my mind. This is the Daily Mail. It's like, fucking yes. What had prompted the usually repugnant publication to take such a gamble with a daring front page accusation that could potentially have led them to paying out massive libel damages? Paul Dacre would have you believe that this was a healthy example of an independent and self-regulating newspaper taking a stand for the greater good. But he also admits that he may never have run the headline at all if Stephen's father Neville hadn't just carried out some plastering work at his home, which by all accounts was excellent. So good work, Neville. I mean, yeah, he's the editor of the paper, but I'm sure he used to be a journalist before maybe editors of paper are still journalists. But he got promoted from being a journalist to being an editor, probably, right? And so he's used to picking up stories where he finds them. And then he picked up a story from his home life. That's totally fine and awesome. Good for you. I mad respect. Mad respect. However, with 3 of the suspects now acquitted and no significant progress made in subsequent investigations, attention now turned to how exactly the police had managed to make such a mess of all of this. The Lawrence family made a formal complaint to the Police Complaints Authority in 1997 over the conduct of the investigation, which they felt had not been handled properly because of Stephen Lawrence's race. They argued that the police simply couldn't seem to comprehend that a black teenager could be a completely innocent victim. A later report conducted by the independent authority concluded that while there were significant weaknesses, omissions, and lost opportunities, that's a quote, during the course of the investigation, there was no evidence whatsoever of any racist conduct from police officers. Just one officer, Detective Inspector Ben Bullock, faced disciplinary action of any kind when he was put before a tribunal on 13 charges relating to neglect of duty. He was ultimately cleared of 11 of those charges and was found guilty of just 2 of them: failure to properly brief officers searching the homes of suspects and failure to investigate an anonymous letter. Yeah, that's not going to be any serious trouble, is it? That's not good enough. However, Detective Inspector Ben Bullock just happened to retire the day after the tribunal. It's like the movies, isn't it? I expect your letter of resignation on my desk in the morning. It's like, you're not getting fired, but you are. Allegedly, in my opinion. And his punishment amounted to no more than a caution relating to a job from which he had just stepped down. The Metropolitan Police Force issued a cheerful statement in which they stated that Ben Bullock had been largely vindicated by the tribunal. Technically correct. In contrast, Neville and Doreen Lawrence believed that Ben Bullock had been guilty of all 13 charges and described the tribunal as a whitewash. Doreen told the press, quote, "We knew nothing was ever going to come out of it. I'm surprised that the tribunal found Bullock guilty of anything. He will retire with a very good pension. He will never be punished." But during the very same year, it was announced that the police were destined to face a far deeper scrutiny than the one from the complaints department. And this was largely down to a change in government. Under the Conservative government, which had been closing down mines and stealing milk from school children since 1979, the Home Secretary, Michael Howard, had shown little interest in the case of Stephen Lawrence and had refused to even meet the parents. That all changed quite dramatically when the Labour Party won a landslide victory in 1997. This is when I first started realising that politics was a thing. I was 10 in 1997, and I remember Labour billboards. I remember Labour having a huge win. And I remember the name Michael Howard. I don't know much about him. But yeah, this was kind of when I first started not paying attention. I was 10, but being aware that there were elections and such things. Well, they didn't quite reopen the mines or give the milk back to the school children, so they lost my vote straight away. Yes, Daddy, let's reopen the mines. Look, I'm not saying that wasn't a really intense time in history that made a lot of people very miserable and out of work. But also, I'm kind of glad that the UK's not mining shit anymore, because the economy would be about primary industries, which just, for a small island, doesn't make a lot of sense when there's a lot of other mine coming from abroad where they've got a lot more of it. But the new Home Secretary, Jack Straw, was clearly a lot more concerned about what exactly had gone wrong during the Stephen Lawrence murder case. After taking the time to actually meet with the parents of the teenager who was murdered 4 years earlier, he announced a judicial inquiry into the killing and the subsequent investigation, which would be overseen by the retired High Court Judge Sir William Macpherson. And it would be difficult to accuse this one of being a whitewash. Taking the best part of 18 months to complete, the Macpherson report was compiled after the team pored over 100,000 pages of supporting documentation, poked its nose into every nook and cranny of the police investigation, analysed the wider issues related to perceived racism within the police force, and heard testimony from 88 witnesses during the public inquiry stage. Excellent. Who is this? Jack Straw. Good for you. Not all of the witnesses were particularly forthcoming in their answers. You guessed it, the 5 suspects had been invited along. They clearly didn't want to be there, but they'd been threatened with prosecution if they didn't attend. Throughout the inquiry, all 5 suspects contributed very little other than to give evasive responses which ran along the lines of, "I don't remember," or "I have no idea." Wait, why did the 3 that have been acquitted of this show up? They can't be prosecuted. So you just be like, "Nah, f*** off, mate. I'm not coming. You can't do me for this." As they left the inquiry for the last time, they were pelted with bottles by an angry crowd, but it didn't seem to bother the suspects too much. Awesome. In fact, it seems like they were up for a fight. I'm not sure how a person strongly suspected of murder is meant to leave the stage of a public inquiry, but this was quite unlike anything I'd ever seen. All 5 suspects adopted an unusually cocky swagger whilst almost sneering at the crowd and daring them to throw something else in their faces. If the police escorts hadn't been there to roughly manhandle them into their vehicles, it seems to me as if the suspects would have happily just leaped into the huge crowd of protesters with flailing fists. Despite the lack of cooperation from the suspects, the 350-page Macpherson report was finally published in February 1999, and it certainly pulled no punches. The report concluded that the police had failed in their investigation into the murder of Stephen Lawrence because of fundamental errors, incompetence, failure of leadership from senior officers, and here comes the real stinger: institutional racism. Shock of all shocks. It naturally came as a bit of a blow to the Metropolitan Police Service to be officially labelled as institutionally racist. Sir William Macpherson even helped them out by providing an explicit explanation of this term, which has since pretty much become accepted as the definition of institutional racism in the UK, and we quote here: "The collective failure of an organisation to provide an appropriate and professional service to people because of their colour, culture, or ethnic origin. It is seen in process, attitudes, and behaviour which amount to discrimination through unwitting prejudice, ignorance, thoughtlessness, and racist stereotyping, which disadvantages minority ethnic people." That is a very succinct and well put together definition, as you'd expect after people went through 100,000 pages of documents over several years. It's important to bear in mind that the Macpherson report was never trying to imply that every individual member of the Metropolitan Police Force at this time was an ignorant racist. No, of course not. Most people I don't know, it's hard to say, isn't it? But people generally aren't racist. And this was the 90s and it is the police. I don't know, I like to have a bit more faith in people than that. But I like to think like, oh yeah, no, most people aren't racist. It's just a few bad apples, but you never fucking know, do you? And it did put forward valid reasons as to how such a culture could easily emerge within an organisation like the police. When predominantly white officers only ever interact with ethnic minorities in relation to criminal behaviour, this has the unfortunate potential to create negative racial stereotypes that could pervade the whole organisation. And it was clear that sweeping changes were now required from top to bottom to tackle such negative stereotyping. But are there no black cops in 1990s? Like, really? The report found that earlier recommendations in the 1981 Scarman Report commissioned after Brixton riots had been largely ignored. Macpherson came up with his own list of no less than 70 recommendations, which included detailed common-sense measures to confront the racist culture within the ranks and enable the total reform of police procedures, attitudes, and accountability. The recommendations also included wider points on public policy and law, including calls to strengthen awareness and accountability right across the civil service and various other public bodies. The good news here is that unlike the Scarman Report, which was quickly forgotten in the space of about a week, the vast majority of Sir William Macpherson's recommendations were implemented to some degree within the next few years. Although the report was hailed by many as a milestone moment in the history of criminal justice in the UK, Doreen Lawrence wasn't entirely thrilled by the outcome. She stated afterwards, quote, "I was looking forward to the report, thinking that it would be a watershed for centuries to come, but instead it has only scratched the surface and has not gone to the heart of the problem. Nonetheless, the report represents an opportunity not to be missed by this society as a whole." Yeah, I mean, it's not going to be perfect, but it does seem like quite a good start, doesn't it? 70 points, 350 pages over several years. It's a start, and a start is better than nothing. Despite Doreen's cautious reservations, the Macpherson report was very much regarded as a watershed by many, and bearing in mind the damning nature of the comprehensive report and the wide-ranging set of positive proposals to tackle institutional racism across the board, I'm not sure if Sir William Macpherson would have realistically scratched any further. Although the actual case went largely cold over the next few years, it rarely slipped from public attention. In 1999, after protracted negotiations, the 5 suspects agreed to be interviewed separately on television by journalist Martin Bashir for the ITV network. Martin Bashir himself is no stranger to controversy, having conducted an interview with Princess Diana under false pretenses and a friendly interview with Michael Jackson, which some say threw the subject under a bus. Wait, I don't know these two things, but I guess they were pretty bad. The interviews proved to be difficult to watch, packed full of contradictions. All 5 of the suspects appeared to go out of their way to appear like nice, regular guys, and often ended every answer with Martin's first name, i.e., "No, I didn't do anything wrong, Martin," to show that they were personal people who didn't even mind being asked penetrating questions by a man of colour. And yet, some of the suspects were keen to cultivate their hard man image. For example, Neil Acorn revealed, "If someone put trouble my way, I would not stand for it. Simple as that." The interviews didn't really seem to please anybody. It was argued at the time that the suspects had already been given plenty of official opportunities to speak up on the murder, but had chosen to remain largely silent, so it was questioned why they were all being now given such a public platform to try and prove their innocence. It does all seem a bit weird, doesn't it? The suspects themselves later complained that the footage had been unfairly edited to make them all look guilty. 1999 was also the year in which Neville and Doreen Lawrence filed for divorce. Neville revealed that it had been sadly impossible to maintain their previous loving relationship after the murder of their son, as they could no longer reach out to each other in any meaningful way. Neville moved back to Jamaica and has since given hundreds of talks to schools, universities and prisons, picking up several honorary doctorates in law and education along the way. Doreen stayed in the UK, where her continued efforts as a campaigner against racism eventually led to a seat in the House of Lords for the Right Honourable Barrister Doreen Lawrence OBE in 2013. Oh my god, that's amazing. God damn, good for you. In the year 2000, the Lawrence family were paid a paltry sum of £320,000 by the Metropolitan Police in damages for the failings of the institutionally racist organisation. Yeah, I feel like in the UK it's like, yeah, it's a small amount, but it's like, yeah, it's kind of what the UK does. If this was America, it'd be like buying a mansion and like America always offers like, always has like huge settlements compared to the UK. Friend Dwayne Brooks had to wait much longer as he endured a 6-year legal battle when he sued the police in 2000 for negligence and racism, claiming that their treatment of him as a suspect rather than a witness had led to him requiring psychiatric treatment. The claim for negligence was ultimately dismissed as the police were not deemed liable for his psychiatric illness, but he was allowed to pursue the claim for racism, eventually reaching a settlement with the police in 2006 after Dwayne accepted £100,000 and a written apology in return for dropping the case. The Police Complaints Authority was scrapped in 2004 and replaced with the Independent Police Complaints Commission, a new body with even greater independence from the police and the government, which was seen by many as a direct response to the Lawrence family's strong disapproval of how their original complaint was handled. Over the next few years, the freshly formed IPCC would certainly be kept busy in relation to the Stephen Lawrence investigation. In 2006, the BBC reported on the allegations from a whistleblower that DS John Davidson, a senior detective during the original investigation, had been accepting bribes to deliberately obstruct the case and protect the witnesses from none other than Clifford Norris. Wait, was that the drug baron dude? He's bribing a detective sergeant. That's nuts. Police, I always feel, I know it sounds super ignorant, but the cost of accepting a bribe, because police have such great pensions and they retire pretty young, if you accept a bribe and you get caught, that's all fucking done. How is it? It just doesn't seem like worth the risk. But I guess these were pretty massive bribes. You may remember that Clifford was the wealthy drug baron father of suspect David Norris and was also known as the godfather of Eltham. Yes. The whistleblower, a former corrupt police detective himself, told the BBC, quote, "Davidson told me that he was looking after Norris, and that to me meant that he was protecting him, protecting his family against arrest and any conviction." This is nuts. It was also alleged in a subsequent BBC report that Scotland Yard had been aware of this since the late 1990s, but had withheld the information from the McPherson inquiry. God damn, if that is true, that is nuts. DS John Davidson always denied the allegations, and he was cleared of any wrongdoing by the IPCC, who concluded that it could find no link between DS John Davidson, Clifford Norris, and the murder investigation, and no evidence that the police had withheld any information from the inquiry. Okay, so, that is, as we've discussed, a brand new independent body who's saying that there doesn't seem to be any evidence to support this. So it's just one whistleblower against him. It does seem like, why would the whistleblower do this? But you don't know. There could be motivations. He could have just really not liked the guy. Scotland Yard subsequently attacked the BBC and accused the Broadcasting Corporation of lacking standards, ethics and balance, as well as ignoring available evidence. Well, it doesn't seem that there was any evidence. It was just like one whistleblower's word. Just a few years later, the IPCC would again be looking into allegations of corruption relating to the investigation, following issues which were picked up by the Metropolitan Police themselves during a review of the case. An unnamed 62-year-old retired constable and an unnamed 53-year-old serving member of the police staff had been suspected of hiding and withholding evidence during the Macpherson inquiry. On this occasion, the anonymous pair were actually arrested, but they were released from bail when the IPCC concluded, without much in the way of detail, that no further action should be taken. But maybe even this new super-independent IPCC wasn't all it was cracked up to be. Uh-oh. It was only after the organisation regenerated yet again into the Independent Office for Police Conduct in 2018 that a further investigation was conducted into the matter of DS John Davidson, which concluded that the police should have passed all information available about these allegations of corruption onto the Macpherson inquiry and failed to do so. This new body also passed on evidence to the Crown Prosecution Service relating to the possible criminal misconduct of 4 other officers working on the case, including the 2 familiar names, Detective Superintendent Brian Whedon, who chose not to arrest anybody for 2 weeks, and Detective Inspector Ben Bullock, who had already been cleared of 11 of the 13 charges before retiring the very next day. In 2023, the CPS announced that it would not be pursuing criminal charges against any of these officers. Baroness Lawrence responded to this recent decision with the words, "Not a single police officer has been disciplined or will be charged. In my opinion, the police have, yet again, got away scot-free." The Crown Prosecution Service admitted that it understood why the Lawrence family may have felt disappointed by the decision. Yeah, it's probably not quite cutting it to say they're disappointed. Perhaps we'll only make real progress on this when the Independent Office for Police Conduct inevitably undergoes yet another revamp and rebrand in the distant future. Yeah, it does seem a little bit like history repeating itself, doesn't it, guys? Come on, do better. I'm putting a $5 on the Independent Police Complaints Bureau of independent people who are independent of the police. Yeah, it's just rebranding nonsense. So, if we rewind to 2006, we begin to see the first real developments in the collection of compelling evidence since, we begin to see the real developments in collection of compelling evidence. This was the year that the Daily Mail decided to repeat its controversial murderers headline in frustration at the lack of progress. And once again, can't believe I'm saying this, but good for fucking you, Daily Mail. And repeated its invitation to the suspects to sue the newspaper if it was wrong, an invitation which again was not taken up. What the Daily Mail may not have known at the time is that a new cold case review was already underway, which was being conducted in top secret. Professor Angela Gallup had been called up again to assist in the case, and this time a team of experts were in a position to re-examine every single scrap of evidence using mitochondrial DNA techniques which had not been around back when they'd had the last opportunity to take a look. And they came across a couple of tiny things that were to change everything. The team were now able to identify a microscopic speck of blood which had been dried into the fibers of a jacket belonging to suspect Gary Dobson and matched the DNA profile of Stephen Lawrence by a certainty of 999 in 1,000. Gary Dobson, you better start praying that you were one of the original 3. Otherwise, you seem to be fairly fucked, son. It would have been impossible for the blood to have been transferred from elsewhere as a dried sample and could only have been entrapped in the fibers when still wet. A pair of jeans taken from the bedroom of suspect David Norris were also found to contain 2 tiny dark brown strands of hair measuring between 1 and 2 millimeters in length. 2 tiny dark brown strands of hair which were conclusively identified as belonging to Stephen Lawrence. You're also dude. Like, what the? This is... So you got rid of the clothes? Did you just get rid of the ones that were just a little bit bloody and you didn't get rid of everything? You have to get rid of everything. The shoes, the clothes, cut your hair, shave your beard. What are you up to? For the first time, it appeared that real evidence was finally coming to light around 13 years after the murder, even if it was only potentially incriminating to just 2 of the 5 suspects, Dobson and Norris. There was another problem, though. It would have been perfectly legal to charge Gary Dobson in light of this new evidence, as he'd never previously been put on trial for the murder. Yeah, okay, so who was it? Dobson and Norris. So David Norris is off the hook. However, the same couldn't be said for David Norris. He was one of the 3 defendants in the private prosecution of 1996 who were acquitted of murder and therefore couldn't be tried again for the same crime under the double jeopardy law. Bugger. That's crazy. It's new DNA evidence. Like, what? Oh, hang on just a minute, though. Oh, please, Danny, please tell me that something happens and they managed to make this work. One of the many recommendations put forward in the McPherson report was a change in the law which would allow an acquitted murder suspect to face a retrial in exceptional circumstances when fresh and viable evidence had been uncovered. Excellent. This was a direct response to the disastrous initial investigation and was based on the idea that if the police completely cocked up a case the first time around, the victims should be allowed to seek justice again later down the line when the police got their act together and started finding evidence. Yes, as it should be. Not everyone agreed with this recommendation, as some feared that this could lead to repeated prosecutions of entirely innocent parties. Yeah, but there needs to be, what was it? Fresh and viable new evidence. And if there's not fresh and viable new evidence, then that's quickly gonna stop happening. This seems like a very reasonable law. Nevertheless, the 800-year-old double jeopardy law was finally updated in the Criminal Justice Act of 2003 to allow retrials in England and Wales if both the Director of Public Prosecutions and the Court of Appeal agreed that an original acquittal should be quashed. And that's exactly what happened in 2010 when the Director of Public Prosecutions, Keir Starmer QC. Keir Starmer is in Keir Starmer, now leader of the Labour Party. Well, there you go. Successfully applied to the Court of Appeal to quash Gary Dobson's murder acquittal from 1996. Sir Keir Starmer is now more widely recognised as the leader of the Labour Party, and depending on how long it takes for this video to come out, there's every chance that he might even be Prime Minister by now, after the UK has endured another 13 years of Conservative rule. Yeah, Conservatives have been in charge for a long time. He might even have reopened the mines and given the milk back to the school children. One can but dream. Both Gary Dobson and David Norris were charged with the murder of Stephen Lawrence in late 2010, although this major event didn't attract headlines at the time, as reporting restrictions have been put in place to help protect the ongoing investigation and ensure that the suspects were given a fair hearing. Yeah, the ability for the press to be silenced on stuff in the UK is pretty extraordinary. Like, this was just not in the papers because the government said no. Pretty wild, right? For like a big, country that you think's quite free. It's not, really. Press freedom in the UK is kind of bad. It hadn't been too hard to track down Gary Dobson in 2010 because he was already in prison. Over the years, he'd been arrested for a string of offences and was once suspected of helping to smuggle illegal immigrants into the UK, although the charges against him were later dropped. He had, however, only just started his first prison sentence in 2010 after he was ensnared by the serious organised crime agency who filmed him dropping off a bit of weed. Well, actually quite a lot of weed. He was carrying about £330,000 worth of the stuff, which earned him a 5-year prison sentence. I'm like, oh no, he went to prison for weed? And then it's like, oh no, he's a massive drug dealer. Okay, fair enough. The other defendant, David Norris, wasn't in prison in 2010, but the son of the godfather of Eltham had already served an 18-month stretch from 2002 after, wait for it, shouting racial abuse and hurling a drink at a black police officer from a car which was being driven by another original suspect, Neil Acorte, who actually drove right at the police officer. David Norris may have been living in a posh gated community at the time of Stephen Lawrence's murder, but after falling out with his gangster daddy, he was living in more modest surroundings when he was charged with murder in 2010. In fact, he was living in a bedsit above a small pub in Greenwich and was trying to make ends meet by selling scrap metal. Oh, that's grim. From the gated community to that. This was a far cry from the life he was living at his dad's luxury mock-up Tudor mansion funded by crime, but it was probably still preferable to the lifestyle that awaited him if he was found guilty of murder. The trial got underway on the 14th of November 2011 at the Central Criminal Court, presided over by Mr. Justice Treacy. It had been tricky to select a jury of 12, as Mr. Justice Treacy had insisted that the jury should not include anyone with connections to the police or forensic science or the local area, or indeed anyone who already had a detailed knowledge of the case, as the judge felt that everything that had been reported in the past should now be completely disregarded to enable the case to start with a clean slate. Considering how frequently the case had been extensively reported in the press, I can only assume that the final jury was made up of people who had been living in a swamp for the previous 18 years. It could also be made up of people like me who are vaguely aware of the case but didn't really know much about it because it was when we were growing up and just kids. The case for the prosecution was led by Mark Ellison QC, who was keen to place the emphasis on the new forensic evidence which included the speck of Stephen Lawrence's blood found on Gary Dobson's jacket and the strands of Stephen's hair found on the jeans found in Dean Norris's bedroom. Of course, none of this new forensic evidence revealed which of the suspects was wielding the knife that ultimately killed Stephen Lawrence, but Mark Ellison's argument was that Stephen's death was the result of a joint enterprise carried out by a gang of violent thugs. That's it, the joint enterprise thing. Is where you also get guilty of murder because someone in the group murdered someone and you reasonably foresaw that they could murder, or cause GBH to someone, grievous bodily harm, all of whom were equally culpable for the murder. The main thrust of the defense was that this new forensic evidence had been in police storage for 18 years and could potentially have become contaminated over time. Yeah, 999 out of 1,000, mate. Not such a good argument. The point appeared to be given some credence during a cross-examination of the Metropolitan Police's chief forensic scientist, Adrian Wayne. When Gary Dobson's barrister, Tim Roberts QC, asked the scientist if it was possible for contamination to have occurred during the point of storage, Adrian Wayne admitted that he couldn't rule it out. Tim Roberts QC also pointed out that Gary Dobson had not worn the blood-stained jacket for years, and that the witnesses had testified that his client had been at home with his parents on the night of the attack. The barrister told the jury, "The papers in this case are voluminous, but the actual physical evidence upon which this charge is brought, the fibers and fragments, would not fill a teaspoon." It's a pretty good argument for old Tim Roberts QC there, isn't it? I mean, I know I criticized it before, but it's like, that's what it was brought on. And he's just trying to say that, yeah, no, I don't know. I think why I think that is because I know that juries are quite hard to persuade with forensic evidence because they expect it to be super airtight. And this guy's just poking a tiny hole in it, and that can be enough. Similarly, David Norris's barrister, Stephen Batten QC, also argued that the evidence had been contaminated, whilst pointing out that his client was far too stylish to be seen out and about in the varnish-stained jeans that contained strands of Stephen Lawrence's hair. He asked the jury, what is the probability, or even possibility, that a self-respecting young man would be out for the evening with his mates in those filthy things? That is weak, my dude. Although the case appeared to hinge on this new forensic evidence, there was of course much more to uncover and dissect over the course of the next few weeks of the trial. Dwayne Brooks was called to give evidence during what was a very difficult time for him, as his father had just died the night before he took the stand. Dwayne was now a councillor for the Liberal Democrats in Lewisham and had put his name forward as the Liberal candidate for the London 2012 mayoral election, although he wouldn't make the shortlist. He would later make an unusual defection to the Conservative Party in 2018. All the people involved in this got very into politics later. Dwayne became very emotional during questioning, breaking down in tears on multiple occasions, perhaps not too surprising given that just one day after his father had died, he was being asked to recall the night that his best friend was murdered. He was challenged by defense barrister Stephen Batten QC over how some of his statements appeared to have changed slightly over the years, and how some of his memories didn't fit at all with the memories of the other witnesses at the bus stop. For example, Dwayne recalled that he himself was chased at one point by a member of the group, an event which none of the other witnesses could remember seeing at all. However, by the end of the cross-examination, it was Dwayne Brooks who appeared to display the most composure, while Stephen Batten QC had got himself worked up into a bit of a lather. As Dwayne stepped down from the witness box, he glared long and hard at the two suspects, who immediately looked away at something that must have caught their gaze in the complete opposite direction. The jury were later shown segments from the Footscray footage, the surveillance footage from Gary Dobson's flat, which captured a typical wholesome night in with defendants Gary Dobson and David Norris, and other original suspects Neil Acorn and Luke Knight. Wholesome night in, where they're playing with knives and talking about being racists. The younger brother, Jamie Acorn, wasn't caught on camera, but this was only because he was in custody at the time in relation to an entirely different offence. Dobson's defense barrister, Tim Roberts, had argued beforehand that the Footscray footage should not be shown in court as it had no value as evidence other than to show that the teenagers had been unpleasant people. That's putting it a little mildly, as the court was able to see for themselves when Mr. Justice Treasty ruled that the footage should be shown. Members of the group, who are seen playing with big knives and swinging them about as if they're practicing the most effective stabbing motion, not a crime in itself of course, it's just that most people would probably make do with an imaginary lightsaber when playing that sort of game. The most shocking segments of the footage are the ones in which the gang are enjoying conversations which are impossible to reproduce here, as they're packed with the most appalling racist slurs you can imagine. We already mentioned Gary Dobson appears to recall the incident in which Gerdie Bangy was stabbed in a Wimpy bar. He also recalls a fun incident at work in which a black colleague playfully stole his hat, to which Dobson apparently responded by unsheathing his Stanley knife and threatening to slice him up. Psycho. David Norris then goes on a sickening rant, again using words that we won't repeat here, about how if he ever decides to commit suicide, he would first like to torture and kill every black person he ever came across by skinning them alive and setting them on fire. What the fuck? The Footscray footage doesn't exactly paint, and is also pretty dim, because if you skin someone alive, all of their pain receptors are going to be gone, so when you set them on fire, they're not going to feel anything. Use your brain, David, you thicko. The Footscray footage doesn't exactly paint any suspects in a positive light, but again, it has to be emphasized that it doesn't conclusively link them to any specific crime either. It shows that the gang are utterly vile people, but not necessarily utterly vile criminals. When defendant Gary Dobson finally took to the stand, he wasn't quite the same swaggering figure that had strolled out of the public inquiry in 1999 looking for a fight with the crowd. The slightly more subdued version of Dobson was naturally asked about his own thoughts on the Footscray footage, which had sent ripples of disgust through the entire courtroom. Dobson described some of the footage as just a bit of friendly banter and pointed out that he was accustomed to using the N-word frequently because he enjoyed listening to hip-hop. Oh, please, you're just a racist. His bloodstained jacket suggested that Dobson was more of a prog rock fan than a hip-hop fan. It was emblazoned with the name of the 70s band Supertramp, which admittedly would have been an unusual and perhaps deeply uncool jacket for a teenager to be sporting in the early 90s. I actually quite liked them, but I still wouldn't have left the house wearing a Supertramp jacket in my teens. Dobson claimed that he was never really a fan of the band anyway, and the jacket had been a crap birthday present from his family when he was a young kid. He said that he had only worn it to school a few times before he put it away for good after the other kids took the piss out of him. He reckoned he hadn't worn it in years. Now, that's all well and good, but prosecution barrister Mark Ellison pointed out to Dobson that the jacket showed clear signs of heavy wear and was covered in cigarette burns. Dobson responded by saying that other family members had borrowed his jacket from time to time, including his brother, his mum, and his auntie. Ah, yes, the classic highly in-demand Supertramp jacket. He seemed to be implying that one of them must have been guilty of the murder, but it certainly wasn't him. Perhaps it was the auntie who bought the crap jacket in the first place, so this was payback. Gary Dobson also claimed that he was indoors at the time of the murder on the night of 1993, but there were inconsistencies in the story he originally gave to the police a couple of weeks after the murder and the story that he was now telling in court. He originally claimed that he'd been at the family home all night listening to music and had never left the house. He only heard about the murder of Stephen Lawrence after he read about it in the newspaper. However, this conflicted with the testimony of another witness, a friend of Gary Dobson by the name of Matthew White, who told the police that he'd been hanging around with Dobson at the home of the Acorn brothers late that night. So, Gary Dobson was now saying in court that he was at home for most of the night, during the time in which Stephen Lawrence was attacked, but then he popped round to Neil and Jamie Acord's home very late at night to borrow a CD. And not just any old CD, though. He wanted to borrow a Bob Marley CD, because Gary Dobson was obviously just the type of person to dig the groove of Bob Marley. I bet he liked Stevie Wonder and Aretha Franklin too. He was now stating that the first time he heard of the murder was when his friend Matthew White burst through the door to tell everyone that a young lad had just been killed around the corner. By the way, remember that name, Matthew White? It might become important 12 years later. Might it, Danny? Might it? Bit of foreshadowing there, is that, Danny?
That's a surprise tool that can help us later.
When questioned by Mark Ellison QC, Dobson couldn't give a rational explanation as to why his story had changed so significantly, but he did point out that the police officers had only asked him where he was at the time of the murder, rather than where he was a bit later on that same night. His parents backed him up in court. Shocking. But again, there was a very slight difference in what his mother Pauline had originally told the police and what she was now saying in court. In her original police statement, Pauline claimed that she had last seen her son on that night making toast in the kitchen at around 10:40 to 10:45 p.m. When his parents, and I know you're like under oath and shit, but can we really? They're very biased. She now claimed that that time had actually been 10:30. When questioned by Mark Ellison over why the time had changed slightly, a visibly irritated Pauline Dobson snapped back, give or take 10 minutes then. But it's interesting that Pauline had pushed back the clock by around 10 to 15 minutes to a time that was much closer to the exact moment of the murder of Stephen Lawrence. The other defendant, David Norris, was keen to point out that he was no angel, but that did not make him a murderer. He admitted that the racist conversation captured on the Footscray footage was immature and put his violent attitude down to his upbringing. As he put it to Mark Ellison, "I grew up in London, sir. You learn to look after yourself." In a similar fashion to Gary Dobson, he was now keen to shift responsibility for the relevant clothing exhibit, in his case the jeans containing strands of Stephen Lawrence's hair, onto his immediate family. He pointed out that the jeans were far too baggy for him, as he preferred tight-fitting clothes, so they must have belonged to his brother, who was never once implicated in anything in this case. Yeah, I mean, you see what they're doing here, right? It's just like reasonable doubt. They don't have to prove that the brother wore the jeans. They just have to sow enough doubt that the Norris chap didn't. Maybe Norris didn't have an auntie to throw under the bus. The exact whereabouts of David Norris on that night were more than a little murky. He freely admitted that he regularly visited the home of the Acorn brothers late in the evenings during that period, but not on that night. Definitely not on that night. When Mark Ellison asked him twice how he could be so sure about that, Norris responded both times that it was because he was an innocent man. His mother, Teresa, later told the court that her son would definitely have been at home at that time of the night with the rest of the family, as it was a school night. She seemed to be suggesting that, as a matter of course, her 16-year-old son was home by a sensible time every single school night. Not only does this conflict with her son's own admission that he regularly visited the Acorns late in the evening, it's also a little odd because Norris had left school by this point. Maybe just hadn't told his mum. So it's not like he had to get his PE kit ready for the next morning. When challenged about these points by Mark Ellison, Teresa could only respond with, "My son would have been at home." One of the most interesting tussles toward the end of the trial occurred when the prosecution intended to call up a scientist by the name of Rosalind Hammond to the stand. Rosalind was a scientist working at Professor Angela Gallup's company, LGC Forensics, which had uncovered the new evidence on the clothing of the suspects, and the prosecution's intention was to get her take on just how likely it was that any of this evidence could have been contaminated while in police storage. Excellent. Wait, who's this for? For the prosecution. The defense barristers really didn't like this idea at all. You know why? Because she's going to be like, it's vanishingly slim. There's basically no chance. There's no reasonable chance. Tim Roberts QC argued that Rosalind wasn't an expert in contamination and wasn't an independent professional, as she was working for the team that kept coming up with all this so-called evidence. He pleaded with Mr. Justice Treacy to exclude Rosalind Hammond from proceedings on the foggy grounds that her opinions could trespass on the function of the jury. I mean, you might as well take a crack at it, Tim, but I don't think this is going to work out very well. It's almost as if they were fearful of what she might have to say. Treacy considered this request, but later ruled that Rosalind should be heard. Excellent choice. And it turns out she had quite a lot to say, as she was banging on for hours. She essentially guided the court through every single step that would have needed to occur to create any risk of contamination on any of the clothing exhibits, concluding that each and every step was unlikely and that there was no realistic possibility of contamination. It was also again emphasized that the only possible way for the blood found on the Supertramp jacket to have become entrapped in the fibers was as if it had been fresh, wet blood. It's difficult to think of a realistic way in which this jacket could have later become contaminated with the fresh blood of Stephen Lawrence or a close family member whilst it was being held in storage for 18 years. Good job, Rosalind. You just going in there and being like, there's no chance, which is exactly what you should be doing. Perhaps the defense barristers had a couple of theories about this. No, apparently they didn't. They didn't have much more than the aforementioned admission from the Metropolitan Police Chief's forensic scientist that the contamination couldn't be ruled out. Aside from that, the defense were unable to provide an expert to demonstrate how exactly contamination could have occurred. Sounds like you really should have found someone who can be like, because you can come up with ways, like however unlikely, and just make them seem slightly more likely. Likely enough that it's beyond, that they could be like, oh, we can't get it beyond all reasonable doubt. You couldn't find anyone? Shortly before Christmas 2011, the closing speeches from both sides were heard, after which Mr. Justice Treacy gave a lengthy closing address to the jury in which he ran through all of the evidence one last time, but would have to wait until after Christmas for the verdict. On January the 3rd, 2012, the jury returned to the courtroom, having spent just over 8 hours in deliberations. The unanimous verdict was declared that Gary Dobson and David Norris were guilty of the murder of Stephen Lawrence. Kinney. Neville and Doreen Lawrence may have been long divorced, but they presented a united front in the courtroom as always. Both silently shed tears shortly after the verdict was announced. As the two convicted murderers were removed from the courtroom and escorted to their cells, David Norris remained silent, while Gary Dobson yelled in the direction of the jury, oh, this is going to get spicy, "You've condemned an innocent man today. I hope you can all live with that." Oh, come off it, David. You're guilty as fucking sin, mate. And the court agrees, so we can say that. No need for an allegedly. I was a little surprised that he felt the jury had only condemned one innocent man rather than two. You clown. I didn't even pick up on that. Perhaps he knew he was guilty, but he felt compelled to speak up for his friend. Sentencing took place 2 days later. Oh, come on, put them away for life. Let's do a whole life order. During which Mr. Justice Treacy noted that the defendants were involved in a crime which was committed for no other reason than racial hatred. He told the defendants a totally innocent 18-year-old youth on the threshold of a promising life was brutally cut down in the street in front of eyewitnesses by a racist, thuggish gang. You were both members of that gang. I have no doubt at all that you fully subscribed to its views and attitudes. Whilst the judge conceded that it was not known who wielded the knife, he ruled that the person who owned the knife did so with the knowledge and approval of the rest of the gang, and while such a random attack on a stranger was clearly not premeditated, the judge suggested that the group were fully prepared to attack a victim in this way should an opportunity arise. Yes, all you have to show is that they knew and approved, apparently, of someone having a knife and that it could be used to cause GBH, which when you're in a gang and you're carrying a knife, that's what the point of the knife is. Easy. He also noted that neither Dobson nor Norris expressed the slightest remorse or regret for their part in their murder. Although, to be fair, they are claiming innocence. So it'd be weird if they were like, yeah, if I did it, I feel bad. But I didn't do it. The sentencing may have seemed surprisingly light for a murder conviction. Gary Dobson, who, of course, was already serving a 5-year sentence for drug smuggling, was sentenced to a minimum prison term of 15 years and 2 months, while David Norris was given 14 years and 3 months. It's not enough. I know, this is normally where I'm like, God, I wish it was America. America, they'd just be like life without parole, biatch. And here it's like 14 years. When was this? 2012? So we're at 12 years. So these guys are going to be getting out of prison in the next few years, which, that's not brilliant because these guys belong in prison forever. Forever. Mr. Justice Treacy acknowledged that the sentences were lower than some might have expected. If the pair had been found guilty of murder committed just a couple of years later, they could have expected to receive life sentences with a minimum term of 30 years each. That seems way more on point. But the point is that Gary Dobson was only 17 years old in 1993, while David Norris was only 16. That is important to take into account. And so they both received juvenile sentences to reflect their ages and maturity at the time of the murder. Okay, I gotta say, that is a huge mitigating factor, because your brain just doesn't work properly at those ages. And don't get me wrong, I definitely think that these guys would grow up to be scumbags, but that is really young. There are some who have questioned whether this was entirely fair. As Dobson and Norris were standing there, 18 years after the event and protesting their innocence as adults, it was felt by many that they should be sentenced as adults. No, but that's not when they committed the crime. They committed the crime as juveniles, and that's when it matters. If they were 8 and they'd done this, and then they were facing trial, which they wouldn't because it's below the age of criminal responsibility, but bear with me. If they were facing trial 20 years later, they're not thinking of them as 28-year-olds, they're thinking of them as 8-year-olds. And I know 8 isn't the same as 16, but 16 isn't the same as 18 or 20 or 25 or 30. Like, brains are still growing. A request was later made to the Attorney General Dominic Grieve to assess if the sentencing had been unduly lenient, but the Attorney General decided that the matter should not be referred to the Court of Appeal, as the minimum terms were within the appropriate range of sentences. Gary Dobson's mother Pauline protested to the press that her son was innocent and claimed that every police officer who had ever worked on the case was aware that Dobson had done nothing wrong. Meanwhile, in the immediate aftermath of the verdict, the Lawrence family expressed mixed emotions outside the courtroom. Doreen Lawrence seemed to be pleased with the actual verdicts, but also made it clear that this was no celebration. She asked, "How can I celebrate when my son lies buried, when I cannot see him or speak to him? These verdicts will not bring my son back. Had the police done their job properly, I would have spent the last 18 years grieving for my son rather than fighting to get his killers to court." Neville Lawrence stated that he was full of joy and relief at the verdicts, but also noted that the other members of the gang who murdered his son were still walking free and called for them to be brought to justice. Scotland Yard Commissioner Bernard Hogan Howe appeared to be directly responding to this statement when he declared the other people involved in the murder of Stephen Lawrence should not rest easy in their beds. It doesn't appear that he's directly responding to the statement. He's definitely saying that. As we'll soon discover, there continued to be fresh discoveries and developments even 30 years after the murder, but to date, none of the other people involved in the murder have ever faced new charges, so the statement from Scotland Yard is ringing a little hollow at the moment. Yeah, but we've still got a whole bunch of pages left, Annie. There's got to be more to this story, right? We're only like 3/4 of the way through. As for the other 3 suspects, Luke Knight is the only one who appears to have kept out of trouble. He still lives in the local area and was last seen working as a roofer and a labourer, although he recently applied to be rehoused in a different area. He claims that he was suffering from psychological issues after enduring regular intimidation from anti-racist groups. We've already mentioned that Neil Aycourt, the alleged leader of the gang, got into trouble with Gary Dobson in 2002 when they both shouted racial abuse at a police officer of colour before Aycourt drove a car right at him, an offence which landed Aycourt in prison for the first time. In later years, he took his mother's maiden name of Stewart and in an attempt to escape any association with the murder and potential revenge attacks. And it was under this new name of Neil Stewart that he was sentenced to 6 years in prison in 2017 for his part in a massive cannabis smuggling operation worth over £3 million. He was released after serving less than half his sentence. Again, like drugs, I'm like, yeah, 6 years seems fine. 3 years for, like, cannabis smuggling. Kind of like, yeah, okay, cool. But he should be in prison for other shit. Younger brother Jamie Acorn was also involved in that cannabis smuggling operation. In fact, he was the ringleader, and it seems that the younger brother had usurped Neil Acorn's position as top dog in later life. Just 1 year after the murder of Stephen Lawrence, Jamie Acorn had been involved in a fight in which he was accused of stabbing white teenager Darren Giles through the heart, causing the victim to suffer cardiac arrest, although he survived the ordeal. Good Lord, Darren. You got a heart of steel. He got stabbed in the heart, had a heart attack from getting stabbed in the heart, and survived. Good Lord. Jamie Acorn was cleared of any charges, as it was ruled that he acted in self-defense. He apparently led a pleasant middle-class lifestyle for many years after this, settling down with his girlfriend and child in a plush pad a few miles away from the murder scene. Well, it's not exactly clear how he earned his living. I don't know if that's because it's just not public record or Danny's implying, like, yeah, where did that money come from? You did crimes? What we do know is that when his role as ringleader of the he was the cannabis smuggling thing. Oh, okay. When his role as ringleader of the £3 million cannabis smuggling operation was exposed, he was sentenced to prison for 9 years in 2018, but he has very recently been freed in 2023 after serving less than half. So, as nobody has faced charges for the murder since 2012, we must surely be nearing the end of this story, right? I know I'm beginning to get a bit cramp in my hands, and Simon hasn't taken a swig of Coke in over an hour, so we can't be far too off now. On coffee today, Danny, actually. But the thing about the Stephen Lawrence story is that it's never really fallen off the radar over the last 12 years. The murder investigation has officially been closed and reopens more times than a disreputable Rotherham kebab house with hygiene issues, and there's always some new dramatic revelation or inquiry or report dominating the headlines for a little while and keeping the case firmly in the public consciousness. One notable development kicked off in 2013, following an investigation conducted by Channel 4 and The Guardian newspaper, which uncovered more dubious behaviour from the police, sparking another official inquiry. We have been labouring under the impression that the police weren't really doing anything of note during the first few years of the investigation, but that's not entirely fair. They were keeping themselves very busy indeed. It's just that they were focusing on completely the wrong things. In the wake of these new reports from Channel 4 and The Guardian, which featured alarming allegations from former police officer turned whistleblower Peter Francis, Home Secretary Theresa May commissioned a review from the Lawrence family lawyer Mark Ellison to investigate potential police corruption and improper surveillance activity relating to the case. The subsequent Ellison report, published in 2014, made for uncomfortable reading. It was concluded that whistleblower Peter Francis had been working undercover within an anti-racist campaign group in the 1990s, joining the fight against racial injustice, when in fact his infiltration of the group was just a devious attempt to dig up dirt on the Lawrence family, Dwayne Brooks, and indeed everyone involved in the campaign. Why? They're the victims! In his role as an undercover officer working for the Special Demonstration Squad, Francis had already revealed to Channel 4 and The Guardian that he had been under pressure from his superiors to try and discredit the Lawrence family and undermine the campaign group in a bid to halt any credible calls for further scrutiny of the botched murder investigation. Bruh, you're trying to cover this up, like, in a terribly egregious way. Good God, that's wild. I mean, I don't know why I'm surprised anymore, because it's like the police corruption in this seems absolutely monstrous. While the attempt to dig up the dirt on the Lawrence family was a waste of time, as there was no dirt to dig up, Francis was also involved in an operation which did manage to get Dwayne Brooks arrested and charged with criminal damage after it was alleged that he had been caught on camera behaving in a violent and disorderly manner during an anti-racist protest march. The mud didn't stick on this one, though. The case was thrown out of court after the judge declared it to be an abuse of the legal process. Excellent. It sounds as if this had been a failed attempt to discredit Dwayne's efforts to sue the police for negligence and racism over the treatment of him in the immediate aftermath of the murder, in which case it may have seriously backfired. None of this information was given to the Macpherson inquiry back in the late 1990s, and indeed the Independent Police Complaints Commission, or whatever it was bloody called at that point, were now forced to admit that they were wrong in their much earlier conclusions that the Metropolitan Police had most definitely not withheld important information from the Macpherson report. One of the police officers that had been involved in preparing the responses to the Macpherson inquiry was Acting Detective Inspector Richard Walton, who was on an accelerated promotion scheme at the time, a scheme which seemed to work out pretty well for Walton. As by the time this new Ellison report was published in 2014, Walton had risen through the ranks to become the head of counter-terrorism command. However, it had now been discovered that back when Walton was preparing responses for the Macpherson inquiry, he had a meeting with one of the undercover officers working on the smear campaign intended to discredit the Lawrence family and others. This was seen by many as an attempt by Walton to gather information which could undermine the inquiry, and it's interesting that he was clearly aware of the dubious undercover mission, but carelessly forgot to mention it in any of the responses to the Macpherson inquiry. Yeah, because it doesn't look good for him. That's why he didn't remember, apparently, allegedly. The Independent Police Complaints Commission now felt that Walton had a misconduct case to answer, but just 6 days after it became clear that the serving head of Counter-Terrorism Command would be facing disciplinary proceedings, he was somewhat conveniently allowed to retire and avoid further scrutiny. That's another one of those, I expect your resignation letter on my desk in the morning sort of situations, isn't it? This was obviously a move which didn't go down well with the Lawrence family, who had unsuccessfully urged the police to postpone Walton's plans to retire and claim his juicy pension. Although the murder investigation was officially declared inactive in 2020 after it was deemed that there were no fresh lines of inquiry to explore, very recent developments have proven yet again that the case shows no sign of fading away anytime soon. Ooh. Yeah, there's loads of pages left. What is this? You may be remembering that the eyewitness reported seeing a gang of 6 thugs. Oh, the last man, the fair-haired man. 6 thugs attacked Stephen Lawrence on the night of April the 22nd, 1993, and yet only 5 suspects were ever identified. So who was this elusive 6th attacker? Well, I think we'll be waiting a pretty long time for the police to come up with any decent answers for that one. So it's a good job we've got the BBC to sort this kind of thing out. Yeah, where the police fail, journalists thrive. I like this. In June 2023, the British Board, this is so recent. It was so long ago. Oh my, it's 30 years later. In June 2023, the British Broadcasting Corporation reported on the results of their own exhaustive re-examination of the case, which led directly to the police officially naming the 6th suspect for the first time 30 years after the murder. The identity of a man, often referred to as the fair-haired attacker, is now suspected to be Matthew White. And if you've got a really good memory, you'll recognize that from name from earlier in the video. Wait, this was the dude who you told us to remember about him coming back in like 12 years, right, Danny? He was the friend of convicted murderer Gary Dobson, who was hanging around the home of the Acorn brothers on the night of the murder and gave conflicting evidence to the police which suggested that Dobson hadn't been tucked away safely at home all night. According to the suspiciously revised testimony of Gary Dobson during the trial, Matthew White had been the one who burst through the door and announced that a young guy had just been killed. But it now transpires that fair-haired Matthew White may have been one of the 6 gang members, which definitely included Gary Dobson and David Norris, who had been responsible for the murder. The police had been talking to White right from the start, although for many years he was only identified in documentation as Witness K before his name was finally revealed during the trial of Dobson and Norris. He was actually arrested twice, in 2000 and 2013, on suspicion of involvement in the murder, but on both occasions the CPS had deemed there was no realistic prospect of conviction. The BBC discovered that White's own stepfather had approached the police in 1993 to report that he had good reason to believe that his stepson had been involved in the murder. Oh my, spicy. Quite staggeringly, this information wasn't recorded properly, and the line of inquiry was never pushed. I'm just not surprised by anything that the police do badly anymore. In what the police describe now as a significant and regrettable error. You bet they do. Another witness told the police in 2000 that Matthew White had openly admitted being part of the attack and that his alibi for his whereabouts on that night was false, but the police chose to ignore this and accept White's version of accounts. I don't even know what to say anymore. It's nonsense. This is just unbelievable. The Macpherson inquiry had asked for details on progress into the investigation of Matthew White, but the police had failed to give a response. The BBC also tracked down an ex-prisoner who had spent time in prison with White in 2015. This was whilst White was serving a 4-month sentence for an incident which involved him stealing meat from a branch of Lidl, threatening and abusing a black security guard, and having a syringe in a public place which may have had something to do with his heroin addiction. The ex-prisoner, who asked to remain anonymous, told the BBC that White had admitted to him that he was part of the attack on Stephen Lawrence, and whilst White distanced himself from the actual stabbing, he was happy to talk about his role in the initial fracas and his belief that the police just couldn't be bothered to investigate him properly. Oh, and that incident at the branch of Lidl for which he was jailed may have been a little more serious than stealing a bit of meat and shouting abuse. Yes, people don't go to jail for stealing meat and shouting abuse. In November 2023, it was again left to the BBC, rather than the police, to track down Bethel Ikpeza, a security guard who had been threatened by White while apprehending him for trying to leg it from the supermarket with a bag of stolen meat. Ikpeze, who was born in Nigeria, claims that White wasn't just holding a syringe in a public place, he was threatening to stab Bethel with a blood-drenched needle while screaming racial slurs in his face. Yeah, that's a bit more serious, isn't it? You're threatening someone with a potentially, I guess it could be considered a deadly weapon. And just to hammer the point home, White angrily revealed that he had killed before with no consequences. Well, holy shit. White was apparently on the brink of stabbing Bethel in the neck when the security guard managed to get a hold of him and wrestle him to the ground, where he kept him restrained until the police arrived. Bethel told the BBC that he was shocked when he heard that his attacker hadn't been charged with trying to stab him with a bloody syringe or hurling racist abuse. White had initially denied even having a syringe on him that day, until CCTV footage showed him holding it close to Bethel in a threatening manner, at which point he changed his story. He was like, "It's not me, Gov!" He was only sentenced to 4 months in prison after being found guilty of having a syringe in a public place, along with the meat stealing and the threatening behaviour, but the charge for the latter notably didn't include any racial abuse. So, what can we do with this new information that's been provided by the BBC? Well, unfortunately, it came a little too late. Matthew White died from a drug overdose in 2020, aged 50. No comment from me there. No comment. But the revelation does further implicate two of the other original suspects, Neil and Jamie Acorte, as White had indicated to the police that he was at their home on the night of the attack. Furthermore, the anonymous ex-prisoner also claims that White told him in 2015 that it was older brother Neil Acorte who started getting silly with a knife. The BBC, that's a quote, by the way. I wouldn't state it that way myself. The BBC tracked down both the Acorte brothers separately and ambushed them on camera to ask if they had anything to say over these new allegations. The only thing Neil Acorte had to say on film was "fuck off," while Jamie just hurried away in silence. Honestly, that's the right thing to do. Don't say anything, your lawyer would be upset. They should have asked Martin Bashir to ask the questions. They seemed a bit chattier when he was around. If that sounds like a pretty recent development for a 30-year-old case, we can actually do better than that. In fact, the latest development is quite annoyingly recent, as I had very nearly finished writing the script when the latest headline broke in November 2023. And again, it's all thanks to the BBC, whose ongoing investigation has revealed that one of the senior officers involved in the original investigation, the hitherto unmentioned Ray Adams, was a bent copper. I felt that this headline was a little overdramatic, in a way, as there's no indication at this stage that Ray Adams, now 81 and denying any allegation of corruption, influenced or hampered the investigation in any way. To cut a very long-winded and not entirely relevant as short as I can, a dodgy antiques dealer by the fabulous name of James Piggy Malone was arrested in 1988 after it was discovered that he ran a whole network of burglars. Upon his arrest, Piggy, we just have to call him that, started ranting and raving about how he knew that Ray Adams was bent as a 9-bob note, and he alleged that the corrupt police officer was very much in the pocket of the local notorious gangster Kenneth Noy. Sadly, no cool nickname for Kenneth Noy. At the time, he was behind bars for handling stolen goods and would later be in prison for murder during a road rage incident, which had occurred when he was on license from prison. Piggy initially seemed eager to spill the beans on Ray Adams and make an official statement, but then he curiously changed his mind. Although the anti-corruption unit investigated his earlier claims, it all seemed to go quiet when a police informant made a statement which declared that Piggy's accusations were all totally malicious and false. It seems that the word of this informant was accepted by the anti-corruption unit without question, and the CPS later ruled that Ray Adams had no case to answer. But here's where things get a bit confusing, as the police informant's real name was David Norris. But no, he wasn't the same person as convicted murderer David Norris, so to keep things simple, we'll now refer to him as John Tracy, an alias he often used to help hide his identity as a supergrass. But hang on, it's going to get confusing again. John Tracy shared more than just the same real name as convicted murderer David Norris. He also shared connections with the whole Norris family, including a special connection with Clifford Norris, the wealthy drug baron father of David Norris. John Tracy died in 1991, but the Metropolitan Police looked into this particular saga again in the year 2000 and compiled a top-secret report which went unseen until the good old BBC uncovered the document in November 2023. The report concluded that Ray Adams was indeed corrupt and that the informant John Tracy had either been coached by Ray Adams or another bent officer to deliver an utterly faultless performance. This had convinced the anti-corruption unit that aggrieved gangster Piggy Malone had been telling porkies all along. The top-secret report concluded that the testimony of informant John Tracy had been entirely fictitious and was part of a well-orchestrated attempt to discredit Piggy Malone as a witness and to halt any further investigation into the Ben Ray Adams. Now, there's no suggestion, as yet, that Ray Adams, who retired the same year that Stephen Lawrence was murdered, impeded the murder investigation in any way, and so far his contribution to the case seems to be minimal. But it's a little worrying that both Ray Adams and the Metropolitan Police appear to have given misleading information about the police officer's relationship with dodgy contacts. Ray Adams was actually challenged about his crooked pals during the McPherson inquiry in 1998. He refused to answer any questions on John Tracy as he felt it broke police protocol on informants. But this was an unconvincing argument, as it was now public knowledge that the deceased John Tracy had been an informer. He has also consistently denied over the years having a corrupt relationship with gangster Kenneth Noy. In a much later review of the allegations, published by the Metropolitan Police in 2012, it seems to be officially concluded that good old Ray Adams is clean as a whistle and barely even knew the informant John Tracy. Seems like a bit of a stretch there to... Really? However, this published report completely contradicts the earlier top secret report from 2000, which concludes that not only did Adams enjoy a significant relationship with John Tracy, but he also shared a long-standing, unhealthy, and corrupt relationship with that gangster Kenneth Noy, who did indeed appear to have Adams in his pocket. Completely clean as a whistle, was he? This means that a police officer who worked briefly on the Stephen Lawrence murder investigation was secretly deemed by the police to be corrupt and had either direct or indirect connections with the family of one of the suspects who was ultimately convicted for murder. And the Metropolitan Police appear to have hidden these alarming conclusions from the public when they published another report 12 years later. Not exactly inspiring confidence, is it? No, it is not, Danny. Apparently, the Lawrence family had always viewed the involvement of Ray Adams in the investigation with deep suspicion. Following the BBC's discovery of the documents, the family lawyer, Imran Khan, demanded that the Metropolitan Police apologise for withholding information on Ray Adams and misleading the McPherson inquiry. There is also now fresh calls for yet another investigation into whether Ray Adams may have influenced the outcome of the murder investigation. Ray Adams is probably like, oh, for fuck's sake, I'm 81! Well, that's what happens when you're a bent copper, Ray. Allegedly. At the time of writing, the police have yet to respond to questions over the discovery of the documents, simply stating that they need to review more material before considering any further action. So, where else is there to go from here? Well, every time a new revelation hits the press, it usually leads to widespread calls to either reopen an investigation that was only recently closed, or launch yet another official inquiry, or at the very least give the police complaints department yet another rebranding and a fresh lick of paint. It does seem very odd that I'm writing a script on a case which is now 30 years old and yet is still yielding fresh discoveries and generating frequent dramatic headlines today. I dare say that new headlines may have already hit the press by the time this video is out in the wild, in which case I should say that I always expected PC Tricky Trotters McSquealer may have had something to do with it all along, and even after all this time, it does of course feel very much like an incomplete story, with only 2 people from a supposed gang of 6 having faced justice so far. If we come back to the story in another 30 years or so, maybe we'll have a little more progress into the conviction of the other suspects and the full exposure of any police who knowingly impeded this case in any way from 1993 onwards. Probably best if the police just give up the investigation, though. From the evidence so far, we're better off just leaving everything in the hands of the BBC and Channel 4, and the Daily Mail to stoke a little further. But what was it about the Stephen Lawrence murder that has managed to keep a hold of the public attention for all this time? As we said near the top of the video, he wasn't the only black person to have been brutally murdered on the streets in a racially motivated attack that wasn't met with full justice, yet so many of the other equally appalling cases faded away from public memory relatively quickly, whilst the anger invoked by the Stephen Lawrence murder has carried on burning for 3 decades. If you believe the Daily Mail, it's all down to them. After Gary Dobson and David Norris were found guilty of murder in 2012, the paper's former editor, Paul Dacher, seemed happy to take much of the credit for the convictions. He observed, "I don't think it's an exaggeration to say that if it hadn't been for the Mail's Murderers headline in 1997 and our years of campaigning, none of this would have happened." We have to remember that Paul Dacher also admitted that he may not have run the headline at all if Neville Lawrence hadn't just carried out some truly excellent plastering at his home. And again, I just say I don't think that's relevant. It's like, yeah, he got a story from somewhere and he ran with it. I think, credit to Paul Dacher here. Honestly. Do I think he's entirely responsible? No, of course not. Do I think he stoked further and stuff to get progress? Yes! Definitely. Good for you, Paul. Again, Daily Mail. The Daily Mail. But, this was some good It's also worth pointing out that prior to the bold Murderers headline, the Daily Mail had run several pieces which displayed quite hostile attitudes towards the Lawrence family and the anti-racist campaigners who dared to suggest that our beloved and infallible British police force might have been in the wrong. Wow, okay, that's more on brand for the Daily Mail, isn't it? That's not to take anything away from the unprecedented step taken by the Daily Mail when they ran with such a controversial and potentially libelous headline, which certainly got people talking. But there were a lot of other factors involved in helping keep the Stephen Lawrence murder on the front page for so long. Right from the beginning, an anti-racist campaigner by the name of Mark Wadsworth had gone out of his way to ensure that every reporter in the land knew about Stephen Lawrence's good character. It seems appalling now that this was even necessary, but the concern was that because the murder victim was black, the national press, and indeed the general public, may have just assumed that he was a drug dealer or a gang member who got killed fighting over territory. Mark Wadsworth was one of many campaigners who helped get the message through to the press that Stephen Lawrence was actually a perfectly innocent, everyday teenager who had just been trying to get the bus home, and it was imperative that his murderers were caught. Good for you, Mark. You sound like a legend. The campaigns and investigations carried out over the years by the Daily Mail, the BBC, Channel 4 and The Guardian have all played a big part in not only keeping this case alive, but also uncovering some of the evidence which the police had spectacularly failed to find. Love it. Absolutely love it. I love it when journalism is like this. Other key players include Nelson Mandela, who drove a fresh wave of early publicity during that visit to the UK when he showed more concern for the Lawrence family than the serving government ever bothered to muster, and the incoming Home Secretary Jack Straw, who in 1997 took the step of launching a judicial inquiry which led to the game-changing conclusions reached by the Macpherson report. But the biggest credit of all must go to the Right Honourable Baroness Doreen Lawrence OBE and Dr. Neville Lawrence OBE, who never once gave up their relentless fight for justice. It must have felt as if they were battling insurmountable odds when they were challenging a botched investigation from a self-protecting police force that was more interested in withholding information and watching their own backs than taking any responsibility for their actions. The Lawrence family are still persevering in their long fight, which continues to this day. The name Stephen Lawrence now seems to be synonymous with the legacy of the sweeping changes to law, race relations, and policing that were a direct result of his death. Amongst many other things, the murder and subsequent investigation led to the reform of a police force that were exposed as institutionally racist, a wider reform of public bodies, and the axing of an 800-year-old law. And so many of these changes have been hugely positive, perhaps even helping to change the manner in which we try to understand racism. As one of Stephen's cousins, Matthew Bickley, puts it, there is the England before Stephen Lawrence and the England after. An annual Stephen Lawrence Memorial Day was launched in 2019 by then Prime Minister Theresa May to commemorate the legacy of the teenager. At the most recent event, held on April the 22nd, 2023, the serving Prime Minister Rishi Sunak notably failed to turn up for his scheduled reading. But the serving Mayor of London, Sadiq Khan, took the opportunity on the day to declare that while some positive progress had been made, he felt that the Metropolitan Police was still an institutionally racist organisation. It's certainly true that the impact of the murder didn't exactly help cure racism in the UK or shape a perfect police force and a wholly fair legal system. No, but we can't expect it to. These things don't happen overnight, and it's just a slow march towards equality. Eventually. Definitely not there yet. A 2018 report from Her Majesty's Inspectorate of Constabulary found that almost exactly half of all reported hate crimes are dealt with inadequately. And whilst the use of stop and search has decreased significantly in recent years, there's still a disproportionately high number of black people getting stopped on grounds of reasonable suspicion. In fact, black people are still 9 times more likely to be stopped and searched than white people. People of colour are also more likely to be found guilty of indictable offences and likely to receive a longer prison sentence than a white person. There's clearly a lot more work to be done. But I think it's also important that we remember that Stephen Lawrence was a person whose life was brutally taken at the age of just 18. Not just a murder victim, whose death proved to be a catalyst for change. Doreen Lawrence believes that Stephen would be impressed by the legacy of his name and the mark that he left on the UK, but she also wants people to remember that Stephen Lawrence was a human being. We'll leave the final word today to the Baroness. Quote, I want people to think of Stephen other than as a black teenager murdered in a racist attack in southeast London in April 1993. I know that's the fact, but I now want people to remember him as a bright young man who any parent of whatever background would have been proud of. He was a well-loved, wonderful son and a shining example of what any parent would want in a child. Hopefully now he can rest in peace. Well said. And for a case that I've heard the name of so many times and was a little bit before my time, although a lot of this investigation more recently is just ignorance on my part, I'm glad I know more about this, and I'm glad I know more about the corruption and the institutional racism. That's because I don't know, the headlines are often so full of America for this, even internationally. But it's a problem. It's a problem in so many places. I don't really know what else to add to that. It's not really my place, I suppose. But thanks for being here. Hope you found this episode interesting, and I'll see you next time.
Hello everybody, welcome back to another episode of The Casual Criminalist. As always, I'm your host, Simon Wymus here, one of my writers, in this case Danny. Thank you, Danny, has written me The Sign of the Suffolk Strangler. Never heard of the Suffolk Strangler. And so that's the format of the show. Never read it before. Let's jump in. During the early evening of a particularly spine-chilling night in December 2006, the regional UK news programme ITV Anglia transmitted another report on one of the biggest stories to have ever engulfed the east of England. The body of a murdered sex worker had already been discovered in Belstead Brook near Ipswich, and the body of another sex worker would be found in the very same brook just a few days later. The man who would later become known as the Suffolk Strangler was still very much on the prowl, and more sex workers would go missing in the weeks to come. Sometimes I'm like, have I never heard of this? This is well within my lifetime. Like, well within, not lifetime, like, I was 19 in 2006. But it's kind of one of those things where you're like, did I forget about this? There was some, serial killer operating and drowning sex workers in rivers? There was now growing concern over the safety of the women who continued to ignore warnings to stay well clear of the red light district in Ipswich, where the victims were known to have picked up regular trade. To illustrate their point, a reporter from ITV Anglia conducted a brief interview just outside of the red light district with a woman who was only identified on screen as Kelly, but whose real name was Paula Clennell. Well, yes, I do understand. Look, if someone is working as a sex worker and not, I think this should be legalized, to be honest. But they're probably not someone who's got a ton of disposable income where they can just not show up for work. And they need the money. So of course they're going to keep showing up even though there's a risk. That's how it works. Although this was never revealed at the time, Paula was caught in the grip of a drug addiction, which was costing her about £500 a day. Good Lord Almighty. And this was the sole reason she was risking the dangers of working the streets. I just didn't know drug addictions could run so deep. That's £500 in 2006, let's say £600 today. That's an extraordinary amount of money. That's 18 grand a month. Paula revealed that she'd suffered a few nasty experiences in the past and that she had felt physically sick when she'd heard the news of the first murder. She now felt wary about getting into a car with a stranger, but she still intended to carry on. She told the reporter, "If you need the money badly, it's better than going out thieving. I need the money." Immediately after the interview, Paula was filmed finally making her way back into the red light district. It wouldn't be the last time that Paula Clennell would feature on the news, but the next time would be under very different circumstances. Between the 30th of October and the 10th of December 2006, the Suffolk Strangler would brutally murder a total of 5 sex workers in the local area, taking the time to pose at least some of the bodies in a macabre cruciform position before they were inevitably discovered. But what were his motives, and was the right man convicted of the crimes? Oh, interesting. So someone's behind bars for this. Okay. The fact that he was called the Suffolk Strangler and stuff made me think, he's just going to be he somehow got away with it. And could it be possible that the Suffolk Strangler is responsible for a far longer list of earlier murders and disappearances, which are still officially unsolved today? Ipswich is the county town of Suffolk, and one of the oldest towns in England, with roots stretching back to Roman times. You'd think that a town with such an enduring history would be bursting with fascinating facts and notable residents, but with apologies to any Ipswichians who may be watching this video, it's bloody hard to come up with anything particularly interesting about Ipswich. I don't think I've ever been to Ipswich. It's about 70 miles northeast of London, if that's any help. It's not even that far away from where I grew up, and I've never been there. I've heard of it, but I've never thought about it for very long at all. It used to be big on pottery back in the Roman days and was a bustling hub for the wool trade back in the medieval era. The town apparently had one of the best football clubs in England during the 1970s and early 80s, but those glory days are now just a distant memory. And the most notable resident from history to share a connection with Ipswich in the 80s is synth pop genius and the most underrated musician of all time, Nick Kershaw. Although even he was actually born in Bristol. I have no idea who Nick Kershaw is. Is this just one of Daddy's favourite bands or favourite musicians? He's just slipping it in there, being like, this guy should be super famous. Maybe he should be. Maybe I'll check him out on Spotify. Maybe you will too. Even Rotherham boasts more famous faces than that, and not all of them criminals. Yeah, Danny's from Rotherham, so he's allowed to make fun of Rotherham, and the North in general. But in 2006, the town of Ipswich was to make the national headlines for all the wrong reasons in the run-up to Christmas during a brief period of terror, which evoked dark memories of Peter Sutcliffe, aka the Yorkshire Ripper, who was convicted of the murders of 13 women over a period of 5 years during the 1970s. Nearly all of them were sex workers. workers, and we have done a video on Peter Sutcliffe if you feel like diving into that misery. Of course, the risks of being a sex worker had always loomed large in the interim, another reason why it should be legalized and regulated. In the decade prior to these 2006 murders, a very conservative estimate of 89 sex workers have been killed in the UK, many of them at the hands of their clients. And a further deeply troubling statistic is that a murderer is far more likely to get away with killing a sex worker, as the causes are far more complex to investigate and the bodies are often never found. Whereas just under 90% of homicides in the UK ultimately result in conviction, this figure falls sharply when specifically addressing the murders of sex workers. A third of all such cases remain unsolved. I'd speculate, the obvious conclusion to jump to, as we've seen many times on the Casual Criminalist, is it's just like, well, the police just give less of a shit. And we've seen this in the past. I don't know if it's still true today. I hope it's not. But we've seen it before. But I'd also speculate that 90% conviction, or conviction? Yes, 90% conviction is probably, because they know the person they're murdering beyond a transactional relationship like sex work. It's people murdering with a motive, rather than just being a psycho. And people killing sex workers are psychos, and it's harder to track them because the motive is weird. Yet even taking into account this disturbing recent history, and even with the memories of Peter Sutcliffe's monstrous killing spree still fresh in the mind, nobody was prepared for the 6 weeks of horror perpetrated by the Suffolk Strangler, which was centred around the red light district of Ipswich, just around the corner from the town's football ground. The first body to be discovered was that of Gemma Adams. She was first reported missing on November the 15th after her boyfriend of over 10 years informed the police that the 25-year-old had stopped responding to text messages. Gemma had grown up in a quite comfortable middle-class household in the village of Kesgrave near Ipswich. The former Brownie had learned to ride horses and play the piano and harboured dreams of joining the police force. Brownies are like I don't know if you have this in America, so maybe if you... Oh no, you have Girl Scouts, because I've heard of Girl Scout cookies. Brownies are what we call Girl Scouts, right? Or are they like... My sister was a Brownie. Are they like... They're younger girls before they become Girl Scouts or something like this? I was never into this stuff. I never joined the Scouts or any of that jazz. Described by her parents as bright, bubbly and intelligent, life seemed to take a downhill turn for Gemma at the age of 15 when she met her boyfriend John Simpson and they began both dabbling in cannabis. Yeah, a gateway drug to £500 a day drug addiction. This wasn't her, this was someone else, but still, it's just cannabis, chill. She left home to move in with Simpson at the age of 16, and within the space of a year, the couple had taken an alarming leap from recreational cannabis experimentation to full-blown heroin addiction. Oh my god, I make fun of the gateway drug thing, because that's largely proved to be nonsense, right? Because it's I don't know, how many people do you know who smoke weed, or have done weed, any sort of half-regular basis? I've smoked weed many times. Number of times I've done heroin? Zero. How many people do I know who would smoke weed who would then do heroin? Maybe they'd try ecstasy or do a little LSD. Maybe like that. But heroin? Like properly hardcore life-ruining drugs? None. Don't know a single person. With encouragement from her naturally worried parents, Gemma sought help from a community drug rehabilitation team, and she later landed a job working for an insurance company. But neither Gemma nor her boyfriend had fully managed to conquer their demons, and in 2004, she was sacked after taking frequent sick days and completely disappearing during lunch breaks. With the backing of her boyfriend, Gemma turned to sex work to fund their heroin addictions, initially working at massage parlours before taking to the streets. She was last seen alive in the red light district of Ipswich during the very early hours of November the 15th, outside a BMW dealership. I'd kind of think that BMW dealership would be in a nicer part of town than the red light district. It's not exactly a brilliant image, is it, for BMW? Her naked body was eventually discovered by a member of the public on December the 2nd in the waters of Belstead Brook near the village of Hentlesham in Suffolk, around 7 miles from Ipswich. It's believed that Gemma's body had probably travelled quite some distance downstream after it had first been dumped during a period of torrential weather when the brook was flooded and only became potentially visible to passers-by when the water levels had fallen back down again. The police confirmed that Gemma had not been sexually assaulted, but an exact cause of death was never determined. An autopsy concluded that she had been asphyxiated, but it was impossible to rule out drowning as the final cause. Whilst Gemma's parents had known about her troubles with drug addiction and had tried to help her in every way they possibly could, they had no idea that their daughter had been funding her addiction on the streets. Although the body of Gemma Adams was the first to be found, she actually wasn't the first sex worker to be reported missing or the first to be murdered by the Suffolk Strangler.
The first was the youngest of all the victims, 19-year-old Tanya Nicol, who had last been seen late at night on October the 30th, very close to the Ipswich football grounds. Tanya had grown up in Ipswich with a passion for Harry Potter, Charles Dickens, and UK rock band The Zootons. I don't know The Zootons. Charles Dickens I don't like. I like Harry Potter, enjoyed that. I'm not a fantasy person, so it says something like I really enjoyed Harry Potter. Charles Dickens, though, is so wordy. Maybe I need to revisit Charles Dickens, because I remember reading it a while ago and being like, good lord with the words, my man. But maybe now I've matured a little bit, maybe I'll enjoy Charles Dickens more. Maybe I'll give it a crack. Described by her family as a happy, bubbly, outgoing character, she worked hard at school and signed up with the Sea Cadets, during which period she either enjoyed or endured the experience of meeting the not yet disgraced Prince Andrew. Prince Andrew. However, in a story which tragically mirrors the life of Gemma Adams, everything changed when Tanya hit the age of 15 and hooked up with a new boyfriend. Oh, I've got a daughter, and it's like, no. And it's like, you look at these people's backgrounds, and it's like, they sort of have the background that my child will have, like middle class, comfortably off, just this, I don't like this. And it's like, now I've got a daughter who's now 4 years old, and I'm like, in 10 years, she's going to be a teenager. And this girl was 15 when she's hooking up with her new boyfriends and changing her life, and oh God. And it's like, I look at this, and it's not like, oh, this is some like other background that I didn't have or my kids won't have. It's like, no, this is the sort of backgrounds I had, where you're like middle class, and just like super normal. And then it's like, oh God, heroin and drugs and boyfriends. No, I don't want it. The young couple began experimenting with cannabis before swiftly moving on to heroin, after which Tanya began working in brothels until she was sacked on suspicion of using drugs, a move which forced her to work out on the streets. She was still living at home with her mother and younger brother when she left the house for the final time on the 30th of October. Her mother reported her missing when she failed to return home. And just 6 days after the discovery of the body of Gemma Adams, the naked body of Tanya Nicol was located by police divers on December the 8th in the very same brook near an area known locally as Copdock Mill, just a couple of miles further downstream. The body again showed signs of asphyxiation, but not sexual assault. And again, a definitive cause of death could not be determined. Whilst it was deemed likely that she was already dead before being placed in the water, her lungs had become hyperinflated, which indicates the possibility that the cause of death was drowning. Gemma Adams and Tanya Nicol had actually known each other very well, as they shared the same patches in the Ipswich red light district. And again, whilst the parents knew full well that their daughter was battling drug addiction, they had no idea that she was funding that addiction on the streets. I mean, you're gonna, like, don't you have suspicions or something? Like, yo, parents, this isn't your fault at all. I'm speaking from a position of complete ignorance. But where are you getting £500 a day that isn't crime? Her father had bluntly warned Tanya that if she didn't quit the drugs, she'd either end up in prison or dead. Meanwhile, her mother had apparently been under the false impression that Tanya had just started a new job at a local hairdresser's, an incredibly well-paying new job. But her father, Jim Nicol, wanted to make something very clear to the press following the death of his daughter. He said, "I wasn't disappointed with her. These are daughters, not just things, not sex machines. They are human beings who went to school, who are bright, pretty, and innocent. And then they grow up in a world of drugs and evil. They fell into corruption." Jesus, man. It's like, I don't know, this hits home much more. Like, a few years ago, before I had kids, I'd just be like, yeah, okay, I kind of get it. But now it's like, now it's different. I don't know what to say. Just 2 days later, a third gruesome discovery was made, and this time it felt as if the killer was attempting to leave behind a disturbing and distinctive new signature for the police to uncover. 24-year-old Annalie Alderton had largely been raised in Ipswich, but she had moved around a fair bit during her childhood, and following the separation of her parents, she spent a 5-year stint with her mother in Cyprus, during which time she became fluent in Greek. A dedicated student who regularly hit excellent grades, Annalie fostered an ambition to become a model. But a huge turning point in Annalie's life occurred when she was 16 years old. Her beloved father, Roy, a computer programmer, died from lung cancer, and Annalie was reported to have never come to terms with a harrowing loss. What does that mean, though, come to terms with a loss? Like, do you really ever? Like, you obviously accept it, but it's not something you ever really get over. It's something that's always with you. Almost immediately after the funeral, she left home and moved into a small flat, during which time she was said to have fallen under the influence of a man described as a sexual predator who introduced Annalie to hard drugs. This led to a downward spiral in which she turned to sex work and ended up getting jailed 3 times for persistent theft. However, her later boyfriend, Sam Jefford,
insisted that they had reached a point where they were trying to sort their lives out. In 2006, Annalie already had a 5.5-year-old son called Freddie, and the couple had just become aware that Annalie was pregnant again, an event which they were reported to have considered as a powerful incentive to try and get clean and forge a stable new family home. Annalie was still 3 months pregnant when she was reported missing on December the 3rd. Her naked body was found 7 days later in a patch of woodland near a small private school in the village of Nacton in Suffolk, a few miles southeast from Ipswich. But there was a grim new twist to this already grotesque discovery. Her legs had been pushed together, and her arms had been deliberately outstretched to form a crucifix shape, and Annalie wouldn't be the last victim to have been purposefully posed in such a manner. This time, the post-mortem was more conclusive. Annie Alderton had died from asphyxiation. She had more than likely been killed elsewhere and then dragged to this remote spot very shortly afterwards, where the body had been left for days before it was eventually discovered. Unlike the first two cases, the victim's mother strongly suspected, with a heavy heart, that Annalie was working in the red light district. The last time she saw her daughter alive, Annalie was heading off to catch the train to Ipswich. As she walked away, Annalie had cheerfully waved to her mother and shouted, "Goodbye, Mum. I love you." Her mother felt that she knew exactly where Annalie was going and was too upset to even respond to Annalie's final goodbye. By this time, the nation was still processing the news that 3 women who had worked in the same red light district had all been murdered in such a remarkably short window of time, in such a remarkably small area, and in such a remarkably similar manner. If a serial killer wasn't on the loose, this was a hell of a coincidence. If the police don't start from the idea that there's a serial killer, that's an insane thing. This is not a coincidence.
Coincidence? I think not!
During one of several press conferences, the senior investigating officer, DCS Stuart Gull, confirmed that all of the victims were drug users. None of them had suffered self-defense wounds, and no weapon appeared to be involved, suggesting that the victims may have been heavily subdued by drugs directly before the attacks. At this point, it had not been revealed to the public that the body of Annalie Alderton had been posed in a cruciform position. DCS Gull urgently appealed for anyone with information to come forward to the police, and even offered an effective amnesty to drug pushers who may have been able to provide new leads. He stated, "We would like to speak to those who may have supplied drugs. I am not interested in any peripheral offences. We have one aim, to find who is responsible for the deaths of these girls." Yeah, I mean, I don't think anyone's going to come forward to the police station and be like, "Yo, it was me, I sell drugs." But anonymous tip-offs, I think this is a good way to encourage anonymous tip-offs, where it's like you're kind of encouraged thinking, okay, the police aren't going to follow up on this, but I think it's important because I'm a drug dealer, I'm not a complete piece of shit. The police also expressed their concerns over 2 other sex workers in the local area who had now been reported missing. One of them was 29-year-old Annette Nichols, while the other was named as 24-year-old Paula Clennell. The last time we mentioned Paula Clennell, she was defiantly walking back into the Ipswich red light district, having just conducted a brief interview with ITV Anglia, in which she admitted that she intended to continue working the streets despite the sickening news of the recent murders in the area. Just 2 days after the discovery of the previous victim in the patch of woodlands, the fates of both Paula Clennell and Annette Nichols were revealed on December the 12th. Paula had grown up in Northumberland, but had moved around during the later years of a troubled childhood, which involved her spending some time in a referral unit. After her parents separated, she moved to Ipswich with her mother before hooking up with a new boyfriend at the age of 16 and moving into a flat with him. And you can probably guess where this is heading. Paula had already been experimenting with cannabis from the age of 13. That is pretty damn young. But by the time she hit her late teens, both Paula and the boyfriend were addicted to crack, a habit which would ultimately be funded by Paula's stints as a sex worker on the streets of Ipswich. I'm a little bit worried here that we seem to be implying that every young female who ever experiments with cannabis or leaves home and moves in with their boyfriend is destined to become a sex worker addicted to either heroin or crack. Over the years, I've known many people who moved in with their partner at around the age of 16. Really? It's very young. And I've known a lot of more people who have experimented with cannabis, but I don't believe I've ever known anyone who became addicted to heroin or crack. Yeah, that's I think, my experience as well. I do know someone who was addicted to heroin. I met them very briefly. And I was like, well, that's really unpleasant, my dude. I think it's important to remember that we're obviously talking about a string of extreme situations here, which led to tragically extreme outcomes. And I'm afraid to report that a tragically extreme outcome was most definitely awaiting Paula Clennell. Described by her friends as sharp, witty, and streetwise, Paula was still clearly struggling by the age of 24 after her 3 young children were taken from her and placed into care. During the run-up to Christmas, she had written a letter to her mother in which she revealed why she was in no mood to celebrate the imminent festivities. She wrote, "Instead of being a happy day of joy and togetherness, it's only a dark, lonely, and depressing day. Her friends later claimed that Paula had always predicted that she'd be dead before she made it to 25, but she believed that her drug addiction would be the cause. Whilst it's perhaps fair to say that a £500 a day drug addiction was the reason why she headed back off into the red light district after wrapping up the interview with ITV Anglia, it's not the reason why she'd be found dead in the next 72 hours. Her body was spotted by a pedestrian on December the 12th in a patch of wasteland by the old Felixstowe Road near the village of Levington, a couple of miles southeast from Ipswich. It was again concluded that the victim had not been sexually assaulted, but that she had been killed by compression of her throat while she was heavily intoxicated from opiates. Unusually, it looked as if the body had been dumped in a hurry, perhaps indicating that the killer had been disturbed and had fled the scene earlier than intended. But whilst the police were still dealing with the situation and cordoning off the road from the public, yet another gruesome discovery was made just a few minutes later. A police helicopter had been dispatched to monitor the crime scene from above, but the crew picked up more than they were expecting when they spotted another partially hidden body just a few hundred yards away by the same old Felixstowe Road. The fifth and final victim was the other named missing sex worker, 29-year-old Annette Nichols. The body had been stretched out in a cruciform shape, identical to the pose in which the third victim, Annalie Alderton, had been found just a couple of days earlier. Yet again, there were no signs of sexual assault, and whilst it was impossible to determine the exact cause of death in this case, it was noted that her breathing had been severely hampered. It's likely that Annette's body had been lying near the road for a few days before it was eventually spotted by a police helicopter. Close friends of Annette Nichols have expressed their astonishment over how the change in her behaviour almost appeared to happen overnight at a relatively late stage in her life in comparison to the other younger victims. The single mother was known as Nettie to her friends and had recently become a qualified beautician after completing a 4-year course at Suffolk College. She was considered to be a risk-averse personality who maintained an absolutely immaculate house while studying hard and bringing up her 4-year-old son single-handedly. But everything seemed to change when she was encouraged by the council to move into a bigger housing estate in Ipswich. It's been suggested that she hooked up with a new boyfriend at the time, who introduced her to heroin. But whilst we're not certain of the exact details, the lifestyle slide was certainly dramatic. I mean, if there's something that's going to do that to you, it's going to be like drugs like heroin. It's going to take your nice life and turn it upside down. Shortly after asking her mum to help out more with looking after her young son, Nettie had turned to sex work to finance her sudden heroin addiction, and the new house was later repossessed. She had been reported missing in early December after her family became worried over the news of the recent murders of women in the area, although at this stage they had no idea that their daughter was into drugs or was risking her life on the streets of Ipswich in order to get a hold of them. Just like most of the other victims, Nettie had managed to keep the darker elements of her new life a complete secret from those who loved her the most. And of course, the belated exposure of such secrets only made the harrowing situation even tougher for the families of the victims, who were not only dealing with the loss of their daughters, but were also being confronted for the first time with the harsh realities of their final days. This also proved to be a challenge for the police, who were not only dealing with a sudden high volume of bereaved family members, but were also battling against disbelief and denial over the gut-wrenching secrets that had remained hidden when the victims were still alive. The police were also simultaneously attempting to avert any further murders by making desperate public appeals for all sex workers in the Ipswich area to avoid the red light district and stay indoors. Jackie Cheer, the Assistant Chief Constable of Suffolk, appeared on television to issue the following plea to local workers. Your welfare is my priority. My message to you is simple. Stay off the streets. If you are out alone at night, you're putting yourself in danger. It sounds like a pretty sensible idea under the circumstances, but such a desperate public plea was sadly likely to go unheeded by such a desperate segment of the community, a point noted by various sex worker support groups shortly afterwards. Yeah, exactly what I said at the start. It's like, yo, they need money. They're not, you know? Come on. Nikki Adams was a spokesperson for the English Collective of Prostitutes, which I have to admit is not an organisation I ever knew existed. She pointed out, the women are very scared, but they do not have an option to leave prostitution. Most are incensed by the police approach to stay home, or that they have brought it upon themselves, saying that they've made themselves vulnerable because of their work. I mean, yes, they've made themselves vulnerable because of their work. Of course they have. That's true. But to say they brought it upon themselves is like this classic police thing of just caring about this less. And that's kind of crazy. A sex worker who gave the name of Susie backed up this point when she told reporters, with Christmas coming, we don't have the choice to stay off the streets. The police make it sound like it's our fault if we get attacked. She also suggested that most sex workers feel as if they can't turn to the police in the event of an attack from a client. 2 women I know recently reported attacks. One was hurt badly, but the police did nothing. They told her there was no chance it would come to court. That attitude gets around, so other women don't come forward. This does highlight some of the specific problems with victims of brutal crime who happen to be sex workers. Whilst I'm sure that Assistant Chief Constable Jackie Cheer's heart was in the right place during a plea for potential victims to stay off the streets for their own safety, it betrayed a lack of understanding as to why this was an impossibly useless request to direct at anyone caught in the grip of drug addiction. The wording of the statement may also have seemed to support the perception that the police felt sex workers only had themselves to blame if they ignored such mildly patronizing advice from people who knew best. This line of thinking wasn't just limited to the police force. Whilst I would like to think that the overwhelming majority of the nation were deeply affected and concerned by the murders of 5 innocent young women within the space of a few weeks, there were also those who seemed to think that the deaths of sex workers are not to be taken quite as seriously as other deaths. After all, they chose to become addicted to drugs, they chose to put themselves in danger, and by the same shaky logic, they presumably chose to get strangled to death by a serial killer. Yes, which is obviously nonsense. They brought it all upon themselves, and the police should be devoting their time instead to solving, proper murders. It's clearly a misguided and ignorant attitude, which we'll return to later, and we've also covered so many times on this podcast in the past. Like the number of times, like, oh yeah, well, she was a sex worker, so we don't have to look into it that thoroughly. She's not a person, she's a sex machine. Like, come on now, police, do better. We'll return to later in the hopes that we may have at least seen some signs of encouraging shifts in opinion and policing and law since 2006. On a more unexpectedly comical note, okay, let's see, many devoted husbands were said to have received an ear-bashing from their wives if they ever dared to express concern over the thought of their wife travelling alone at night during this perturbing period. The implication often taken from this was that the husband was accusing the wife of being a sex worker on the side. Really? I'd just be like, there's a murderer out, and yes, they've only targeted sex workers, but if you're walking through that part of town, be careful. To be fair though, Assistant Chief Constable Jackie Cheer had already extended her advice to cover all women in the local area with an eye on the imminent Christmas celebrations. She had this message for all women of Suffolk. We're coming up to the party season and up to Christmas. By all means enjoy yourselves, but plan your nights out. Go out together, stick together, and do not leave your friends alone. The sex workers that were being exclusively targeted by the Suffolk Strangler may not have paid a blind bit of notice to the warnings, which is obviously a pity as they were the only ones being attacked, but everybody else did as the region fell under a pre-Christmas shockwave of fear. Many women cancelled their plans and stayed indoors. Others completely changed their routines and only ventured out in big groups, while thousands of personal attack alarms were flying off the shelves of the local shops, hopefully not as last-minute stocking fillers. The manager of a call centre in Ipswich offered up £50,000 as a reward for any information leading to a conviction, telling the press that he wanted the killer off the streets as he employed hundreds of women in his call centre, although I think it's important to remember that he probably wasn't suggesting that they were all sex workers. No, definitely not. Also, manager of a call centre giving away 50 grand? Doing a hell of a good job managing that call centre. Of course, everyone wanted the Suffolk Strangler off the streets before he struck again, and the police were working around the clock to prevent the prospect of a 6th or 7th victim getting discovered within the next few days. But there were several puzzling elements to the case, though, which didn't entirely fit together when stitching together the clues. On the face of it, it seemed highly likely that the police were hunting a single serial killer, as each murder bore so many similarities. Yeah, I mean, that's the initial conclusion to go to, right? That seems very sensible. There's of course the idea of copycat killers, or it being a coincidence. I'd say serial killer most likely, copycat slightly below that, and then it just being a coincidence is pretty wildly unlikely. Statistically. Each victim had been strangled, even if it hadn't always been possible to pinpoint this as the cause of death, and there was no evidence of use of a weapon in any of the murders. Every victim had been left naked, apart from occasional bits of jewelry, and none of them had been sexually assaulted directly before the murder. Every victim had been left in a spot that was slightly hidden away from plain sight to avoid an immediate discovery, but in a reasonably accessible spot, ensuring that the bodies would inevitably be found sooner rather than later, perhaps indicating that the killer was equipped with in-depth local knowledge. And of course, every victim was a sex worker who had picked up business at the Ipswich Red Light District and was consequently murdered within the space of 6 weeks and discarded within just a few miles of each other. But there were a couple of differences too. The first 2 victims had been placed in the overflowing waters of a flooded brook, perhaps indicating that the killer was attempting to wash away any potential forensic evidence and that he kind of knew what he was doing. Yet the other 3 bodies, found later, had been dumped in patches of countryside and shrubland, which positively invited comprehensive forensic examinations. Also, maybe they're just not thinking about it that much, or they're just growing bolder in their killing. like as something, the escalation is a thing, was the same man going out of his way to avoid detection whilst deliberately providing as many clues as possible. And then there was the fact that 2 of the victims had been laid out in a cruciform pose, almost as some kind of mocking calling card, yet the other 3 hadn't been arranged in such a way. Again, it could just be an escalation, because it was the 2 final ones with the cruciforms, right? The final 2 bodies, maybe not, sorry, maybe I just got my murder victims mixed up. The final 2 bodies were likely to have been discarded at broadly the same time, and were found within a few hundred yards of each other, but only one of them had been carefully posed in a crucifix shape, while the other looked as if it had been carelessly dumped in a hurry. Why were there such major differences in method? Could be copycat, could be there's a second person who's out there murdering because they think they're going to get pinned on the first person. I mean, I don't suppose it's written in stone that a murderer should behave in entirely predictable patterns in the interests of a fair investigation. In fact, it's been suggested that he may have been deliberately trying to wrong-foot the police into thinking that multiple killers with very different styles were at work, although, if that were the case, I would have thought that he may have considered mixing up some of the various other elements that appeared to be pretty much identical. I suspect it's more likely that the killer only came up with the idea of the cruciform signature after he'd already murdered his first 2 victims. This pose obviously couldn't be maintained after placing the bodies in fast-moving water, so he made a decision instead to leave all of his future cruciform victims out in the open. The fact that one of the final victims appeared to have been dumped in a hurry without being posed just suggests that his plan fell apart on that occasion, and he had to leave the scene quickly to avoid being caught in the act. I'd say that's a very sensible conclusion. I think that, combined with possible escalation in the crimes and the audacity, I still think it's one dude. One thing the police were sure of during the early stages of the investigation was that the locations of the bodies were not the murder scenes. During a couple of later press conferences held on the 13th and 14th of December, Senior Investigating Officer DCS Stuart Gull declared that these locations were more likely to be deposition sites, to which the bodies were dragged possibly quite some distance after the murders had taken place elsewhere, potentially at a single site. DCS Gull also revealed that the police had recovered a number of items in nearby locations, including a fluorescent jacket, a handbag, and various women's accessories, which were now being put through vigorous forensic tests to try and establish potential links with any of the 5 victims. At around the same time, the father of victim Paula Clennell was making his own distinctive appeal for witnesses to come forward with information that may help crack the case. Brian Clennell felt that the regular clients of the local sex workers might have observed more than they were currently letting on. He told the press to, quote, "The fat, smelly perverts. They should come forward and stop this murder that's going on." The quote ends. I'm not sure many of the regular clients are going to feel particularly encouraged to spring into action in response to that call. No, I get where he's coming from, but it's not the right way to go about getting what you want. However, the police clearly felt that they had to do a bit more than just make an urgent appeal for all fat, smelly perverts to report to their nearest police station at once. Under the code name of Operation Sumac, the Suffolk Constabulary launched an investigation that was so huge in scale, police officers had to be drafted in from all over the country to help out with the case. At one point, over 650 officers were working on the investigation. 5 separate incident rooms had to be set up at Suffolk Police HQ, and over 3,000 calls a day were being received from the public. 176 different sites around Ipswich were searched, and hundreds of pedestrians and motorists were questioned, along with 400 local men on the sex offenders register. 1,500 door-to-door inquiries were made, and over 11,000 hours of CCTV footage were deeply scrutinised for clues. If anyone was still wondering just how seriously the Suffolk Constabulary would take the murders of 5 sex workers, the answer appeared to be more seriously than any other investigation in their history. Well, good. I mean, this is exactly the turn that I like to see in these Casual Criminalist episodes. It's a little bit slow, but at least it happened, and when it happened, they fully turned that hose on, didn't they? Hang on a minute, though. The police might have just been wasting their time and resources with all this investigation malarkey. How? Some guy had just wandered into the police station to declare himself as the prime suspect. Well, that's all right then. Really? Okay. Then my feeling would be he wants to get caught. Like the escalation of the bodies from the river to the dumping in the grassland or whatever is like he's leaving evidence behind on purpose so he gets caught. Especially if he's wandering into a police station and just admitting it. 37-year-old Tom Stevens worked at a local branch of Tesco in the village of Martlesham, around 6 miles from Ipswich, although he was reportedly suspended from his trolley collecting duties after he handed himself into the police with the peculiar admission that he may have committed the murders without knowing. What? The former special constable was now a self-confessed sad loner who regularly frequented the red light district of Ipswich after his marriage had broken up 3 years earlier. Wait, so he's a special constable? I don't even know what that is. He told the police that he'd paid for sex with all 5 of the victims, but more than that, he knew most of them very well and often served as their unofficial taxi driver when they needed to pick up drugs. Stevens revealed that he was particularly close to Tanya Nicol and Annette Nichols, describing himself as the closest thing to a boyfriend that either of them had at the time. When Tanya Nicol had first gone missing, Stevens had even phoned her mother several times to urge her to call the police, as he feared for her safety. Now, Tom Stevens wasn't claiming to have carried out the murders, but he felt obliged to hand himself in, as he thought he must be the prime candidate. He had paid for sex with all the women, he worked unusual hours, had no alibis, he was a bit strange, and he had every opportunity. Oh, wow, I see. He's like, oh my god, they're definitely going to think it's me. I look guilty as sin. I got to get ahead of this thing and be like, dude, it wasn't me. It wasn't me. Or rather more worryingly, he also feared that he might have some kind of split personality, which caused him to carry out terrible acts that he didn't even remember the next day when he reverted back to his normal personality. It sounds a bit to me like he might have thought he was a werewolf. Tom Stevens was never officially named by the police, who only revealed that they'd arrested a 37-year-old man on suspicion of the murder of the 5 women, and that he had been detained for 96 hours following a 36-hour extension granted by magistrates to allow the maximum period of detainment under law. It was Stevens who went blabbing to the BBC and the national press about how he'd been arrested and questioned whilst his house had been searched by the police. He was even happy to tell the police, if it had been me, I would have strangled them. It does seem weird that an innocent man would take time to ponder how exactly he would have carried out the murders that he hoped he hadn't done. And if he hadn't been quite so keen to out himself to the press, he probably wouldn't have lost his job at Tesco. But the police couldn't find any evidence to link Tom Stevens with the murders, and he was ultimately released without charge and let back out into the world on the wild assumption that he probably wasn't a werewolf. Stevens himself had told the press, "It often happens that one man will be arrested and the next one charged." Okay. Stevens, you're a weird man, you know? You're a weird dude. And it turns out he was bang on the money with that one. As Stevens was still being interrogated by the police, a second suspect had already been arrested. This one hadn't come banging on the doors of the police station, though, demanding to be let in. And this one wasn't going to get released after 96 hours. Pouring through those 11,000 hours of CCTV footage had yielded a result of sorts. Tanya Nicol had been spotted climbing into a Ford Mondeo shortly before she went missing. This wasn't Ford Mondeos, this is a car. Do they still make Ford Mondeos? But it's the most 2006 car you could possibly imagine. Ford Mondeos in the UK were everywhere. And along with Ford Focuses, Ford Fiestas. I feel like Fords were a mega popular car in the UK for a while. This wasn't exactly a game-changing discovery in itself, as the CCTV footage had presumably shown several of the victims getting into different cars in the hours and days before they were reported missing. But there was something else going on with this Ford Mondeo. A very similar vehicle had also been captured on CCTV in close proximity to the different locations at which the bodies had been dumped at around the same time they were thought to have been moved there. The car belonged to a man by the name of Steve Wright. Steve Wright, you're looking more guilty than... What was the other dude's name? The Tesco dude? Stevens. A local former barman who had only very recently moved slap bang into the middle of the Ipswich red light district with his current partner. The police already had samples of Wright's DNA on file following a minor criminal charge from 3 years earlier. From this, it was possible to quickly prove that the fluorescent jacket which the police had found nearby one of the deposition sites belonged to him, and also contained DNA matches to 3 of the victims. Oh, Steve, you're going to prison, mate. I mean, that is... If I was on the jury, the defense has some work to do to persuade me otherwise. Not only that, but Steve Wright's DNA was then later identified on the bodies of the last 3 victims. Presumably, this hadn't been possible with the first 2 victims who'd been placed in a brook, which may have washed away any incriminating evidence. It's possible that his DNA got there because he was clients of theirs, though, isn't it? Having said that, the police were still apparently able to match fibers found in the first victim, Tanya Nicol's hair, with fibers from the carpet of Steve Wright's car. Oh, Steve, no, that is not something that happens normally. Whilst other microscopic fibers from his clothing, car and house were detected on all 5 bodies. Tiny specks of blood matched with 2 of the victims had also been found in his Ford Mondeo and on his fluorescent jacket. Everything was pointing to the local barman. Yeah, everything's pointing to that local barman, and there's a hell of a lot of everything. As all this evidence was still being collected and analysed, Wright was placed under 24-hour surveillance before the police felt ready to swoop in for the arrest on December the 19th, pausing only to kick former Tesco worker Tom Stevens out of the bloody door. Whenever you hear the name Steve Wright in the UK, it's usually associated with a massively popular and massively overpaid radio broadcaster whose mildly wacky style has been entertaining millions of BBC radio listeners since 1980, and who is still very much on the air today, even though he's at least 20 years past his prime. I have no idea who this Steve Wright is. I'm so out of touch with British stuff like this. But we're not talking about that, Steve, right? No, obviously not. No one thought this, Daddy. We're talking about a Steve Wright who was born in the village of Upbringing in Norfolk in 1958, one of 4 children born to veterinarian nurse Patricia and military policeman Conrad. The very first years of Wright's life were said to be happy and financially comfortable, and the nature of his father's job meant that they hopped around the world quite a bit, spending short stretches in Malta and Singapore. But everything changed when Wright was 6 years old, and his parents went through a turbulent period which led to a separation. When a young Wright waved goodbye to his mother at the train station, he was under the impression that he'd be seeing her again soon. Even his dad believed that it would just be a very temporary separation. In fact, Patricia Wright already knew that she was leaving for good with no intention of returning. Whoa! Oh my god. This is normally the other way around. It's like the dad exits the picture and Patricia's just like, ciao! Decades later, from her new home in California, she alleged to the news of the world that the relationship with her husband had grown violent and that she had desperately wanted to take the children with her. Well, go to the courts. They'll side with you. The young Wright reportedly saw his mother's departure as a betrayal, and he became unhappy in his later childhood years. I mean, yeah, fair enough. Whilst Father Conrad married again and had more children, Wright didn't get on with his new stepmother. After leaving school in 1974, Wright landed a job as a chef with the Merchant Navy and went on to work as a steward on the QE2. During this long period on the seas, he married Angela O'Donovan in 1978, with whom he had a son, but the relationship proved to be short-lived. Angela later told the Hartlepool Gazette, "I don't want to say too much, but our marriage wasn't great. It wasn't good, and I was glad when it ended." It's believed that Wright had already been seriously addicted to massage parlours and brothels during this first marriage, and some UK television viewers may even have glimpsed a very brief insight into his life on their TV screens in 1983. During an episode of the long-running travel documentary series Wicker's World, the legendary broadcaster Alan Wicker took a jolly trip to the red light district of Pattaya City in Thailand, where he filmed groups of sailors making the most of their shore leave. Wicker's narration cheerfully described the red light district as the part of town where every sailor dreams of coming to rest and relax. And to help convey the point, his camera settles on none other than Steve Wright, with his arms around a woman who I suspect wasn't his long-term girlfriend. What are the odds? Towards the very end of this time, serving on the QE2, Wright met Diane Cole, who worked as a window dresser for one of the ocean liner's shops, who would become Wright's second wife in 1987. The newlywed couple decided to leave the QE2 behind and settled down in Norwich, where they took the reins of a pub called the Ferryboat Inn, a pleasant little pub with a history stretching back to 1822, which had more recently become known as a popular music venue for dodgy cover bands who performed in a converted boat shed round the back of the pub. Okay. Coincidentally, it was also situated right in the middle of Norwich's red light district. Another coincidence is all pointing to the barman. The tenancy of the pub lasted just 5 months, whilst his second marriage lasted just a year. Diane Cole later alleged to the Mirror that Wright was violent, abusive, and a controlling monster who once attacked her with a knife after falsely accusing her of being with another man, and who once banged her head against a wall after she'd folded the bed sheets the wrong way. Good lord. At the same time, he was alleged to have been withdrawing all the money from their joint bank account to spend on the services of sex workers, whilst ordering Diane to stay behind and keep the pub running. Less than a year later, Wright was back behind the bar of another pub in another relationship. This time, he'd moved to South London, where he became the landlord of the White Horse pub in Chislehurst. It was here that he met barmaid Sarah Whiteley, with whom he had a daughter, but the couple had split up before their daughter's first birthday. Wright then swiftly lost his position as landlord after turning to heavy drinking and gambling, and by the mid-1990s he'd pretty much hit rock bottom after his gambling debts spiraled out of control. He first tried to take his own life in 1994 by carbon monoxide poisoning in his own car, and would make another failed attempt in 2000 after returning home from a 10-week trip to Thailand and taking an overdose of pills. After being declared bankrupt, he made a very brief return to the pub scene as a barman in 2001 when he moved to the town of Felixstowe in Suffolk, but this time it only led to a criminal conviction and 100 hours of community service. He was sacked from the Brook Hotel after he was found guilty of stealing £80 from the till. It may have been a minor conviction for stealing a piffling amount of money, but future consequences of this small threat were pretty immense, as it led to the police taking the DNA sample from Wright, which would help speed up their identification of him as a suspect in the 2006 Ipswich murders. Excellent. It is cool, like how the police, they'll just like, yeah, you know, you're getting booked for like this minor thing, and they'll take your DNA, and it's like, oh boy, you're in that database now. You better not commit any big crimes, because we'll come for you. And they came for him. Life did seem to calm down a bit for Wright after he'd served his community service. He met another new partner, Pamela Wright, and they moved into a new house together in Ipswich in the red light district. It's often wrongly reported and assumed that Pamela was Wright's third wife.
But in fact, they never got married. They just coincidentally shared the same surname. Yeah, Wright's not an uncommon name, so it's a fairly common name in the UK. Not quite as popular as Smith or something, but it's right up there. Ah, get it? Right up there? Ah! All seemed to be going fine for a little while at least. Wright picked up a job as a forklift truck driver, Pamela worked night shifts, and the relationship seemed pretty stable. Pamela had no complaints about Wright's character or behaviour, and her biggest mock grumble was that she appeared to be a bit of a golf widow after Wright had joined Seckford Golf Club, where he apparently spent much of his free time, and even picked up a few trophies. It's actually quite difficult to source that many first-hand accounts of Steve Wright's character and behaviour from any point in his life. On the face of it, he never seems to have had many friends. But when he got married to his second wife, Diane Cole, in 1987, the couple had invited a total of 50 guests to the service, but 46 of those were friends and family of Diane, whilst just 4 were invited by Wright. He was widely described as a very quiet and perhaps even socially awkward man who just liked to be left alone to obsessively wash his car, have a quiet pint, or nip down to the bookies. Yeah, he probably doesn't have any friends because he seems really boring. One of his new neighbours in Ipswich reckoned that he hardly ever spoke at all, while some of his fellow golfers from Seckford Golf Club suggested that he was probably the most boring bloke in the world. Yeah, he does seem very boring. What are your hobbies? I like washing my car. You what? Something we pay other people to do. Why would you do this? But a couple of other people spotted something else bubbling away beneath the seemingly calm and boring exterior. Elizabeth Roche, a former neighbour from the brief time Wright spent as landlord of the ferryboat inn with his second wife Diane Cole, told the Telegraph he had an ability to have a violent row 1 minute and then have a calm conversation with you straight afterwards as if nothing had happened. The only way I can describe it is to say that he was a real Jekyll and Hyde character. He definitely had a psycho side to him. Oh my lord. That he's guilty. This is the sort of thing, is like, this guy seems like a psycho, and he does seem like a psycho, and I think he killed all these people, also because there seems to be a shit ton of evidence against him. But didn't Danny say that maybe they didn't get the right guy? Dude, it seems like they got the right dude. Like, what is going to come out that is going to be like, oh no, it wasn't him? This seems pretty locked down, doesn't it? Elizabeth Roche also backs up Diane Cole's claims that the marriage was violent and abusive, as she recalled 3 times in which Wright attacked his wife in the presence of witnesses and had to be forcibly pulled away by others. According to Elizabeth, on all 3 occasions, he placed his hands around his wife's throat and tried to strangle her. Perhaps we can gain further insight into his true character from the long list of sex workers he regularly paid over the years, but again, the accounts vary quite considerably. Shortly before the 2006 murders had taken place, Wright was widely known in the Ipswich red light district by the nickname of the Mondeo Man, and many of the sex workers claimed that he was viewed as a regular client with whom they felt safe. A few of them even suggested that they'd struck up a kind of friendship with him. But just days after the bodies of the final 2 victims had been found, a sex worker known as Kira revealed that her last encounter with Wright hadn't been quite so friendly. She said, "He pinned me down. He never used to do that. It did scare me when he did it, because it wasn't like him. He was a bit nasty." Wright was believed to have taken a break from sex workers when he first moved into Ipswich with his new partner Pamela, but he was soon heading back out into the red light district when Pamela began working night shifts, which gave him ample opportunity to spend the early hours of the morning cruising the streets in his Ford Mondeo without his partner's knowledge. He was actually stopped by the police on the 1st of December 2006 at around 2 a.m, just 1 day before the first victim was found. They were curious as to why Wright was driving around a red light district at that time in the morning. You can guess! Wright explained that he hadn't been able to sleep, so he'd gone for a quick spin in the car and was completely unaware that he'd accidentally strayed into the red light area. So why were you driving so slow? Why were you looking out your windows and making eye contact with the women? It's like, oh, I was just being polite while on my drive. Come on, dude. Come on now, you got caught. The police probably hear that quite a lot. When questioning a guy in a car in this kind of situation, the guy's unlikely to openly admit that he's on the lookout for paid sex, and then ask the police if they've seen any half-decent sex workers knocking around the area. But even though they suspected he was telling porkies, they had no reason to arrest him, and they sent him on his way. It wouldn't be until 19 days later that the police arrested the now 48-year-old Steve Wright on suspicion of 5 murders. During the police interview, Wright answered no comment to every single question that was put to him. He was charged with all 5 murders and calmly entered a plea of not guilty during the initial 3-hour hearing at the magistrate's court on December 22nd. He would be held in custody for just over a year before the trial finally got underway in very early 2008. Immediately after Wright was charged, the police seemed pretty confident that they'd caught the Suffolk Strangler. A statement was released to the public which revealed that the police were feeling quite buoyant by the latest breakthrough and that they were no longer looking for any fresh leads or information relating to the investigation.
This prompted the national media to go into overdrive with reports that the Suffolk Strangler had finally been caught, prompting a call from the then Attorney General Lord Goldsmith to calm down a bit with the sensationalist headlines in the interests of a fair trial. Even one of the senior prosecutors in the case took the unusual step of urging restraint from the UK press, declaring, quote, "At this time, I would like to remind you of the need to take care in reporting the events surrounding this case. Stephen Wright stands accused of these offences and has a right to a fair trial before a jury. It is extremely important that there should be responsible media reporting which should not prejudice the due process of law." The press also received additional criticism from other quarters over their choice of language in their coverage of the victims. So many headlines described Steve Wright as a prostitute killer, while accompanying reports focused heavily on the line of work of the victims rather than the individual women. It does seem likely that if all the victims had just happened to work in some kind of retail job, their lifestyles wouldn't have seemed quite so significant in the pages of the press, and the murderer would have been unlikely to be dramatically labelled the retail work killer. But the fact that all these victims were sex workers just seemed to dominate the tone of the contemporary reporting. So, as if to suggest that this serial killer didn't target normal women, he only targeted a batch of largely faceless prostitutes who didn't lead proper lives anyway. Again, this is another illustration of why it was perceived at the time that the murders of sex workers weren't taken as seriously or as sympathetically as they should by the public, the police, and the press, even if they could still potentially generate a darkly gripping headline. So, the trial of Steve Wright kicked off on the 16th of January 2008 at Ipswich Crown Court, presided over by Mr. Justice Gross. Over the course of the next 6 weeks, the court had testimony from witnesses, including the parents and the families of many of the victims, the police, forensic experts, and of course Tom Stevens, the original suspect to be questioned, who at this point I'm beginning to feel just pounced on any excuse to get out of the house. Yeah, Tom Stevens, they let you go. Just be like, oh, thank God it wasn't me. Oh, thank God I'm not a werewolf. Great news. Go back to Tesco and get on with your life. The jury of 9 men and 3 women also managed to get out and about a bit as they took regular excursions from the courtroom over the course of the trial, although these field trips weren't the kind of fun events that involved selfies and stops for ice cream. They were instead given a grim guided tour of the various sites at which the bodies of the murder victims had been discovered. But it became apparent very quickly that the prosecutor, Peter Wright QC, who 8 years earlier had helped put notorious serial killer Dr. Harold Shipman behind bars for life, had a bit of a challenge on his hands here. There was clearly no single piece of compelling evidence that proved Steve Wright was guilty of murdering 5 women. Bro, his carpet fibers from his car were on their bodies. There was 2 people's blood on his yellow jacket thing. It seems like there's a lot of forensic evidence connecting these things. There were certainly plenty of coincidences. Oh, come on, the blood! The hair! Including the fact that all 5 victims had worked in the same area and had been subject to asphyxiation. And 2 of the victims had been left posed in an identical cruciform position, a detail which was only now being revealed to the public and a shocked courtroom for the very first time. Steve Wright's DNA had been found on 3 of his victims, whilst microscopic fibers connected with Wright had been found on all 5 bodies. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. He could have frequented their services. But the carpet fibers in the hair, the blood, that's not some normal shit. That's weird. Along with specks of blood from 2 of the victims found in his car and on his abandoned fluorescent jacket found near one of the deposition sites. The jury was shown CCTV footage of Tanya Nicol climbing into an unidentified Ford Mondeo on the night she vanished, along with footage of a similar Ford Mondeo popping up very near the deposition sites at around the same time at which the bodies were believed to have been discarded. Peter Wright QC also put forward the surprising theory that more than one person may have been involved in the murders, or at least the movement of the bodies. Some of the victims had been found quite some distance from the nearest road, but there was no evidence of any snag marks to indicate that the bodies had been roughly dragged across the countryside. Of course, it's not out of the question that one individual could still have carried the bodies alone, albeit in a pretty conspicuous manner, but it's also possible that he had help from an accomplice to help speed up the operation and reduce the risk of detection. It was also noted around this time in the proceedings that the original self-proclaimed suspect, Tom Stevens, did not have a single alibi to verify his whereabouts on any of the nights that the women were believed to have been murdered, but it's worth stressing that no evidence was ever found to link Tom Stevens to the murders. But whilst the prosecution case may have lacked that one piece of substantial evidence, Peter Wright QC argued that all the separate pieces of the criminal jigsaw clearly pointed to Steve Wright as the only common denominator in all the murders. Yeah, dude, this is open and shut to me. You may conclude that by now the disappearance of these women and the discovery of their bodies was the work of someone, either alone or with the help of another, who was engaged on a deliberate campaign of murder directed at the working prostitutes of Ipswich. The chances of each of these women having met wholly unrelated deaths was by now, you may conclude, so unlikely as to be capable of being excluded. Steve Wright had seemed noticeably detached and disengaged during the whole trial and showed no flicker of emotion as the families of the victims spoke at length about the lives of their loved ones and the raw grief over their brutal deaths. Yeah, because he's a psycho. We know he's a psycho. He's got psycho vibes. He wasn't particularly chatty when he finally took the stand himself, answering the vast majority of the questions with brief variations of the lines, "It would appear so, yes," or "If you say so, yes." He did reveal that he used to regularly frequent massage parlours and brothels in the past. Shortly after moving to Ipswich with Pamela Wright, he had often sneaked off to this type of establishment after a round of golf. But by the end of 2006, he had figured out that he could save a bit of money on the £80 he used to fork out at massage parlours by cruising the red light district in Ipswich, where he could pick up sex for as little as £20 a time. He was also happy to reveal that he was very familiar with most of the relatively obscure deposition sites, and on a more crucial note, he had a fairly good justification for all the DNA and microfiber evidence that linked him with the victims. Wright told the court that he'd not only had encounters with all 5 victims, but he had paid for full sex with 4 of them. The only exception was Tanya Nicol, although this claim appears to potentially contradict the CCTV footage of Tanya getting into the Ford Mondeo, which looked remarkably similar to the vehicle owned by Wright. He actually conceded that it may well have been his car, but he recalled a night in which he picked up Tanya and then swiftly changed his mind after noticing she had acne, which apparently put him off the whole idea. He claims to have dropped her off again with no hard feelings between the two, and then returned home after having lost the urge to pay for sex that night. But his main defense was based around the fairly reasonable suggestion that the DNA and microfiber evidence were hardly surprising, as all 4 women had been in his car and had paid for sex with at least 4 of them, although, of course, the specks of blood found in the car and on his fluorescent jacket are far more suspicious. Yeah, and also the location of the carpet fibers in the hair. Like, that's suspicious. And the blood is even more suspicious. Wright also claimed that he wasn't doing anything wrong during the occasions when his Ford Mondeo was spotted on CCTV late at night near most of the deposition sites, as he just couldn't sleep and was driving around to relax. He does appear to have a bit of a recurring problem with sleepless nights. Oh, he does he, Danny? No, officer, couldn't sleep. Just driving slow, looking at ladies in this part of town, waving to them, inviting them into my car. I just couldn't sleep. I was just on a drive. It's all innocent, officer. In short, Steve Wright's defense team, led by Timothy Langdale QC, argued that none of the evidence conclusively proved that their client was guilty of murder. He had simply been himself a victim of a string of singularly unfortunate coincidences. Explain the blood! You can't, can you? Because you're guilty. At the close of the trial, Mr. Justice Gross urged the jury to cast aside their emotions and potential prejudices when considering the verdict. He told them, "The loss of these 5 young lives is clearly a tragedy. You may view with some distaste the lifestyles of those involved. Whatever drugs they took, whatever the work they did, no one is entitled to do these women any harm, let alone kill them." But the jury seemed to take everyone by surprise, including the press and the prosecution team, when they reached a unanimous verdict in a relatively rapid window of time. As they chewed over their decision, on Thursday the 21st of February 2008, the general assumption was that the deliberations would rumble on well into the following week. Quite a few of the assembled members of the press and media had even packed up and gone back to the office, as they figured that nothing noteworthy was likely to happen over the next few days. But after just 8 hours, the jury returned to the courtroom to deliver the verdict. They found Steve Wright to be guilty of all 5 counts of murder. As the verdict was announced, Wright again showed no trace of emotion, because he's a psycho. During a sentencing held on February the 22nd, it was already clear beforehand that Wright would be serving term of life imprisonment for multiple murders, but a question remained over how long he'd have to wait before potentially becoming eligible for parole. Mr. Justice Gross wasted no time in making his feelings known on this matter when he addressed Steve Wright. Drugs and prostitution meant the victims were at risk, but neither drugs nor prostitution killed them. You did. This was a targeted campaign of murder. You killed them, stripped them, and left them. Why you did it may never be known. It is right you should spend your whole life in prison. As it was declared that Wright must never be released from prison, his brother and sister openly wept in the courtroom, but Wright himself remained impassive and stared blankly ahead as if he hadn't heard the ruling. He made no eye contact with anybody at all as he was led away to begin the first day of his whole life sentence. The families of the victims shared contrasting opinions on the verdict in the immediate aftermath of the trial. The father of Gemma Adams felt that justice had most definitely been served. He said, quote, "I am very relieved and pleased for all the families that this is now over and we can now start to get on with our lives. I can't speak highly enough about the police in this case. I don't have any feelings about Wright." However, the families of both Tanya Nicol and Paul Clennell felt that only the return of the death penalty could deliver a serving of genuine justice in this case. Well, yes, but we don't have the death penalty in the UK, so What were you hoping for? They're going to bring it back for you, but they're not going to bring it back for Shipman? Like, come on now. A statement prepared by the family of Tanya Nickel was read out to the press. Today, as this case has come to an end, we would like to say justice has been done, but we're afraid that where 5 young lives have been cruelly ended, the person responsible will be kept warm, nourished, and protected. In no way has justice been done. These crimes deserve the ultimate punishment, and that can only mean one thing. Where a daughter and the other victims were given no human rights by this monster, he will be guarded by the establishment at great cost to the taxpayers of this country. Well, yes, look, he's not going to have a great time in prison, though. He's like warm and protected and this sort of stuff. You want to spend the rest of your life in prison? No, it's probably going to be pretty miserable. Steve Wright has always protested his innocence. An initial appeal against the convictions was rejected in early 2008, while a second appeal was quietly dropped in early 2009. In a letter to the East Anglia Daily Times published in August 2008, Steve Wright described how he felt numb with shock upon hearing the verdict in the courtroom, as if a knife had been thrust into his heart. He also declared in the same letter, quote, "People should believe that I am innocent, because I have gone through my whole life trying to be as fair and considerate to other people as I possibly could. I don't have a violent bone in my body, and to take a life I would have thought would be the ultimate form of aggression. All the evidence proved was that I had contact with the girls, but not one shred of evidence showed that I killed them. Didn't you have, a violent history? Didn't one of your... no one really ever expanded on the end of the marriages or anything like that, right? I'm not so sure that there wasn't one shred of evidence. There were several shreds of evidence, which arguably piled up into a pretty hefty pile of shreds of evidence. Yeah, agreed. I definitely think this guy is guilty. But Steve Wright still has plenty of supporters who feel that the trial was unfair and that Wright is an innocent man who just happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. Or to be more accurate, he was frequently in exactly the wrong places at exactly the wrong times. Yeah, it's a hell of a coincidence, isn't it? A lot of people bang on about the fact that there were differences in how the bodies were discarded and posed. The first 2 were thrown into a brook, while the other 3 were found in spots of the countryside, and only 2 of the latter ones were posed in a cruciform position. And all this could indicate that completely different killers were at work in the same small area. But as we've already covered, there could be a number of reasons as to why a murderer might mix up his methods over time. It seems a bit of a stretch to suggest that the final 2 victims from the same area who also went missing at roughly the same time and whose asphyxiated bodies were found within a few hundred yards of each other on the same night must surely have been murdered by 2 different killers just because only one of them had been left in a crucifix shape. Yes, please, come on. It's quite ridiculous. Crime writer and investigator David Dixon raises more pressing points about the credibility of the scraps of evidence. Okay, I'm willing to hear your argument, David. Investigator and crime writer, let's see. He feels that the vast majority of the microfiber deposits would have been quickly lost due to the elements within just a few hours of the naked bodies being abandoned, and he finds it hard to believe that such supposedly incriminating deposits were found on no less than 3 of the victims. So what are you saying? It's like a frame-up? There's also something a little stranger about the specks of blood found on Wright's clothing and in his car. We've already established that there were likely to be DNA and microfiber connections with Steve Wright and all 5 victims, as all 5 of the women had been in the car, and he had admitted to having full sex with at least 4 of them. The specks of blood may suggest that something more sinister was going on than consensual sex between 2 adults. Having said that, it's not entirely out of the question that tiny specks of blood may have been produced from consensual sex or very faint menstruation stains. Well, can't they test the blood to see what type of blood it is? The point that I find most puzzling about the specks of blood is that whilst all 5 victims showed signs of asphyxiation, there were no other signs of physical assault or wounds on any of the bodies, so it's not entirely clear where these specks of blood were supposed to have come from or how they relate in any way to Steve Wright's guilt. Then there's the small matter of a blue BMW. Various witnesses have claimed that Tanya Nickel, Gemma Adams, Annette Nichols and Paula Clennell were all seen climbing into either a blue BMW or a posh blue car shortly before they disappeared, whilst the doorman of a local club observed a blue BMW being driven in an erratic and suspicious manner in the early hours of a December morning around the same time that the first bodies were discovered. Yet this line of inquiry appears to have been completely dropped when the police effectively stopped looking for other suspects after arresting Steve Wright. I'm not necessarily trying to suggest that Steve Wright is an innocent man, no, but this stuff should have definitely been brought up by the defense because it's a hell of a way to get reasonable doubt. But it could be argued that his guilt was not proven quite as conclusively as one might have expected. However, he remains in prison to this day, and the CPS, Crown Prosecution Service, still seem convinced that the conviction was based on science and they got the right man. A man with a reported history of abusing and attempting to strangle his ex-partner, who was the only proven link between all 5 women and most of the deposition sites. Something we may never know is exactly what motivated Steve Wright to carry out these 5 murders. His father, Conrad, later told the BBC that it was all the fault of Steve Wright's mother. He felt that a young Steve Wright was left damaged by his mother's departure and never fully got over what he perceived to be a betrayal and abandonment. Conrad feels that this is what turned Wright against women in general. I mean, fine, you can say that, but he still killed people. Like, it doesn't matter what happened to him in his childhood. This is a very, very, I'm sure it's a terrible thing to happen, but it's very minor compared to some of the monsters that we've seen made on this channel. He also claims that his relationship with his son is now non-existent, and he feels some level of guilt for bringing a murderer into the world. But Conrad did reveal the contents of a letter he received while Wright was still awaiting trial, in which his son described himself as a placid person, but admits, "Whenever I get upset, I tend to bury it deep inside," which I suppose is not a healthy thing to do, because the more I do that, the more withdrawn I become, because I have seen too much anger and violence in my childhood to last a lifetime. Incidentally, when Steve Wright's mother, Patricia, waved goodbye to her 6-year-old son at the train station in 1964, it wouldn't be the last time that they ever saw each other. They enjoyed a brief reunion of sorts in 1992 when Patricia flew over from California to spend Christmas with her family. But although things initially appeared to be going well, Patricia told the press that shortly before she was due to fly back to California, her son became aggressive with her and flew into a drunken, expletive-ridden rage. The pair would never speak again. However, others have suggested that trying to pin all the blame on his mother's departure is clearly a lame excuse and a distasteful attempt to somehow justify the actions of a vile individual. Yeah, it's just a silly thing. It's obviously that didn't make him a murderer, and even if it did, it's not her fault. It's a shitty thing to do. Yes, did it make him a murderer? Maybe, but he's a murderer. This is not the reason. It's not enough. It's not an excuse. Psychologist Emma Kenny is particularly disturbed by how he took the time to pose some of the bodies in the cruciform position, and has considered that while this may have been partly down to trying to throw the police off the scent and suggest that multiple killers were at work, it may also have simply been because he got a perverse kick out of doing it. Colleen Moore, a criminologist at Anglia Ruskin University, is a little more blunt in her assessment, quoting her, "Lots of people have their parents walk out on them while they are young, and of course it's distressing. That's a natural response. But most people don't deal with their feeling of abandonment by murdering. Steve Wright was not a fool. He was a cruel man who hated women and did what he did because he wanted to." Yes, well said, Colleen. Whilst not everyone may be entirely convinced of Steve Wright's guilt, there are others who believe that he may have been responsible for many more historical, unsolved murders and disappearances dating back to the 1980s. The reasoning here is that Wright was 48 years old at the time of the Ipswich murders, and that's generally considered to be a bit of a late start for a serial killer. They've usually committed their first murder well before they've hit 35. Criminologist David Wilson feels it's highly unlikely that a man with a reported history of violence towards women would leave it so late in life before conducting a string of murders, which were conducted with enough cold and calculating precision to suggest that the killer may have had some previous experience. It's a theory which has been given some weight by the claims of a sex worker called Linda St. Clair, known to her clients as Miss Whiplash, who informed the press in 2008 that she was very nearly a victim of Steve Wright in the 1980s. Linda, from Hertfordshire, let's not call her Miss Whiplash, revealed that she recognized a photograph of Steve Wright in the newspapers shortly after he had been charged with murder, and recalled that it was the very same client who had paid her for sex over 20 years earlier in London. After business had been conducted, Linda claims that Wright angrily lunged at her with his arms outstretched as if to strangle her, but she managed to flee into the streets. She also claimed that she had reported the incident to the police, but the Metropolitan Police later declared that no formal complaint had ever been made. However, before we start pointing the finger at Steve Wright for every unsolved murder or disappearance in the region since about 1982, it's worth pointing out that he can already be ruled out from some of them, including one disappearance in particular, to which he was strongly connected for many years, and perhaps with good reason. 25-year-old Susie Lampler was an estate agent who went missing in July 1986 and was never found. She was declared legally dead in 1994. On the day that she went missing, she was supposed to be meeting up with a mysterious client known only as Mr. Kipper for a house viewing in Fulham, but she was never seen again. So could this Mr. Kipper have actually been Steve Wright? Okay, waiting for the connection, because this just seems to be like a murder. Well, here's why it's a little suspicious. Steve Wright and Susie Lampler had worked together on the QE2 in the early 1980s when Wright was working as a steward and Susie had a job as a beautician. In fact, it appears that they might have even become quite good friends. Wright's father, Conrad, admitted in 2017 that he had grave concerns over whether his son might have been involved in Susie's disappearance after rifling through an old photograph album and finding a picture of Wright and Susie Lampler together. Not only, that's it. That's the only connection. Someone he once knew was killed. Not only that, but around the time of Susie's disappearance, Wright was still working in his final full year on the QE2, but it was alleged by a former partner that he just happened to be on shore leave at that time, and nobody really knew exactly where he'd gone. Sounds dodgy, right? So what was he actually up to? Well, let's not jump to conclusions. I don't feel I'm jumping to any conclusions. I feel like this is a stretch. The police later checked the QE2 records and confirmed that Wright was very much on board the QE2 during the time of Susie's disappearance. The police have also since named serial rapist and murderer John Cannon as the prime suspect in the case, although the Crown Prosecution Service has concluded that there's not enough evidence to charge Cannon, who is already serving a whole life sentence. Steve Wright has also been connected with and consequently ruled out of a long list of other unsolved murders. Natalie Pearman was a sex worker who lived in Norwich during the same period that Wright lived in the city. In fact, she was last seen alive looking for business outside the very same ferryboat inn where Wright had served as the landlord a few years previously. She was found naked and strangled to death in a lay-by in 1992, which later drew obvious comparisons to how Wright's victims had been discovered in 2006. However, although the killer had never been found, the police claim to have a full DNA profile of the killer, which rules out Wright from the list of suspects. Yeah, I mean, you can't just be like, I was there at that point, someone was murdered, it was him. I guess it's worth ruling out, but it's not him. You've got to have evidence. It's a very similar tragic story with 22-year-old Michelle Bettles, another sex worker from Norwich, who was strangled to death and discarded in a stretch of woodland in March 2002. The son of a retired police officer was arrested for murder in April 2003 following a DNA match, but he was released after admitting that he'd paid for sex with Michelle Bettles, apparently the only time in his life he'd ever done such a thing, if we're to believe that, but he was not responsible for her death. Yeah, it's like, no, it wasn't. It's one time. Only once. Only ever. Michelle's father believed for a long time that his daughter could well have been an earlier victim of Steve Wright, as the case bore so many similarities to the 2006 Ipswich murders. But again, whilst the killer has never been found, Steve Wright has been ruled out following extensive DNA profiling. There are other cases, though, in which Steve Wright is still very much viewed as the prime suspect by many, or it might be fairer to say that he hasn't been comprehensively ruled out yet. Why, it's kind of like really looking at guilty until proven innocent here, aren't we? That's not the way it works. 32-year-old mother of two, Jeanette Kempton, was found dead in a ditch in the village of Wangford in Suffolk in 1989, just under 120 miles away from her home in Brixton, South London. Former Norfolk Police Intelligence Officer Chris Clark believes that there may have been a link here with Steve Wright. The cause of death was strangulation, and Wright was living in South London at the time, but still very familiar with the remote areas of Suffolk in which the body was ultimately discarded. 5 other suspects were questioned, including the ex-husband of Jeanette, but nobody has ever been charged with her murder. Further unsolved investigations include the disappearance of 26-year-old Ipswich sex worker Amanda Duncan, who went missing in July 1993, and Norwich sex worker Kelly Pratt, who was last seen alive in June 2000. There's one final case that we need to cover in detail, and that's the murder of 17-year-old student Victoria Hall. I wouldn't usually find it appropriate to kick off a description of a murdered teenager by emphasizing straight away that she definitely wasn't a sex worker, but I think it's understandable that we should make this clear from the start, as there's a clear distinction between Victoria and the known victims of Steve Wright. Victoria hailed from the village of Trimley St Mary in Suffolk and was last seen alive on September the 18th, 1999. She'd been enjoying a night out at the town at the Bandbox nightclub in Felixstowe with her friend Gemma. After leaving the club at 1 a.m, they realized they didn't have enough money left over for a taxi home, so they decided to instead spend their last bit of cash on a couple of bags of chips from the Bodrum Grill before taking the 2-mile walk back home to Trimley St Mary. Yeah, definitely been there. It's like, no, I don't have any money, I gotta walk all the way home. I should have had that last drink, I should have saved it for a taxi. They parted company at 2:20 a.m, by which time Victoria was literally just a few yards away from her home, but she never made it to the door. Her friend Gemma later recalled that she heard screams in the distance as she walked away, but assumed it was just kids messing about. Other neighborhood residents also reported screams or shouting in the early hours of the morning, along with the sound of a car with a noisy exhaust driving off at some speed. After her parents reported Victoria missing the following morning, there would be a wait of 5 days before an inevitable dark discovery was made by a dog walker in the village of Creeting St Peter, about 25 miles away from Trimley St Mary. The naked body of Victoria Hall had been left in a ditch. Post-mortem wasn't able to determine the exact cause of death, but noted that Victoria had suffered some degree of asphyxiation. I mean, so far that's the only thing that links these two. How is Wright getting linked to this? The following year, a local businessman was arrested twice on suspicion of her murder, but after spending 10 months in custody followed by a 2-week trial, he was eventually found not guilty in late 2001. It's not entirely surprising that ever since then, the name of Steve Wright has been frequently linked to a case that remains unsolved to this day. Just like Wright's 5 known victims, Victoria's asphyxiated naked body had shown no signs of assault before it was discarded in a remote spot in Suffolk during a period when Wright lived himself just a half-mile away from the victim. The police also had managed to obtain a partial registration of the vehicle, which may have been spotted revving off at high speed during the early hours of the morning when Victoria was last seen alive. There are several matches to vehicle registrations in the local area, including the car owned by Steve Steve Wright, but he was never brought in for questioning at the time. Yeah, I mean, how many vehicles match the partial, though? The parents of Victoria Hall don't believe that the killer will ever be caught unless he comes forward and confesses. But her father, Graham, is of the opinion that it most likely wasn't Steve Wright. He told the press, "With due respect to the girls Wright killed, not all the circumstances were the same. They were working girls, and that appears to be who he was aiming for." Now, this is a bit of a sensitive area for discussion, as it's perhaps perfectly understandable why Victoria's parents don't want the death of their 17-year-old daughter to be any way associated with a murderer known only to target sex workers, and it's possible that this element is swaying their opinion on the matter. What sways my opinion on the matter is there's not really anything linking him other than he was nearby and maybe it was a partial of his license plate. But maybe. Or maybe they're making a perfectly fair point and others are just being a little too hasty in frequently accusing Steve Wright of everything. I mean, even a convicted criminal should always be presumed innocent of committing any other crimes until they're found guilty of such charges in a court of law. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. We're really verging into guilty until proven innocent here. It'd be wrong to assume that Steve Wright must surely be responsible for every single murder or disappearance that had occurred in Suffolk or Norfolk between 1987 and 2006. So let's give the guy a break and stop hassling him over every case that the police haven't yet got around to solving. Oh, hang on a bit though, because we've got a tiny morsel of breaking news. Okay then. In July 2021, an inmate of HM prison Long Lartin was arrested by Suffolk police in connection with the murder of Victoria Hall. And just as I was nearing the end of the first draft of this script, it was announced that the same man had been arrested again on December the 7th, 2023, and taken into police custody for questioning over the murder. This is incredibly recent. Incidentally, this is the second time in a row that this has happened to me whilst writing a casual criminalist script. If any senior investigating officers out there are keen to make a fresh progress on a case that went cold years ago, just get me to write a casual criminalist script about it on the topic, and you're guaranteed to see fresh developments just when I foolishly think I've reached the final full stop. Sorry, Danny. Well, it has to be said that there's not an awful lot to report here, as the police are remaining tight-lipped on the matter for now, and haven't even officially named the arrested man, but various media sources, including the BBC and Sky News, have been happy to name him as Steve Wright, who just happens to be serving his life sentence at the very same HM prison Long Lartin. If it is him, which we don't even know it is, then some more evidence has emerged. I'm not saying we should have discounted him as a suspect, I'm just saying you need more evidence before you presume guilt. Nearly 25 years after Victoria Hall was murdered, the investigation still seems to be very much ongoing, and the story of Steve Wright may or may not yield further chapters. I'm just relieved that the police didn't bother to question original Suffolk murder suspect Tom Stevens over any of these unsolved murders or disappearances, as he would most likely just confess to anything and everything that was put to him whilst howling at the moon. Yeah, poor Tom, just a misguided dude who just needs to go back to Tesco. There has certainly been a whole raft of positive change in attitudes and policing, and to a certain extent government policy since the dark ages of 2006. On a local level, the Ipswich Borough Council and the police sought to push the red light district out of town for good, and fortunately they took a slightly more sensible approach than just going in there with batons blazing and arresting every sex worker they encountered. Now, this is simplifying things a bit, but the preferred approach was generally to go in there with all batons blazing and either arrest or scare away every suspicious bloke they encountered so that no business could possibly be conducted on the streets. Meanwhile, many of the sex workers were offered support and help to get them off the streets instead of the usual threat of a trip in a police car. Now, this obviously didn't eradicate the problem overnight, and some sex workers have since returned to the streets of Ipswich in more recent years, but in nowhere near the same numbers as about 20 years ago. It's been suggested that one of the biggest outcomes of all of this has been the push for sex workers to go into safer and more controlled environments behind closed doors, and the local police are reported to turn a blind eye to this unless there are any signs of trouble, which may be putting the women in danger. That's how it works though, right? It's not illegal if it's like off the streets and not pimping and stuff like that, right? Don't quote me on that. I might be entirely wrong. The UK government has also changed its approach to tackling prostitution to some degree, although it could be accused of dragging its heels and perhaps not being brave enough to go the full distance. It's always been a tricky legal area, as the act of engaging in sexual activities in return for money has never actually been illegal in the UK, although many of the activities associated with this are against the law, such as touting or looking for business in a public place or running a brothel. The government has slowly followed the example set by Ipswich by targeting the clients rather than treating the actual sex workers like criminals. In April 2010, it became a criminal offence to have sex with someone who's been forced or threatened into providing those services by a third party. Only in 2010? What the f***? Perhaps the only puzzle here is why it took until 2010 for this to become a criminal offence, but the interesting point here is that this is a strict liability offence. So in other words, even if the client was completely oblivious that the sex worker had been exploited into providing services against their will, the clients will still be found guilty of the offence. So this is kind of like a speeding ticket. It's like, because normally when you commit a crime, you need two things. You need the actus regus and the mens rea. God, it's been a long time since I studied this. And the mens rea is like the intention to do it. The act and the intention. And if you don't have intention, you're usually not guilty. But so speeding tickets, you might have just not be paying attention. So you don't technically have the intention of speeding. And so you wouldn't normally be guilty. But a strict liability means that even if you do it without knowing, you're still guilty. This is a pretty heavy thing to make strict liability, to be honest. Meanwhile, the Association of Chief Police Officers issued revised guidance in 2011, which was a direct response to the Ipswich murders, declaring that sex workers should be treated as vulnerable women in need of help and rehabilitation rather than criminals. It's obviously encouraging to see that the British police are now far more interested in the safety and exploitation of sex workers, but some might argue that by simply arresting all the clients instead, we haven't quite come far enough. A couple of years before the Ipswich murders in 2004, then Home Secretary David Blunkett had proposed some pretty radical plans to introduce fully licensed brothels and red light zones in the UK in a bid to completely decriminalise every element of the transaction and offer greater protection for sex workers. This has been done in other countries and it's been shown to work well. So I feel like that seems like a pretty good move, David Blunkett. The move was blocked by the government, reportedly over fears that tatty old rags like the Daily Mail would launch a hostile attack on the clearly perverted government's new policy of glamorizing and encouraging prostitution. Yeah, that's what they're doing, Daily Mail. It's exactly the sort of shit the Daily Mail would pull. In the meantime, the best result we have now is that most police forces in the UK again followed the example of Ipswich by turning a blind eye to brothels. Massage parlours. This doesn't apply to Northern Ireland, which seemed to take a surprising step backward in 2015 when it introduced a new act which criminalised the purchase of sex. But perhaps we have to look further than invisible brothels to get to the real root of the problem, which has in some ways led to the deaths or disappearances of so many street workers. In the case of the Ipswich murders, the direct reason that Gemma Adams, Tanya Nicol, Annie Alderton, Paula Clennell, and Annette Nichols are no longer with us is obviously because a twisted individual murdered them. But there was a common factor in how exactly all 5 women found themselves on a path which put them in such immediate danger, and that common factor was drug addiction. I'm sure many sex workers are actually quite happy in their job, particularly the ones that work in the relatively safer environment of a massage parlour. In fact, a recent survey conducted by Leeds University suggests that a majority of British sex workers enjoy the fun and flexibility of the job. But figures released by the UK government paint a different story on the streets, where it's estimated that somewhere between 80 to 95% of sex workers are funding a hard drug habit. I think it's fair to assume that all 5 victims weren't out on the streets of Ipswich through career choice, but rather as a desperate last resort, particularly the final 2 victims who were already aware of the alarming disappearances of sex workers in the local area, yet still felt compelled to return to the exact same red light district where the victims were known to tout for business. Some have suggested that if Home Secretary David Blunkett had got his way with fully licensed brothels, the killer would have never had the opportunity to murder his victims, but I'm not entirely convinced by this. You need to fully adhere to the rules and codes of conduct to keep your job in a licensed brothel, and we already know that at least one of the victims, possibly more, was booted out of a massage parlour over problems with drug use and forced onto the streets. It's not all down to licensing and legality, it's largely down to the drug addiction, which closes off safer avenues of work. Again, Ipswich appear to have led the way in tackling this problem too. Family members of all 5 victims have helped set up charity called Somebody's Daughter, which works with women battling or recovering from drug addiction, whilst Ipswich Borough Council and the police have reportedly helped a large number of sex workers to get off the street for good by offering them strong support and rehab programs. On a national level, sex workers found guilty of repeatedly looking for work on the streets are now far less likely to get slapped with a hefty fine that would only serve to increase their need to raise fast money by any means necessary, and far more likely to receive an engagement and support order designed to help deal with any potential drug habits. We seem to be making some progress here, but perhaps not as quickly as we should. Whilst we may never fully understand what drives a killer to take the lives of so many innocent women, we can at least try to understand and tackle the root problems that drove the victims straight into his web. And that's where we end today's episode. Thanks for being here.
Hello everybody, welcome back to another episode of The Casual Criminalist. As always, I'm your host, Simon Wamsley. One of my writers in this case, Matt. Thank you, Matt, has written me an episode, The Casanova Killer. I hate it when they have this, you know, like the genius killers, the sexy killer. It's like, no. Just like the dickhead killer would work. Can I say dickhead this early in the episode? Bleep that out just in case. But you get what I mean. Like the dickhead killer, the piece of killer. But no, the Casanova Killer. I got a picture of him here. Look how sexy he looks. Look at that cigarette. Oh, yes. Isn't it weird? Like, the cigarette industry has done such a... Tobacco industry? That's what it's called, right? Has done such a good job. Because it's like, all I've been told my entire life is how cigarettes will kill you. Like, even when I was a kid, you'd see, like, adverts for cigarettes, and, like, half of it would be, like, smoking kills your baby, smoking cuts your eyes out and burns them, this kind of stuff. But still, because of movies, and I'm sure money, I'm still like, yeah, but cigarettes, look at that guy, look how cool he looks. Anyway, sorry, enough with that. Let's jump into it. What would you do for fame and glory? That's a question a lot of people have thought about at least once in their lives, and the answer always varies, from making stupid videos on the internet to trying to break world records to some saying they go so far as committing murder. My answer's, yeah. Well, I'd make stupid videos on the internet. Breaking world records? Yeah. Murder? No. Not worth it, because that's not fame, that's infamy. What's that famous quote? If I can't get famous, infamy will do. It just goes to show how far some people will go for something trivial and meaningless. Oh, come on. Fame and notoriety, Matt. Not truly meaningless, they're awesome. Fame can be wonderful, but more often than not, it comes with a price, one that needs to be paid, whether you're totally willing or not. Yes, there's a price. What is it to be good looking? Excellent question. Most of the time when people think about the concept of being good looking, it's about looking beautiful, pretty, or handsome. Many people are naturally gifted with exceptional facial features and bodies to match. Of course, there are times when this too comes with its downside. Traits such as vanity, narcissism, and arrogance have been displayed many times by those society has labeled as good looking. So what happens when you combine physically attractive traits, a burning desire to be famous and recognized, and a twisted moral code? Well, you get a YouTuber. No, I'm just kidding. You get this dude, Paul John Knowles. Right, I think it's more accurate to say you get a TikToker, wouldn't you? Famous to be recognized, twisted moral code. Those immoral TikTokers. Now that name might not be familiar to many, since on the long list of serial killers like Dahmer or Gacy that have plagued the US in the last century or so, he isn't brought up nearly as much. However, Knowles would cut a swath of death across more than 5 states, including Georgia, Florida, Texas, Nevada, and Alabama, with his body count climbing as high as 18, while he claims to have killed up to 35 people in total, all within the best span of about 4 months. Wait, why is this guy not as famous as Ted Bundy? He was also handsome and murdery. The reason? Well, not only did these people have things he wanted for himself, but it became very clear after everything was said and done that Knowles simply wanted to be famous. He wanted to be remembered as one of the worst serial killers in American history, and he was well on his way to accomplishing that goal when his reign of terror was cut short. To quote retired FBI agent Ronnie Angel, "If you told me you killed 100, I could believe that." So, as the darkness engulfs us once more, have a seat as I spin for you the tale of a man once described as a dreamboat, as well as pure evil. He was a cross between Robert Redford and Ryan O'Neal, while also being more brutal than Ted Bundy. Quite the claim. So hold on to your butts, everybody. This is the tale of Paul John Knowles, the Casanova Killer. Again, just going to go through it. The dickhead killer. PJK. Starting with a quote. "I'm a criminal, and I've been a criminal since I was a little kid." Paul Knowles was born in Orlando, Florida on April the 25th, 1946, to parents Thomas Jefferson Knowles and Bonnie Knowles, nee Strickland, one of 7 children. Knowles knew hardship from the word go, with the house they lived in being too small to comfortably accommodate a family of 9. 9 is so many. 7 children? Jesus, I have 2. And I live in, not a small house. I'm like, it's so busy in here. They didn't even have a proper bathroom, and the whole family was forced to share an outhouse in the backyard. And of course, it's here that we come across an old friend of the channel, good old-fashioned childhood beatings. Thomas Knowles was an angry, violent man, and he would dish out what he liked to call whippings if his children were ever bad or ticked him off. He beat them with his belt, and he beat them with his fist, so much so that it left black and blue welts all over their bodies. Don't fuck up your kids, guys. We keep saying it over and over. Don't we ever, Matt? And what of his mother? Well, Bonnie Knowles could perhaps be considered to be Paul John Knowles' first love. He adored her. He loved her deeply, as all young children love their mothers, but this was in stark contrast to how she allowed him and the rest of the children to be treated by their father. Now, back in the day, and of course today, there are many times when we see the mother being utterly subservient to her husband. Yeah, I'm like, steady on. It's not her fault. I'm assuming, like, she's like, well, I'm going to get beaten as well, aren't I? Seen as unable to raise a hand or voice to protect her children. Sadly, this was the case here, and Bonnie was unable to save Knowles from her father's torment. Exactly. It's not her fault. She's just as much a victim as the kids. I mean, maybe not just as much, but also a victim. Just as much. I don't know, I see kids, they're so defenseless. Like, even in this situation, where the mother is totally helpless, it's like, she's not a kid, though. It's just worse when it's kids. We shouldn't be ranking how bad it is. Would like this, it's grim. It's like I used to do a channel called Top 10s, and be like, I don't want to do videos where it's like, Top 10 cereal. I'm sure I've done them. But it's like, it always feels a bit like, you shouldn't be ranking, like, people by awfulness, should we? It feels a bit dirty. This, of course, didn't leave the best impression on young Paul. His father had drilled into him that if he told anyone about the abuse at home, he and his siblings would be sent off to foster care, and Thomas's treatment of his children would only get worse from there. Sadly, it seemed to work, and Knowles and his siblings said nothing about their abuse at home, and so they simply externalized the pain on the world around them. At only 8 years old, Knowles was already committing crimes, mostly petty theft around town, and his brothers were usually right there with him. And I have to start somewhere, right? He was a terror at school, didn't do his assignments or homework, disobeyed his teachers, and beat up other kids on the playground. As he and his brothers grew into their teenage years, they began getting into more trouble with the police. Their crimes had gotten more overt, and they were bringing a lot of attention to the family, which pissed Thomas off something fierce. Oh, well, I know what the solution is, Thomas. Just beat them more. Just beat some sense into them. That'll figure it out, because it's worked so well so far. Then one day, Thomas had had enough. His kids were bringing too many unwanted eyes on him and the family as a whole. In his mind, he was smart enough to do his abusive crimes at home in secret, but they were out there doing crimes and getting in trouble for everybody to see. And so, without any sort of warning, he contacted social services and had every one of his children put into foster care. He didn't care about them. He didn't love them. They were simply annoyances to him at this point. So why do you have 7 of them, Knowles? Christ! Undoubtedly, Knowles turned to his mother to try and stop this from happening, but as always, Bonnie had no say in the matter. Thomas was the man of the house, and so she just listened to him, unwillingly casting her son out for what would be the first of many times, breaking his heart in the process. Knowles would never see his parents again. Despite being sent to foster care, Knowles kept up his criminal ways. He would go out to parties, would spend what money he had at arcades, and instead of going home, he'd end up sleeping in the woods. Eventually, it got to be too much for his foster parents to handle, and he was transferred to Florida's Dozier School for Boys in Marianna, Florida. So, what do we know about this school? Well, we know that it is something similar to what Simon would call a borstal school. It was a complete and utter hellhole, and boys were sent there for a variety of reasons, whether it be running away from home or simply for smoking behind their schools, but they all received the same kind of treatment. When there's blood splatter on the walls of a school and the teachers don't even bother to clean it up, you know you're in a rotten place. Fucking hell, that is intense. I don't know why I'm laughing, it's so horrible. Over the years, over 500 former residents of the school have come forward about the awful treatment they received there. Beatings and other brutal punishments were a daily occurrence, to the point where the beatings were compared to outright torture and even led to the death of multiple students. The fuck? The teachers are beating the students to death? Is that true? One man by the name of Jerry Cooper recounted his time at the school, saying that one night he was taken from his bed by the staff at 2 a.m, led to a small building the residents called the White House, and was thrown onto a bed, had his feet bound, and was then beaten mercilessly with a leather strap a total of 135 times until he passed out from the pain. To quote him, "The first blow lifted me 1.5 feet off that bed, and every time that strap would come down, you could hear the shuffle on the concrete because their shoes were sliding, and you could hear the shoosh, shoosh, bam." On June the 30th, 2011, the school was thankfully shut down. That was only 13 years ago! What? But it didn't erase the horrors that its students had endured. It's been reported that up to 81 students thought to have died on the premises. Importantly here, it's been reported that. We're not saying it's a statement of fact, it's just what people have reported. With over 50 bodies being found buried on the school grounds after its demolition, all of which are thought to have been outright murdered. What the fuck is happening, America? What the fuck? How is this not a huge scandal? Wasn't that the thing in Canada? Look at this shit. What the fuck? Or maybe this is a huge scandal, and just not being an American, I've never heard of it. But good lord, 50 bodies? Most murdered? I don't understand. This is the place that Knowles was sent to, and it begs the question of whether it led to why he turned out the way that he did. I mean, look, he had a pretty rough upbringing. He was into crimes early on. He got sent off to foster care, and then he got sent to this horrible place. I'd say it's all just a combination of these factors, plus probably some intrinsic brain thing that made him into who he became. It's not one or the other, but bloody hell, this certainly helped, didn't it? He continued to commit small crimes here and there and was sent back to Dozier numerous times. At the age of 19, he continued his robbing ways, after which he was sentenced to spend 6 months at Rayford Prison, which is now known as Florida State Prison. The constant beatings, the constant abuse, the constant incarceration, it wore Paul John Knowles down both mentally and emotionally. His brother Clifton Knowles maintains that it was this repeated pattern that turned Knowles into the monster that he would soon become. To quote him, "It institutionalized him instead of reforming him. He didn't go in a killer. He was just a wayward soul that got tired of the beatings when he was a young'un and got away from it the best way he knew how at the time." And one thing led to another. The state of Florida has a hand in this too. They'll deny it until hell won't have it, but the state of Florida has a responsibility to this too. End quote. The straw. And that brings us to 1974, and Knowles is once again behind bars at Rayford Prison. Why exactly was he behind bars this time? Well, it was for kidnapping a police officer at gunpoint. Oh my lord, how that is a life crime, isn't it? Like, crimes against police are more serious, somehow, right? Kidnapping a police officer at gunpoint, isn't that the sort of thing that gets you 25 to life? Paul John Knowles was pulled over for speeding one night, and the loan officer had a dream that I was pulled over for speeding last night. You know, sometimes in the day, you have no idea, no, I didn't have any dreams. And then you're like, oh my god, I totally did. I had a dream that I was pulled over for speeding. And the loan officer came to speak to him. So what does Knowles do in this situation? He gets out of the car, steals the officer's gun, holds him at gunpoint, and tells him to get in the car. The officer complies, and the two of them proceed to drive all about town for 2 whole hours before Knowles simply drops him off and drives off. So what was the point of that? I have no idea, but Knowles was eventually arrested for that and was sentenced to 10 years in Rayford Prison. Good, not long enough. You shouldn't kidnap an officer. Also, that officer's going to be like, he's definitely going to kill me. Because he's seen your face, and he knows what's coming, and good lord. I imagine he was just driving around for 2 hours because he was like, oh, what the f*** am I supposed to do? Do I have to kill this guy? I don't know. Should I let him go? He's probably just thinking. While serving out his sentence, Knowles had gotten his hands on an American astrology magazine. He had always taken an interest in those sorts of things and checked his horoscopes every single day. Horoscopes for prison must be very easy. What do you foresee for the near future? More prison, mate. Lots more prison. Same routine over and over again. Always curious about what the stars had to say about his life. Very little. They're stars. They're giant burning balls of hydrogen and stuff. Hydrogen and helium? What's in stars? It's just burning away in the sky, not predicting your future, that's what. In this specific magazine, there just happened to be an article about the magazine owner's daughter. See, she was Angela Kovitz, a recent divorcee and cocktail waitress in San Francisco, California. Knowles liked what he saw and he started writing to her. Angela received her first letter and was instantly enraptured by his charm, as well as his lovely handwriting. Angela. Stop. Come on. In one such letter, later described as childish and swaggering, he wrote, "There's only 2 things I like to do on a rainy day, sleep and make love, and I very seldom get sleepy." Oh, cringe, bro. That is childish. It's like, that's the whole thing a 16-year-old writes. Stop it. They bonded over their shared interest in horoscopes and similar topics like fortune-telling. Eventually, it got to the point where, thanks to Knowles' inherent charm, she fell head over heels for him and soon made the trip across the country to visit him in jail. Oh, was she in California and he's in Florida? That's a long-ass way. And when he popped the question during that said visit, she accepted without hesitation. Yes, it's another one of those cases, Simon. The ones that I feel we run into far too often. Yeah, it's so cringe. I don't understand this. It was because of this love and devotion to him that Angela, out of her own pocket, paid for his defense and legal fees, hiring accomplished lawyer Sheldon Yabitz to take his case. In recounting his experience with Knowles, he recounted the following. "I worked for people who paid me and were professional criminals. Knowles was a criminal, a repeated criminal, should have been a professional criminal, but he was an amateur. Pleasant. He was always pleasant. He didn't use curse words, he wasn't rude, he was polite, he was sort of passive to some extent. There was nothing that would make you think he was a killer. When I first met him as a burglar, he was just a loser, a guy that couldn't stay out of jail." Quote ends. In May of 1974, Yabitz managed to convince the parole board to grant Knowles his freedom. Wait, how long was he in prison? When did he go in? 1974. Wait, he gets out immediately? What the fuck? Or did we skip ahead to 1970? I don't know. How long was he in jail, Matt? And on that same day, he was on a plane to San Francisco to see Angela and finally marry her. It should be noted that Angela was a short woman, older than Knowles, and wasn't seen as overly attractive to most. So what was it that Knowles saw in her that convinced him that she was the one and that he needed to marry her? Maybe the fact that she has money and was paying for your lawyer and got you out of prison? But then he's like, oh, okay, I'll go for it anyway. Maybe to get more money? I don't know. One word, money. Oh, there we go. It's money. Angela Kovitz was loaded, and he considered her to be his meal ticket, his chance at the good life, along with maybe his last real chance at happiness. His life had been enough of misery up to that point. Beatings from his dad, beatings from the teachers at Dozier School, constantly in trouble for petty crimes he was caught for, and now he had the love of this woman to look forward to. But of course, it was never going to be as simple as that. As soon as Knowles and Angela started living together, they started having issues. What a surprise! It's just a shocking outcome. Small issues, sure, but issues. Normal things that could have easily been ironed out in the weeks or months that a normal relationship would have afforded. But when your relationship with your significant other is made up of nothing more than paper and ink before you shack up together, that's going to cause some problems to crop up. And the final straw of the whole thing? Well, soon after moving in together, Angela went to see a psychic. I can already feel Simon cringe as I write that, but let me explain. Angela, like Knowles, was a huge believer in that sort of thing, horoscopes and psychic readings going hand in hand, and so she wished to have her fortune told. Said fortune? That a dark presence had entered her life, that a bad man had arrived and would cause her nothing but misery. Now we all know there's no way this psychic could have known about Knowles. That was all Angela needed. Wait, surely the psychic could have known about Knowles. It's called cold reading. It's where he's like, the psychic asks these questions that kind of get her to reveal little details that the psychic pries into and then somehow knows stuff about you, even though you don't think that you told them that. They definitely knew. Combined with the problems they were already having, she went home, told Knowles it was over, the engagement was kaput, and she kicked him out there and then. So I know what you must be thinking. Well, Matt, this has been fascinating, but why is this chapter named The Straw? Oh, I wasn't thinking that, but now I am. Well, the meaning is actually twofold. Not only was the psychic reading the last straw for Angela, but her kicking him to the curb was the last straw for Knowles. While nothing has been proven to this day, it's believed he went off into the night in a pure rage, and 3 women lost their lives. We don't know if this is true. We don't know their names, but it is generally accepted to be true. After that, Knowles made his way onto a flight back to Florida, where he was picked up by his brother. Angela had been his final shot at happiness, his final shot at love, his final shot at the good life. Oh, chill, Knowles. She paid for you to get out of prison. All you had to do is write a few stupid letters. With that now gone, whatever fragile piece of sanity his mind had snapped, and Knowles knew what he had to do. If he couldn't have the good life, if he couldn't have some form of normalcy, then he would be infamous. He would be the most hated killer the world had ever seen. 4 months of hell. With Knowles back home, he didn't waste any time getting down to his dark business. Said business started out only with a whimper, but rapidly grew into a roar. On the night of July the 26th, 1974, Knowles was out at a bar after a few drinks. He got into an altercation with some other patrons and a bar fight ensued in which Knowles stabbed a bartender. The police were called, they took Knowles in, no fuss, no muss, at least that's what they thought. It turns out that Knowles knew a thing or two about lockpicking, and while the officers weren't paying him any mind, he managed to pick the lock on his detention cell and escape into the night. Now, normally we say that it doesn't take too long for escapees to get caught and brought to justice, but not this time. Yeah, it's really surprising how quickly someone who's escaped from prison ends up back in prison. It's usually like days. On the movies, you're kind of like, oh no, they get away forever, or like for a long ass time. No, in reality, most people just end up back in prison real quick with a fat extra bit of time on their sentence. While on the run, Knowles found himself outside the house of retired Jacksonville Beach teacher, 65-year-old Alice Henrietta Curtis. She was simply relaxing for the night, not a care in the world, when Knowles made his merry way inside. After entering her home, Knowles bound and gagged her, then turned her house upside down looking for money and valuables. In the end, he took as much cash as he could find, grabbed her car keys, and drove off into the night in her car, a Dodge Dart. He left her there, bound tight, and with a gag shoved all the way down her throat. He didn't care what had happened to her as long as he got what he wanted. And because of that, Alice Curtis would end up suffering on the gag as well as her own dentures, alone in the dark, until she was no more. Paul John Knowles had stolen not only money and a car, he'd also stolen his first life. Knowles stayed in the area for a few more days, just driving around in this stolen vehicle. Eventually, he had the big brain idea to ditch the car. The Dodge was hot and he knew the police would be on the lookout for it. It took you a few days to figure that out, mate. Come on now. So on August the 1st, 1974, he was driving around the area just outside Jacksonville looking for a place to dump his ride when he spotted two little girls walking on the side of the road. And yes, everyone, it's about to get grim. Oh, why? Can't he just kill adults? And I know it should be like, can't he just kill nobody? But I know he kills people. Don't do it to children. 11-year-old Lillian Annette Anderson and 7-year-old Millette Josephine Anderson. Having been a local of Jacksonville for most of his life, he was actually a family acquaintance of the girls. They had a good relationship with his mother. Sadly, it was that fact that sealed their fate. He knew Lillian and Millette would be able to recognize him, that they could identify him if things went sideways, and inform the police of where he went and what he was driving. So what did he do? Perhaps the most heinous thing he'd done up to that point. Pulling the car up with a screeching halt, Knowles, without hesitation, kidnapped both young girls and drove them to a nearby swamp. I can only imagine the fear and confusion Lillian and Millette must have felt to be snatched from the road by someone who they knew, someone who knew their families. And then, once he'd found a suitable location, he took each girl, one after the other, out of the car and strangled them to death, dumping 7 and 11. Dumping their bodies in the bog. They wouldn't be found until January, 5 months later, and only after the mayhem had come to an end. There are those in the police force who are skeptical of the validity of his claim of killing the girls, that it was a false confession, but it was widely accepted that he was indeed the killer of both girls. From there, Knowles drove the stolen car to Atlantic Beach, Florida on August 2nd, 1974. He still hadn't gotten rid of it, even after he'd thought about doing so. Only a day had passed since he'd strangled those little girls, and yet he had already set his sights on his next victim. He broke into the apartment of 49-year-old Marjorie Howie, who was strangled to death in her apartment soon after, her television having been stolen. He used a pair of her own nylon stockings to end her life, all for a TV. He didn't even keep the damn thing, since he gave it to another one of his former girlfriends as a gift. He knew what he wanted. He took what he wanted. And anyone who got in his way was as good as dead. And even people who don't get in his way. Fucking psycho piece of shit. Dickhead killer. The next attack is fairly up in the air. Apparently, soon after the murder of Marjorie, Knowles was on the road when he came upon a young woman who would later only be known as Jane Doe. She was hitchhiking, and so Knowles pulled over to help. It's unknown if her murder was sexually motivated, but regardless, he killed her there and then for the sport of it and dumped her body, which was never found. Things went quiet in Florida, but that's only because this monster had simply packed up shop and fled to a different state. He'd made his way up to Musella, Georgia, where he didn't waste any time. It was on August the 23rd, 1974, that Knowles would strike again when he broke into the house of 23-year-old Kathy Sue Pierce. For what we know, nothing was taken from the residence, so it appears that he simply wanted Kathy. After pouncing on her, he proceeded to strangle her with a nearby telephone cord until she was no more. The sad part? Kathy had a 3-year-old son who witnessed the whole thing. Thankfully, Knowles left the boy alive and simply exited after killing Kathy, but I only can imagine the horror mental scars that poor kid has to suffer through because of it. Did he stop there? Of course not, because he wasn't famous yet. That was his goal, and he wouldn't stop until he got it, no matter how many bodies were left in his wake. Road trip of death. Now, before we go any further, I felt like I must clarify one thing. Knowles wasn't just constantly on the road all the time. No, there was at least one place where he could always lay his head at night, and that was the house of his on-again, off-again girlfriend. Her name was Jackie Knight, and to this day she claims to have no idea that the man she invited into her house and her bed on more than one occasion was up to these devilish deeds. When she found out all that he had done and was doing under her nose, she was mortified. To quote, "He was around my children, babysitting my children while I'd go shopping or have to pay bills. He would do this. He would babysit my kids. You think if I had known he was killing these people, I'd have let my kids be involved? It was an embarrassment to me and my family that I could have been so naive to have gotten involved with someone like this, and I'm afraid they probably thought I might have been involved in some way. I knew something in some way. I didn't know anything that was going down in Macon or anywhere else. I know he'd be gone for up to 2 weeks, he'd come back, he'd stay 3 or 4 days, he'd be gone again, he'd sleep on the couch. He would always see to it that the kids had Christmas. He would see to it that they were well taken care of when it came to school. He took those kids as his own. I don't think it's your fault, Jackie. Yeah, I don't think it's naive. He's a psycho who's hiding this from you. Psychos are really good at that. That's what they do. So clearly, he had someone who cared about him. He had a woman, even kids who cared about him. He could have stopped. He could have settled down and still had a family, a good life. And yet he didn't. And he continued his rampage willingly. We next find Knowles in Lima, Ohio, and the date was September the 3rd, 1974. He was hanging out at a local bar, Scott's Inn, enjoying a drink, perhaps taking a bit of time to relax on his path of bloodshed, taking the time to wind down on his run from the cops. It was there that he made the acquaintance of 32-year-old William Bates, an account executive for Ohio Power Company. The two of them shared a few drinks, shared a few laughs, and Bates thought he'd made a new friend in this handsome, charming stranger, until the life was being choked out of him, that is. Knowles murdered William Bates that night and dumped his naked body in the nearby woods after stealing his money, his credit cards, and finally his car. Exchanging one hot car for another, he left the Dodge Dart at the inn, which was discovered by police and traced back to Alice Curtis. When Bates never returned home, his wife reported him as missing, and his body was discovered a month later. The bartender, a friend of Bates, recalled that they had seen William hanging out with a handsome red-headed man that night, and that they'd left together. No one knew his name, and so Knowles simply disappeared, having just claimed the life of his first male victim. Knowles was back on the road, back on the run, moving through California and Utah. He made his way into Nevada, where he came upon his next victims on September the 18th, 1974. They were 62-year-old Emmett Alexander Johnson and his wife, the 59-year-old Lois Mildred Johnson, two campers out for a nice camping trip in Ely, Nevada. The two of them were at a rest stop when Knowles came upon them. After taking them into the woods and binding them, he simply executed them with a gunshot to the head. Totally random, totally nonsensical, and the only things he took were their credit cards, which paid his expenses for a short time. He would then move to Texas, and it was there that he unfortunately kicked up his depravity a notch. He killed a 7-year-old. What the how are you going to get more depraved? But Matt, I hear you saying, he's already murdered several people and without any real rhyme or reason. How could it get much worse? Oh, it can get worse, though. Sexually, torture-wise, there's all sorts of horrible shit that he can do. Well, when you think of the phrase Casanova, you think of a player, somebody very sexual. You can probably tell where I'm going with this. On September the 22nd, 1974, 42-year-old Eben Charlene Hicks had stopped her car at a rest stop in Seguin, Texas, because she wished to admire the sunset. It was then that a car pulled up and a handsome stranger emerged, asking if she needed help. She didn't, but that didn't stop Knowles from helping himself. He attacked her and R-worded her, because we can't say that word on YouTube, before strangling her with her own pantyhose. Afterwards, he forcefully dragged her body through a nearby barbed wire fence, shearing her flesh and clothes, and dumped her in the nearby woods. Her family reported her missing the same day, and her car was discovered at the rest stop. It wasn't until 3 days later, on September the 25th, that a body was found. By then, Knowles had already come across his new victim. This was on September the 23rd, 1974, in Birmingham, Alabama. She was a 49-year-old beautician named Anne Jean Dawson. Throughout this whole script, I've described Knowles as a charmer, a ladies' man, and in this case, it seemed to be somewhat true. Upon meeting him, Anne seemed to have fallen for the pretty face and the silver tongue of our antagonist, and actually travelled with him for several days. They drove around, had some fun, and he let her pay for all of his expenses, until he seemingly got bored of her. On September the 29th, he strangled her and dumped her body in the Mississippi River. It wasn't until over 3 years later, on November the 15th, 1977, that her remains were found on the bank of the Mississippi by a pair of squirrel hunters. From there, he traveled through Oklahoma, Missouri, Iowa, Minnesota, but he never admitted to any murders in those areas, and none have been linked to him yet. The next incident was another robbery and, sadly, another fatality. This was in Marlborough, Connecticut, on October the 16th, 1974. On that night, Knowles broke into the home of 35-year-old Karen Wine and bound her and her 16-year-old daughter, Dawn Marie Wine. Both of them were utterly defenseless as Knowles made his way through the house, stealing a tape recorder. He then returned to Karen and Dawn, violated them, and strangled them. 2 days later, on October the 17th, 1974, he struck again in Woodford, Virginia. That day, he knocked on the door of 53-year-old Doris Hosey. Why did he pick her? Well, no reason at all, he just simply felt like it, which makes what happens next all the more infuriating. As soon as Doris opened the door, Knowles forced his way inside and found her husband's rifle. With no hesitation or second thought about it, he shot Doris dead right in the middle of her home. After removing his fingerprints from the gun, he simply laid it next to her body, exited the house, closed the door, and walked away. No sexual assault, no robbery, just a random act of deadly violence. And that is perhaps the most terrifying part about Paul Knowles. His utter randomness. Most serial killers that we've covered have some sort of pattern, some sort of characteristic most of the victims had in common. On top of that, most serial killers have at least some sort of waiting period between kills. It could be weeks, months, or even years between fatalities. But not with Knowles. His victims had nothing in common and varied with a wide range of ages, from children to the middle-aged. Sometimes he robbed them, sometimes he sexually assaulted them, and sometimes he killed them simply for the thrill of stealing away a life with his bare hands. Most of his attacks in those 4 months were only days apart, and only a couple of instances being weeks between killings. He simply enjoyed the feeling of murdering innocents. He was getting a kick out of it, and he was happy at the thought that he'd get famous over it. After this, though, he'd give himself a scare, and it would perhaps put things into perspective. Knowles continued to hop from state to state, still driving Bates's car. While driving through Key West, Florida on October the 25th, 1974, Knowles spotted two hitchhikers and stopped to speak with them. He put them into the car when they asked for a ride, and by now, we're going to know how this goes, right? He'd bind them, kill them, rob them, and dump them somewhere to be found at a later date. However, on this day, that wouldn't happen. As he was driving, Knowles got pulled over by a police officer for traffic violations. Despite driving a stolen vehicle, Knowles was able to turn on the charm and use his natural charisma to get on the better side of the officer and only received a warning. As he drove off, it was clear that not only had his plan gone awry, but the close call had spooked him badly. He drove his passengers to Miami, where he dropped them off, and after they thanked him, he drove off. He had someone that he had to talk to. He found a payphone, and he rang up Shelton Yavitz and confessed everything to him. That's the lawyer from earlier, right? The one that his fiancée from the prison hooked him up with. He asked Yavitz what he should do, but he refused to heed Yavitz's advice to turn himself in. Instead, he used the tape recorder that he'd stolen from the Wines family and recorded a confession, getting it all on tape. Every crime, every infraction, every murder and sexual assault, all on a little cassette tape. That night, Knowles met with Yavitz, but he kept it brief, staying only long enough to hand him the tape before he fled the state. Knowles knew that he could only get away with things for so long. Soon enough, something was going to go wrong. But until then, he would keep up his dark ways, though the end would come much sooner than he likely predicted. The final killing spree. November 1974 had come, and we're now on to the final act of the reign of terror of Paul John Knowles. Sadly, it still came at the cost of several lives. In November of 1974, the body of 22-year-old hitchhiker Edward Hillard was found in the woods of Macon, Georgia. He'd been shot 5 times. However, 20-year-old Debbie Griffin, his friend and fellow hitchhiker, was nowhere to be found. That is, of course, until August the 29th, 1975, when her remains were discovered in Crawford County, Georgia. It's never been outright proven that Knowles was the one behind their deaths, but it's known that he was in the area at the time of the murders, and it's widely accepted that he is to blame. If I can insert my 2 cents here, I believe that he killed Edward first on November the 2nd and forced Debbie into the car with him. What he wanted from her, I can't say, especially since no evidence of sexual assault was discovered on a decomposed body, but I wouldn't put it past him. And then, once he was done, he simply murdered her and dumped her body in a nearby area. It was after the death of the hitchhiking companions that Knowles met and befriended 45-year-old Carswell Hall Carr Sr. This was on November the 6th, 1974, just 4 days after the deaths of Edward and Debbie. Carswell was so taken in by the charming younger man that he invited him to have dinner with him and his 15-year-old daughter, Amanda Beth Carr, and to spend the night at his house. Oh my god, this guy must be like ultra charming. Knowles took him up on his offer, and we all know where this is headed, don't we? It was Carswell's wife who found them later on that night. She'd been working the night shift at her job when she came home and found that her entire family had been murdered. She called the police, and upon arriving, they found the house was in shambles with books and furniture thrown about everywhere. It didn't take long to find the bodies. Carswell was in the master bedroom, naked and tied up, covered in blood. Knowles had stabbed him 27 times with what was determined to be a pair of scissors, though the cause of death was actually ruled a heart attack resulting from the attack. It is possible that Knowles hadn't meant to kill him, but it was torture, no more, no less. Yeah, if you stab someone 27 times, it's pretty intentional to me. A friend and trusting man who had only invited him into his home, and this is what he got for it. It was then that Knowles had turned his attention to the daughter. Amanda never stood a chance. She was found down the hall in her room and had been strangled and gagged with a nylon stocking. After he was finished, Knowles appeared to have, attempted to have his way with her body, as if he couldn't have been more disgusting. He then wiped blood off the scissors used to torture Carswell, ransacked the house, and stole multiple items. Most of Carswell's clothing, his briefcase, shaving kit, credit cards, keys, and papers. He also stole Amanda's Mickey Mouse watch and the digital clock from her room, which had been forcefully yanked out of the wall. It was after this killing that Knowles made a decision. He was on his journey to becoming infamous, to becoming the world's most evil killer, and so naturally, he believed that a book would eventually be written about him, and that the legend would grow. So what did he do? He purchased himself a brand new tape recorder to go with the one he previously nicked, and he began recording. In the end, he had a multitude of tape recordings, each one detailing his life and, more importantly, his crimes. Talk about narcissism, but it's pretty on brand. In the meantime, his path to murderous glory had not stopped, though there was at least one person that he didn't kill. On November the 8th, 1974, Knowles wandered into a Holiday Inn bar in Atlanta, Georgia, wearing one of Carswell's suits. It was there that he met 45-year-old British journalist Sandy Fawkes. A graduate of Camberwell College of Arts, she had come to the US in 1974 in order to interview several celebrities for her employer, the Daily Express, though she hadn't been that successful. It was at the bar that her eyes fell on Knowles, and she described him as such. His gaunt good looks made him stand out from the crowd. Decidedly, he was very handsome, tall, well over 6 foot, broad-shouldered, narrow-hipped, and as slender as a wraith. Now, I wouldn't think of describing someone I'm attracted to as wraith-like, but that's just me. It's like a sexy wraith. The two of them started talking, and Knowles introduced himself as Lester Darrell Golden. The two of them had dinner together, and Knowles turned on the charm. Sandy was swayed by him, and they eventually ended up in bed. To say Knowles embarrassed himself is an understatement, since Sandy would later explain that he'd been unable to perform. He was impotent and had to actively stimulate himself to be able to do anything at all. I suppose if a woman actually said yes, and he wasn't forcing himself onto her, he simply couldn't get it up. Despite this little hiccup, the two of them spent 3 days together, perhaps the longest Knowles had spent with a woman without killing her. Hell, he even persuaded Sandy to drive him all the way to Miami, Florida, for an appointment he wished to keep. He seemed to enjoy her company, and she enjoyed his. His charm was working, and the way he carried himself, as well as his wardrobe and cars, made him seem like he had some money. Sandy would later explain that she knew something was off from the way his lips curled into an animalistic grin when he slept, and the way he seemed so fascinated by death. He told her that more than anything, he wanted to leave a mark on the world, on life itself, and she could see that he believed he would. It was near the end of their time together that Knowles brought up something interesting to Sally. He asked her if she'd be interested in writing a book. Well, about what, you might ask? Well, about him, of course, about his life. Knowles didn't outright tell her what he'd done, but he said that he'd done some pretty bad things and that he'd left a tape of all of it with his lawyer. He believed that he didn't have long to live, and soon enough it would all come out and she would have all the material for a book that she could possibly need. Perhaps it was because he had seen articles in the local newspaper discussing his latest murders, or the fact that said murders were suspected to be linked to several other murders he had committed, that he felt the net closing in on him, and he proclaimed the following to her: "Within a year, I will be dead." It's almost eerie how correct he was. It was November the 10th, and the two parted ways for the final time. The very next day, he offered a ride to a woman named Susan Mackenzie and held her at gunpoint demanding sex. Somehow, Susan managed to escape and inform nearby police, resulting in the officers trying to arrest him. To this, he brandished a sawn-off shotgun at them and managed to get away. The irony of it all, Susan was actually a friend of Sally Falk, and it was because of this incident that she came to learn who he really was and was horrified who she had spent time with. Remember the Mickey Mouse watch that Knowles stole from Amanda Carr? Well, he gave it to Sally, and she was disgusted when she realized that this gift had been stolen off the wrist of a murdered child. Yeah, no What the f***? With the police on his tail, Paul John Knowles was officially on the run, and he believed that one thing he could do to help his situation was take a hostage. No one ever accused this man of being smart now, did we? To do that, he traveled to West Palm Beach, Florida, and posed as an IRS agent, knocking on the door of 32-year-old Beverly McBee, a woman with cerebral palsy who lived with her twin sister and caretaker, Barbara Maybe Abel. As soon as the door opened, Knowles was able to force his way inside, overpower Betty, and bound and gagged her in her bedroom. Inside the dark house, he waited for Barbara to get home and took her hostage. He allowed her to say goodbye to Beverly before he shuffled her into the beige Volkswagen and took off into the night. Beverly wouldn't be left to die, though, and she managed to wiggle out of her bonds. She managed to make her way to the nearest police station and told them what had happened. From her description of the man who bound and took her sister, the authorities quickly realized that this was the man they were looking for in connection with the recent string of killings. From there, Knowles took Barbara to Fort Pierce, Florida. After taking her to a motel room, he forced her down, bound her, and had his way with her. After he finished with her, Knowles just left. Just like that. He left Barbara tied up in that motel room, and he simply walked out the door, leaving her all alone. Now, thankfully, she was able to get out of her restraints, ran out of the motel, and call for help, getting in touch with the police. This final act of mercy would be the downfall of Paul John Knowles. For some reason, he let Barbara live when he had killed so many before, and it was going to come crashing down on him. With a bang. It happened so quickly. It was the morning of November the 16th, 1974, and 35-year-old Florida Highway Patrol Trooper Charles Eugene Campbell probably believed that it would just be another day on the beat in Perry, Florida. That is until he was driving around and his eyes fell on a beige Volkswagen. Campbell had been briefed on the manhunt for the stolen car, and the man behind it had been made privy to the details, and he was staring at the car in question. Knowing the risks and without any worry for his own safety, he turned the lights on, pulling the car over to the side of the road. He drew his service pistol, got out of the car, telling the driver to get out of the vehicle, keeping his hands where he could see them. John Paul Knowles calmly exited the vehicle, and then all hell broke loose. He lunged at Campbell. The two men struggled, and in the end, Knowles managed to get Campbell's gun away from him. Holding the officer at gunpoint, fully at his mercy, he forced him into the back of the police car, and he got in the driver's seat, driving off in a now stolen police vehicle. Not exactly the first time he'd kidnapped a police officer, was it? And it only gets crazier from here. Now with a new hostage, Knowles wasn't done. Using the sirens on the cop car, he pulled over another motorist, this being 29-year-old James E. Mayer, a businessman from Delaware. Thinking it was simply a regular traffic stop, Mayer complied, until Knowles forced him at gunpoint to get into the back of the cop car as well. His new ride was full to capacity. The only question now was what to do with them. Sadly, Knowles knew exactly what he wanted to do. He was desperate, and he knew his time was running out, and he had no reason to keep these men alive, so he made his way into Georgia. Now the police were on high alert. They knew they were already looking for a murderer, a kidnapper, an R-wordist, but he now had two other hostages, one of which was a cop. They took every lead that they could very seriously, and they set up roadblocks at every exit that they could to the area where he was last seen. They knew he would try to get away. He was frantic to remain free and continue his murder spree, so it was only a matter of time. And they were right. It was the very next day, on November the 17th, that Knowles would show himself. Still in the stolen police car, Knowles was spotted by Henry County Sheriff Deputy Charles Hancock, and a chase ensued. Eventually, he ran into a police roadblock in Stockbridge, Georgia, before losing control and crashing the car. Knowles then leapt from the vehicle, fired shots at the cops to keep them a good distance, and hoofed it into the Henry County woods, vanishing from sight. Police quickly gave chase, with several of them investigating the car, hoping that the hostages were still inside and alive. Inside the car, they found a gun belt and hat that belonged to Campbell, but no sign of either Campbell or Meyer. There was no sign of any violence within the car, no blood, no bullet holes, no stab marks. So there was a glimmer of hope, and the hunt was on. The police scoured the forest in the search of Knowles. Dogs were on the trail, and choppers were in the air. 4 whole hours they searched, and it seemed like he might have gotten away again, until a call came in. It was from a house near the woods, and they had a story to tell. The occupant said that only minutes before, a man wielding a shotgun, 27-year-old Vietnam War veteran and hospital maintenance worker David Clark, had come to the door, the shotgun trained on a tall, handsome man with reddish-brown hair. The man had come out of the woods while David was out hunting, asking for help. David had been following the coverage, though. He knew there was a criminal on the loose, so he held Knowles up, forcing him into the house, and asked the occupants to call the police. Absolute legend. Yeah, that is fucking bold. Good for you, mate. Henry County investigators Paul Robbins and Billy Payne arrived on the scene, and within seconds the handcuffs were on. Paul John Knowles had finally been arrested. But where were Campbell and Mayer? Well, the police wanted to know that more than anything. But Knowles had clammed up. You see, the second he was arrested and waltzed out of the house, he caught sight of the press and reporters that had come to see the madman who had been the bane of police for the past 4 months. He must have felt a wave of narcissistic satisfaction, since he had a huge grin on his face. He wanted to be famous, he wanted to be known, for all the attention to be on him, and it seemed that he'd got it. He toyed with them, he played little games, doing anything he could to be the center of their world, even just for a little while. The cops were desperate, though, and they knew that if the two men were alive, they wouldn't be for long if they weren't found. But it was all for naught. Several days passed with no clue as to where the hostages were, and Knowles still wouldn't talk. Then, on the night of November the 21st, 1974, a group of hunters were making their way through the woods of Pulaski County in Georgia when they came across a grisly sight. The bodies of Trooper Campbell and James Mayer were lying face down and lifeless on the forest floor. They had each been handcuffed to a tree and had a bullet hole in their heads, execution style. There was never any chance, never any hope, since they'd been dead from the start, and Knowles had just been stringing everyone along for the sick fun of it. 2 more souls were lost in his crusade for attention, and now Knowles was officially a cop killer. He's getting the death penalty, right? He's definitely getting the death penalty. At that point, Knowles was linked to at least 12 murders that the police were aware of. That changed very quickly, though, as the process started getting underway and the dark truths were brought to light. Remember his lawyer, Shelton Yavitz? Remember the taped confession he'd given him? Or how about all those tapes in his makeshift journal that had started recording? Well, all of those were brought forth by Yavitz at the insistence of the authorities, and it gave them a dark insight into how depraved and evil Knowles really was. It wasn't just 12 victims that lay in his wake. Today, it's widely accepted that Knowles' body count stands at between 18 and over 35 victims. Knowles, proud of it all, made it known that upon his death he wanted all documents and tapes about him to be made available to the public. He wanted the world to know his name and know all he did. The search for fame never stopped with him. Shelton Yavitz has since gone on record calling Knowles the most heinous murderer in history. So, I know what you must be thinking. Obviously, they went to trial and threw the book at him, right? This insufferable prick was so brash and outspoken on what he did, a proverbial murder glory hog, that there was no way there's anything that he could do to stop himself from getting anything but the death penalty. Hell, he already knew what that was the sentence for him, which is probably why he did what he did next. He kills himself, doesn't he? For sure. You see, there'd never be a trial. There would be no prosecution or defense, no judge or witnesses, none of it, because he'd never make it that far. On December the 18th, 1974, only a month after finally being captured, Knowles was set to be transferred to a high-security facility to await his trial, but there was something he was charged with doing. He admitted to the authorities that he'd dumped Trooper Campbell's service weapon in the woods of Henry County, and he could take them to it. Assigned to transport him were Sheriff Earl Lee and Agent Ronnie Angel from the Georgia Bureau of Investigation. They loaded a handcuffed Knowles into the back of their car and were driving down Interstate 20 when it happened. The entire time he'd been in the car, Knowles had been at work. Someone had gotten hold of a paperclip while in custody and had been sneakily picking at his handcuffs. As soon as he freed himself, Knowles made his move. He lunged toward the front of the car and reached Sheriff Lee's gun, resulting in a struggle in which the gun actually discharged in the holster. Spinning around in the seat, Agent Angel didn't hesitate. Taking hold of his own pistol, he unloaded 3 shots on Knowles, each hitting him square in the chest. It was over in a matter of seconds, and the evil bastard fell back and slumped down in the backseat of the car, blood pouring from his chest. It seems that his prediction to Sally Fawkes was right. He was never making it a year, only 40 more days, and he got his wish to be shot before he tasted the music for his actions. Paul John Knowles, the dickhead killer, was dead at age 28. Yeah, and that is suicide by cop or whatever, because, yeah, that's what's going to happen. But also, he's made an error, because at the beginning I was contemplating about why this guy's not as famous, and I think it's just because he didn't have a trial. Like, he didn't have this huge public spectacle of it all being drawn out and stuff. And he didn't have to kill anyone more, and it'd been a whole lot more famous if that had happened. It's like kind of an idiot, really. Wrap up. And that, as they say, is that. I fully admit that this script turned out to be much longer than I'd anticipated, but that's only because I underestimated the sheer evil of the antagonist of this piece. Paul John Knowles was a deplorable, despicable human being, a vicious narcissist who simply wanted everyone to know who he was. He was a glory seeker, a fame chaser, and he would assault and kill anyone in his way to get what he wanted. Well, at the very least, I can say he happily never got what he wanted. Not many people know the name Paul John Knowles. He's very much one of the lesser-known serial killers in US history, only really though known to those who read up on true crime. It's brilliant. Just leave it that way. This guy shouldn't be any more famous. Just let his memory be forgotten. That's it. Colossal douchebag, the dickhead killer. Why is that, though? He had willed it that all of his tapes and documents about him be released for the public to see. Well, it's a bit of a bittersweet situation here. After his death, all of those tapes, all of his recorded journals, were either lost or accidentally destroyed by the freak flooding or mishandling of evidence. I don't think that's a bad thing. I think it's I guess for closure for the victims and stuff. But considering that this guy wanted to be famous, I think it's really nice that he's not. Bittersweet, because while it's good that this freak's words never get out to inspire others to kill for attention, it's also evidence lost. Evidence that could have been used to finally identify any lost victims. On that note, as recently as December 2011, one of the lost victims of the dickhead killer was identified through the tapes, that being 13-year-old Emma Jean Sanders, who disappeared on August 1st, 1974 in Warmer Robins, Georgia, and whose skeletal remains have been found all the way back in April 1976, but were unable to be identified until 30 years after her murder. The reason it took so long to get her family closure? He mispronounced her name as Alma, not Ema. Such a small mistake, ending with a lifetime of heartache. And I don't blame the police for being so slow in catching him either. No, me neither. The police work in this, no fault. I don't see any problems. His victims were totally random. It all happened extremely quickly over multiple states. I think this guy was just like a brutal killer who acted too quickly. His victims were random, with nothing to link them back to Knowles at all. He only killed them for either notoriety or because he needed things such as money or clothes. He cut a path of blood and bodies all over the country, all within a span of 4 months, and I thank God he was captured when he was. Think about it. Well known or not, Knowles was unfortunately good at what he did. Here's a comparison. In 4 months, John Paul Knowles killed between 18 and 35 people, maybe more. Ted Bundy, one of the worst serial killers in human history, is believed to have killed over 36 people over 4 years. Think about it. And in the end, there's likely more than a dozen lost souls still out there, unidentified, waiting to be found. With all that said, as the darkness pulls back once more, I wish to remember the victims that we do know of. They didn't deserve what they got, being the random victims of a narcissistic murderer. Alice Henrietta Curtis, Imogene Sanders, Lillian Annette Anderson, Millette Josephine Anderson, Marjorie Howie, Kathy Sue Pierce, William Bates, Emmett Alexander Johnson, Lois Mildred Johnson, Eben Charlene Hicks, Anne Jean Dawson, Karen Wine, Dawn Marie Wine, Doris Hosey, Edward Hillard, Debbie Griffin, Carswell Hall Carr Sr., Amanda Beth Carr, Charles Eugene Campbell, James Marr. May they rest in peace. Sandy Fawkes, who passed away in December 2005, always wondered why let her live. Perhaps simply so his tale would live on, and I suppose that choice did pay off, as she did end up writing that book titled Natural Born Killer, and it's both a bestseller and considered the definitive work on Knowles. And Barbara Maybe Abel, the woman he kidnapped, she went on with her life, emotionally hurt from the experience, but she continued to live regardless, eventually writing her own book called One Survivor. Good on you, ladies, and congratulations on overcoming the darkness to find your own light. Rot in hell, Paul John Knowles, you arse hat. Will gladly not remember you. Yes, indeed. And that's where we end today's episode. Thanks for being here, watching or listening, and I'll see you next time.
Hello everybody, welcome back to another episode of The Casual Criminalist. As always, I'm your host Simon. Welcome. I'm say one of my writers today, David. Thank you, David's written me an episode, Bonnie and Clyde, Lovers, Outlaws, Morons. Never read it before, that's the format of the show. We're going to explore it together, dear listener, dear viewer. If you're watching on YouTube, let's jump in, shall we? And speaking of listening, if you want to rate the show on Spotify, that'd be greatly appreciated. I see we've got tens of thousands of ratings, which is amazing. Thank you all. It was the morning of the 1st of April 1934, Easter Sunday, when the Barrow gang rolled into Dallas, Texas. Clyde Barrow and Bonnie Parker wanted to visit their families, but the cops were surveilling their home. They were hoping that the Barrow gang would arrive at some point for a visit so they could fill the outlaws full of bullets. Classic policing in the past. It's like, what are we hoping for? Civil arrests? No, we're just going to pop them full of lead. Instead, the Barrow gang drove on for another 25 miles toward the small town of Grapevine. There, they were in a Ford V8. It was stolen, of course. 4 people were in the car. Clyde Barrow, Bonnie Parker, Henry Methvin, and Joe Palmer. They stopped on Dove Road, just outside of Grapevine, surrounded by farmers' fields and roughly 100 meters from Highway 114. Clyde told Joe Palmer to get out, walk over to the highway, and to hitchhike back to Dallas. Palmer would not be recognized by the cops, so he'd be able to pass a message on to the Parker and Barrow families that Bonnie and Clyde were outside of Grapevine, and they were waiting to meet them at a rendezvous point on Dove Road for a little holiday reunion. Palmer departed immediately. Traffic on Highway 114 was sparse on Easter Sunday, and it would probably take a long time for him to thumb his way back to Dallas. And so, Bonnie, Clyde, and Henry Methvin waited. Bonnie Parker got out of the car and began playing with a rabbit that she'd bought and named Sonny Boy. It was an Easter present for like a real rabbit? Just on a road trip? What, you got a rabbit? Just play, okay. It was an Easter present for her mother, Emma. At the time, don't give people pets as gifts. That's crazy. You're not giving someone a gift, you're giving someone an obligation. At the time, Bonnie was 23 years old. A tiny waif of a woman, only 4'11" and rail thin at 90 pounds or 40 kilos. She was stylishly dressed and had strawberry blonde hair. She smiled and laughed easily, but she walked with a newly acquired limp. Eventually, Bonnie got bored of playing with the rabbit and fished out a bottle of whiskey. She goaded Henry Methvin, a sullen and paranoid escaped convict, into drinking with her. They took swigs straight out of the bottle as Bonnie talked aimlessly and quickly got faced. Conversely, Henry Methvin was a mean drunk, and the booze only served to make him more sullen. What is going on? You just chilling by the side of the road, playing with a rabbit while, on a drive, getting drunk out of your minds. Clyde Barrow did not partake in the whiskey. He wanted to stay sober in case there was any trouble. Also, someone's got to drive. I know this was the past. They probably just didn't have drink driving laws. They're like, no, that's cool. Just drink and drive. Like in Mad Men. It's the funniest scene. Like, just how the past was. And that was only the 1960s. Where, what's his face? Don Draper and the boss man with the white hair. They're having dinner at Don Draper's house. And he gets super drunk, the dude with white hair. Oh, what the f***'s his name? It doesn't matter. Anyway, the dude with white hair leaves. And clearly drunk. And you're just like, oh, how's he going to go? Of course he's going to drive. It's the 1960s. And he walks out the house and there's like a bang. And Don Draper just shouts to him, "That's my car. Yours is the other one." So then that guy's just going to drive home and he doesn't even know what car is his. Oh, the past. He needed to be able to drive quickly and shoot straight. Clyde was then 24 years old. He had thick brown hair and was dressed in an ill-fitting suit. Definitely less stylish than Bonnie, but he made an effort. Clyde was 5'6", 125 pounds or 56 kilos. Whoa, both these people are really small. 56 kilos? He was still quite young and not physically imposing at all. No, 5'6" and 56 kilos. There's nothing physically imposing about him. Yet his time inside the Texas prison system had turned him into an embittered, angry, and ruthless killer. Well, holy shit, okay. He bludgeoned to death a man nearly twice his size. He'd also proven himself to be quite the capable gunman. Yeah, there's no making up for psycho. Like, you can be short and thin, and you can be fighting someone, but if you're an absolute psycho, you can still win that fight. He was dauntless under fear, even when vastly outnumbered, even with well-armed veteran policemen as his adversaries. With a weapon in his hands, there was no denying that he was a force to be reckoned with, which is why the cops had given up trying to capture him and just wanted him dead. Clyde half listened to Bonnie natter on while she got progressively pissed. Meanwhile, he kept constant vigil of the traffic on Highway 114, looking for cops. But as the hours wore on, Clyde decided that there wasn't going to be any danger, so he laid down in the back seat of the Ford and had a nap. Bonnie polished off the bottle of whiskey and began chewing on slices of lemon peel to cover the smell of liquor on her breath. She didn't want her mother to know that she had been drinking. Yo, Bonnie, you polish off a bottle of whiskey, people are going to know. And it's not just coming out of your breath. It's like it sweats out of your body. Like, you can eat all the... Which is always, like, surprised. Like, I don't work in an office, but I feel like if I worked in a large enough office, you'd know if someone was an alcoholic, because you'd be like... It's not like the smell of whiskey. It's the smell of, like, that sweated alcohol. Like, you know when you're, like, on the underground or something, and like someone's clearly had a bit of a rough night and they're just going home while you're going to work or whatever, and you're just like, oh, rough night, was it? Because you can smell the liquor on them. She stretched out languidly on the front seat and got some sleep in order to sober up. Henry Methvin was left standing watch. He had only busted out of prison a few months earlier. There was no way in hell he was going to sleep. He viewed every car that passed down the highway as a potential threat. Meanwhile, at approximately 1:30 p.m., Joe Palmer arrived back in Dallas. He made his way to the house of Henry Barrow, Clyde's father. He was the only one at home. Clyde's mother was out at church, and his siblings were out at other people's houses, sleeping off hangovers. Wait, so Bonnie is just getting super faced in the morning, just drinking a bottle of whiskey in the morning. Okay then. Palmer told Henry Barrow about the rendezvous point on Dove Road. Then Palmer headed over to the house of Emma Parker, Bonnie's mother, and told her the same. I hate drinking in the day. Like, when I was a kid, me and my mates would sometimes go to this... It was a nightclub in London, except it was in the day. It was called The Church. There's enough people listening to this. I'm sure some people listening have been to The Church. It was in an old church. In fact, it wasn't. It used to be in an old church. But then they got kicked out of the old church and they went to an old theatre. So it was in an old theatre. It was basically a club that just ran from like 9 o'clock in the morning to 1 o'clock in the afternoon. And I have no idea why we thought this was a good idea. I probably just tagged along on someone else's thinking it's a good idea. But you just get drunk in the morning. You'd have to go home and it'd be like lunchtime and you'd be like, oh no. And no doubt like one of the group would get super faced and it'd be like, oh God, he's lying down on the train just on the floor on the way home. And you're like, oh no, Jim, no. Then Palmer headed over to the house of Emma Parker, Bonnie's mother, and told her the same. The police patrols, watching the Parker and Barrow residence, saw Joe Palmer, but did not attempt to detain him. Bonnie and Clyde had messengers contacting their parents all the time, and intercepting them accomplished little or nothing. The Barrow gang were seen as folk heroes among the poor of Dallas, Texas, along with many depression-stricken families in the rest of the country. The Barrow gang enjoyed fierce loyalty from their messengers. They never gave up a thing. Back in Grapevine, at approximately 3:30 p.m., 3 Texas Highway Patrol officers on motorcycles struck out along Highway 114. They were Senior Police Officer Polly Ivy and Junior Officers Edward Wheeler and Holloway Murphy. It was Murphy's first day on the job. He was 24 years old. Cruising down the 114, Wheeler spotted the Ford V8 100 meters off the highway on Dove Road. Wheeler turned off the next intersection and waved at Murphy to follow him. Senior Officer Ivy drove on, oblivious, not noticing the junior officers were no longer behind him. In 1934, the officers didn't have radios on their bikes. Officer Wheeler suspected that the Ford V8 may have broken down and decided to pull over to see if the driver needed assistance. Wheeler was only 2 years older than Murphy, but he had some experience on highway patrol, and so he had wanted to show Murphy a routine stop and check. Ivy wasn't needed. They'd catch him up later. The two patrol officers pulled up to the car on Dove Road, and Wheeler dismounted while Murphy watched from his saddle. Wheeler left his shotgun on his bike. Murphy's shotgun, meanwhile, wasn't even loaded. Clyde sat up in the back seat and surreptitiously gripped his own shotgun, which lay next to him. He whispered to Henry Methvin, "Let's take them." This seems like a mistake. You've just, at the side of the road, someone eventually, like highway patrol or someone, is going to stop and be like, "You all right?" And then they'll be like, "Oh my God, it's that Clyde guy, get him!" Why wouldn't you just pull off on a smaller side road or something? Or like park your car in a bush? A drunken Henry Methvin didn't need any further encouragement and immediately raised a Browning automatic rifle, a hideously powerful World War I fully automatic machine gun. That shit's legal? Was that legal back in that, just having a machine gun? Methvin began firing. He hit Edward Wheeler with several armor-piercing bullets, shredding through his torso and killing him instantly. The panic-stricken rookie, Holloway Murphy, scrabbled in his pocket to grab some shotgun shells and load his weapon, but before he could do, Clyde Barrow levelled his own shotgun at him and shot Murphy square in the chest. The shotgun blast sent Murphy flying off the seat of his motorbike. Two witnesses in a car, Mr. and Mrs. Giggle, screeched to a halt on the intersection on Highway 114 and watched in horror as Henry Methvin walked over to Murphy as the young man lay wounded on the ground. Methvin fired another shot into Murphy in an attempt to kill him, but Murphy still did not die. Mr. and Mrs. Giggle, what are you doing? If I saw this, I'd be like, drive on, find somewhere to call the police. It's like, what are you going to do? It's a shootout. A third witness, William Schiffer, who owned the farm off of Dove Road, claims that as he sat on his porch, he saw Bonnie Parker, cigar clenched between her teeth, holding a rabbit in one hand and a pistol in the other, limp over towards Murphy, raise the pistol, and shoot him several times in the torso, so that in his convulsions, Murphy's head bounced off the ground, quote, like it was a rubber ball. Meanwhile, a few miles down Highway 114, Senior Officer Polk Ivy realised his two junior colleagues were no longer behind him. He doubled back and saw their two motorbikes on Dove Road, and shortly thereafter spotted the bodies of the two officers on the ground. The Ford V8 was nowhere to be seen. Ivy pulled up, dismounted, and examined the corpse of Officer Wheeler and the unconscious, blood-soaked body of Officer Murphy. Officer Murphy survives. This is like, wasn't this like the 1940s? And he's been shot multiple times? How on earth is he surviving this? The 24-year-old Murphy was rushed to hospital where he's pronounced dead upon arrival. Okay, never mind. He's not surviving it because, yeah, of course he's not. It's the past and he got shot many times. After talking to the witnesses, everything soon became clear. The news was blasted across the United States. Bonnie and Clyde had struck again. For some reason in my head, Bonnie and Clyde were bank robbers, not murderers. Because they're like, aren't they like semi-romanticized for some reason? Although I know that can be for murderers as well, which is weird. But, yeah, I guess I don't know that much about this. Meet Bonnie Parker. Bonnie Elizabeth Parker was born October 1st, 1910, in the unincorporated rural community of Rowena, Texas. Her father, Charles Parker, was a bricklayer. Her mother, Emma Parker, was a housewife and a Baptist church-going country socialite whose days were filled with gossip, bake sales, box socials, charity drives, visit to neighbors, and hosting modest little dinner parties. Bonnie had a brother, 2 years older than her, named Hubert, and nicknamed Buster, and a sister, 3 years younger, named Billie Jean. Due to Bonnie's strawberry blonde curls and outgoing nature, she was considered an adorable little cherub as a child and was a favourite in the children's choir at church. For her part, the young Bonnie loved being the centre of attention. She always enjoyed special treatment. In 1913, Bonnie learned to swear from an uncle and addressed her father with some foul language. If her brother Hubert had done that, he would have been beaten black and blue, but Charles could never bring himself to lay a hand on his darling little angel. Yeah, and I mean, I don't want to ever say that, like, hitting your kids is okay, or, like, literally beating your kids black and blue. Obviously not. But, like, it's hard. It's like, would I hit a man if necessary? Yes. Would I hit a woman if necessary? No. Even if it was necessary. Would I hit a woman? Well, only if it was necessary. No, it feels different. It feels different hitting, like, a woman or a girl. Like, you know. Everything changed in December 1914 when Charles Parker dropped dead of an unspecified illness. Bonnie was just 4 years old. Emma Parker was now a single mother with no means of supporting her children in Rowena. So she picked up sticks and moved back to her parents' place in Cement City, then an impoverished toll industrial town on the outskirts of Dallas. Emma's grandfather, Frank, was a mill worker who didn't make enough to support his daughter and 3 grandchildren, so was forced to take a job as a seamstress in a clothing factory. She earned sweatshop wages, roughly $9.50 a week. Bruh. Or $307 a week in modern money, which adds up to a little under $16,000 per year in today's currency. I mean, that's bad. But is that like sweatshop level? I get the feeling in a sweatshop, it's like it's like, I don't know, isn't it like they get paid like $1 a day or something horrific? While Emma was at the factory, her children were effectively raised by their grandmother Mary. While Buster and Billie Jean were well behaved, Bonnie was apparently a little or as my father used to call such kids, a cutie from hell. It's a nice way of putting things. At age 5, Bonnie enjoyed setting small fires around the house and once raided her grandfather's wine collection, drinking until she passed out. Oh, Bonnie setting little fires. I mean, also, I'm a bit of a pyromaniac. Like, I love burning things. But I don't set fires. Set fires is like, you're hoping that it's going to burn down. I'd more like, me and my mates would go out into the forest, would build a fire, and then we'd throw like deodorant cans in there and watch them explode from behind trees because bang! But kind of that sort of pyromania. It's probably not what pyromania is. Just loved burning it. Whenever I go camping with my mates, we're like, should we build a fire? Should we build it as absolutely big as possible? And usually everyone's like, yeah. When Bonnie entered school, she continued to misbehave, stealing, bullying, and frequently resorting to physical violence with other girls and sometimes even boys who angered her. She was nevertheless popular and pretty and became one of the mean girls of Cement City. Boys were trying to quote-unquote date her before any of them had even hit puberty. Bonnie was thus the frequent recipient of small gifts from the little boys of her school. They'd use their precious pocket money to buy her candy and chewing gum. As Bonnie entered her teenage years in the 1920s, she dreamed of being a famous singer on Broadway or a Hollywood actress. She adopted the flapper style as soon as she could scrape together the money for the clothing and hairdo. She wore heavy makeup, all of which was quite scandalous in Texas at the time. At age 15, she even shelled out a premium to have a photo shoot so that she could use the glamour shots to kickstart a modelling career. Bonnie also dreamed of becoming a famous poet and filled volumes with witty, if somewhat superficial and shallow, rhyming verses. None of these dreams eventuated, not least because she lived in Cement City rather than Los Angeles or New York, where she could be discovered. So Bonnie turned her attentions to at least marrying well, to find a man who was going places and could support her, shall we say, aspirational lifestyle. That's when, at age 15, she met Roy Thornton, a tall, charismatic, good-looking 17-year-old bad boy who always seemed to have money. In short, Roy Thornton was a total Chad. However, little did Bonnie know he paid for their dates with stolen cash. Bonnie was so infatuated that she got a tattoo of her and Roy's names in love hearts salaciously placed on the inside of her upper right thigh. Oh my god, I feel like that would be salacious today. This is like the 1940s. 1930s? Oh, 1920s, I'm sorry. Bonnie and Roy had only known each other a few months when they dropped out of school and got married on the 26th of September 1926, 6 days before Bonnie's 16th birthday. Wow, the past. That was allowed? Okay. They moved into a house near her grandparents and her mother's place. Unbeknownst to Bonnie, Roy Thornton supported them with the proceeds of thefts and general thuggery. The 16-year-old Bonnie was eager to have a baby, but for unknown reasons was physically incapable of having children. Bonnie missed her mother terribly, and on a daily basis either went over to visit Emma or begged her mother to spend the night at her and Roy's. Eventually, Roy and Bonnie just wound up moving in with Bonnie's mother, sister, and grandparents. It saved money, and it gave Bonnie what she wanted. I don't know if I'll be happy with that. It's like, but I spent so... Oh, they're very young, though, aren't they? It'd be just weird to move in with your parents, like, when you're older and married and stuff. I'd just be like, oh, no. I go, no. I love my parents, but I wouldn't want to live with them. After a year of this, in late 1927, the now 18-year-old Roy grew weary of Bonnie and her family. She completely checked out of the marriage. He started drinking heavily, sometimes disappearing for weeks at a time. When he returned, Bonnie and Roy would argue, and Roy would start in on beating her. Bonnie was heartbroken and suspected Roy was cheating on her during his disappearances. Bonnie distracted herself by going to the movies with friends and, like her spouse, regularly getting as drunk as a hobo's fart. In January 1928, when Roy was off on another bender, 17-year-old Bonnie began dating other men. But according to her diary, her heart wasn't in it, and she was still fixated on her darling Roy. Her darling Roy, who doesn't seem to be into this marriage at all. How did David describe it? Completely checked out, and drinks heavily, goes away for weeks at a time. Why?
He sounds like a douchebag. At the end of January, Bonnie got a job waitressing at a cafe several miles away from Dallas. Her salary was approximately $4 a week, or $72 in modern money. Horrendously low, but being good-looking and always flirtatious, she made a killing in tips from her more simp-like customers. I love applying this modern-day language. Chat, simp-like. To historical stuff. It's fun. Her expenditure on clothing far exceeded her income, despite the fact that she paid no rent and had no children of her own to support. Thus, historians are fairly certain that Bonnie was also working as a hooker in Dallas. Her inability to get pregnant certainly reduced some of the risks of that profession, though the substantial risk of getting the clap or being smacked around by a customer was always a danger. Roy Thornton returned to Cement City a year later, in January 1929, after being gone for over a year. It's like, honey, I'm home! It's like, where the f*** you been, Roy? By that point, Bonnie was over him and probably told Roy to sling his hook. He did so. A few months later, he got arrested for robbery and was sentenced to 5 years in prison. Bonnie never saw him again. But she did not bother to file for divorce and continued to wear his wedding ring, stating, quote, "I would be wrong to kick a man while he's down." Really? He seemed to be pretty into kicking you while he was up. Even as the years went by, Bonnie never bothered to divorce him, so she technically remained Mrs. Bonnie Thornton rather than Bonnie Parker until her dying day. In spring 1929, Bonnie got a job waitressing at Marco's, a well-to-do restaurant in Dallas that catered to lawyers, judges, bankers and the like. The flirtations continued. The tips got even bigger. If Bonnie was working as a prostitute at the time, as she likely was, her income must have increased by leaps and bounds. One of the less well-to-do customers at Marco's was a postal worker, Ted Hinton, who grew infatuated with Bonnie and attended the restaurant religiously despite the large expense, simply for the pleasure of chatting to her. Ted Hinton will factor into our story later again. Ted Hinton simping hard. Meanwhile, Bonnie came close to getting fired from Marco's several times because she kept giving food away to poor people. Less flatteringly, there's evidence these poor people were actually just her friends trying to score a free meal. Then, due to the Wall Street crash in the autumn of 1929, Marco's was forced to shut its doors and 19-year-old Bonnie found herself out of work. All the other waitressing jobs dried up. Bonnie could only find odd jobs as a babysitter or a cleaning maid in Cement City, and she no longer had an excuse to discreetly go off to Dallas to have sex for money. She certainly couldn't risk her church-going mother finding out by brazenly going off to hook anyway. Sex work in Cement City wasn't an option because most people in town knew her. And so, Bonnie was broke and depressed. Also, her dreams of fame and fortune appeared to be going nowhere fast. For a change of scenery, Bonnie moved in with a female friend in Cement City. Her friend had broken her arm and Bonnie acted as a makeshift nurse. Meanwhile, Bonnie's brother Buster got married to a woman named Edith Clay. On January the 50th, 1930, the newlyweds threw a party at the house of Buster's brother-in-law, Clarence Clay. Bonnie attended and was introduced to a young man who was a friend of Clarence's. He wasn't as tall as Roy Thornton, nor as good-looking, and he would certainly not qualify today as a typical Chad. But there was something assertive and confident about him. He seemed cool and collected, the leader of all his friends, always in control, and better still, he had an air of danger, of mystery, menace. He drove an expensive car that was probably stolen. Bonnie was immediately smitten. Bonnie likes those bad boys. And so began history's most classic case of hybristophilia, otherwise known for obvious reasons as Bonnie and Clyde syndrome. And speaking of paraphilias and animalistic sexual attraction, Simon, please plug my book. Okay, David, you got it. Some might say our book, David, because my name is on the cover as well. It's not a book. I just wrote the foreword. But it was nice of David to offer this. It's like, look, it's a real book. It's in bookstores and everything. It's called Sex, 2 Billion Years of Procreation and Recreation. It has a different name elsewhere. This is the Australian version. I think it's called A Complete History of Sex or something elsewhere. It's not in the notes, but I'm sure there'll be a link below, or I'm sure you can easily find it because it's written by David Baker. It's a fantastic book. Obviously, I wrote the foreword, so I read it, the whole thing. And, well done, Simon. You read the whole thing, a book you were writing the foreword for. Well done. It's a fantastic book. I think you should buy it, and so does David. And it's quite new, but I'm sure all the reviews are brilliant. So enjoy it, pick it up. That's all. Thanks, David. Or thank me, I guess. I don't know. Is there even a quote from me on the front? Sick. Sure to enlighten and entertain and challenge our understanding of human sexuality. Boom! Makes me even sound like an expert on human sexuality, which I'm not. I mean, I read the book. So maybe. Meet Clyde Barrow. Clyde Chestnut Barrow was born on March the 24th, 1910, and not, as Wikipedia says, 1909. Oh, Wikipedia, no!
on a farm southeast of Dallas. His father, Henry Barrow, had met his mother, Kumi Walker, in 1890, while they were both teenagers, and Henry was working at a sawmill to save up enough money to start a farm. Both came from religious and hardworking Texas families, though Kumi's family were religious to the extreme. They married on December the 5th, 1891. Henry rented a few acres and began to farm cotton. The couple had 4 children between 1894 and 1905, 2 sons, 2 daughters, Elvin, Artie, a girl, Ivan, and Nell. I like the name Artie. I think I mentioned previously I like the name Art. Neither of my kids are called Artie or Art. But now I'm like, maybe we should have called one of them Artie. It's a nice name. Clyde Barrow was followed 5 years later, in 1910, when Kumi was 36. 2 more siblings came after him. A boy named LC, that was his full name. It's just LC, like, it looks like initials, but that was the full name they chose for him. Interesting. I sign my emails off S, and I don't know why. I think at some point I was like, I'm just not going to type out my full name after sending every email. So I just type S. Like, obviously, first emails, I'll be more formal. But then after that, I just sign it off as S. And some people email me back, be like, hey, S. And I'm like, hey. It's not my name. But I signed off my email, so I understand where that came from. Elsie was born in 1913 when Kumi was 39, and a girl named Marie in 1918 when Kumi was 44. Wow. This is 100 years ago. 44? I mean, nowadays, yeah, of course, like IVF and all of that stuff. But that's old back in the day. An impressive run in the days before in vitro or fertility treatments, yes. Growing up, Clyde's nickname was Bud. A lot of his siblings had nicknames. His brother Ivan was called Buck, and his brother LC drew the short straw twice, being nicknamed Flop. Oh, God. Henry Barrow, did that mean what it was? That's like a failure. Henry Barrow struggled to turn a profit with his farming, and it seemed impossible that he'd ever be able to save up enough money to stop renting land and buy a farm of his own. And he had 7 children to support, though the eldest ones were soon old enough to help out on the farm. They were a dirt-poor farming family by any metric. Food was a luxury. Hunger was common. They slept on pallets on the floor of a 3-room shack. They did not have running water or electricity. Kumi insisted that all her children get an education so that they could ascend to better things. They all did, at least 6 years at school. Kumi was also the harsh disciplinarian of the family and employed corporal punishment frequently. Henry Barrow, on the other hand, did not like to beat his children, and he left the task to his wife. The children apparently did not resent Kumi for this, and all of them retained an ostensibly close and loving relationship with their mother for life. As a child, Clyde Barrow was intelligent and did well at school, but it bored him. He cut class semi-regularly. He occasionally enjoyed stealing roosters just for the fun of it. Like stealing roosters, it does sound kind of fun. Because like if you go into like a chicken pen and there's a rooster in there, that motherfucker's gonna like he's gonna be sneaky. Catching him's gonna be hard. Kind of want to go stealing roosters now. Clyde did, however, enjoy attending church, much to Kumi's great delight. Clyde displayed a dominant personality, bossing around his siblings. The younger ones, Elsie and Marie, followed his orders without question, but Clyde also wielded unfaltering authority over his older brother Ivan and his older sister Nell, despite their being 7 and 5 years older than him, respectively. Wow, okay. This guy's authoritarian. The exceptions were Clyde's eldest siblings, Elvin and Artie, who were already teenagers when Clyde was born and departed the farm before Clyde began stringing sentences together. The rest, however, marched to Clyde's tune. I have to say, like, my youngest son, who's 2, does sometimes too. He can barely speak. He can string like 3 or 4 words together, and he still manages to boss around my daughter, who's 2 years older than him. The rest, however, marched to Clyde's tune. Speaking of which, Clyde also turned out to be a talented guitar player and dancer, and to keep the family entertained on quiet evenings in the farmhouse. Also, as a young boy in Texas, Clyde developed a fondness for guns, target practice, and he became an incredibly good shot. Clyde did not, however, enjoy hunting, and only did it out of necessity when the family required additional food. Yeah, I really like shooting. Like, I'd go shooting all the time as a kid. Like, I had a little air rifle at home, and basically, like, we lived in the middle of nowhere. I'll just be out, like, for, 9 weeks of summer holidays. Every day, I'll be out in the garden for at least an hour, just shooting stuff in the garden, go through, hundreds of little pellets. And then we had a shooting range at school, and when I was old enough, I'd go there shooting, every day after school. Got quite good at shooting. Enjoy shooting. Never been hunting. Don't really have any desire to go out and shoot animals. That seems a bit mean. I just like I like building the skill of shooting at targets. Clyde's relationship with his family was healthy, but his relationship with people in the wider community was a little more complicated. When it came to conflict with other young boys, Clyde tried to avoid fights. He tried to talk his way out. However, when violence became inevitable, Clyde was a savage fighter. Yeah, this is so far so good. I mean, he doesn't like killing animals, he likes shooting, and it's like, yeah, this is the right way to do things. If you're in a disagreement with someone, use words. And if words fail, use force. He'd also make sure to use any weapon that came to hand. Sticks, rocks, bottles, whatever. And he would not relent when his opponent gave up and cried for mercy. Again, it's kind of like, what's that thing? Always destroy your enemies, absolutely? Yes. Clyde would keep beating them until they had sustained serious injury. Occasionally, Clyde lost a fight. When he did, he bore a grudge, and he'd wait until he had an opportunity to attack and get his revenge. Forgiveness was not in his nature. Clyde's a bit of a badass. When the First World War ended in 1918, it signaled the start of a global recession that hit Texas farmers particularly hard. European agricultural goods being absent for the past 4 years flooded back into the market and eroded Henry Barrow's already meager profits. He took up a part-time job as a bricklayer to make ends meet. That wasn't enough. By 1922, the Barrow farm had to be abandoned. Henry's bricklaying left him with limited time to cultivate the cotton crops, and his eldest children had already migrated to the city. And he still had 12-year-old Clyde, 9-year-old Elsie, and 4-year-old Marie left to support. Thus, Henry and Kumi gave up farming, loaded their wagon, and migrated to Dallas. The Barrows settled in a squalid shantytown on the city's western edge. The place was known as the Devil's Back Porch because the poor from the camp would head over the river and steal things from the more prosperous citizens of Dallas. When the Barrow family first arrived at the camp, they didn't even have a tent, and so they had to sleep under their wagon. Henry Barrow didn't resort to thievery like some others, but instead he supported his family by going out every day to find scrap metal, which he sold at local foundries for an extremely limited reward. As such, in order not to starve to death, the Barrows were reliant on the Salvation Army, who came by the shantytown distributing food. Gradually, by scrimping and saving literally every penny, the Barrows were able to afford a tent, followed by the wooden planks, hammer, and nails Henry Barrow used to build a shack in the middle of the camp. Wow. This is 100 years ago. People were living in shacks in America. It's like the richest country although, people still live in tents and stuff. There's tent cities and stuff. It's like America's weird. It's like the richest country in the world, but there's so many poor people. Kumi spent her time looking after Elsie and Marie. Meanwhile, they frequently sent Clyde out to stay with his Uncle Frank, Henry Barrow's brother, on his more prosperous farm in Corsicana in Texas. There, the 12-year-old Clyde played with his cousins, attended school, and helped out on his Uncle Frank's farm. And it spared Clyde the criminal temptations swirling around the Devil's Back Porch. When Clyde returned, he found the roguish nature of the porch quite entertaining and got along with most of the people there. As a rule, the thieves and miscreants in the Devil's Back Porch didn't steal from each other, since they had so little to steal, and focused their criminal activities across the river. One time, when Clyde was visiting, he came down with either malaria or yellow fever, a common occurrence in the porch. His father and younger sister got sick at the same time, and they all had to be hospitalized. According to Marie, Clyde charmed the nurses, and he became their favorite patient. The Barrow family's stay in the Devil's Back Porch stretched on for years, with the situation giving no sign of changing. Clyde spent most of his time at Uncle Frank's farm in Corsicana, but in 1925, when Clyde was 15, he decided that he would move to Dallas permanently to seek his fortune. His sleeping arrangements alternated between his parents' place in the porch and staying with his sister Nell and her new husband Leon, a factory worker and part-time musician. Clyde quickly befriended two Dallas lads, Clarence Clay and Clyde Jones. Being a skilled guitarist, Clyde wanted to become a professional musician. He also took saxophone lessons from Leon and soon became fairly proficient. Yeah, Clyde seems like one of these guys. He's very confident, he's very charismatic. He's like, yeah, I'll just go to a new city and make friends with people and just live with them. To have that level of charisma and social skills, pretty impressive. Kumi made Clyde promise to continue attending school, and so Clyde undertook a rather patchy attendance at Sydney Lanier High, but this only lasted a year. In 1926, at the age of 16, Clyde dropped out and got a factory job at the Brown Cracker and Candy Company for $7 a week, or $120 a week in modern money. This wage was not enough for Clyde, since he wanted to purchase some swanky clothes to attract girls. So he switched up to a 60-hour work week at the Procter & Gamble factory that earned him $18 a week, or $312 a week in present-day currency, which was better, but still nowhere near a living wage. Then Clyde sought another pay bump by working as a glazier at the United Glass Company, and soon after, he attempted to enlist in the US Navy. Clyde even got the letters USN tattooed on his arm, but he was rejected. So Clyde returned to earning a pittance at the glass factory. However, at that point, Clyde started supplementing his income with petty crimes. Here we go. Initially, Clyde took to stealing chickens from people's backyards, something that was still common in Dallas in 1926. You could sell a chicken for $1 or $2, or failing that, you'd be able to dispose of the evidence with a tasty meal. How much was he making a week? $18, and you could sell a chicken for $1, so he'd have to steal like 3 chickens a day to do better than what he was making at the company. That's crime does pay, doesn't it? Eventually, Clyde got caught and arrested, but he wasn't charged since chicken theft was extremely common and there weren't enough jail cells in Dallas to hold everybody who did it. Meanwhile, Clyde hooked up with a girl named Eleanor B. Williams. Apparently, she was a real knockout. Clyde tattooed her initials on his arm and spent a lot of his income buying her gifts. But, like with most teenage relationships, Clyde and Eleanor eventually fought. Eleanor went to stay with relatives in the town of Broadus for a few days to get away from him. Clyde rented a car to drive out to Broadus to wing her back. However, he attempted to save a couple of bucks on the rental fee by neglecting to mention that he was taking the car out of town. Clyde didn't return the car on time. Yeah, I've definitely done that. It's like, so where are you driving? Oh, just locally. Definitely not taking it across any country lines. Definitely wouldn't do that. And I know there are GPS trackers on them, so I guess you only get into trouble if you happen to have a crash in another country, and then they're like, yeah, you're going to owe us the whole value of the car for that one because the insurance didn't cover this country. Yeah, car rental. Don't rent cars to me. Kumi told them that Clyde was in Broadus, so the local sheriff was sent round to where Clyde was staying. Clyde hid in the attic while the sheriff grabbed the rental car and left. Clyde probably would have avoided legal trouble if he'd simply appeared, spoken to the sheriff and paid the extra rental fees. Instead, on December 3rd, 1926, Clyde hitchhiked back to Dallas, where he was arrested for car theft. The rental company ultimately didn't press charges since they got the car back. But now, Clyde had a clear criminal record. Yeah, this is the problem, right? If you get a criminal record, then, I don't know, it's been a very, very long time since I've applied for a job, but there's always the box, like, do you have a criminal record? And I bet checking that box, right, you're not getting that job. And then that kind of fucks up your life, because then you're going to have to go and do crimes to do stuff. Or I suppose you could start your own business. Like, I run my own business. I don't have a criminal record, fortunately, unless you count like speeding tickets. Parking tickets. I have many driving offences, but like all minor ones. Nothing serious. I haven't run over any pedestrians yet. Criminal records, that's trouble. Shortly thereafter, Clyde convinced Eleanor to elope with him. They left town again, but it soon became clear that Clyde had used the elopement as an excuse to convince Eleanor to have sex with him. She got angry and dumped him. In late December 1926, less than 3 weeks since his last arrest, Clyde was picked up by the cops with his older brother Ivan as they attempted to load a truck full of stolen Christmas turkeys. Ivan such a strange thing to steal. Ivan took full responsibility for the crime, saying Clyde knew nothing, and he spent a week in jail. Clyde, meanwhile, had been arrested twice in a month, and this put him firmly on the radar of Dallas police. After that, the police frequently picked him up for questioning under suspicion of committing a robbery in the local area. Whenever a robbery occurred, Clyde was treated as one of the so-called usual suspects. Their suspicion was not without justification. In 1927, Clyde began stealing cars, hit hotwire one, file off the serial number on the engine, then drive it across state lines to sell it in Oklahoma. Each theft could net him $100 to $200, depending on the car's value. In other words, each car theft earned him $1,735 in modern money. That's not a bad gig. Meanwhile, it's a bad gig because you're going to end up in prison, like you're crossing state lines. I don't know much about American law, but in the movies it's like, oh, you cross state lines. That's a bad time. Meanwhile, Clyde kept up the pretense of legitimate employment, working at the Bama Pie factory, and soon after switching to the A&K paint shop. But the hourly wage was tiny compared to what Clyde could earn from car theft, so he eventually quit and became a full-time thief. Yeah, but you're not doing the job for the money. You're doing the job so you have something to, cover your actions. On February the 22nd, 1928, Clyde was hauled in for questioning for a car theft in Fort Worth, not far from Dallas, but had to be released because the cops couldn't find enough evidence that he had committed the crime. The common narrative that has sprung up about Clyde Barrow's criminal evolution at this time is, in a nutshell, that if he hadn't been so poor, and if police hadn't started harassing him after the rental car and the turkeys, he wouldn't have turned to full-time criminal career. I'm not so sure. It seems like he's pretty mercenary. He's like, oh yeah, look, stealing cars pays more than my job, so I quit my job. I think he's morally flexible enough to be a criminal, sees the rewards, and so pursues that. It doesn't matter if he'd got caught for stealing turkeys, he was going to pursue it anyway. I'm not sure that justification holds water. Yes, David and I, same page. Barrow wanted more money for fancy clothes and to impress women, not for survival. And I'm pretty sure getting fingered for petty theft doesn't justify robbing even more innocent people. But the much romanticized Bonnie and Clyde story requires a hero, and in order to do that, one needs to rationalize away a lot of their ill deeds. The problem is that it would only get far, far worse. Yeah, okay, so I thought there was romanticization around Bonnie and Clyde, but I digress. When Clyde Barrow wasn't stealing cars, he continued to be a ladies' man, hooking up with 3 girls named Anne, Grace, and Gladys, each of whom had their initials added as tattoos on his arms. It's weird, bro. You like marking that notch on your bedstead, on your arm, with tattoos? Women in the future are going to be like,
who are all these people's initials?
Oh, nobody.
That's my credo. No regrets.
Gladys was particularly mercenary in her approach to Clyde, burning through the loot from his car thefts and even making him pay for a fancy resort vacation in Mexico. Clyde sent his sister Maria a postcard while he was down there with a message, drunk as hell, having fun with Gladys. Gladys dumped Kyle immediately after the holiday, having gotten what she wanted and being ready to move on to the next sucker with cash in his pocket. Clyde was more annoyed than he was heartbroken. In August 1928, Clyde started breaking and entering with a man named Frank Klaus, robbing homes and businesses when nobody was there. Clyde soon learned how to crack safes. He also brought in his brother Ivan to join the gang of burglars. The criminal activities went undetected by police for over a year until in September of 1929, they were arrested under suspicion for planning to rob a safe at a lumber company. They were quickly released for lack of evidence. Yes, suspicion for planning. It's like, that's not the strongest thing. Why not get him for one of the crimes that he's actually committed? But he was rearrested the next day under suspicion of some recent burglaries in the towns of Lufkin and Hillsborough. There we go, that's more sensible. Get him for the crimes that he's actually done. Again, due to limited evidence, he was released without charge. Okay, never mind, I take it all back. When the Wall Street crash started at the end of September, it barely affected the Barrow clan since Henry Barrow was a self-employed scrap collector. Ivan and Clyde were career criminals, and none of them kept their money in banks. Instead, when tragedy struck, it was of a different sort. On the night of November the 29th, 1929, Clyde, his brother Ivan, and another delinquent named Sidney Moore were riding in a stolen Buick, ready to run it out of town, when they spied a much more expensive Ford. They climbed in, hotwired it, and drove off, soon after spotting an upscale Dallas house that appeared to have nobody home. They broke in, but only managed to come away with a few pieces of jewelry and some petty cash. It was now 1 a.m. on the 30th. They drove from Dallas to the town of Denton looking for another score. They broke into a car garage, tried to crack a safe that was inside and failed. So they picked up the safe and lugged it out to the Ford. They were about to leave when 2 cops in a patrol car spotted them. Clyde slammed on the gas pedal and took off with the cops in hot pursuit. Yeah. Running from the cops is going to be like, boys, why is there a safe in the back? Could you open that up for us? To be like, no. Can't open it up, don't even know what's in it. We stole the safe. Clyde took a turn too fast and crashed the car, and so he, Ivan and Sidney were forced to take off on foot. That's when the cops started shooting. Ivan was hit in both legs and went down. Sidney got to his knees and surrendered. Clyde kept running and hid in the crawl space of a nearby house. He hitchhiked back to Dallas. Meanwhile, the stolen Ford contained the safe and the jewels. The latter were traced back to the house they burglarized and the Ford to its actual owner. The police had spotted the gang taking the safe from the garage, so well, no mystery there. But in an ironic twist, it had only contained $30, or about $540 in modern money. Ivan Barrow and Sidney Moore were charged with multiple counts of breaking and entering and larceny. Their trial was on December the 17th, and the jury took only a few minutes of deliberation before finding them guilty. Ivan and Sidney got 4 years in prison. But they didn't squeal on Clyde, who spent the rest of December hiding at his parents' house in the Devil's Back Porch, afraid that the police might still pick him up in connection with the robberies that night, or in connection with the dozens of other robberies he had committed in Dallas and the surrounding townships. Wow, this guy's got good friends. They're just like, keep silent, don't tell them about Clyde. Don't get a deal. I'd be worried. It was only in the new year when Clyde ventured out again and bumped into his friend Clarence Clay, who invited him to a house party at his place on the 5th of January 1930. And it was there that Clyde met Bonnie Parker. Prison as an aphrodisiac. According to what Bonnie and Clyde later told their families, their attraction was apparently instant. Bonnie found Clyde confident, masterful, and a bit dangerous, which he is. All of these things. Clyde thought Bonnie was hot. And like the fact that she was shorter than him. Previously, he'd stood on road curbs to add a few extra inches of height when being photographed with his various girlfriends. Height was a sore spot with him. What they had in common were their delusions of grandeur. Both had grown up poor. Both felt entitled to a life of fancy clothes, fast cars, and constant partying. What connected them was their determination to achieve such a life. Bonnie stayed beside Clyde for the rest of the evening, laughing and talking. The next day, Clyde paid a visit to where Bonnie was staying with her friend with the broken arm. He found her making hot chocolate on the stove. It was probably then that they made love for the first time. Soon after, Bonnie moved back in with her mother, grandmother and sister. Her brother, Buster, had married Edith Clay and moved out, and Bonnie's grandfather, Frank, had died. Meanwhile, Bonnie's sister, Billie Jean, had married. She and her husband were living in the Parker household along with their newborn baby. Bonnie eagerly introduced Clyde to her family. Her mother, Emma, formed a favourable initial impression of him, and she was startled by how much Bonnie seemed to worship the ground that Clyde walked on. They continued to see each other practically every day for the next few weeks. Yeah, again, Clyde seems like, of course the mum likes him, because he's like super good at this stuff. Then, in early February 1930, Clyde came over to the Parker household to tell Bonnie that he'd be leaving town for a bit. Although Clyde had not yet confided in Bonnie about his criminal activities, he was going out of town to commit another series of robberies. Bonnie told Clyde that she'd miss him terribly and invited him to spend the night. Because the house was crowded with Bonnie's family, this didn't mean sex. Clyde slept on the couch. Bonnie just wanted to see as much of Clyde as possible before he left town. Oh, that's sweet. The next morning, the Dallas police showed up at the front door of the Parker household. They knocked. Clyde answered, and immediately they slapped him in cuffs and arrested him for multiple counts of grand larceny and grand theft auto in the towns of Denton and Waco, Texas. Oh no, the favourable impression of the mother is just left. In cuffs, Bonnie tried to cry, scream, and pound the wall with her fists, begging the police not to arrest him. Clyde told her everything was going to be all right, but Bonnie had flown into full-on hysterics. When the police left, Bonnie collapsed on the floor, sobbing uncontrollably. Her mother tried to console her. Bonnie replied by vowing that she'd go stand by Clyde and wait for him no matter what. As for finding out that Clyde was a car thief and a burglar, this heightened rather than diminished Bonnie's attraction to him. Is this hybristophilia? Is this what we mentioned earlier? Like attraction to criminals? Oh, Bonnie, you've got that. Bonnie had always thirsted to live a life of glamour, and being shacked up with a dashing rogue had a glamour all of its own. Dashing rogue? Didn't we say that Clyde wasn't like super handsome? He's just like super charming. So dashing, it's just like, God, it's really about framing it, isn't it? Because she's with a dashing rogue who's got a few years in prison. It's like, nah, she just married a guy who stole cars. Or is like with a guy who stole cars and that's it. In fact, as we now know, Bonnie would get sexually aroused by Clyde's criminal behaviour. This is the essence of hybristophilia. Well, there we go. Thank you, David. I've briefly discussed hybristophilia in the video on Veronica Compton and the Hillside Strangler, along with covering it in my 2 billion year history of sex book. This would have been an even better place to plug the book, David, which you can pick up wherever you get your books. But briefly, hybristophilia is a fairly common paraphilia because it has a strong evolutionary origin. It's a reproductive strategy that prevailed in early Homo sapiens, and indeed in our ancestors millions of years before Homo sapiens even existed. So imagine this. You live in a Paleolithic forest 200,000 years ago. It's something I'm going to struggle to imagine, but okay. The murder rate among human hunter-gatherers at the time was estimated 10%. The fuck? 10% of deaths are murder? Good lord. No cops, no forensics, no judges, no juries. The only form of security is one's own family and the threat of a blood feud breaking out if anyone harms you. Social cooperation with the tribe and selecting a mate who does the same is one way to protect yourself and your children. That is the most common strategy among humans. Another is to hook up with predators, sociopaths, and ruthless criminal types who take what they want, when they want, and who are vicious enough to defend themselves in a harsh Paleolithic world. Hooking up with such a person is a valid reproductive strategy, provided the dark triad motherfucker didn't turn his aggression on you or your offspring. Instead, if his ruthlessness protects and provides for you and your offspring, your evolutionary reproductive gambit pays off. As such, the strong instinctual attraction to such people prevails to this very day. It's why people like Ted Bundy, Charles Manson, and even Jeffrey Dahmer, despite being gay, got hundreds of love letters and even marriage proposals from adoring hybristophiles while they were in prison. Well, Jeffrey Dahmer could have got them from men, couldn't he? Can men not be hybristophiles? I know it's mostly associated with women, but isn't that mostly because men go to prison? Hell, Ted Bundy even married and impregnated a woman while he was locked up. He fucking did? Ted Bundy had a kid while he was locked up for being Ted Bundy? Why? Did he? Ted Bundy should not have that thing. Conjugal visits. He should not have that. And serial killers are just the more extreme examples. Plenty of bikers, drug dealers, and mafia thugs have wives, girlfriends, or quote-unquote gangster moles who are more attracted to them for their criminal activities, not less. It's the attraction to the bad boy writ large, fetishized, exaggerated, and turned absolutely pathological. And it's why the more Bonnie learned about Clyde, and the worse his crimes got, the more she loved him. Most women would run a mile, but not the case with Everest Farr. Bonnie regularly visited Clyde in Dallas County Jail, and in between visits she wrote him a series of extremely long love letters. The end of one such letter is revealing. "I'm so lonesome for you, dearest. Don't you wish we could be together? Sugar, I never knew I really cared for you until you got in jail." While Clyde was in prison, awaiting transfer to Denton, Bonnie took a trip over to the Devil's Back Porch in West Dallas to meet his family. Clyde's little sister Marie, then 12 years old, formed an immediate friendship with Bonnie. Clyde's mother, Kumi on the other hand, was decidedly unimpressed. She thought that Bonnie was a makeup-clad little harlot and gold digger. Digging for what gold? He's in prison for stealing. Not the sort of godly woman she envisioned for her son at all. But if Kumi let slip her animosity towards Bonnie, the latter didn't notice. She thought Clyde's family, including Kumi, were perfectly lovely. Clyde was transported to the town of Denton, where he stood before the grand jury for the robberies that he committed there with Ivan and Sidney Moore on the night of November the 29th. Multiple robberies. You're going to go to prison for a long-ass time. But also he's not, because we know he gets out, and because that's the story. But there wasn't enough evidence to indict him. Next, Clyde was transported to Waco, where the grand jury had enough evidence to indict him for multiple counts of grand theft auto and possession of stolen goods. Which isn't quite robbery, so that's going to have a lighter sentence, right? Both Bonnie and Kumi travelled to Waco to support Clyde at his trial. Realising he was facing a long prison sentence, on March 5th, 1930, Clyde entered a plea of guilty. As a result, he was given the relatively lenient sentence of 2 years in prison. Well, that is pretty lenient for multiple grand theft auto. Clyde returned to Dallas after the sentencing. Meanwhile, Bonnie stayed on in Waco, determined to be there until the moment Clyde was finally transferred to Huntsville prison. But Clyde had no intention of going to Huntsville. On the morning of March the 11th, when Bonnie visited him at the jail in Waco, Clyde instructed her to get a gun and smuggle it to him when she visited again that evening. Oh my. Dude, you just got 2 years in prison. Just take the 2 years. If you attempt to break out of prison, they're going to throw you in there for a much longer time. Clyde would then use the gun to take a hostage or shoot his way out. Bro, out of prison, you're going to get yourself killed. Bonnie obeyed, thinking it was terribly romantic. She got a gun and used a belt to strap it to her torso underneath her dress. The guards searched her purse when she returned that evening, but they didn't frisk her. When Bonnie was sat across from Clyde, she reached under her dress and quickly slipped Clyde the gun. She then left quickly afterward, as Clyde had instructed. Holy, she just smuggled a gun into prison. Clyde enlisted 2 other inmates in his jailbreak plan, William Turner and Emery Abernathy. At 7:30 that evening, Turner complained to a guard that he was sick. He asked for a glass of milk to settle his stomach. The guard complied. When the guard entered Turner's cell to hand him the milk, Turner pulled the gun on him, grabbed his keys, locked him in the cell, and then went to free Clyde and Abernathy. The 2 of them hurried toward the front of the jail, pointing the gun at the desk sergeant there. They told him to keep quiet for 5 minutes or they'd come back and shoot him. Then the trio walked out of the door onto the street, but then neglected to take the sergeant's own gun. He immediately got up, ran out the door, and opened fire. At this point, Abernathy had the smuggled gun. He shot back. Someone in the area heard the gunfire and called the cops. Police swarmed the scene minutes later. But Clyde and his compatriots had already made their escape. They'd broken into a parked car, Clyde had quickly hotwired it, and they'd driven off just before the cops arrived. They drove to the north side of Waco, jumped out of the car, and swapped it for another. They sped out of Waco, stealing a new car in every town they passed through, and then they got the hell out of Texas. Pretty smart, to be honest, like switching the cars up so often. By March the 17th, 1930, they'd made it as far north as Ohio, where in the small country village of Middletown, they robbed a dry cleaners and a railway depot for $60 or $1,100 in modern money. They fled Middletown well after nightfall and got lost on the country roads. So they stopped and decided to get some sleep. The next day, still lost, they stupidly drove back into Middletown where the police were waiting for them. Oh no. He's getting arrested already? I know, jailbreaks don't typically last for very long, but this is very quick. When a patrol car gave chase, the trio abandoned the vehicle and tried to flee on foot. Turner and Abernathy were arrested within the hour. Clyde hid in the crawl space of a nearby house again. He emerged several hours later and stole another car. The cop spotted him. Clyde sped away and almost got out of Middletown when he made the mistake of turning into a dead-end street. He surrendered. Clyde, Turner, and Abernathy were transported back to Waco in chains on March the 21st. In punishment for his escape, 10 years were added to Clyde's sentence. Yeah, dude, you should have taken those 2 years. You got away with a lot. That 2 years was a great deal. And then you spent 1 day out of jail in an escape. And now you have to spend 12 years in prison instead of 2. That sucks. Meanwhile, Bonnie had spent a week in Waco after the jailbreak, hoping that Clyde would somehow send for her. Hearing nothing from him, she hitchhiked back to Cement City on March the 18th. After hearing of Clyde's capture, Bonnie did not go back to Waco to assist him in a second escape attempt, but not because her affections had cooled. Clyde was now being kept in a maximum security cell at the jail. Yeah, no surprise, he smuggled a gun into jail. Instead, Bonnie got another waitressing job in Dallas and decided to wait on events. She was eager for the next opportunity to communicate with Clyde and suitably heartbroken that they had been parted. She finally made her way down to Waco again on April the 19th, just before Clyde was due to be transferred out to Huntsville. She couldn't bear not seeing him. It should be noted, at this point, Bonnie had known Clyde for a whopping 4 months, 3 of which he'd spent in prison. Yeah, she's got that hebristophilia strong for Clyde. The mutilation of the soul. Clyde was shipped from Waco to Huntsville prison on April the 21st, 1930. During the intake procedure, he lied and said he was 18 instead of 20 in the hopes that he would get an easier time. He also lied that his middle name was Champion instead of Chestnut, hence the weird entry on Wikipedia. Lastly, he lied that he and Bonnie were married because inmates could only write letters to spouses and immediate family members. This is the past, right? You can just be like, how old are you? 18. And it's like... Nowadays, they'd be like, well, we looked it up, and that's not true. They don't even need to look it up. They don't even need to have you write it down. They know, because there's all the data.
Is wrong. Incorrect.
Clyde was not immediately assigned to a work detail. Instead, he sat in his cell, occasionally being shipped out to Houston and Waco, where further charges were deliberated upon by 2 grand juries. They were ultimately dropped without going to trial. Then in September 1930, Clyde found out that he'd been assigned to work in the cotton fields at Eastern Prison Farm, not far from Huntsville. This was the worst assignment anybody could get. It was back-breaking labor in the hot sun, while being beaten on a whim by sadistic guards. Usually it was reserved for the most hardened killers and repeat offenders, but Clyde's escape attempt had won him a spot on the list. On September the 18th, Clyde was put inside a prison van, shackled by the hands, feet and neck and taken out to Eastham. The prison farm was divided into 2 camps, totaling 500 prisoners watched 24/7 by 60 armed guards, or roughly 1 guard for every 8 convicts. The guards were mounted on horses and were able to catch up with any convict who tried to escape. Clyde was forced to run up to 2 miles each day to start work in the cotton fields and then run 2 miles back. The convicts were not allowed to walk. They worked 10-hour days with 1 day off per week, except during harvest months, where they worked 7 days per week without respite. The food given to the convicts consisted of bread made from the same grain that fed livestock, the occasional plate of potatoes or spoonful of peas, a very rare bit of boiled meat, and bacon, which very often had turned rancid in its tin container. Boiled meat is that's just the grimmest way to cook meat. It's like how to make meat worse. Boil it. Clyde did not fare well at Eastham. He was not built for such hard labor. The malnutrition didn't help, and he didn't have the good sense to avoid provoking the guards. He was frequently beaten, and it got so bad that fellow inmates began to speculate whether Clyde would even survive his 12-year sentence. Worsening the situation was an inmate named Ed Crowder, a convicted bootlegger and smuggler of alcohol during Prohibition, who was 6 feet tall and weighed over 200 pounds. That's 182 centimeters and 91 kilos. Ed Crowder regularly beat and forcibly sodomized Clyde Barrow. After these assaults, some of the other inmates would join Crowder in mocking Clyde, saying that the smaller man had probably enjoyed it. Clyde had to endure being sexually assaulted by Crowder for an entire year. While all of this was going on, Bonnie's affection for Clyde had faded. She was simply bored of waiting for him. Despite Bonnie and Clyde's relationship being treated as a story of true love today, it appears that Bonnie's love was quite opportunistic. She stopped writing Clyde at the end of December 1930 and began dating other men. As a result of these stresses, Clyde's mind was contorted beyond repair by his time at Eastham. He transformed from a hoodlum into a hardened criminal. He was becoming increasingly bitter and ruthless. He began to fantasize about returning to Eastham after his sentence with an armed posse. He wanted to murder all the guards and free the prisoners. Not that all prisoners were his friends. In 1930, Clyde deliberately dropped a tree he was chopping on another inmate who was an informer for the guards, severely wounding him. As for Ed Crowder, on October the 29th, 1931, Clyde got his hand on a lead pipe and ambushed Crowder in the showers, bludgeoning him in the head until Crowder's skull was cracked open in several places and brain matter had been strewn across the floor. Oh my god. Dude, You're now going to be in prison forever. Except we know you're not, so how's that happen? Another inmate, Aubrey Scally, who was serving a life sentence and who also hated Crowder, claimed responsibility so that Clyde didn't get a life sentence or the chair. As it turned out, Scally was able to convince a grand jury that he'd acted in self-defense. Crowder's reputation as a violent bastard preceded him. Yeah, seems like Crowder deserved to go. He kind of deserved that beating with a pipe. In January 1932, Clyde came to the conclusion that he would not survive another decade of hard labour in the cotton fields of Easton Prison Farm. On January the 27th, Clyde used an axe to cut off the big toe and half of the second toe on his left foot. Or possibly Clyde may have had this amputation done for him by another inmate. It's unclear. Either way, this act got him out of the cotton fields of Easton and sent to the prison hospital back in Huntsville. Once Clyde had recovered, he would be reassigned indoor work at Huntsville because the mutilation of his foot ensured that Clyde would never walk properly again. I mean, it's a big sacrifice to make, but I think after a while I'd be like, gotta make those big sacrifices. Don't want to be out in those cotton fields. It's really hot.
Take it off.
I don't like getting beaten by the guards all day. But it turns out that Clyde shouldn't have done this. Oh. Because a myth, 6 days later, on February the 2nd, 1932, Kumi Barrow successfully petitioned Ross Sterling, the governor of Texas, to parole her son on the grounds that Clyde was a first-time offender, that he hadn't physically harmed anyone in his crimes, and he was young and foolish when he committed them. Wow, Kumi came around. I thought she didn't like him. The bit about being a first-time offender was technically true. Clyde had only been convicted in a court of law once, and nobody knew that Clyde had murdered Ed Crowder. As for his age, indeed, at the time of his parole, Clyde was not yet 22. Thus, Clyde was released. He returned home to Dallas, malnutritioned and on crutches, a thoroughly changed man. He vowed that he would never go back to prison ever again, but this didn't mean that Clyde intended to turn over a new leaf and go straight. It meant that he would never allow himself to be taken alive. Never piss off a crowd of Texans. While Clyde was in prison, his eldest siblings, Elvin, Artie, and Nell, helped their father purchase a couple of plots of land on Eagle Ford Road in West Dallas. Henry Barrow literally picked up his shack from the Devil's Back porch, put it on a large wooden pallet, and carted it over to one of the plots. He struck a deal with an oil company and converted the shack into a gas station. 2 pumps were installed out front. Eagle Ford Road was a main thoroughfare, but actual sales of his gasoline did not earn much money. Henry supplemented his income by selling water from a well that he'd dug on the property, charging to use the gas station's telephone, and most importantly, selling homebrewed beer and moonshine to an inexhaustible supply of customers. Literally just drivers. Henry added an extra room to the shack to use as an office and for storage, added another room for a kitchen, and converted the front room into space to be used for the actual store. This left a bedroom, where Henry and Kumi slept, and another room that functions as a living room during the day, and sleeping quarters for their youngest kids, Elsie and Marie, at night. They were now teenagers, 19 and 14 respectively. Clyde's other sibling, Ivan, was also in Huntsville doing a 4-year stretch of his own for the Denton robberies of November 1929. When Clyde got out in February 1932, he joined Elsie and Marie in their living room/bedroom. Only a day or two after Clyde got out of prison, he hobbled over on his crutches to the Parker residence. He found Bonnie there in the sitting room with her then-boyfriend, whose name's been lost to history. When Bonnie saw Clyde, she yelled, "Darling!" and ran to him, threw her arms around him and began kissing him passionately. Her then-boyfriend's like, "What the fuck's going on?" This effectively ended Bonnie's relationship with the other bloke. We don't know if the guy put up much of a fuss on his way out of the door. Savage. For Clyde's part, he didn't show any resentment for Bonnie cutting off communications and dating other dudes while he was on the inside. Their relationship simply reignited where they'd left off. Bonnie wanted to constantly be in Clyde's company, so she spent much of her time staying at the Barrow gas station, much to Kumi's displeasure. The Great Depression was still in full swing in 1932, so Clyde struggled to find a job. When he did find some low-paying, menial work, he didn't keep it long. Clyde alleged that this was because of police harassment. Apparently, the cops fell into their old habit of picking him up as a usual suspect, which put his employers off a bit. Well, Clyde, that's because you are the usual suspect, because you're a criminal who does lots of crimes. It's unclear whether this is actually true or if Clyde was just using it as an excuse. It is illuminating that Clyde's stint on the job market lasted less than a month. It's hard to say that he really made much of an effort. Then in March 1932, Clyde left Texas and went to Framingham, Massachusetts to work on a construction crew. The idea was for Bonnie to join him there once he was settled. But that scheme lasted a whopping 2 weeks before Clyde returned home. The popular narrative in the hero worship version of Clyde's story is that he wanted to go straight but was forced to a life of crime by the police and an unjust society. In reality, the bugger barely even tried. I mean, to be fair though, he does have a criminal record, which is going to make it super hard for him to get a regular-ass job. No sooner had Clyde returned from Massachusetts that he teamed up with a fellow convict from Eastham named Ralph Fultz and a local Dallas scumbag named Ray Hamilton to launch a series of smash-and-grab robberies across the U.S. At the time, Bonnie remained at her mother's place with the intention of joining her beloved Clyde later. This was the embryo of what would later be called the Barrow Gang, because Clyde was always the gang's deciding voice and ringleader. But at the time, the boys dubbed it the Lake Dallas Gang. Their first target was only a few blocks down the road from where Clyde's parents lived, the Sims Oil Refinery. They hit the place on March the 25th, 1932. Clyde hadn't even been out of prison 2 months. Armed with pistols, they broke into the place at night, tied up 4 employees who were still there, and cracked open the safe. Gall was inside. The gang fled the scene empty-handed. Over the next few days, the gang mugged a few people in Dallas at gunpoint in order to gain some travel money. Then they stole a car and drove 1,400 kilometers, that's 870 miles north, to the small town of Okabena in Minnesota. There they staked out a bank, but called it off because the ice and snow on the roads would make the car skid during the getaway. From there, they drove 640 kilometers, 400 miles south to Lawrence, Kansas, where they cased another bank. This time, the prospect looked good. After 3 days of scouting, they sprang into action. At 8:45 in the morning, the bank manager arrived and was immediately held up by Clyde and Fultz, brandishing shotguns. They forced him into the bank and got him to open the vault. Clyde handled the manager while Fultz did crowd control, ambushing and subduing 4 employees as they arrived for work. After Clyde grabbed the loot, they locked the manager and the employees in the vault and took off, with Ray Hamilton at the wheel. Then they got the hell out of Lawrence before the cops could be alerted and drove 460 kilometers or 290 miles to St. Louis, Illinois. Their take from the gang's bank job was $33,000 or $740,000 in modern money. Holy shit. That's not bad, is it? Especially when you consider that, what was he making, like $8 a week or something terrible? From East St. Louis, they drove to the town of Dupo, Illinois, where they spent thousands of dollars buying a bunch of .45 caliber handguns, a dozen Thompson machine guns, a dozen bulletproof vests, and thousands of rounds of ammunition from a local fence, reinvesting those profits. It was at this point that Ray Hamilton got cold feet, took his share of the Kansas money, and went off to hide in Michigan. Clyde said that he hoped Hamilton, quote, choked on a wad of cash. In early April, Clyde and Fultz headed back to Texas, armed to the teeth, with the Dallas cops now looking for them for the failed oil refinery heist a couple of weeks earlier. Clyde visited his family and then spent a few hours with Bonnie. They spent their time outside because Emma Parker refused to let Clyde, now a wanted criminal, into her house. After seeing Bonnie, Clyde and Fultz drive to Denton, where they met 5 local hoodlums: Johnny Russell, Jack Hammett, Ralph Fuzz Alsop, Ted Rogers, and a guy known only to history as Red. That night, the men planned a raid on Eastern Prison Farm. Clyde wanted a little revenge for having been tormented during his time there. He also wanted to free Aubrey Scally, who had taken the rap for the murder of Ed Crowder. There was just one hitch, though. The fence in Dupo, Illinois, had cheated them. Many of the guns were faulty and didn't even fire. They planned to rob 2 banks at once in Denton on April the 11th to get some more cash to replace the faulty guns. But someone tipped off the police, and Texas Rangers were waiting outside the banks on the day of question, so the robberies had to be abandoned. Who's betraying them? It's a small little group. Uh-oh, someone's going to get killed. The gang had a rat. Yes, they did, David, but Clyde wasn't sure whom. Meanwhile, he travelled with Fultz and Red to Amarillo to recruit some more men for the Eastern Raid. They arrived on April the 13th, but couldn't find the associates they were supposed to meet. They began to drive back to Dallas, but their car broke down in the small town of Electra. While they were prowling around the town looking for a car to steal, they were confronted by the local sheriff and a civilian he'd quickly deputized. The sheriff tried to haul them down to the station for questioning, but immediately ran away, while Clyde whipped out a .45 revolver, pointed it at the sheriff, and told the men to drop their weapons. As Clyde was disarming them, an innocent bystander, A.F. McCormick, came driving up the road. Fultz aimed a gun at him, then Clyde and Fultz forced the sheriff and deputy into McCormick's car, and they drove off with the 3 hostages. Clyde never saw Red again, and later concluded that he was the son of a bitch who'd ratted them out in Denton. Clyde and Fultz drove 8 miles south of Electra, apologized to the hostages for the inconvenience, and let them go. Once they were out of sight, Clyde and Fultz cut across a farmer's field and traveled north toward Oklahoma in order to confuse any pursuers. They had nearly crossed state lines when McCormick's car ran out of gas. Clyde and Fultz waited by the side of the road until they saw a passing postal truck and promptly hijacked it at gunpoint. They took the delivery man hostage and drove the car towards the Oklahoma border. They came upon a police checkpoint manned by 2 officers, and Clyde rammed through the chain barrier that they'd set up while the officers fired upon the vehicle. Outside the town of Fletcher, Oklahoma, Clyde released the hostage The postal worker asked for his mailbag, which was given to him. The postal worker then requested Clyde burn the mail truck when he abandoned it, since it meant that the US Postal Service would be forced to buy the postal worker a new one. Clyde thought that this was hilarious and promised to do so. Clyde and Fultz torched the mail truck a day later, stole another car, and drove back to Dallas. Such a thoughtful criminal, looking out for the little man. On April the 17th, Bonnie Parker travelled to Easton Prison Farm and told the prison guards that she was Aubrey Scally's cousin there for a visit. The guards permitted Bonnie entry to the prison barracks, and she promptly told a pleasantly surprised Aubrey Scally that her lover, Clyde Barrow, intended to raid Easton and bust him out. After leaving the prison farm, Bonnie rejoined Clyde and Fultz on the night of the 18th, and they all travelled to the town of Tyler, where they stole a couple of large, fast cars for use in the Easton raid. Bonnie, Clyde, and Fultz, each in different cars, raced their vehicles as they went, and the newly stolen ones reached up to 90 miles per hour. It was pretty impressive for back in the day. On the way back, it now being midnight on April the 19th, the convoy passed through the town of Kaufman and decided to break into a local hardware store and steal its collection of guns. They were spotted by a night watchman who fired upon them. Clyde fired back. The night watchman ran for help. Realizing they only had a few minutes before the entire town of Kaufman, sheriff and civilians alike, descended upon them with guns drawn, Bonnie, Clyde and Fultz tore out of Kaufman in their vehicles along with a dirt road which cut through some farmers' fields. It looked as if they were going to get away when it began to rain. The dirt road turned to mud and their cars got stuck. The outlaws were forced to abandon them and take off on foot. They ran for the better part of an hour, worried that pursuers from Kaufman might come after them. Eventually, soaking wet and with mud coating their legs, they came across a small farmhouse and begged for a ride into the nearest town, which turned out to be Kemp. The farmer replied that he didn't have a car, but generously offered to loan them his 2 mules. Clyde and Bonnie mounted one, Fultz mounted the other. They reached the outskirts of Kemp at dawn. There they stole a car from a driveway of the local doctor. Unfortunately, they were only a mile out of Kemp before the car ran out of gas. Worried that their pursuers from Kaufman might catch up with them, and now worried that the people of Kemp would immediately identify them as car thieves, Bonnie, Clyde and Fultz hid in some bushes. At 7 a.m., a literal mob of people from Kaufman, Kemp and nearby Mabank showed up and began combing through the countryside looking for the outlaws. Bonnie, Clyde and Fultz stayed in the bushes for a whole 10 hours. At 5 p.m., they attempted to run across the street to a local store and steal a car that was parked there. It was no good. They were immediately spotted by the townsfolk. The mob quickly gathered and chased the outlaws towards Cedar Creek, firing shots at them all the while. Fultz was hit in the arm. When they reached the creek bed, Clyde abandoned Fultz and Bonnie, who were captured by the mob. Clyde got away, snuck back into Kemp, stole another car, and drove hell for leather until he reached Dallas. Meanwhile, Bonnie and Fultz were arrested, dragged back to Kemp, and thrown in a cell. The local doctor, whose car was stolen, refused to treat Fultz for his gunshot wound. Savage, Doc, didn't you take an oath? Rivers of whiskey and a hail of bullets. Clyde got back to Dallas on April the 20th in the morning and immediately sent Elsie and his sister-in-law, Blanche, wife of Ivan Barry, who was still languishing in prison, to Kemp to find out where Bonnie and Fultz were being held. Turned out they had been transferred to the jail in Kaufman. Then Clyde drove to Denton and met up with Ted Rogers and Johnny Russell. On the night of the 20th, they broke into a hardware store in the town of Salina, coming away with some rifles and shotguns and robbing $16 from innocent bystanders, including the town mayor, who they held at gunpoint. On April the 21st, Clyde, Rogers and Russell tested the guns at Lake Dallas. A local farmer heard the gunfire and called the sheriff. When the sheriff arrived, isn't this like in Texas? It's like, I heard gunfire down in them parts. And it's like, it's Texas. Like when I think of Texas, I imagine large hats and guns. Isn't this like super common?
Never doubt the Texas Ranger.
When the sheriff arrived, backed by several deputies, Clyde, Rogers and Russell were forced to abandon the newly stolen guns in order to escape. Things only got worse. They'd arranged to meet Jack Hammett and Fuzz Alsop at Lake Dallas, and the latter two arrived just in time to get arrested by the law. Meanwhile, Fultz was identified by the sheriff of Electra as the man who had taken him hostage, and he was later identified by the postal worker. He was shipped from Kaufman to Wichita Falls to stand trial for kidnapping. Bonnie remains locked up in Kaufman awaiting trial for attempted robbery. Bonnie claims she'd been kidnapped rather than being an active participant in the robbery. She languished in the Kaufman jail for 2 months. Clyde did not attempt to break her out. Bonnie passed the time in jail by writing poems, eventually gathering them into a collection called Poetry from Life's Other Side. Yeah. It's like, prison sounds pretty bad. I don't want to go to prison. But it's also like, yeah, I'll definitely write some shit. I'd love to write a book. Like David writes a book. Look. David's smart and writes. But like, if I was in prison, I'd be like, gonna learn how to do that shit. Got nothing else to do. Might as well do that and chill and hopefully not be forced to pick cotton. One of the poems in the collection is called The Prostitutes' Convention, which actively named real-life prostitutes who were working in Dallas at the time, and in addition naming the street corners on which they operated. Bonnie's most notable poem from this collection was, with a slightly modified title thanks to YouTube censorship, the story of Self-Deletion Sal. It was about a girl who was brought into a life of crime by her lover, wound up in jail, and spent the next 5 years waiting for her lover to break her out. However, her lover had simply hooked up with another girl and gone straight. Sal was released from prison and shot and killed by an unknown assailant 2 days later. The poem includes the lines, quote, "Now, if he had returned to me some time, though he hadn't a penny to give, I'd forget all this hell he has caused me and love him as long as I live." It's not bad. It's not bad. On April the 28th, 1932, Clyde Rogers... Although I know nothing about poetry. I saw that movie, Peterson, about the dude who's a bus driver and a poet, and I was like, what is this? Is he supposed to be bad at poetry? Because it seems really bad. And then I think I was talking to my dad afterwards, and he was like, oh, yeah, I saw the Peterson movie as well. And I'm like, you did? Did you like it? And he's like, loved it. Beautiful poetry. And then I realized, I'm just not into poetry. Because my dad's way more cultural than I am. And he was like, yeah, it's actually based on the poetry by this famous poet who was consulting on the movie or whatever. And I was like, oh God, okay, I just don't understand this. This is when you look at who's the fucking painter? With Jackson Pollock, where he's just splattering stuff on a surface. And you're like, okay, I just don't understand it. On April the 28th, 1932, Clyde, Rogers and Russell pretended to be customers and scouted out a combined jewelry and general store in the town of Hillsborough to the south of Dallas, owned by a man named John Napoleon Boucher. Clyde had actually met Boucher's wife, Medora, years earlier. While the gang cased the joint, she laid eyes on Clyde, but didn't give a sign that she recognized him. Nevertheless, the gang thought it best if Clyde acted as the getaway driver on this one, since they didn't want Medora to pick him out of a photo lineup later. At 10 p.m. on April the 30th, Clyde sat outside in the car while Rogers and Russell entered the store and held John and Medora Boucher at gunpoint. They marched John into the back and got him to open the safe. Inside, there was a gun, which John recklessly tried to turn upon the robbers. Oh, John, just don't do it. It's like if you're getting mugged, don't say no. Just give them your fucking watch. Rogers and Russell shot him down. He later died of his wounds. Meanwhile, the gang made a clean getaway. The take from the robbery was $40 in cash, or $900 in today's modern money, and some jewelry collectively worth $1,500 or $34,000 in modern money. Okay, I was like, wait, they did all this for $900? $34,000 is a lot more. Despite their precautions, Medora Boucher immediately picked Kyle out of a photo lineup, and of course she did. The idiots had all been seen together in the store a couple of days ago when they were casing the joint. Yes, I was like, wait, I thought I must have misread something there, because I'm like, wait, he's recognized by her while he's in the store while they're casing it out with his mates, and then his mates come back and rob it. Of course she's going to be like, well, you guys were in here with him, who I know. So it's what? It's so stupid. That was enough for the Texas authorities, and Clyde Barrow became wanted for murder. Wait, who did he murder? Oh no, wait, sorry, I totally missed that. They shot him. I was like, wait, who got murdered? And then I was like, oh wait, the guy who turned the gun. The guy said, just give them your watch. Oh God, I'm so slow sometimes. The Texas governor announced a $250 reward for his capture, $5,600 in modern money. The actual murderers, Roger and Russell, were not identified by Medora Boucher because she hadn't known them previously. They took their share of the loot and went their separate ways, never to rejoin the gang. Smart plan. Although we know who they were and their names, so I guess they got caught up to later. On May the 11th, Ralph Fultz was sentenced to 10 years for the attempted robbery and the kidnappings. He, too, never rejoined the gang. On June the 17th, Bonnie went before the grand jury and spun the lie that she had been kidnapped by Fultz. The grand jury bought her story, and she was released. Bonnie returned home to her mother, Emma. She lied to her mother, saying that she was done with Clyde Barrow, but she started passing messages on to Clyde via the Barrow family immediately upon her return. Meanwhile, sometime in June, Clyde renewed his partnership with Ray Hamilton, the guy who had taken his share and split after the Kansas bank job 2 months previously. He had not, quote-unquote, choked on a wad of cash, and Clyde's anger at him had faded since then. In mid-July, Clyde and Hamilton procured a hideout in the town of Wichita Falls, 225 kilometers, or 140 miles northwest of Dallas, to use as a base of operations for future crimes. Bonnie packed up her things and joined them at hideout, lying to her mother, saying that she had found a job as a waitress up there. And so, another spasm of robberies had begun. In late July, Clyde and Hamilton hit a train station in Grand Prairie, coming away with a whopping $12, or $270 in modern money. On August the 1st, Clyde Hamilton and a newly recruited getaway driver, Ross Dyer, hit the Neuhoff Packing Company in Dallas. They held 3 employees at gunpoint and came away with a take of $440, or $9,900 in modern money. Bonnie waited for Kumi at the Barrows place, listening to the radio for any news reports of the robbery. Amid their mutual anxiety for Clyde's safety, Kumi started to warm to Bonnie a little bit. Clyde swung by and picked up Bonnie late that afternoon and took her out to an abandoned farmhouse near Grand Prairie, where the gang partied for the next 4 days until August the 5th. Then Clyde took Bonnie back to the Barrows place, from where she made her way home to her mother. Bonnie told Emma that she was just visiting with the night. She had not come clean about being with Clyde. Meanwhile, also on August the 5th, Clyde, Hamilton and Dyer drove 275 kilometers, 170 miles north, crossing state lines and arriving in Stringtown, Oklahoma at 9 p.m. There they spied a community dance in progress, attended by 900 people, most of them shit-faced on moonshine whiskey. Oh, we still in Prohibition, right? Clyde, Hamilton and Dyer swaggered into the crowd, began drinking heavily and hitting on the young women there. This pissed off the local men. Sensing danger, the local sheriff, Charlie Maxwell, decided to remove the 3 outsiders from the situation. Probably a smart move. His plan was simple. He'd arrest them for drinking. Despite the fact that almost everybody at the dance was drinking, it was still technically illegal. At this point, Dyer was off mingling somewhere in the crowd. Meanwhile, Sheriff Maxwell and his deputy, Eugene Moore, approached Clyde and Hamilton, who were slamming back moonshine in their car, and told them they were under arrest. Clyde and Hamilton immediately pulled out their guns and opened fire. There's a bit of a running theme here, isn't it? They seem to do a lot of big crimes for very little reward. Like, they should have just been arrested and got let out for drinking, and that should have been that. They shouldn't rob people for like $6. They should rob people for more. If you're going to commit robbery, do it properly. Go and rob something where there's a bigger reward than like $6. If you're going to have a shootout with the cops, make sure they're not just arresting you for drinking. Why the massive overreaction? It's going to get you killed, as it does. Maxwell was hit 6 times and fell to the ground. His sidearm was picked up by an angry civilian, Harry Bryant. He began firing at the gang. Clyde put his vehicle into gear and tore out of there, but hit a nearby drainage pipe and flipped the whole car over. Bro. Flipping a car over today is probably quite dangerous. Flipping a car over in the 1920s is going to be a real bad time. The 2 men clambered out of the wreck, realizing that they'd have to shoot their way out. Well, apparently they were fine. Okay. Dyer, meanwhile, faded into the panicked crowd. Clyde and Hamilton unleashed another volley of gunfire, and Deputy Eugene Moore was dead before he hit the ground. Whoa, you just killed a cop who was going to arrest you for drinking. This is a massively unnecessary escalation. Harry Bryant made it to cover unscathed. Sheriff Maxwell was carried away by the crowd and actually recovered from his wounds, dulling the pain with moonshine whiskey. With the death of Eugene Moore, the Barrow gang had just killed a cop. In those days, that meant a guaranteed death sentence should they ever be caught. On their way out of Springtown, Clyde and Hamilton were pursued by authorities, but they managed to give them the slip, stealing a series of cars as they made their way successfully back to Dallas on August the 6th. Dyer had slipped away unnoticed and made his way to the town of McKinney back in Texas, where he was picked up by the cops. He was taken in for questioning and immediately spilled the beans, identifying Clyde and Hamilton as the Springtown shooters. That sealed Clyde's fate. From that point forward, the law wanted him dead. Good help is hard to find. Clyde Barrow had only been out of prison 6 months, and things were already getting ugly. Arriving back in Dallas on August the 6th, 1932, Clyde sent Ray Hamilton to the Parker residence in a stolen Ford V8 to pick up Bonnie. For her part, Bonnie had kept up the lie to her mother that she'd dumped Kyle and was living in Wichita Falls working as a waitress. She climbed into Hamilton's car and wasn't to see her mother again for several months. Bonnie and Hamilton arrived at the rendezvous with Clyde, and it was Bonnie herself who suggested they drive to New Mexico to visit her Aunt Millie in order to escape the heat from the police manhunt in Texas and Oklahoma. Bonnie, Clyde and Hamilton arrived in Carlsbad, New Mexico on August the 13th. Bonnie lied to her Aunt Millie, saying that she was driving across America on her honeymoon. She introduced Clyde as her husband, James White, and Hamilton as their friend Jack Smith. It's a bit weird. It's like, hiya, yeah, we're driving across America as our honeymoon. And this is our mate, Jack. It's like, what the fuck's Jack doing here? Why is he on your honeymoon? Are you in some sort of weird, what's it called, where they have multiple wives? Polygamy. Are you in some weird polygamous marriage? Aunt Millie was initially very welcoming, but quickly grew suspicious of Clyde and Hamilton when they unloaded a huge arsenal of guns and began a target practice session outside her house. Well done laying low, guys. On the honeymoon, huh? With all these guns, right? When she was alone, Millie discreetly phoned the police. Deputy Sheriff Joe Johns arrived the next day, looked at the Ford V8 parked out front and suspected it was stolen. He knocked on the front door. Bonnie answered. Deputy Johns requested to speak to the car's owner. Bonnie said her husband was just getting dressed. Johns waited outside by the car. Clyde and Hamilton slipped around the back of the house, surprised the deputy, and pointed a shotgun at him. Deputy Johns tossed them his sidearm. They forced the deputy into the car, and the trio of outlaws took off with their new hostage. Oh no, that's a bad idea. You took a cop hostage? I mean, you already killed a cop, but you're really working towards the electric chair, aren't you guys? Heading east again. They pulled into San Antonio, Texas, late that evening. At one point, Bonnie giggled playfully and asked Deputy Johns, quote, "How do you like being on the run? You've had a few hours of it. But we do it 365 days a year." It's a weird thing to say. At 5 a.m. on August the 15th, the gang drove 25 kilometers or 15 miles outside of San Antonio and dumped Deputy Johns on the side of the road. Oh my god. Deputy Johns, you made it out. Like, they've killed a cop before, so they're already going to get the death penalty. So what have they got to lose? Nothing. And this dude's seen their face and all of this stuff and knows where they are and knows the car they're driving. I am amazed that Deputy Johns survived, and I imagine Deputy Johns is probably like, holy, you let me go? Okay, thanks. They drove onward to the town of Victoria, where they stole a second Ford V8 with Bonnie and Clyde in one car and Hamilton in the other, in the case one of them broke down on the journey. They were spotted in Victoria stealing the second car. The gang headed 100 kilometers or 60 miles northeast to the town of Wharton, where 2 police officers had set up a roadblock. Clyde managed to do a U-turn and head off in the opposite direction without a scratch. Hamilton did the same, but his car was hit with several bullets when the Wharton cops opened fire. Oh my god. It's like he's doing a U-turn. Either he doesn't want to wait in traffic or he's our guy. Get him! He's like Waze tells him, make a U-turn when possible. Despite this hiccup, the trio got away without any further trouble. On August the 16th, newspapers across Texas, Oklahoma and New Mexico announced the police were looking for Clyde Barrow and Ray Hamilton. They also gave a physical description of a woman who was seen with them. The cops knew who Bonnie Parker was. Aunt Millie had ratted her out. But the newspapers had chivalrously declined to print Bonnie's name since they were not sure if she was being forced to accompany the bandits. Reading her description in the newspaper was how Emma Parker found out that her daughter wasn't in Wichita Falls after all. Surprise! Bonnie, meanwhile, was tickled pink by the publicity and often flattering descriptions of her. The trio spent the next 2 weeks hiding out in the abandoned farmhouse in Grand Prairie. During this time, they made one excursion. They drove to Fort Worth, broke into the armory of the State Guard, and stole 6 Browning automatic rifles. Jesus, how are you breaking into, the State Guard's armory? Aren't armories, super heavily guarded? This was some serious firepower that would overwhelm any law enforcement that they were likely to meet in the future. And note to Simon, here's a clip of a fully automatic Browning on fast fire ripping into a cinder block wall. Oh my lord. Okay, we'll show that clip, assuming we don't get a copyright claim for it. It'll be a little clip of it playing now. And from David's description, I imagine it's absolutely brutal. Meanwhile, Ray Hamilton had been getting cold feet again. He told Bonnie and Clyde that he was going to head up to Michigan once more to lie low. Clyde and Hamilton parted on much more amicable terms than they had the last time. Bonnie and Clyde even drove Hamilton north all the way to Bay City in Michigan before parting ways. From there, Bonnie and Clyde spent some time driving randomly around the Midwest. Clyde would occasionally rob a rural store or a gas station to keep them within spending money, with takes of $5 to $10 or about $120 to $125 in modern money. They liked staying the night in motels, which were still something of a novelty in 1932. When those weren't available, they stayed as guests at farmhouses across the countryside. At the time, the old-fashioned country manners of providing a roof and a hot meal to wayfarers still prevailed, and Clyde Barrow and his mysterious female travelling companion weren't yet well known outside of Texas, Oklahoma, and New Mexico. I'm so glad we don't live in the past. If I lived out in the countryside, and occasionally someone would be like, oh, do you mind if I stay with you and have dinner? And I'd be like, well, I had plans. I was going to watch the new season of For All Mankind. and play with my kids, but I guess instead I'm going to have to talk to a stranger the whole night and then have you stay in my house with all my valuables and my children. And I have no idea who you are. You're just a random wayfarer. Oh, the past was the worst. It was also pretty clear that the couple of lovebirds were on the run, but Bonnie was charming and soon put her hosts at ease. And anyway, it was the Depression, and most rural Americans couldn't give a flying about what the government or the local law wanted. In October, Bonnie and Clyde headed south again, spending a couple of weeks in Kansas. They returned to Dallas to visit their families on Halloween. Because the cops might be watching the Barrow gas station, the family had arranged a system of communications. Clyde drove past the station and tossed an empty Coke bottle with a note inside with instructions for the time and place of the rendezvous point. Then Bonnie and Clyde took a risk and swung by the Parker residence after looking to see if the place was being watched. Bonnie nipped inside for only a few minutes' visitation with her mother. Bonnie updated an anxious Emma on how she was doing and quickly left, avoiding all discussion of the fact that she had lied and was once again running off with an outlaw. After that, the couple headed off to the rendezvous point to meet up with the Barrow clan, where Clyde found out that Texas newspapers were accusing him of robberies that he hadn't committed, along with the murder of a butcher named Howard Hall in the town of Sherman and the murder of Sheriff John Mosley in the town of Tallulah. Alternatively, according to Clyde's sister now, Clyde was indifferent, saying laconically, "Oh well, they've got to hang it on somebody, you know? Yeah, it's like, dude, they've already killed a cop. They've killed, it doesn't matter." But it does mean that whoever did kill these people is kind of getting away with it, which isn't great. While still in Dallas, Bonnie and Clyde recruited 2 new gang members to replace Ray Hamilton, Frank Hardy and Hollis Hale, who, thanks to the newspapers, thought Clyde was a criminal mastermind and eagerly joined him for the prestige. They headed up to Carthage, Missouri, together. They tried to rob the bank, only to be told upon forcing their way into the building that the bank had gone bust a few days earlier and that there was no money on the premises. So the Barrow Gang, as it was now called, shifted focus towards the Farmers and Miners Bank in the tiny Missouri town of Oronogo. On November the 29th, 1932, they sent in Bonnie to case the joint. The next day, November the 30th at 11:30 a.m., Clyde and Hardy entered the bank wielding Browning automatic rifles, while Hale acted as a getaway driver and Bonnie sat beside him in the car. As Clyde and Hardy entered the bank, the lone bank clerk on duty grabbed a pistol that was right next to him and ducked behind the lead-line counter that was impervious to bullets. Dude. If I'm the clerk in this thing, I'll be like, "Hello, gentlemen. Should we just go straight to the safe and not mess around? Because I'm not getting shot to protect someone else's money." The clerk lifted the gun in the air without raising his head and started letting off blind shots in the general direction of the robbers. Clyde let loose with a volley from the Browning, riddling the bank with bullets. The clerk's gun jammed. Hardy grabs what little money you could see resting on the counter before the 2 robbers fled. The take was $110 or $2,500 in modern money. These 2 botched jobs in Missouri thoroughly disillusioned Hale and Hardy about Clyde. And when they got back to Carthage, they said they were going to buy more ammunition and never came back. It's like, we thought you guys were good. You got this whole reputation. It just turns out you're a bit shit at your whole crime thing. Bonnie and Clyde were again in need of fresh recruits. They headed back into Texas to the town of McKinney, where Ralph Fultz had recently stood trial for car theft. He was joined there by Ted Rogers, one of the men who had gunned down John Napoleon Boucher in Hillsborough, who had been picked up in McKinney on an unrelated robbery charge. They were both awaiting to be transferred to the prison in Huntsville. On December the 19th, Bonnie visited the jail, pretending to be a relative of Fultz, and told him that Clyde was outside, heavily armed, ready to break him and Rogers out. Fultz replied it was no good since the deputy didn't have the cell keys, so Clyde needed to hit the place the next morning when the sheriff had returned. Well, is breaking people out of prison really this easy? It's like, no, come back tomorrow, then the guy with the keys will be here and it'll be an easy job. Bonnie and Clyde showed up at the jail at 4 a.m. the next morning, only to see the prison wagon carting Fultz and Rogers back to Huntsville. Meanwhile, on December the 6th, 1932, Ray Hamilton was picked up by the cops in Michigan. He was quickly connected to Clyde Barrow. On December the 14th, Hamilton was extradited to Dallas. Megora Boucher was driven up from Hillsborough and incorrectly identified Hamilton as one of her husband's killers. Oddly enough, Hamilton was not connected to the murder of Deputy Eugene Moore in Oklahoma, in which he had actually participated. Oklahoma authorities simply didn't send anyone down to identify him. But Hamilton might get the electric chair for the Boucher murder anyway, and one death sentence was as permanent as another. Clyde, meanwhile, began making plans to bust Hamilton out. Yeah, I get it, like the bad guy gets the chair, but also there's another bad guy out there who is like, they're like, case closed, we got our man, and it's like, yeah, but you didn't.
Case closed.
Bonnie and Clyde spent Christmas Eve back in Dallas, where they exchanged gifts with their families at a nighttime rendezvous. That same evening, Bonnie and Clyde recruited William Daniel Jones to join them on their cross-country crime spree. It's apparently very easy to recruit, I feel like they're in a video game, just going into the town and recruiting people. It's but you don't even... You're robbing people for $100. Jones was 16 years old. Bonnie and Clyde were 22 at the time. The trio travelled 210 kilometres, 130 miles, south to the town of Temple in yet another stolen Ford V8. Wow, that really is their vehicle of choice, isn't it? It again feels like a video game. It's you're stealing your favourite car in Grand Theft Auto. It was the make that Clyde preferred to steal because it could outrun cop cars. On Christmas morning, Clyde and Jones entered a grocery store in the town of Temple. Jones was supposed to stick up the cashier, but lost his nerve before drawing his gun. They aborted the robbery, and the clerk was none the wiser. They headed back to the V8. Clyde called Jones a coward, and Bonnie mocked him and openly laughed in his face. Jones said that he wanted to go home. I want to go home. He's 16, poor f***ing kid. Clyde snarled that if he didn't want to walk, he'd better steal a car for himself. He ordered Jones to steal a Ford Model A sitting nearby. Jones broke into the car, but failed to hotwire it. Clyde stomped over and got into the Ford, starting it successfully and shaming Jones still further. Jones is a terrible criminal. He's I'm too nervous to stick up a convenience store. I don't know how to hotwire a car. I mean, he sounds like a completely normal person because I have no idea. I assume you can't hotwire cars anymore, right? You can't just in the movies they just rip the thing off and join two wires together. I'm pretty sure, I don't think I have a car that starts with a key anymore. They all just start with buttons. But they were spotted by the car's owner, 27-year-old Doyle Johnson, who came running up to the vehicle, reached through the driver's side window and started strangling Clyde with his bare hands. Clyde raised his pistol and shot Johnson several times at point-blank range. That's why you don't interfere. If someone's stealing your car, let them steal your car. It's not worth getting shot over. And then just file an insurance claim. Christ. If I saw someone stealing my car right now, I'd be like, have a nice day. Good luck. Gonna get a new car. Then Clyde and Jones sped away. Bonnie followed them in the V8. Johnson died of his wounds within minutes. Yes, he's been shot multiple times at point-blank range. Punctuations of pure havoc. On January 1st, 1933, Bonnie, Clyde and Jones were back in Dallas. Clyde paid a visit to Lillian McBride, the sister of Ray Hamilton, who was now locked up in Hillsborough, awaiting trial for the Boucher murder. Clyde handed Lillian a hacksaw and told her to travel down to Hillsborough and smuggle it to her brother during a visit. Lillian promptly did so. On the afternoon of January 6th, the cops came by Lillian's house to ask her a few questions about her brother. After they left, Lillian also departed to go on the piss downtown Dallas with her friend Lucille Hilburn. At 6 p.m., Bonnie, Clyde and Jones swung by Lillian's place to find out if she'd smuggled in the hacksaw. Finding she wasn't at home, they headed to the Parker residence. Emma Parker was angry to discover that Bonnie had been drinking whiskey all day and was completely faced. Not again, Bonnie. You had things to do, Bonnie. You can't just get faced in the morning all the time. The trio then paid visits to Barrows and Jones's mother. At 11 p.m., 5 cops went to Lillian McBride's place, suspecting that she might be harbouring another criminal associate of Ray Hamilton's named Odell Chambliss. Lillian still wasn't home. The cops were let in by Lillian's sister Maggie. They waited in the front room for Lillian and kept an eye out for Chambliss. At midnight, Bonnie, Clyde and Jones drove slowly past Lillian McBride's house with their headlights turned off to see if she was home yet. The cops spotted them. Clyde drove around the block and then stopped in front of the house. Suspecting something was up, Clyde got out of the car with a shotgun. He approached the front door. At this point, Maggie ran screaming out of the house and Clyde looked in the window and immediately saw 3 cops sitting in the front room. He fired his shotgun through the window. 2 cops standing vigil at the back of the house heard the gunfire and ran around the front. Clyde blasted one of them, Deputy Malcolm Davis, at point-blank range, killing him instantly. The second cop dropped immediately to the ground and Clyde's next blast missed him. The 3 cops in the living room began shooting out the window at Clyde, and in response, Jones, hanging out the window of the V8, let loose on the front of the house with a volley from the Browning automatic rifle. This gave Clyde an opportunity to run between houses and around the block. The still partially shit-faced Bonnie yelled at Jones to stop firing. She slammed her foot on the gas pedal and they tore off down the road. They turned a corner and spotted Clyde, who jumped in and took over driving, and they sped away.
Ray Hamilton was caught trying to use the hacksaw on the bars of his cell on January the 8th. Clyde gave up on trying to bust him out. Meanwhile, the shootout had been such an embarrassment to the Dallas police that Sheriff Smoot Schmid pumped more resources into bringing Clyde Barrow to justice. 2 men were appointed to track them down. Veteran officer Bob Alcorn, who had numerous run-ins with the Barrow family over the years, and Deputy Ted Hinton, a former postal worker who had become infatuated with Bonnie Parker when she had waitressed at Marco's restaurant in 1929. Wait, it's the same dude! Is that the same dude who we were talking about earlier, who became infatuated with her and went to the expensive restaurants? I'm not going to go back because it was like 100 pages ago, but I think it was, right? What are the odds? Bonnie, Clyde and Jones got the hell out of Dallas. But in their haste, Clyde spun out into a farmer's field where the V8's wheels sank into the mud. They paid a nearby farmer $3 to pull the car out with a team of mules. Then the trio drove overnight across state lines. On January the 26th, 1933, outside of Springfield, Missouri, they were tailed by a 24-year-old highway patrolman named Thomas Purcell, who suspected the Ford V8 was stolen. When Purcell approached the vehicle, he was held at gunpoint, disarmed, and told to get in. Clyde didn't want to kill a cop in Missouri, since it would amp up hostilities toward him in that state. They drove until after midnight when they reached Joplin and dropped Purcell off. He asked for his gun back, and Clyde refused. Bold move, Purcell. Can I have my gun back? No! Get the out of here, we're letting you go. What more do you want? Bonnie, Clyde and Jones spent January through March 1933 doing petty robberies of country stores in Oklahoma, Missouri and Arkansas. They stole a sequence of cars, as per usual, and began removing and swapping license plates on the vehicles. Their robberies that this time did not merit any organized pursuit, and so Bonnie and Clyde relaxed and enjoyed some semblance of freedom. I remember, license plates. A mate of mine when we were at university just came out to his car one morning and both of his license plates were missing. And they weren't they were just regular ass license plates. And he's like, where are my license plates at? Why did someone steal my license plates? And I can't remember what got him to do it, but he phoned the police because apparently if you've had your license plates nicked, the chances are that it's like a criminal organization who are going to put them on another car and then use that car for crimes. And they'll just steal random license plates from another vehicle about the same age, because you can tell the age of cars from the license plates in the UK. And yeah, the police were like, well, it's good you told us, because your plates might be used in a crime. It's okay. It was during this time, by the side of a highway, that Jones took the now famous picture of Bonnie and Clyde together, along with Bonnie leaning on the car with a revolver in one hand and a cigar clenched between her teeth. The trio often shared a single motel room. Bonnie and Clyde would send out Jones on frequent errands, giving the couple a chance to make love. One thing that surprised Jones was that both Bonnie and Clyde prayed a lot. They were still highly devout Christians due to their upbringing, albeit with a somewhat unorthodox take on the Ten Commandments. Bonnie called Clyde Daddy, Clyde called her Honey, and both of them addressed Jones as Boy. Jones is their bitch. For his part, Jones called Bonnie Sis and Clyde Bud. Bud's like, alright boy, settle down. Go get me a newspaper. On March the 23rd, 1933, Ivan Barrow, nicknamed Buck, was paroled from Huntsville prison, despite the fact that he'd escaped from jail and spent several weeks on the lam, adding 4 extra years to his sentence before Cooney Barrow convinced Ivan to return to prison voluntarily. His wife, Blanche, was overjoyed to have him back. On March the 24th, they visited Blanche's parents at their dairy farm in the rural community of Wilmer. At midnight, Bonnie, Clyde, and Jones showed up at the farmhouse. Blanche noted that both Clyde and Jones carried shotguns inside the house and that Bonnie was utterly rat-arsed on whiskey. Surprise! Bonnie and Clyde convinced Ivan and Blanche to join them for a few weeks in an apartment that they'd rented in Joplin, Missouri. They assured Ivan and Blanche they wouldn't be committing any crimes during that time. It'd be like a vacation for all of them. Blanche later claimed that she and her husband were reluctant to get involved with Bonnie and Clyde, but quite frankly, I smell bullshit. At any rate, Blanche and Ivan agreed to go. Blanche brought her dog Snowball. They stayed for a week in 2 rented holiday cabins outside Joplin before finding a fashionable suburban apartment on April the 1st that rented for $50 a month or $1,120 in modern money. A apartment big enough for all of them for $1,000 in modern money? It's pretty good. Where are we talking about? Joplin. Was this in Arkansas? Missouri. I don't know anything about Missouri. I don't even know where Missouri is. All 5 of them had grown up in the slums of Dallas, so for them, this was quite palatial living. The neighborhood was so posh that there was a local night watchman. Bonnie and Clyde thought it was hilarious to hire him to patrol outside of their apartment as well. They used a laundry delivery service that picked up dirty clothes and dropped off freshly laundered ones, which is super nice. I've done this a couple of times, when we got back from holiday or something, And my wife and I have been like, there's a lot of laundry to do, isn't there? And there's just a company you can call up and they come and collect it all. And then they bring it back to you like pressed and folded. And it's just like, well, that was easier, wasn't it? Bonnie and Blanche went on frequent shopping sprees. On April the 7th, Prohibition in the United States officially came to an end, and the gang celebrated by purchasing a case of beer and drinking it all in one night. The following night, they bought another, and then another, and another. Yeah, I mean, I have to say, like, if Prohibition ended, I'd go pretty hard on it for a while. You'd be like, yes! Yes, cold beer, let's go! Rather than moonshine or leftover whiskey or whatever they've been drinking for years. Thereafter, to get more money, Clyde, Jones and Ivan robbed a few stores and houses in rural Missouri. They also stole several more Browning automatic rifles from a local armory of the National Guard. The next day, when Clyde was cleaning them, one went off accidentally, and one of the neighbours called the police. The cops didn't go barging over there, but they decided to keep an eye on the place. On April the 12th, the gang stole a roadster from a town in Oklahoma and drove it back to Missouri. What's a roadster? Is that like a convertible car? Tesla Roadster is what I get when I look it up. I guess it's like a convertible car, right? Like a roadster. Bonnie thought this was too risky and she and Clyde argued. The argument turned violent. According to Blanche, quote, Clyde knocked her across the bedroom a couple of times, but she got up and went back for more. They reconciled before Bonnie went to sleep. Oh, Clyde. Just a bit of casual 1930s domestic abuse. That night, Clyde decided that they'd stayed in Joplin for too long. It was time to go. The next day, April 13th, Clyde and Jones went out to rob another store for travelling money, while the rest of them all packed. At 4 p.m, Clyde and Jones returned, and moments later, 2 cars containing 5 police officers pulled in behind them. The Joplin PD had decided to raid the place. Clyde and Jones pulled into the apartment's garage and quickly lowered the garage door behind them. Constable Wes Harriman bravely but recklessly tried to dive under the door before it closed. Clyde hit him with a shotgun blast to the neck. Harriman bled out and died at the scene. Oh, Harriman, don't do that. Why would you do that? You're going to go into an unfamiliar environment, and they're just going to be waiting for you. Officer Harry McGinnis fired a few shots through a glass window looking into the garage, striking Jones once in the abdomen. Excellent. Before Clyde pummeled McGinnis with the second blast of his shotgun, hitting him in the face and damn near blasting his arm clean off his body. McGinnis died instantly. A third officer, DeGraff, dived and picked up McGinnis's revolver and began dual-wielding as he fired at the garage and ducked behind the side of the apartment building with a fourth officer, Grammer. The fifth officer, Carla, ran across the street to find a phone to call for backup. Joplin police cars did not come equipped with radios at the time. Meanwhile, Ivan came running into the garage, armed with a shotgun to help with the shootout. Jones, bleeding heavily, ran upstairs to tell the girls that they needed to get out of there now. Abandoning most of their things and with Bonnie still in a nightgown, they ran down to the garage. They intended to escape in one of the 2 stolen cars, the Ford V8 sedan. The gang daringly opened the garage door in a bid to escape. Ivan moved McGinnis's corpse out of the way, while Clyde and Jones, the latter of whom was now soaked in his own blood, pushed from the cop cars blocking the garage. Yeah, dude. What's his face? Jones? You're f***ed, mate. You got shot in the gut in the 1930s, and you're not going to be able to go to a hospital? It's game over. Then the 2 of the 3 surviving cops resumed fire. Clyde was hit in the chest with a bullet. Holy! But it was low caliber and came from across the street. The bullet passed through one of his coat buttons, so it merely lodged in the top layer of his flesh. Oh, grim though. But incredible odds. What are the odds? Meanwhile, Ivan was grazed by another bullet that ricocheted off the garage wall. It was then that Bonnie, still clad in her only nightie, came out of the garage with a Browning automatic rifle and sprayed bullets at Officer Carla, who was firing from across the street. He was forced to dive behind an oak tree. When Bonnie's rapid machine gun fire sent splinters of wood flying into his face, Bonnie pivoted and unleashed a final volley of her remaining bullets at the 2 officers hiding around the side of the building. Then Clyde and Ivan rallied and opened fire with their shotguns. It was at this point that Blanche's dog Snowball ran terrified out of the garage into the street. Blanche called out desperately after him. The dog ignored her and kept running down the road, never to be seen again. Ivan yanked a thoroughly upset Blanche into the sedan, and the 5 of them piled in and tore out of the driveway while under minimal fire from the surviving police officers. 2 cops were dead. Carla had splinters in his face, and he didn't think his gun's bullets would pierce the car's exterior as it passed. DeGraff fired 4 shots before running out of ammo, and the final cop, Grammer, just stood there, shell-shocked, without having fired a single bullet in the entire exchange. The Barrow Gang in light and shade. The Ford V8 sedan hurtled out of Joplin at blinding speed. Once enough distance had been put between them and the town, Clyde pulled over. Bonnie ripped open Clyde's shirt and prized the bullet lodged in his chest out with a hairpin in her fingers. Oh, infection time. It's the 1930s, we got antibiotics yet? I think so. Right? At least there's that. Clyde quickly staunched the bleeding and inspected Jones's bullet wound. It was bad. Jones was in agony and still bleeding. And it was unclear, with all the blood, whether the bullet was still in him. Carl took a thin tree branch, wrapped it in a scrap of cloth torn from Bonnie's nightgown, and poked it into the bullet hole in Jones's abdomen. When the branch poked right through the other side of Jones's body, they discovered the exit wound. At least the bullet wasn't still lodged in Jones's body. They staunched his bleeding as much as they could, drove down the road to a gas station and bought a packet of aspirin, which they promptly entered into Jones's mouth. Here, take this aspirin, it'll make you feel much better.
You know I've been shot, right? There's a bullet that's gone through my body.
Also, I think it's just one of those Hollywood rumours. I think if you are shot, it's like not super important to get the bullet out quickly. Because even like going in there with the tree branch and stuff, I feel like that's going to cause more damage than a bullet. Because the bullet's probably like, is it going to be superheated and stuff? It's probably not going to cause like too much of an infection. But like a weird stick wrapped in a nightie, that's going to be like covered in bacteria that are now being poked into the deepest parts of his body. With that, Clyde kicked the V8 into gear and headed toward Texas. He drove all night until they arrived at the town of Shamrock in the early hours of the morning, where Blanche, doing her best to hide the blood splatter on her dress, checked them into a motel. The male gang members had their wounds washed and dressed. Jones was still in bad shape, but didn't seem to be dying. Nothing vital was hit. Blanche, again self-conscious about the bloodstains on her dress, walked to a grocery store and bought everyone some food. He seems to be fine. Nothing vital was hit. It went through his body. There's all sorts of important things here, like your spleen and other stuff. A few hours later, Clyde got paranoid about a couple of cars parked outside the motel, and the gang piled into the sedan and drove towards Amarillo, arriving on the outskirts at nightfall. Ivan and Clyde headed into the city and robbed a store. The next morning, the gang used the money to buy some new clothes, for they had left the shootout with just the clothing on their backs. Back in Joplin, the police found Blanche Barrow's purse and ID, Ivan and Blanche's marriage license, and paperwork relating to Ivan's release from Huntsville. You're carrying all of your documents with you, are you? The Joplin cops contacted Dallas. Bob Alcorn and Ted Hinton came up and showed them photographs of Clyde Barrow and gave them a description of Bonnie Parker, connecting the couple to the Joplin shootout as well. Only 16-year-old William Jones remained unidentified. Police also found a large arsenal of weapons, several suitcases of fancy clothes, a large collection of jewelry, Clyde's guitar, a draft of Bonnie's poem about self-deletion, thank you YouTube Sal, some cameras, and several rolls of undeveloped film. It was the last of these things that completely transformed the situation for better and for worse. Okay. Well, I'm very curious what's on those rolls of film. I mean, I assume it's going to be them doing crime, so I'm not sure how this is for better and for worse. What's going to be on there? On April the 14th, the film was developed. A few of the photos were of Clyde and Jones striking tremendously douchey gangster poses in front of a stolen car. Some things never change. But then there were the photos of Bonnie Parker in Clyde's arms, or holding him at mock gunpoint, or posing scandalously with a gun and a cigar. There were several outlaws, like Clyde, in the Depression era, but this was new. A female outlaw. Not just a gangster moll, but a female outlaw actively participating in the crimes. Bonnie Parker was 22 years old, reasonably attractive, and very stylishly dressed. Then, as now, sex sells, and the next day, April the 15th, the Joplin Globe placed her on the front cover alongside Clyde. They even mentioned Bonnie by name. Within days, most newspapers across the United States had picked up on the story. Bonnie and Clyde's photos soon were shown in newsreels. They were featured in celebrity gossip magazines. They were featured in true crime magazines. They were featured everywhere. Updates on their crime spree were trumpeted on the radio, interrupting scheduled programming. Within a month, the story had gone international, and despite the fact that they were gunning down police officers and bystanders and robbing small-time businesses of their hard-earned money during an economic depression, the public loved them. Bonnie and Clyde were young, they were stylish, they were sexy, or at least Bonnie was, and they were fighting back against the rich and powerful. They weren't seen as murderers, they were seen as heroes. They've murdered multiple police officers. And I know people have like different opinions about police officers and stuff, but murdering anyone's not okay. Murdering bad people, but like murdering cops is like not okay. Bonnie was bursting with joy. At long last, she was famous. Oh, Bonnie, you're not famous, you're infamous. It's really different. What's that great quote? If I can't become famous, infamy will do. Sounds like something Bonnie would say. Who said that? And all it took to make a little girl's dreams come true was a growing stack of corpses. All of them people who didn't deserve to die. On April the 27th, in the town of Ruston, Louisiana, a still wounded but recovering William Jones stole a Chevrolet parked in front of a house with the keys left in its ignition. The car's owner, an undertaker named Dillard Darby, saw this happen from the porch of the house as he was chatting with a home economics expert named Sophia Stone. Darby and Stone hopped into the latter's car and gave chase. They pursued Jones out of Ruston, but lost him. But Clyde, racing up from behind, forced Darby to pull over, pistol-whipped him, and took Stone and Darby hostage. Jones and the Chevy had vanished, so Clyde drove the hostages, Bonnie, Ivan, and Blanche, into Arkansas. The car was packed full. A drunk Ivan was encouraging Clyde to just kill the hostages. Bonnie, meanwhile, asked Darby what he did for a living. He told her that he was an undertaker. Bonnie laughed and said, "Maybe you'll work on me someday." Clyde dumped the hostages outside the town of Waldo, giving them an extra $5 to get home. It's kind of nice. Isn't $5? Isn't that going to be like a lot of money? Like, it's back in the day. Normally David gives me the conversion, but I don't know, but it's a lot. Passing through the town of Hope, Arkansas, the Barrow gang was spotted by a patrol car, which immediately gave chase. By now, the cops knew that Clyde preferred to drive Ford V8s and treated them as suspicious. Ivan aimed a Browning automatic rifle out of the window at the cop car, but held his fire. Clyde managed to lose them without the necessity of a shootout. There were no signs of Jones in the Chevy, and the gang worried that it had either been picked up by the cops or his wound had taken a turn for the worst. At any rate, the gang decided Jones was most likely to head back to Dallas now that they'd been separated, so Clyde started driving there too. At the very least, they could visit their families. They spend a lot of time visiting their families for like outlaws who don't really seem to care if they live or die. Clyde and the gang pulled into the driveway of the Barrow gas station, taking the risk that the cops weren't watching the place. Clyde spoke to his family for 5 minutes and told them that when Jones showed up to tell him to lie low in Dallas, the gang would be back to collect him. With that, the Barrow gang rode out of Dallas again. For the next several days, they rolled through Oklahoma, Kansas, Missouri, Iowa, Minnesota, Wisconsin, Illinois, Indiana, robbing county stores and gas stations whenever they needed money. On the night of May the 11th, 1933, Clyde and Ivan broke into a bank in Lucerne, Indiana, hoping to ambush the staff the next morning and force them to open the vault. The next morning came, and one of the tellers grabbed a rifle that was concealed under the front counter. A firefight erupted. No one was hit. Tellers back in the day. Was it like, I feel like it's the past. So the bank manager would be like, yo, if someone comes in trying to rob the place, here's a gun. You better use it or you're getting fired. I remember when I worked in a store, they were like, yo, if anyone comes in and tries to rob, don't even press the alarm. There was like this alarm button under the till that you could press. And they're like, don't press it until they've left. Give them whatever they want and then press the button. Don't be a hero. We don't want to have to pay for your funeral or whatever. But fearing the cops might arrive, Clyde and Ivan fled the bank empty-handed, with Bonnie acting as the getaway driver. The gunfire had attracted the attention of the townsfolk. A man jumped on the hood of the car as the gang tried to escape. What are you doing? Get off the car, you idiot! Bonnie grabbed a pistol and shot at him. The man wisely chose to jump off. On the way out of town, random townsfolk started shooting at the Ford. The gang shot back. It's like the fucking Wild West over here. 2 bystanders were wounded. On the night of May the 18th, the gang tried again, with Clyde and Ivan breaking into another bank in Okabana in Minnesota. This time, Clyde took the precaution of sweeping the bank for hidden guns. The next morning, they ambushed the staff and came away with a take of $1,600 or 38 grand in today's modern money. Yes, that's a take. Bonnie again acted as the getaway driver, and again, random townsfolk shot at the gang as they sped out of town. God bless America. Yeah, it's some Wild West. They're just like, hey, pew, pew. Just like Grand Theft Auto. Jesus. On May the 22nd, the Barrow gang was back in Texas. Clyde sent Blanche into Dallas to arrange a rendezvous with the Barrow and Parker clans. They all wound up having a picnic. Oh, lovely. Clyde asked about Jones. He was told that the boy was back in town, but nobody from the Barrow or Parker clans had seen him. Without looking for him, the gang packed up and headed east. When they crossed into Louisiana, Ivan stole a second car so that he could ride separately with Blanche. Being crammed in one car was testing everybody's nerves, with Clyde and Ivan at one point getting into a fist fight. The Barrow gang reached Florida on June the 1st for a vacation of sorts, laying low, spending time at the beach, and spending their Okabana money. Yeah, they got 38 grand. They're going to have a pretty awesome vacation. Elsewhere on June the 2nd, Ray Hamilton was given 99 years in prison for the murder of John Napoleon Boucher, which he didn't commit. He was sent to Easton Prison Farm. Yeah, but he did kill someone else, right? And we were just complaining that old Napoleon Boucher is his actual killer's going to be out on the loose. After a few days of sunshine in Florida, Bonnie and Clyde headed back to Dallas on June the 8th and finally picked up William Jones. The guy who somehow miraculously survived a bullet going through his body in the 1930s and then having a stick with a nightie wrapped around it poked all inside his body. William Jones, you survivor. Meanwhile, Blanche and Ivan had gone to Oklahoma to meet up with Blanche's father and would rendezvous with the other 3 gang members in Oklahoma on the night of the 10th. Bonnie, Clyde and Jones relaxed in the small town of Wellington, Texas on June the 9th. Bonnie did a lot of drinking. Surprise! Then, just outside Wellington, while heading out to Oklahoma on the evening of the 10th, Clyde was driving too fast and smashed through a construction barricade, losing control of the car, and crashed into a riverbed. No one was killed, but the Ford's car battery had been smashed open, sending a jet of acid all over Bonnie's right leg. Oh, Jesus. The damage was instant and severe. William Jones later said that the hide on her right leg was gone from her hip down to her ankle. I could see bone at places. Oh my God. Is car battery acid that acidic? F***ing hell, it just burned to her bones. 2 bystanders, Jack Pritchard and his son-in-law, saw the crash and took the trio to their nearby farmhouse. Bonnie and Clyde were concussed. Clyde had a broken nose. Jones had a few burns on him. The Pritchard family put baking soda on Bonnie's leg wounds, which neutralized the acid and prevented any further damage. That's smart. I'm like, that sounds super unpleasant, but I didn't even know baking soda neutralized acid. So that's good to know. When Pritchard said they needed to get to a doctor, Clyde refused for fear that it would tip off the authorities, replying, "If she dies, she will just have to die." As Bonnie lay in agony, Clyde went to the wrecked Ford and retrieved their arsenal of guns. This caused some alarm in the Pritchard family. One of them snuck off to Wellington to inform County Sheriff George Corey and Police Chief Paul Hardy that there were some suspicious types at their farmhouse. Yeah, there's a woman. She's got a bony leg, and they've got loads of guns, and they don't want to go to the doctor. Corey and Hardy headed up there alone in an unmarked Chevrolet, thinking that they were just a few delinquents with a couple of firearms. They were greeted at the farmhouse by Clyde, armed with a Browning automatic rifle, and Jones with a shotgun. Bonnie got off her sickbed and grabbed the 2 officers' sidearms. Jones quipped, "You boys are just in time. We want to borrow your car." Crime always pays in gold or lead. Bonnie, Clyde and Jones took off in the Chevrolet with their 2 new hostages. Clyde and Jones sat in the front seat, with Jones turning around and holding the hostages at gunpoint. Bonnie, still in very rough shape from the acid dousing, yeah. Still in, oh no, I was expecting her to be better by now. No, her leg was acided off to the bone, and then they basically just threw some baking soda and were like, jobs are good, she'll be fine. Her leg is missing. She was actually laying down in the back seat across Corey and Hardy's laps. The car travelled into Oklahoma, arriving at the rendezvous point at 1 a.m. on the 11th. Blanche and Ivan were already there waiting, asleep in their car. The gang tied Corey and Hardy to a couple of trees by the side of the road and took off. Bonnie was in desperate need of medical attention. Again, yes, she's missing half her leg. She couldn't sleep because of the pain, periodically passing out from exhaustion, only to awaken again, moaning in agony. But the gang couldn't rush her to a doctor's, since word would eventually circulate about Bonnie's injury, and doctors in the area would be on the lookout for a woman with a burned leg. Yeah, I remember I broke some ribs in my back. Or whatever the back ribs are called. Or I don't know what it was. These things, the ribs in the back, by the spine. Are they ribs? The ribs go all the way around, right? And I'd wake up in the night and just be like, oh, God, why? I'm not comparing that to having my leg burned off with acid, but I do understand that just waking up in agony and just being like, oh, why am I awake? But the gang couldn't rush her to the doctor since word would eventually circulate about Bonnie's injury, and doctors in the area would be on the lookout for a woman with a burned leg. Clyde drove through Oklahoma and Kansas before turning around and heading southeast. Every day, they stopped at a drugstore for salve and bandages for Bonnie's leg. On June the 15th, the gang reached Fort Smith, Arkansas, and rented 2 holiday cabins. Clyde lied to a local doctor that Bonnie had been injured when a stove exploded. The doctor flatly told him that Bonnie needed to go to a hospital, but Clyde refused. The doctor resignedly wrote a prescription for barbiturate painkillers while the leg tried to heal on its own. When the doctor visited 2 days later, he again urged Bonnie to be taken to the hospital. Clyde refused yet again. Bonnie spent the next few days in a drug-induced haze, flying into angry withdrawals whenever the drugs wore off. On June the 18th, Clyde drove overnight to Dallas to fetch Bonnie's sister Billie Jean. The idea was Billie Jean would be at least of some comfort to Bonnie while she lay in pain without proper medical attention. On the way out of Dallas, Clyde's car was spotted by Deputy Ted Hinton, who gave chase but was quickly outpaced by Clyde's newly stolen V8. Clyde and Billie Jean arrived back in Arkansas to find Bonnie's leg had slightly healed and scabs were forming. Grim. Also, They had to get a doctor who's just like, yeah, here's some barbiturates. They're robbers. Why not just go into a pharmacy and be like, yo, give me the good sh-. On June the 23rd, Clive sent Ivan and Jones out to do some robberies for spending money. They targeted a grocery store in Fayetteville. The take was $20, or $470 in today's money. Ivan and Jones were pursued by Town Marshal Henry Humphrey and Deputy Red Sailors. In their haste to escape, Ivan and Jones crashed their getaway car. They watched the two officers approach. Humphrey was armed with a .38 revolver, Sailors with an old 7-shot Winchester rifle. Ivan and Jones got out of the wreck. Ivan had a shotgun. Jones had a Browning automatic rifle. Ivan blasted Humphrey into a ditch. The man died of his wounds 3 days later. Jones sprayed bullets at Sailors, who took cover behind his car. The bullets pierced through it, so Sailors made a run for it to a nearby farmhouse. Jones loaded another clip and fired again, but he missed. Then Jones and Ivan ran toward Sailors' bullet-riddled car. Sailors spun around and fired off a few shots with his Winchester, blowing the tips off two of Jones's fingers. Oh, I mean, yeah, good. Kim. Since the cops would soon be looking for Sailor's car, Ivan and Jones stopped a pair of newlyweds on the road and hijacked their vehicle. Nevertheless, they encountered a roadblock just outside of Fort Smith and were forced to abandon the car and sneak their way toward the cabin on foot. They arrived at 10 p.m. The Barrow gang knew immediately they had to flee. After some delay in trying and failing to steal a second car, all 6 of them crammed into the only car they had left, a small Ford coupe, and drove into the Ozark Mountains. And everyone's going to be in the comments, Simon, it's coupe. It's coupe. It's not coupe. It's coupes where you keep chickens, as Jeremy Clarkson once said. It's a coupe. They had to abandon most of their guns in order to fit into the vehicle. On June the 6th, the gang stole a doctor's medical bag from outside a hospital in Enid, Oklahoma. The bag contains morphine to keep Bonnie sedated during the bumpy car journey and sulfates to treat her burns. Meanwhile, Billie Jean had taken to cleaning and bandaging William Jones's mangled fingers, developing a bit of a crush on him. Oh, Bill, your missing fingers, just do it for me. The budding romance was cut short, however, when Clyde gave Billie Jean some money and put her on a train back to Dallas. The remaining gang members stole a large vehicle that could more comfortably hold the 5 of them, and they fled into Colorado, spending the 4th of July in the town of Pueblo. On July the 7th, they were back in Enid, Oklahoma, where they robbed another arsenal of the National Guard. Guys, look after your guns better. Coming away with a dozen Browning automatic rifles, a huge collection of pistols and revolvers, and several crates of ammunition. You're giving them the arsenal of a army. What the hell? National Guard, get your shit together. They spent the next 3 days deep in the countryside doing target practice. They then moved on through Kansas and Iowa. By mid-July, Bonnie's wounds were healed, but the leg was permanently damaged. Its tendons and muscles had tightened up, making it difficult to extend her leg and walk on it for any lengthy duration. Most of the time she hopped around, or Clyde carried her, including taking her on and off the toilet. Honestly, Bonnie, it's pretty much a miracle you survived. You got burned to the bone with acid in the 1930s and didn't see a doctor. It's a miracle that you didn't get an infection and die. On July the 18th, the Barrow gang robbed 3 gas stations in a single day in Fort Dodge, Iowa for a take of $150 or $3,500 today. That evening, they reached Platte City, Missouri, where Clyde wanted to find a motel so Bonnie could spend the night lying in a bed. They pulled into the parking lot at the Red Crown Tavern, which had a couple of tourist cabins next to it. They ultimately decided to relax there for 2 nights. Unfortunately, the Barrow gang picked a bad spot. The Red Crown's owner, Neil Hauser, was already suspicious of them. Blanche, scandalously clad in tight-fitting riding breeches, said that they were a party of 3, but then proceeded to order meals and drinks for 5. They'd also backed their car into the garage, which Hauser speculated that criminals did for a fast getaway. Yeah, that's how spies park. I was listening to, I think it was a podcast with like a former spy or something like that, and they were like, and it was like, did you take from like your everyday life into the spy world, or spy world into your everyday life? And they're like, always reverse into parking spots. And it's like, why? So you can make a quick exit. And it's like, how is that useful in real life? But now I'm always backing my car into parking spaces in case I need to make a quick exit. From nothing. There's no reason. The Red Crown Tavern was a watering hole for the local law. Oh no, you're a gang. And you're like, let's go to this pub. And you walk inside and it's just cops. And they all just turn and look at you like, evening. It's like, Just gonna slowly back away. And at noon on the 19th, Hauser related his suspicions to some highway patrolmen who were having lunch there. By 3 p.m, the local law had determined that the stranger's car was stolen, and their physical descriptions matched those of the Barra gang. At 1 a.m, on the 20th of July, a posse of 13 lawmen mustered at the Red Crown Tavern equipped with Tommy guns and thick metal bullet shields. They blocked Clyde's stolen V8 in the garage with an armoured car. I would feel like this is the end, right? How are they going to get out of this one? But we're only like 3/4 of the way through the episode, so it's a long episode. It's a super long episode. And Bonnie and Clyde die in a shootout, right? I'm not spoiling anything. It's Bonnie and Clyde. Wait, or do they drive a car off a cliff? Is that Bonnie and Clyde? Who drives a car off a cliff? Oh, I don't know. Maybe there is a... I was doing like, no spoilers, it's Bonnie and Clyde. Realising I don't actually know the ending to Bonnie and Clyde. I know they die. Everyone knows they die. They die, right? Then 2 officers approached Blanche and Ivan's cabin and hammered on the door. Ivan began firing with a Browning automatic rifle through the cabin window, and Clyde and Jones did the same from the cabin next door. The shields deflected the bullets, but nevertheless the cops were forced to pull back. Sheriff Holt Coffey was struck in the neck by friendly fire from behind but kept shooting. Jones exited the cabin through a door connecting the garage and started the car, while Clyde came in and opened the garage door. Clyde fired on the armoured car, managing to pierce the plating and wounding the driver, George Highfill. Highfill panicked and backed the armoured car away, giving the V8 a clear path for escape. Bonnie, Clyde and Jones immediately jumped into the V8. You've just escaped 13 armed police officers. It's kind of impressive. Ivan and Blanche, however, needed to exit their own cabin through the front door and make it toward the others. They ran directly into machine gun fire. A bullet passed through Ivan's left temple and exited through his forehead, shattering part of his skull and exposing his brain. Ivan collapsed. Surprise! From the V8, Jones opened up with Browning to provide covering fire. Blanche, bullets whizzing around her, picked up Ivan and dragged him toward the car. Clyde helped put him in. Then Clyde sped off out of Red Crown parking lot, the V8 being pelted by machine gun bullets the entire time. One bullet struck the back passenger window, sending glass shards flying into Blanche's eyes, blinding her. Ivan was bleeding profusely, but remained conscious. He tried to comfort Blanche, saying his wound wasn't that bad. At 5 a.m, they stopped at a gas station just north of Kansas City, Missouri to refuel, but when the attendants saw the bullet-riddled car and Ivan in the blood-soaked back seat, Clyde sped away. They drove into Iowa. It's going to be hard to find. Why is your car covered in bullet holes? They drove into Iowa, where they managed to get some gas and purchase bandages, antiseptic fluid, and aspirin without the station owner getting a good look at the car. Blanche bought a pair of sunglasses to hide her eyes. Her right eye had regained some vision. Yeah, I was going to say it blinded her. Does that mean like a flashbang will blind you, but not permanently? There's a big difference. Real big difference. Clyde poured hydrogen peroxide directly into the hole in Ivan's skull in a stupid attempt to disinfect it, and then bandaged his head up. Are you smoking crack? For one. And two, how the is Ivan still alive? That night, the gang set up camp at an abandoned amusement park outside the town of Dexter, which was appropriately named Dexfield Park. Clyde and Jones dug a grave for Ivan, but he was still alive on the morning of the 21st. Oh man, it's like, hey Clyde, what are you up to out there? Oh, just digging a grave. Whose grave? Just yours, just in case. Okay. Bonnie and Clyde decided to risk going into Dexter for supplies, while Jones remained behind guarding Blanche and Ivan. Ivan's brain was starting to swell, and Blanche had a shard of glass jutting out of her left eye, which Bonnie had failed to remove with a pair of tweezers. Jones whined that he was done with the outlaw life and wanted to go home. Yeah, Jones. Really? You are you? It gets a little tough, huh? Blanche and Ivan, who were drifting in and out of consciousness, told him to go since he was the only gang member that hadn't yet been identified, but Jones didn't dare bring this up with Clyde and was too frightened to just abandon the gang without Clyde's say-so. Bonnie and Clyde came back with clothing, medical supplies and food, having aroused no suspicion in town. The Barra gang stayed in the abandoned amusement park for 3 days, doing a daily food run, while Ivan clung to life. Jesus Christ, shot in the head and then had acid poured into his brain hole. Jesus. On the 23rd, a local farmhand found some bloody bandages near their camp and went into Dexter to inform the local sheriff. The sheriff, in turn, went out to Dexfield to spy on the gang with a pair of binoculars. He passed on their physical descriptions to the county sheriff's office, who passed along those descriptions to the Des Moines Police Department and the National Guard. They quickly came to the conclusion that this was the Barrow Gang. On the evening of July the 23rd, Clyde resolved to bring Ivan home to Cumy and get Blanche back to Dallas at the same time. Because their current Ford V8 was conspicuously riddled with bullet holes, Clyde and Jones drove to the town of Perry and stole another one. Their plan was to drive back to Texas the next morning, but that was the morning a veritable army composed of 12 lawmen and 40 trigger-happy townsfolk planned to attack. Oh my lord, that's 52 armed people. Good luck getting out of that one, no matter how many Browning guns you have. On July the 24th, 1933, dawn broke upon Dexfield Park, accompanied by the sound of gunfire. Clyde and Jones returned fire on the 52-man militia with their Brownings, but were quickly overwhelmed. Jones was hit in the face with shotgun pellets. Clyde was shot in the left arm, while a shotgun pellet slashed through the left side of his face. The Barrow Gang piled into the freshly stolen V8. Clyde tried to ram the car through the approaching men, but slammed right into a tree stump. Clyde and Jones got out and provided covering fire for Blanche, Ivan and Bonnie as they made their way to the old bullet-riddled V8. Some of the militiamen opened fire on the second car, completely totaling it. The Barrow Gang then ran away on foot, with Clyde and Jones dropping the heavy Brownings and returning fire with pistols. They'd barely made it a few yards when Ivan passed out from the strain of moving. Yeah, he's got a hole in his brain. Clyde and Jones dragged a limping Bonnie down toward the river while Blanche stayed with her husband. Ivan woke up, told Blanche to run, and then opened fire with his pistol on the advancing militia. He was shot several times in return and lapsed into unconsciousness. Blanche did not attempt to flee. They were grabbed by militia and taken to a hospital for treatment. The admitting doctor asked Ivan where he was wanted by the law, to which Ivan replied, quote, "Everywhere I've been." Doctor be like, "So, what seems to be the problem?" "Well, I've got a hole in my brain." Ivan went in for emergency surgery, but it was no use, and he died 5 days later, having already clung to life for an exceptionally long time. Blanche was treated for her eye wounds, regaining the sight in her right eye, but ultimately her left eye remained blind. Yeah, she had a piece of glass sticking out of it. Holy... On July the 30th, Blanche was personally interrogated by J. Edgar Hoover. As in later President J. Edgar Hoover. Wow. Blanche claims that Hoover threatened to gouge out her remaining good eye if she didn't tell him where Bonnie and Clyde were. On September the 4th, Blanche pled guilty to attempted murder for her role in the shootout in Platte City, although she had never fired a shot, and was sentenced to 10 years imprisonment. I have to say, she got off quite lightly. Meanwhile, back on June the 24th at Dexfield Park, Bonnie, Clyde and Jones made it across the river and managed to shake their pursuers. They headed to a nearby farmhouse owned by the Feller family. Clyde held them at gunpoint, and what the family didn't know is that the gun Clyde was pointing at them had already run out of bullets. Clyde commandeered the Feller's car, which had no gas in the tank, so they filled it full of kerosene. Clyde got the car 65 kilometers or 40 miles away to Polk City before crashing it into a telephone pole. Clyde has an ability to crash cars. Isn't this like the fourth car he's crashed? Bonnie, Clyde and Jones then found another Ford V8 and drove it as far as Broken Bow, Nebraska. 3 out of the 5 gang members had gotten away by the skin of their teeth. 1 was dead, another arrested. The Dexter militia suffered no fatalities and only 1 minor injury. Kind of amazing they got away again. How they keep getting away? The bright lights of Eastern Prison Farm. Bonnie, Clyde and Jones headed into Colorado, then did an arc into Minnesota, then Illinois, before eventually heading south again into Mississippi. They kept in funds by the usual rural and small-town robberies. On August the 20th, they robbed a National Guard armory in Illinois. They were now sufficiently equipped with Brownings, pistols, and ammunition again. National Guard! Again! Get your shit together! It's the 3rd time! Jones finally plucked up the courage to tell Clyde he was done with being an outlaw. Clyde did not get angry, and even gave Jones advice on what he should say to the police if they ever arrest him. Quote, "Say I forced you to do it. It worked for Bonnie last year." On September the 7th, Bonnie and Clyde dropped off William Jones in Dallas. Jones made tracks to Houston, where his mother was now living. Meanwhile, Bonnie and Clyde headed off to a rather grim rendezvous with the Barrow and Parker clans. Ivan was dead, distressing Henry and Kumi Barrow. Bonnie's leg was permanently injured and disfigured, angering her mother, Emma. Bonnie and Clyde asked for some basic supplies and then left. They lived in abandoned farmhouses outside Dallas for the next few days, while Clyde headed into the city in order to recruit new gang members when they should probably have been thinking about skipping the country. Mexico was right f***ing there. It's like, yeah, back in the day, they seemed to struggle to communicate across state lines. If you go to Mexico, it's just like margaritas for you forever. Due to Clyde's celebrity, only enhanced by the newspaper's flattering accounts of the shootouts in Joplin, Platte City and Dexfield, recruiting was still easy. 2 thugs named Henry Massendale and Doc Porter signed up right away. Clyde was a living legend in their eyes, not a desperate fugitive barely keeping one step out of the law. The gang headed into Oklahoma with the intent of committing some lucrative robberies there, only get chased by the police, with Clyde and Potter getting away and Massendale getting beaten to a pulp by two old ladies with croquet mallets when he tried to hijack their car. Legends. They beat the shit out of him with croquet mallets. Massingdale got 20 years for armed robbery. When Porter and Clyde got back to Dallas, they immediately dissolved their partnership. Bonnie and Clyde, it wasn't working out very well. Bonnie and Clyde lay low on the outskirts of Dallas for most of October and November. Meanwhile, in Houston, on November the 16th, William Jones was identified as a member of the Barrow Gang and picked up by police. He was transferred to Dallas County Jail, where he was questioned by Ted Hinton and Bob Alcorn. They bought Jones's story that Clyde had forced him to come along. Jones cut a deal with the Dallas police to plead guilty for the murder of Deputy Malcolm Davis at the McBride shootout, even though he had been killed by Clyde, in exchange for not being extradited to Arkansas, where punishments were harsher for the murder of Town Marshal Humphreys, who had been killed by Ivan. Ultimately, Jones was sentenced to 15 years in prison for the Davis murder. Again, getting off pretty lightly. I thought they would cook him for that one. On November the 21st, Kumi Barrow's 59th birthday, the Barrow and Parker clans met Bonnie and Clyde and threw a party for her in the isolated rural community of Sowers, just northeast of Dallas. Clyde felt bad that he had not bought his mother a present, so he told everyone to come back to Sowers the following night for another party. On November the 22nd, the Barrow and Parker families went to Sowers and waited for Bonnie and Clyde to arrive. Unfortunately, either Billie Jean Parker or Marie Barrow's boyfriend, Joe Francis, had turned informant, and Sheriff Smoot Schmid, which is such a strange name. His name's Smoot. And he was surveilling the rendezvous point with Ted Hinton, Bob Alcorn, and Ed Castor. They were armed to the teeth. Good idea, boys. Bonnie and Clyde approached in yet another stolen Ford V8, but sped past the rendezvous point as a precaution. Sheriff Schmid jumped to his feet and shouted, "Halt!" And the Dallas cops began shooting at the V8, which was peppered with bullets, wounding both Bonnie and Clyde in the legs. But they managed to get away. Bonnie and Clyde are a mess, especially Bonnie's legs. Bonnie's like, "It's always my legs, Clyde. Why my legs, Clyde?" Bonnie and Clyde drove into downtown Dallas, where they staggered out of the V8 and hijacked a fresh car at gunpoint. After transferring their possessions to the new vehicle, they sped out of Dallas and headed to Oklahoma, where they bribed a corrupt doctor to treat their leg wounds without informing the police. While in Oklahoma, they tried to hook up with a fellow gangster, Pretty Boy Floyd, but he wasn't home and his wife turned them away. Floyd had nothing but contempt for Bonnie and Clyde, stating that they were too reckless with gunplay around innocent bystanders. Good for you, pretty boy. Bonnie and Clyde returned to the outskirts of Dallas on November the 29th, where they stayed in an abandoned farmhouse again, frequently heading into town to set up secret meetings with their families. They stayed around Dallas for all of December. They appeared to be completely broken by the disastrous events of the past few months. Then, on January the 13th, 1934, Floyd Hamilton, Ray Hamilton's older brother, got a message to Clyde about a plan to bust Ray out of Easton Prison Farm. The plan was actually entirely of Ray's concoction, transmitted to Floyd via ex-convict James Mullen, who got out of Easton 3 days earlier. Clyde was reluctant to partake in the raid, but Bonnie talked him into it, saying that with Ray Hamilton back in the fold, they could hit another bank. From this point forward, Bonnie took an increasingly aggressive role in their criminal activities, perhaps as a result of a now full-time guzzling of hard liquor. At 2 a.m. on January the 14th, Floyd and Mullen snuck out to Eastham and concealed two .45 caliber pistols in a tire under a small bridge on prison property. On the 15th, the guns were retrieved by Eastham prisoner Fred Yost and given to Joe Palmer, who stashed them in his cell. Bro, you got a gun into prison? Holy shit. Bonnie, Clyde, and Mullen headed down to Eastham that night. Shortly after dawn on the 16th, two teams of prisoners were clearing brush and stacking firewood in a forest near the road. Joe Palmer walked up to one of the mounted prison guards, Major Krausen, and shot him in the stomach. Ray Hamilton, with the second .45, shot Olin Bozeman in the hip. Then Hamilton and Palmer ran toward the road, joined by Hilton Bybee, who had signed up to the escape plan, and two random prisoners simply seizing the opportunity, Henry Methvin and J.B. French. Didn't we have Henry Methvin earlier? Wasn't there a Methvin? I feel like we had a Methvin. Waiting at the road in a black Ford V8, surprise, Clyde pressed down on the car horn to guide the escapees to the vehicle, while Bonnie exited the car and laid down some suppression fire into the treetops with a Browning automatic rifle to intimidate any other mounted guards from following the convicts too closely. The V8 could only hold 5 passengers, but there were 8 men,
J.B. French continued running past the car on foot, only to be recaptured a few days later. Hamilton and Palmer had jumped into the car with Bonnie, Clyde and Mullen, with Bybee and Methven hanging on for dear life on the outside. They drove to the small town of Rome and placed a call to the Barrow residents telling Elsie and Floyd to bring some civilian clothes. They arrived, the escapees changed out of their prison overalls, and Mullen departed with Floyd and Elsie. The escapees, Hamilton, Palmer, Bybee and Methven, remained with Bonnie and Clyde. At a stroke, the Barrow gang had been reconstituted. The return of the Wild West. Prison guard Olin Bozeman ultimately recovered from his gunshot wounds, while Major Crowson lingered in agony until he died on January the 27th, 1934. Before he passed, Crowson begged the general manager of Huntsville Prison, Lee Simmons, to track down the man who shot him and send him to the electric chair. It was Joe Palmer who had killed Major Crowson, but Lee Simmons' sights were set on Clyde Barrow as the root of the problem. Simmons was frustrated with the failure of law enforcement to capture Bonnie and Clyde. He wanted them to be tracked relentlessly across the country and killed on the spot when they were found. Put down like dogs, just like what happened in the days of the Wild West. Yeah, they have really brought back the Wild West, so I'd be fine with that. Yeah, a little bit of extrajudicial killing. Why not? They deserve it. Simmons wanted frontier justice, not city justice. Yes, Simmons, yes! Thus he turned to Captain Frank Hamer, a former Texas Ranger, telling him, quote, "I want you to put them on the spot and shoot everyone in sight." Gangster. The reputation of the Texas Rangers is well deserved, for both good and ill. You do not with the Texas Rangers. They arose in the 1830s out of a life-and-death struggle with the Comanche, easily the most powerful, ruthless and feared Native American tribe on the continent. That's not an overstatement. Descending from the mountains of Wyoming in the early 1700s, the Comanche terrorized settlers and other native tribes in Texas for 150 years as an unstoppable force of mounted archers and spearmen. They were tactically superior to Spanish, Mexican, Texan, and other Native American forces until the introduction of the Colt revolver in 1851 and the Winchester repeater, my personal favorite, in 1866. This gave the Rangers a fighting chance in mounted combat, where single-shot and muzzle-loading weapons were too slow to keep pace with Comanche arrows and spears. Out of that crucible, the Rangers went on to fight white outlaws with a very much shoot-first, ask-questions-later type of approach. They were also fond of extra-legal summary executions rather than taking prisoners. These were the days of the Wild West, where justice came rough and ready. When the Mexican Revolution broke out in 1910, the Rangers employed similar brutality on the border. Some of this involved tracking and killing Mexican outlaws and revolutionaries who were robbing and murdering people in U.S. territory. But the brutal border war often led to indiscriminate killing of innocent men of Mexican descent, some of whom had lived in Texas as American citizens their entire lives. The 1919 Canales investigation destroyed the Rangers' reputation and saw their numbers reduced from 1,000 men to just 68. In 1930, this number was further reduced to 45. In 1932, most of the Rangers resigned or were fired. This brutal relic of the Wild West, it was argued, had no place in a more civilized age. This was a random aside, but I thoroughly enjoyed learning all about Texas Rangers. But it is exactly that reputation for relentlessness and brutality that prompted Lee Simmons to hire Captain Frank Hamer. Born in 1884 and joining the Texas Rangers in 1906, Hamer was a legendary figure in the dying days of the Wild West. Standing at 6'2" and 190 pounds or 86 kilos, Hamer was a veteran of 52 shootouts, slayer of 53 men, a first-class marksman and an expert tracker. Oh my god, I'd be terrified. It's like we're putting Hamer on it. He's killed 52 people! 53 people! He had over a dozen bullets lodged in his torso, surgically unremovable. Jesus! From 1906 to 1908, Hamer had patrolled 1,000 miles of the Mexican border, famously tracking down several murderous outlaws in just 2 years. One of his most legendary actions was putting down livestock rustler and multiple murderer Ed Putnam during a standoff at a bordello. Putnam had come to cover the window and just slightly nudged the curtain, and that was enough for Hamer to snipe him, no scope, with a Winchester repeater, sending a bullet through his neck. In 1908, this dude's a badass. In 1908, Hamer became the marshal of the outlaw-infested town of Navasota, which prior to his arrival had 50 murders a year in a population of just 3,500. Oh my god, the past! That's insane! At just age 24, Hamer crushed the outlaws in the town and restored order. From 1911 to 1914, he sheriffed in various counties, tracking down murderers and cattle rustlers, until he rejoined the Texas Rangers in 1915. He was leader of a battalion in the bandit wars against Mexican smugglers and revolutionaries, surviving several gun battles. Yeah, he's got 12 bullets inside his body. He definitely survived some gun battles.
Hammer once told his men, "We're here to enforce the law, and the best way to do that is a 45 slug in the gut." This guy's, again, badass. In 1917, he married wealthy widow Gladys Sims, and in true Texas style, the nuptials were accompanied by a gun battle with the extended family of Gladys's first husband, during which Hammer was wounded. Oh my god, I thought that was a joke. It's not. During the 1919 investigation into misconduct by the Texas Rangers, Hammer stalked and threatened violence against the chief investigator, Joseph Canales, if he didn't back off. Whoa. Steady on. You could definitely call Hammer morally grey. At best, you could say that he was loyal to the Rangers to a fault. In 1921, Hammer joined a Prohibition unit that was beset by a bloody ambush in El Paso, during which Prohibition agent Ernest Walker was killed. Thereafter, Hammer became senior captain of the Texas Rangers among the 68 men who remained in service. In 1922, Hammer went to war against the Texas Ku Klux Klan and rescued 15 black men from lynchings. This guy is definitely morally grey. It's like, he's doing really good, but then he's also like, you investigate me? You better back the f*** off. I kind of like this guy overall. In 1928, Hammer exposed the murder for hiring set up by the Texas Bankers Association. Oh my god, the past! It's like, it's murder for hire just done by bankers. In 1930, during the Sherman riots, he tried to prevent the lynching of George Hughes when a mob of people attacked the courthouse where he was being held. Hammer shot and wounded 2 in the angry mob, but the crowd set fire to the courthouse and used dynamite to blow up in the vault where Hughes was being concealed. Hammer resigned from the Texas Rangers in 1932, refusing to serve under Governor Miriam Marr Ferguson, whose corrupt husband, Jimmy Parr Ferguson, had been impeached. Parr got Marr to run instead, so he could rule from behind the scenes. Some Texas Rangers resigned with Hammer, and Marr fired the rest, effectively ending them as a force. And now, 2 years later, Lee Simmons had hired Frank Hammer to kill Bonnie and Clyde, giving him the cumbersome but vaguely useful job title of Special Escape Investigator for the Texas prison system. The wage wasn't great, $2,160 or $49,000 per year in modern money, and God forbid Hammer take a year to track down Bonnie and Clyde, but Simmons threw in a sweetener. Hammer and whoever participated in the killing of Bonnie and Clyde would get the $26,000 reward put together by law organizations and private sources. That's over 10 times his yearly salary, assuming we're talking about old dollars. Yes, because it's $595,000 in today's money. Oh my god, that is a proper bounty. Furthermore, Hammer would be, why does he even need the salary? Just be like, yeah, I'll do it for the bounty. I'll go hunt those down, dead or alive. I want that 600 grand. Furthermore, Hammer would be allowed to take whatever personal effects from Bonnie and Clyde he pleased, which would sell for a fortune due to their immense fame and the high prices usually assigned to criminal memorabilia. Ultimately, however, it wasn't the money that induced Hammer. Bonnie and Clyde were outlaws. They were killers, and tracking down and executing killers is just what Frank Hammer did. Thus, Bonnie and Clyde's days were numbered. As Hammer's fellow captain in the Texas Rangers, Bill McDonald, once said, "No man in the wrong can stand up against a fella that's in the right and keeps on a-comin'." No honor among thieves. On January the 23rd, 1934, a mere week after the Eastham jailbreak, Ray Hamilton and Hilton Bybee entered the First National Bank in Rembrandt, Iowa, pointed a gun at the clerk and walked away with $3,800 or $87,000 in modern money. Clyde Barrow was the getaway driver with Henry Methvin beside him. Joe Palmer was, this got to be their biggest take yet, right? They had some pretty big ones. I think 35 grand was the biggest, 87 all in modern money. It's a proper amount of money. Clyde Barrow was the getaway driver with Henry Methvin beside him. Joe Palmer was ill and curled up in the fetal position in the backseat. Bonnie was back at the motel. Clyde pissed off Ray Hamilton by splitting the take 6 ways when he thought it should have been 4. Hamilton owed James Mullen $1,000 for helping him break out of Easton, and 6 ways left him nowhere near clearing his debt. This did not bode well for Ray Hamilton, staying on with the gang. Hilton Bybee, meanwhile, took his share of the loot and immediately left the gang, lighting out for Amarillo, where he was recaptured on January the 31st and returned to Easton Prison Farm. On January the 26th, 1934, the Barrow gang robbed a bank in Poteau, Oklahoma. Hamilton, Methvin, and Palmer were the triggermen, and Clyde Barrow was again at the wheel. Their take, why would Clyde be at the wheel? Clyde seems to crash cars all the time. Their take was $1,500 or $34,000 a day, and from there the gang headed to San Antonio, Texas to visit Palmer's sister Faye. Along the way, Hamilton and Palmer quarreled. Hamilton actually tried to shoot Palmer when the latter was asleep in the car, but Clyde turned around, slapped the gun out of Hamilton's hand, and in doing so lost control of the car and ran into a ditch. Of course he did, he's Clyde, he barely knows how to drive apparently. There Thereafter, a tense truce reigns. Leaving San Antonio, the gang headed for Houston, where Palmer met an attorney had bribed to track down a fellow named Wade McNabb, an ex-convict who had terrorized Palmer when they were both at Easton. Palmer wanted to find McNabb and kill him. Oh man, the gang dropped Palmer off in Joplin, Missouri on January the 30th and wished him good luck and happy hunting, making plans to meet up later. Good luck, happy hunting! People, you're hunting a man. On February the 1st, the Barrow Gang robbed the State Savings Bank in Conerum, Iowa. Clyde and Hamilton were the triggermen, grabbing money from a cash drawer and robbing a customer and getting shot at by one of the tellers on the way out the door. The take was $300 or $7,000 today. From there, the gang drove south to Bienville Parish in Louisiana, where they had visited Henry Methvin's family. After a couple of days, they headed north again into Missouri, where on February the 12th, they stole a car in Springfield, only to get chased by the cops. These guys are nuts. If I was in this position, you just rob 87 grand or whatever it was in today's money. Just do a couple more of those, get in a stolen car, go down to Mexico and just be like, that's it. I guess we have to stop our crimes. Or until you get bored or whatever, because you're going to get in trouble. And you're all sorts of up with the bullet holes and the burnt leg down to the bone. It's not a good time. Maybe they find it a good time. I think they just like it. They get a kick out of it, right? It's not going to be about the money anymore. Clyde shook the pursuit, but then got lost in the Missouri countryside. They pulled over in Reed Spring and kidnapped bystander Joe Gunn and demanded that he guide them to Arkansas. Gunn noted that Bonnie was drunk, cussed a lot, and was armed with a Browning automatic rifle. Indeed, she'd become quite skilled with the horrendously powerful machine gun and wielded it regularly. She was soon to use it. The gang hit a police roadblock outside Reed Spring, and along with Methvin and Hamilton, Bonnie showered the cop cars with bullets as Clyde sped past. They did the same thing to a cop car by the roadside a few hours later. Finally, the gang pulled into Berryville, Arkansas, and they gave Joe Gunn $10 and let him go. This is such a strange thing. Why? You're terrible criminals. On February the 13th, the gang dropped off Hamilton in Amarillo, Texas, making plans to meet up later, while Bonnie, Clyde, and Methvin headed to Dallas to rendezvous with the Parker and Barrow clans. That night, they enjoyed a fairly happy time with their families, distributing the proceeds of their recent bank robberies. The gang stayed in the Dallas area, camping in the woods and in abandoned farmhouses. On February the 18th, Hamilton arrived in Dallas with an Amarillo prostitute named Mary Adair. Mary was a pain in the arse and demanded they leave camp and go drinking in fancy clubs. People like, Hamilton, what the fuck, man? Why did you bring Mary? Clyde and Bonnie tried to explain why this wasn't possible, especially not in Dallas, but Ray Hamilton felt obligated to take Mary's side, causing a great deal of friction in the group. Oh, Hamilton, you're thinking with your penis here. Mary and Hamilton went off drinking on their own. Bonnie and Clyde were uneasy. They didn't trust Mary not to go running to the cops at the first opportunity, but in order to keep Hamilton happy, they bit their tongues. Not a good idea. I get the feeling this could turn out badly. On February the 20th, the Barrow Gang robbed the State Guard. Fourth time State Guard! Are you f***ing me? In Ranger, Texas, taking away 4 Brownings, 13 Colt 45s, and several crates of ammunition. What the f***? On February the 27th, the gang hit the R.P. Henry and Sons Bank in Dallas. Their takeaway was $4,176 or 96 grand in modern money. Oh, guys, you gotta go. You must have at least 200 grand in cash right now. Just flee. It's time to flee. It's time to go to Lebanon. Notably, on the way out the door, Clyde returned $27 to Dallas laborer Oliver Worley, who had just cashed his paycheck, saying, "You worked like hell for this, didn't you? We don't want your money, just the banks." The gang got into the getaway car and headed north out of Dallas. Clyde told Hamilton to split the money 4 ways. Clyde, Bonnie, Methvin, and Hamilton. Mary Adair didn't get a share. Of course she didn't. She's just an annoying tag-along. Hamilton disagreed, pointing out that Mary did as much as Bonnie during the robbery, aka nothing. Clyde told him to shut up and split the money, then caught Hamilton trying to stuff $600 from the take in his coat to give to Mary later. Well, look, Hamilton, if you want to split some of your money with Mary, go ahead. But why should the others have to do that? You brought her along and she turned out to be annoying. Clyde stopped the vehicle, forced Hamilton out of the car, and demanded he give the money back. Hamilton complied. Good idea, Hamilton. Clyde's a psycho. It made for a very tense trip up to Terre Haute, Indiana. Once they arrived, Hamilton and Mary witnessed Bonnie and Clyde having an argument. Seeing an opportunity, Mary tried to convince Bonnie to dose Clyde with sleeping pills, steal all his money, and take off with her and Hamilton. Bonnie immediately told Clyde, who expelled Mary and Hamilton from the gang. Whoa. I'm surprised he didn't just kill you, Mary. Mary, you're pretty dumb. I don't like you, Mary. Mary and Hamilton stole a car and slunk off to Texas with their tails between their legs. Honestly, you should just be happy you're still alive. In early March, Bonnie, Clyde and Methvin returned to Bienville Parish in Louisiana to visit Methvin's family again. The Methvins of Bienne Parish were a numerous bunch, a whole gaggle of aunts, uncles, and cousins who dwelt in snake-ridden forests and gator-infested marshlands. Henry Methvin's father, Ivy, was a chair craftsman, freight hauler, and probable bootlegger who had fallen on hard times in the Depression. He was an alcoholic and generally disliked in the area. His wife, Ava Methvin, wasn't much better and had a reputation for leeching off of her neighbours. Their boy, Henry, had left home in 1930 at the age of 18 and had been hitchhiking in Texas when he slashed a man's throat and stole his car. Oh, it's the Wild f***ing West! The victim survived, but Henry got done for assault with intent to murder and car theft, resulting in a 10-year sentence at Easton Prison Farm. I'm surprised he didn't get more. He tried to murder someone. Slashing someone's throat is not something you do to injure them. Henry Methvin had always maintained that the victim had tried to sexually assault him, and he was just defending himself. What, you would try to steal his car, he sexually assaults you, and then you try to kill him? Yeah, right. Ivy and Ava Methvin believed their son and were trying to get Henry pardoned by Ma Ferguson, the governor of Texas, when Bonnie and Clyde busted him out, completely ruining Methvin's chance of being paroled and going straight. Thus, Ivy and Ava Methvin felt absolutely no gratitude to Bonnie and Clyde for turning their son into a wanted fugitive. What was more ambiguous was Henry Methvin's attitude toward Bonnie and Clyde. Since the breakout in January, Methvin had followed Clyde's orders to the letter and was always respectful to Bonnie. In fact, Clyde was starting to think of Methvin as a loyal henchman, relying on him more and more. Yet in the week of the gang's second visit to Bienville Parish, Henry Methvin approached his mother, Ava, in secret. He told her that running with Bonnie and Clyde was likely to get him killed sooner or later. Methvin asked his mother to get word to law enforcement, offering to set Bonnie and Clyde up to be killed or captured the next time they visited Bienville Parish in exchange for Henry Methvin being pardoned for the attempted murder charge in 1930. It's a pretty solid negotiation right there. The Barrow gang departed Bienville in mid-March, and Methvin's father, Ivy, secretly arranged to meet Bienville Sheriff Henderson Jordan, where Ivy told the sheriff about his son's offer. Jordan replied that as a Louisiana sheriff, he couldn't promise a pardon on behalf of the state of Texas, but he would talk to the relevant authorities. 2 days later in Shreveport, Sheriff Jordan met Frank Hammer representing the Texas prison system, Special Agent Lester Kindle representing J. Edgar Hoover, and Dallas Deputy Sheriff Bob Alcorn representing, well, Dallas, to discuss Methvin's offer. They were all in agreement. The state of Texas would pardon Henry for attempted murder if he could give them Bonnie and Clyde. Thus, Frank Hammer started making preparations for a good old Texas Ranger-style bushwhacking. Tell them I don't smoke cigars. After leaving Bienville, Bonnie, Clyde and Methvin headed back to Dallas, where they skulked around abandoned farmhouses for a couple of weeks, meeting semi-regularly with the Parkers and the Barrows. Then on March the 27th, they left to link up with Joe Palmer again, who had finally located the man he wanted to kill in the town of Gladewater, Texas. Clyde decided that he would assist in this murder. Why not? Nothing like a good murder, right, Clyde? On March the 29th, they jumped McNabb while he was leaving a gambling den, cracked open his skull with a blunt instrument and shot him multiple times. Then they transported his body and dumped it on the Texas-Louisiana border. The Barrow gang, now comprised of Bonnie, Clyde, Methvin and Palmer, headed back to Dallas on April the 1st, 1934 to rendezvous with the Parkers and the Barrows for Easter Sunday. Palmer was sent to fetch them. Bonnie had bought her mother a rabbit. She'd named it Sonny Boy. While waiting for the Barrow and Parker clans on Dove Road just off Highway 114 near the town of Grapevine, Bonnie, Clyde and Methvin shot and killed Highway Patrol officers Edward Wheeler and Holloway Murphy. Wheeler was killed instantly by a burst from Methvin's Browning automatic rifle. Murphy, a rookie, first day on the job, was incapacitated by Clyde with a shotgun. Witness accounts differ on whether Methvin put some more bullets in Murphy to finish him off or whether Bonnie did. Either way, Murphy didn't die until he was transported to hospital half an hour later. The witness who claimed he saw Bonnie deliver the attempted coup de grace to Murphy, a farmer named William Schleifer, has been deemed an unreliable witness by some historians since then. Indeed, Schleifer's story transmogrified in the decades after the killing, casting doubt on his reliability, and in his initial statement to police and the media, he claims that Bonnie had a cigar in her mouth when she shot Murphy. This might have been embellishment, since despite posing with a cigar in a famous photograph, Bonnie didn't like them and preferred to smoke cigarettes. But regardless of whether Schleifer's account is at all truthful, the press and the public at the time sure believed it. Up until this point, Bonnie and Clyde were regarded by many as folk heroes, but the cold and callous act of Bonnie shooting an already wounded man soured public opinion. Being a female bank robber was sexy, but being a woman who slaughters a helpless 24-year-old rookie who is already disarmed and dying? Not so much. What made it 1,000 times worse was the man Bonnie allegedly shot in cold blood was due to marry a woman, Marie Tullis, on April the 13th, 12 days after his murder.
Tullis wore a wedding dress to Officer Murphy's funeral, and this was splashed across the newspapers, souring the public against Bonnie still further. Good. The American people had ceased to give a about how stylish Bonnie's outfits were. She was a vicious cop killer who had deprived a young bride of her husband. Good. People finally seeing her for what she is, a piece. Additionally, the Grapevine shooting on April the 1st complicated things for Frank Hammer. The state of Texas was willing to pardon Henry Methvin for an attempted murder back in 1930, but now Methvin had just gunned down a highway patrol officer and possibly shot a second one while he was bleeding on the ground. Oh, Methvin, you've done the impossible. You've got a pardon for murder. Was it murder? Yeah, sorry, attempted murder. And you're just like, you know what's better than attempted murder? Murder. Why? You got a pardon, dude. It would not be so easy to get the state of Texas to overlook 2 cop killings in order to merely have a chance at ambushing and killing Bonnie and Clyde. Hammer's response to the change in circumstances was to form a good old-fashioned posse. He recruited 38-year-old former Texas Ranger Manny Gault, who had worked with Hammer back in the 1920s fighting the Texas KKK. Next, Hammer recruited Dallas Deputy Sheriffs Bob Alcorn and Ted Hinton, who knew Clyde Barrow and Bonnie Parker personally and could confirm their identities before the shooting started. Is it them? Yes! Over fire! Immediately after the murder of Wheeler and Murphy, the Barrow gang had raced down Highway 114 in their Ford V8. They spotted Clyde's siblings, Elsie and Marie, coming in the opposite direction to the rendezvous point at Grapevine. Clyde flagged them down and told them to turn around and stop their other family members from heading to the area. Then Clyde tore down the road away from Dallas, not risking it to retrieve Joe Palmer, who was traveling up with the Parkers. Bonnie, Clyde and Methvin kept going until they reached Oklahoma. They were followed by Hammer and his newly formed posse 2 days later, driving in 2 cars. Hammer and Gault in one, Alcorn and Hinton in the other. On April 4th, 1934, the Hammer crew had tracked Bonnie, Clyde and Methvin to Durant, Oklahoma. The posse's 2 cars were driving down Main Street when Ted Hinton, in the lead car, spotted Clyde's V8 driving in the opposite direction. Clyde was driving slowly, not aware that he'd been recognized. Hinton made the judgment call not to swing around and give chase, since there was too much traffic on Main Street and Clyde would almost certainly get away. Nor did Hinton want to initiate a gun battle with the Barrow gang in such a crowded area. So Hinton pulled over and watched Clyde's car disappear, while he flagged down Hammer and Gault to let them know what had happened. The posse got back in their cars and headed in the direction that Clyde was traveling. They tried to pick up his trail again by questioning gas station attendants and cafe waitstaff along the way, but to no avail. On April the 6th, just after midnight, the Barrow gang approached the outskirts of Commerce, Oklahoma. Clyde was tired from driving all day, and so he pulled over, and he, Bonnie, and Methvin all slept in the car together. At 9 a.m., Commerce Chief of Police Percy Boyd and Constable Cal Campbell got a report of a suspicious car parked on the state road. Boyd and Campbell drove out to investigate in a marked police car. No. I mean, yeah, because they don't really know anything, so they're just like, yeah, of course you'd go in a marked police car. I get the feeling they're going to run into some substantial trouble. Clyde was awake, his turn on watch, when he saw the cop car approach. I don't understand. I've slept in my car, and it's like, you don't just park on the side of the road and be like, okay, this place looks great. You find somewhere a little quiet. You're like, well, let's just go down this little side street here. I have an overland car. I'm big into road trips, so I bought a Toyota Land Cruiser, and I kitted it out with all of this cool equipment for going on big road trips. And I do big road trips with my mate. And if you're going to sleep in the car and camp in the car, it's got a rooftop tent on it that you pop up. It's you find somewhere real quiet. You go down this little path, you drive it off road a little bit. You don't just park on the side of the highway and be like, this is good, because you're going to get into trouble. Clyde threw the car into reverse, intent on spinning around and making his escape. Unfortunately, the rain of the previous evening had turned the road into mud and the car got stuck. Oh, Clyde, you're the worst driver ever. Mildly amused, Boyd and Campbell got out of their vehicle and approached the Ford V8 on foot. Then Constable Campbell saw someone in the car brandishing a gun, so he pulled out his revolver and fired. Chief of Police Boyd, realizing the die had been cast, followed suit. Clyde and Methvin emerged from the Ford with Browning automatic rifles. Oh my god. Dudes, with your little revolvers, you have brought knives to a gunfight. Clyde took cover by the side of the Ford to shoot at the officers, while Methvin full-on charged at them, zigzagging to avoid their shots. Methvin, are you on meth, you maniac? Campbell took several bullets to the chest, severing his aorta, killing him on the spot. Boyd was grazed by a bullet to the left side of the head, stunning him for long enough that Methvin was able to disarm him. Due to the hail of bullets, it's unclear whether it was Clyde or Methvin who killed Constable Campbell. In the eyes of the law, though, it doesn't matter, does it? They're both
That's both enough to get them in the chair. Several onlookers from the nearby farm had been attracted by the sound of gunfire. You know what I do when, I don't know, I've not heard gunfire, in this sort of situation. You know what I do? Don't run towards it. Stay where I am or move in the opposite direction, because it's gunfire. Clyde brandished a Browning at them and ordered the onlookers, along with Chief Boyd, to push the Ford V8 out of the mud. It took them 40 minutes to get the car free. Boyd was forced into the back. I was, it just reminds me, speaking of, overland adventures, I went on a trip with a couple of mates of mine, and we're off-roading a little bit, and I'm just cool, I'm just going to turn the car around because we've gone the wrong way. And this car's pretty capable. It's got, big mud tyres on it. It's a properly capable off-road car. And I'm just let's just turn it around here. And immediately, it just sinks into the ground, and there's just a clay bog hidden underneath, grass. And the car just starts sinking and sinking and sinking. And you're okay, no worries, we'll just use the winch to get it out. The winch is, fully embedded in this clay bog. So we're digging it for ages. And eventually we managed to find a local 4x4 club, and they come and winch us out. And it's oh, thank you. It's very lucky that you were close by. Boyd was forced into the back seat and held at gunpoint, and the gang drove off in the direction of Kansas. Not 3 miles down the road, their way was blocked by 2 farmers whose truck had also gotten stuck in the mud. Clyde and Methvin got out to help them, while Bonnie stayed in the car, pointing a shotgun in Percy Boyd's face. Then she asked to look at Boyd's head wound, expressing concern. When Clyde and Methvin cleared the farmer's truck from the road, they took off again. But after a few miles, Bonnie asked Clyde to pull over by a stream. There, she washed Boyd's head wound and applied a bandage to it. The gang drove the rest of the day, pulling into a diner in Fort Scott, Kansas at around 6 p.m. Methvin ran inside and bought them all food. During their meal, Bonnie asked Boyd, "If we are caught and killed while you are with us, would you please make sure my rabbit gets delivered to my mother?" Because Boyd's shirt was stained with his own blood, Bonnie and Clyde gave him a new one, along with a fresh tie. Gotta think about those appearances while you've got a head wound. Methvin gave Boyd his suit jacket to complete the ensemble. A few hours later, Boyd was released in the Canvas countryside unharmed. Wait, didn't we say that he got shot in the head? Yeah, he had a head wound. He's hardly unharmed, David. I mean, he didn't have further harm, but a bullet grazed his head. Before the gang departed, Boyd asked them what, if anything, they'd like to tell the media. Bonnie replied, "Tell them I don't smoke cigars." The end of the line. From Fort Scott, Kansas, Clyde doubled back to Tulsa, Oklahoma, where the gang laid low in a house owned by the Newton brothers, notorious train robbers that Clyde had met at an unknown point during the past few years. There, Clyde got word that Ray Hamilton had denounced him in a letter to the Dallas Morning News and denied that he had anything to do with the grapevine murders of Wheeler and Murphy. Hamilton even provided proof that he had not been in New Orleans at the time. On April the 10th, Clyde wrote a letter of his own, not to the papers, but to Henry Ford, telling him, quote, "What a dandy car you make." Ford, more hostile to Jews than to gangsters, had his secretary write a thank you note and sent it off to the General Post Office in Tulsa. Obviously, Clyde never received it. What are you doing, Henry Ford? Don't reply to gangsters who are using your cars in crimes. On April the 16th, the Barra gang hit the First National Bank in Stewart, Iowa, coming away with $1,500 or $35,000 in modern money. Then they put Henry Methvin on a train to Dallas to arrange another rendezvous with the Parkers and Barrows. Bonnie and Clyde followed after him by car, arriving in Dallas on the 18th. At the rendezvous, Bonnie finally managed to give Sonny Boy to her mother. Oh, the rabbit. Yeah, of course. Bonnie, what are you up to? What's wrong with you? She said, "Keep him away from the cops. He's been in 2 gun battles, and he'll land at Huntsville if the law finds out." I don't think they let you have pets in jail, Bonnie. During the meeting, Clyde declared that he and Bonnie would never flee to Mexico. Why? You gotta go to Mexico, come on! They wanted to keep visiting their families who were, quote, "all we have left." How about your families come and visit you? So much for the glamorous outlaw life that the American public thought they led. What a fucking waste of life. Yeah, no, these people are pieces of shit, I agree. Bonnie, Clyde and Methvin spent a few more days in Dallas, visiting the Parkers and Barrows several more times before making a quick trip to Bienville Parish on April the 22nd. They didn't stay more than a few hours, but the visit allowed Ivy Methvin to tell his son, Henry, that he'd cut a deal with the law. If he could lure Bonnie and Clyde into a trap, Henry Methvin would be given a pardon for his crimes. It did not occur to Ivy that the recent cop killings in Grapevine and Commerce may have scuppered that deal. It's like, dude, you got a pardon and now you're committing more crimes that are not covered by the pardon. You had a golden ticket out. What the A pardon is not just like no prison or a deal, it's like you have no criminal record. It's very powerful. But for all Henry Methvin knew, he finally had a way out of this whole mess. From Bienville, the gang went to Joplin, Missouri to pick up Joe Palmer. On April the 29th, they headed to Topeka, Kansas, where they stole a new Ford V8. It was tinted Cordoba gray and would go on to have a rather interesting life of its own, the writer said, raising his eyebrows suggestively. Wait, what is this foreshadowing, David? On May the 3rd, the gang arrived in Everly, Iowa, where they robbed the farmer's trust and savings bank for a take of $700 or $16,000 in modern money. From there, the Barrow gang traveled to Memphis, Tennessee to have an impromptu vacation, with the exception of Joe Palmer, who headed north to Chicago because he wanted to attend the World's Fair. What are you doing? We're taking a break, we're going on holiday. Where are you going? Oh, I want to see the World's Fair. And it's like, yeah, I guess. These people, they do crimes and then they want to have a life. Fine. This bit of whimsy probably saved his life. For now. Meanwhile, back on April the 25th, 1935, Ray Hamilton had been captured by the police after robbing a bank in Lewisville, Texas. He got cornered by a series of roadblocks and surrendered without a fight. Hamilton was transported to Dallas County Jail. On May the 3rd, Clyde sent Hamilton a 4-page letter from Memphis mocking him. Quote, "Due to the fact that you offered no resistance, my sympathy is lacking. The most I can do is hope you missed the chair. The purpose of this letter is to remind you of all the dirty deals you have pulled." Clyde then went on to call Hamilton a snake with, quote, "cat ideas" for trying to shoot Joe Palmer while he was sleeping, and call him yellow for not wanting to fight the cops on several occasions. Yeah, yellow means like a coward, right? I know that from Back to the Future. He told Hamilton that he was too stupid to understand he couldn't live like a king and hoped to remain outside of prison. He also mocked Hamilton for Mary Adair, his quote-unquote prostitute sweetheart, who was too stupid to know that you couldn't go drinking in town. Yeah, Mary Adair. She is a little bit of stupidity in today's episode. In today's stupid. I'm stupid. The letter was signed, "You can never expect the least of sympathy or assistance from me. So long, Clyde Barrow." Elsewhere, Frank Hammer had been enacting a rather devilish plan. From February through April, Hammer had discreetly tracked Bonnie and Clyde across the United States, keeping his name out of the press in the hopes that he would catch up with the gang and surprise them. However, after losing them in Durant, Oklahoma, Hammer's posse took a different approach to the problem. For the rest of April, they courted widespread media attention as they stomped loudly through Oklahoma, Texas, Arkansas, and Missouri, supposedly looking for Bonnie and Clyde, making a return to Louisiana more appealing. Meanwhile, Hammer spoke over the telephone with Bienville Sheriff Henderson Jordan about what country back road Bonnie and Clyde could be safely executed at. Hammer added that he wanted to use Ivy Methvin as bait. Ivy balked at this, but was ultimately convinced by the argument that it was his only hope of getting a pardon for his cop-killer son. Meanwhile, Hammer swung by the National Guard Armory in Dallas, and after a hell of a lot of red tape, procured just 2 Browning automatic rifles on loan. I'm surprised they had any guns left, to be honest, after they've been robbed like 70 times. Apparently, it was easier to rob them. The Brownings were added to Hammer's already significant arsenal. On May the 4th, 1934, Bonnie, Clyde, and Methvin rolled back into Bienville Parish, Louisiana. It seems that Hammer's ruse had worked because the Barrow gang made no secret they were there and flaunted themselves openly to the locals who were poor and generally viewed them as heroes. Meanwhile, I know it's a bit like past was a different time and it was the Depression and all that, but these people have killed many, many innocent people. Meanwhile, the Bienville sheriff never seemed to harass them on their visits. Bienville Parish was a sleepy backwater, and Bonnie and Clyde assumed that, so long as they didn't commit any crimes in the area, Sheriff Jordan was content to leave them alone. They were sorely mistaken. On May the 6th, Bonnie and Clyde traveled to Dallas for another meeting with the Parker and Barrow clans. Henry Methvin stayed behind in Bienville. That night, Bonnie gave her mother Emma a poem that she'd written called The End of the Line. It would later be printed in newspapers across America, gaining the title The Story of Bonnie and Clyde. The poem starts out by blaming the law for turning them to a life of crime and claiming that deep down she and Clyde are actually good people. The poem ends with the lines, quote, "They don't think they're too smart or desperate. They know the law always wins. They've been shot at before, but do not ignore that death is the wages of sin. Someday they'll go down together, and they'll bury them side by side. To few, it'll be grief. To the law, a relief. But it's death for Bonnie and Clyde." It's not bad. It's not bad. Like, I don't know anything about poetry, but it's not bad. 16 seconds in Bienville. The next day, On the night of the 7th of May, Clyde met up with his father, Henry Barrow, again. Clyde showed Henry a suitcase full of cash, along with some deeds to some property Clyde had purchased that he wanted to sign over to his parents. Henry remarked that he didn't have a pen on him. Clyde said that was fine, they'd take care of it when he was next in town. They'd never see each other again. Bonnie and Clyde returned to Bienville Parish, where they stayed for the next 2 weeks. They spent time frequenting the local cafe, buying candy bars at the gas station for local labourers, going to picnics at Black Lake, and attending dinners at the house of Henry Methven's brother, Terrell, and his wife, Emma. During their stay, Bonnie announced to the Methvins that she was pregnant with Clyde's child. A surprising claim, considering all Bonnie's relatives thought that she was infertile. Historians are in broad agreement that this was wishful thinking on Bonnie's part. The autopsy makes no mention of it. Perhaps it was a fantasy born of the fact that Bonnie was constantly fixated on her imminent death in a shootout. A baby gave her something to live for. Or perhaps the fantasy was the result of a surfeit of spirits. The Methvin clan observed that Bonnie was drunk pretty much every time they saw her. Hammer and his posse were waiting on advance notice from Ivy Methvin of Bonnie and Clyde's arrival at a precise location so that they could set up an ambush. The problem was, Bonnie and Clyde kept their movements random, seldom declaring their movements and arranging to meet beforehand. Hammer also didn't want to launch an assault in town, or while Bonnie and Clyde were members of the Methvin family. Too many people might be killed in the crossfire, and no one, not Ivy Methvin, not even his son Henry, knew where Bonnie and Clyde set up camp at night in order to sleep. I don't know, maybe just check the sides of the roads? They seem pretty blasé about it. Meanwhile, Henry Methvin was trying to figure out how to get separated from Bonnie and Clyde without arousing their suspicion. In the end, Methvin decided to tell Clyde that should they ever be separated while in Bienville, he'd meet them back at his parents' place. Clyde trusted Methvin at this point as a loyal subordinate and took his word at face value. And this deception proved pivotal. On May the 20th, Henry Methvin told his father, Ivy, that he, Bonnie and Clyde would be heading into the city of Shreveport, Louisiana the following day. Henry told Ivy that he'd try to get separated from Bonnie and Clyde in Shreveport. Then the two would eventually come travelling up Bienville's narrow country roads to Ivy and Ava's place in order to reunite with him. On May the 21st, the trio were in Shreveport. Henry Methvin went into a cafe to get some sandwiches and sodas. While Bonnie and Clyde were waiting in the car outside, they saw a police car roll past. As a precautionary measure, Clyde pulled away from the curb and drove around the block. Henry Methvin seized the opportunity and bolted out of the cafe, stole a car, and rode hell for leather back to Bienville to let his father know that he'd given Bonnie and Clyde the slip. Meanwhile, Bonnie and Clyde spent the rest of the day in Shreveport, apparently unworried that when they returned to the cafe, Henry was gone. They assumed he'd also seen the cop car and bolted. Bonnie and Clyde returned to Bienville Parish that evening and went to Black Lake to hang out with one of Henry's cousins, Percy, and showed him how to fire a Browning automatic rifle. Also on the evening of the 21st, Ivy Methvin contacted Sheriff Jordan and said that Bonnie and Clyde would be swinging by his place the following day to pick up Henry. Here, the entire plot ran into a pointless complication. Unbeknownst to Frank Hammer, Sheriff Jordan had also been working with the feds under Special Agent Kindle. Jordan had tried to contact the feds that evening, but hadn't gotten through. Jordan wanted another day to contact Kindle and let them know what was going on. And so, Jordan took it upon himself to tell Ivy that an ambush on the 22nd wouldn't work, and Ivy would have to stall and get Bonnie and Clyde to come back to his place on the 23rd to pick up Henry instead. This pointless delay risked Bonnie and Clyde getting spooked, or else simply having their attentions called elsewhere. On the afternoon of May 22nd, Bonnie and Clyde headed up to Ivy Methvin's place via Highway 154, a narrow, winding dirt road bordered by thick brush and hedgerows. The perfect spot for an ambush. When Bonnie and Clyde arrived at Ivy Methvin's house, Ivy came out and told them Henry wasn't there, but he'd be back the next morning. Ivy advised them to swing by at 9 a.m. Bonnie and Clyde showed no sign of being suspicious. They took off, and we don't know where they spent the rest of the 22nd. After they left, Ivy Methvin got in his rickety old truck and drove into the nearby town of Arcadia, where he informed Sheriff Jordan that Bonnie and Clyde would be returning to his place around 9 a.m. the following morning. For people who like to keep their movements random, that sounds exactly like they just set a time to show up somewhere. Jordan gave up trying to contact the feds and rang Frank Hammer, who was staying with his posse at a hotel in Shreveport. Hammer, Galt, Alcon and Hinton got in the car and headed to Arcadia, where they met up with Sheriff Jordan and his deputy, Prentice Oakley. They briefly discussed whether they should give Bonnie and Clyde a chance to surrender before they opened fire. They decided it would be improper not to give them a chance to lay down their arms. Hammer said that he would do the honours. The men also discussed how uneasy they were to fire on a woman, but each of them, even Ted Hinton, who had once been infatuated with Bonnie, in the restaurants, admitted that they could not discriminate by sex. Merely a second's hesitation might give Clyde an opportunity to speed away or cut one of them down. Then the men discussed how to get Clyde to slow down at the ambush point. They resolved to enlist Ivy Methvin and his truck. Ivy would be at the ambush site and pretend his truck had broken down. Bonnie and Clyde would slow down to offer help. It was then that the lawmen would spring their trap. The six-man team, composed of Texas Rangers, Hammer and Galt, Dallas deputies, Alcorn and Hinton, and Bienville lawmen Jordan and Oakley, arrived at the ambush point at 2 a.m. on May the 23rd, 1934. They left their cars further up the road and out of sight. Working by moonlight, the team brought their multiple guns into position at the ambush point and started piling branches in front of their position to obscure their little hunting party from the road. Dallas deputies Alcorn and Hinton bore the Browning automatic rifles. Hinton also had a shotgun in reserve. Sheriff Jordan went old school, arming himself with a Winchester repeating rifle. Deputy Oakley and Texas Ranger Manny Galt both had Remington 35 caliber rifles, and Frank Hammer had a heavy Colt Monitor machine rifle capable of piercing metal and a powerful Remington Model 11 shotgun capable of reducing human beings to pulp. These dudes are heavily armed, which, honestly, you need to be, because so far it's been like people with revolvers facing off against these Browning automatic rifles, which are devastating. All of the officers carried handguns for use once they'd empty the rounds from all the heavy artillery. Bob Alcorn was given a pair of binoculars and assigned to the task of confirming it was Bonnie and Clyde in the car before the lawmen started shooting. With that, the lawmen hunkered down for the night by the side of the road, being eaten alive by mosquitoes and observing venomous snakes slithering nearby. That sounds miserable. At dawn, Ivy Methvin arrived with his truck. The lawman positioned the vehicle on the road, removed the front tire, and placed the truck on a jack to suggest that Ivy had blown a wheel. With the truck positioned on the narrow road, it would be impossible for Clyde to pass it at high speed. He'd have to at least slow down to a crawl at the ambush site. The lawman instructed Ivy that when they spotted Bonnie and Clyde making their way up the road, he was to go out and stand by his truck and wave for them to stop. Ivy complained loudly and at length that this would get him killed. Sheriff Jordan growled, "If you don't shut your mouth, Barrow won't get a chance to kill you, because I'll have done it for him." At 9:15 a.m., the posse heard a car approaching. It was a Ford V8, Cordoba Grey. Alcorn looked through his binoculars and confirmed it contained Bonnie Parker and Clyde Barrow. Ivy Methvin took his position on the road. As the V8 approached the ambush position, a logging truck appeared at the opposite direction. The logging truck slowed and pulled over to the side of the road, giving Clyde a path to move around Ivy Methvin's truck and continue along to Methvin's house. Of course, Clyde had no intention of just leaving Ivy stranded on the road, and he slowed down to a stop in order to lend a hand. What followed occurred over the course of just 16 seconds. Frank Hammer was about to stand up and tell Bonnie and Clyde to surrender when Bienville Deputy Prentice Oakley lost his nerve, stood up, aimed his Remington rifle at Clyde Barrow and fired. The bullet entered through Clyde's left temple and exited through the right, killing him instantly. Oh no! His left foot fell off the brake pedal and the car began to lurch slowly towards a ditch a few yards up on the road. 2 seconds after the first shot had been fired, Hammer, Galt, Alcorn, Hinton and Jordan all stood up and unloaded on the car. Ivy hit the dirt and laid flat. The first thing they heard was Bonnie Parker scream, a sound that all 6 lawmen claimed haunted them for years afterward. In reality, they needed to pour bullets into the car. Clyde was already dead. Bonnie would likely have surrendered, or at least would have been too upset at Clyde's sudden death to immediately grab a weapon. But during those few critical seconds, the lawmen could not be certain that Clyde was dead. All they knew was that Clyde Barrow had managed to shoot his way out of every single engagement with police, with numerous officers being killed. Thus, Bonnie Parker had to die. Yeah, fair enough. Like, every time he'd been encountered, it was like he'd have just loads of guns and he'd end up killing a bunch of cops. And so, fair play. Fair play. A downpour of machine gun, rifle, and shotgun bullets hit the car. In total, about 130 rounds were fired as the car slowly drifted past. Once it had done so, Frank Hammer left nothing to chance. He hefted his powerful Colt Monitor rifle, walked up to the car, and fired an armor-piercing shot into Bonnie through the right rear window, and then walked around to the front of the car as it came to a rest in a ditch and fired 3 more shots into Bonnie through the front windshield. Clyde Barrow had been shot 17 times, including several shots to his head that fragmented his skull and shots that severed his spinal cord. He's most definitely dead. Bonnie Parker had been shot 26 times. In her hand, she clutched not a gun, but a napkin-wrapped sandwich that she'd purchased that morning at a local cafe. Deputy Ted Hinton summed up the shooting by saying, quote, "When all was said and done, there weren't nothing but a bunch of wet rags." Arcadian hyenas. In the immediate aftermath of the shooting, Ivy Methvin got up, started putting the wheel on his truck, and grumbled about how he just wanted to go home.
3 passengers in the logging truck approached the scene to look at what had happened. Deputy Ted Hinton took out a 16mm movie camera and filmed the bullet-riddled Ford V8. Gunsmoke was still in the air when he started filming. You could view the footage online. Neither Bonnie nor Clyde had a gun in the front seat with them. Their arsenal was in the back seat under some blankets. You can make the argument that had Oakley not lost his nerve and Hammer had a chance to tell them to surrender, maybe both Bonnie and Clyde would have been captured. I don't think so. They'd always fight their way out of things. This is unlikely though, since Clyde had no intention of being taken alive. He would likely have reached for a gun in the back seat or attempted to speed away, and the lawman would have opened up on the car anyway, killing Bonnie in the process. In short, there really wasn't a realistic scenario where one or both of them got out alive. It was an utterly stupid, juvenile waste of life. But as the kids say, around and you find out. Yes, indeed. The posse then started dividing up Bonnie and Clyde's possessions, as had been previously agreed with prison manager Lee Simmons. Frank Hammer took Clyde's arsenal of guns and his fishing tackle box. Bob Alcorn took Clyde's saxophone. Sheriff Jordan allegedly took a suitcase full of cash that was in the car without divvying it up with the other lawmen, and soon after bought a property in nearby Arcadia. Shit the past. It was like, yeah, you capture them. Spoils of war, boys. The other lawmen each took a share of the clothing. Really? Bonnie's makeup. Really? Road maps and a handful of true crime magazines that were in the car. Guys, why are you taking their junk? You just got a suitcase full of money. Hammer, Hinton, Jordan and Oakley drove to a gas station to use the phone and report what had happened. Hammer called Lee Simmons and simply said, "Well, we got them." Then Hammer covered for Oakley, saying they died with guns in their hands. Meanwhile, Bob Alcorn and Manny Galt had been left guarding the Ford and Bonnie and Clyde's corpses. People in the area had heard the gunfire and came to have a look. Word spread like wildfire that Bonnie and Clyde were dead. Soon the ambush site was flooded by dozens of people. Manny and Galt had trouble controlling the crowd. People tried to dig the bullets that had missed the car out of nearby tree trunks. One man leaned into the car and tried to cut off one of Clyde's ears. Another tried to cut off his trigger finger. Another got a lock of Bonnie's hair and tore scraps off her dress. Jesus, what was this? This section was called Hyenas. Now I know why. Jesus, guys. A tow truck came and dragged the car away with Bonnie and Clyde's bodies still inside, covered with a sheet, toward the town of Arcadia. Along the way, the tow truck broke down in front of a primary school. The kiddies came bounding out and surrounded the car, and one of them tore the sheet off Bonnie and Clyde, horrifying most of the other children with a gruesome sight. Jesus Christ. That's seriously unfortunate. By the time the tow truck pulled into Arcadia, which usually had a population of 3,000, there were 16,000 people lining the roads to look at the Ford V8 and the corpses of Bonnie and Clyde. It was slow going down Main Street toward the coroner's office, and the lawman once again said they had trouble keeping people away from the car, with multiple onlookers trying to climb inside the vehicle. One of them was surprised that the vicious Clyde Barrow was 5'6" and 125 pounds, exclaiming, "He's nothing but an itty-bitty little fart." Yeah, I forgot he was so tiny. The coroner in Arcadia did an autopsy on Bonnie and Clyde. I wonder why they had died from bullets. Yes. And Louisiana undertaker Dillard Darby, who'd been taken hostage by the Barrow Gang in 1933, assisted with the embalming. At the time of his kidnapping, Bonnie had joked that Darby might work on her someday, and it turns out she was right. Do they really bother embalming people like this? I mean, I guess, is anyone going to pay for their funeral? They got family, right? I guess you have to have, some dignity for the dead. But, I don't know, don't they normally, I don't know, I feel like they should just be burned, just cremate them and then just put the ashes in a box. Or just throw them out. Dismembered appendices. Number 1. Henry Barrow, Clyde's father, and Buster Parker, Bonnie's brother, arrived in Arcadia late that evening to pick up the bodies. They were going to be transported separately. Emma Parker, who had fainted upon hearing the news her daughter was dead, insisted that Bonnie and Clyde could not be buried together. She hated Clyde Barrow for the fate that befell her daughter. She had as much, she was in this, she was into this. It's not she was some unknowing accomplice. She was super into this. On May the 25th, an estimated 16,000 people turned out for Clyde's funeral. One man offered Henry Barrow $10,000 for his son's body, or $230,000 in modern money. On May the 26th, 20,000 people turned out for Bonnie Parker's funeral. Within 2 days, the Dallas Daily sold 500,000 copies of their newspaper, detailing Bonnie and Clyde's deaths. Number 2. Various federal, state and county law organizations, along with many banks and local businesses, had offered a total of $26,000 for the killing or capture of Bonnie and Clyde. Split 6 ways, this would have been $4,333 each, or $100,000 in modern money.
Most of these organizations didn't come through with what they offered. In the end, the Hammer posse walked away with $200 each, or $4,600 today. That's not quite the $100,000 they were promised, was it? Hammer sold Bonnie and Clyde's arsenal of guns for an undisclosed but presumably large profit, ignoring the requests of the Barrow and Park families to return the guns so they could use the money for themselves. They're stolen guns! They should be returned to the armory. Meanwhile, Bob Alcorn felt guilty and gave over Clyde's saxophone to the Barrow family. It was later sold. I would not feel guilty at all. I'd just be like, I'm keeping that fucking saxophone, and it's I'm just going to sell it on eBay, or whatever like 1930s eBay is. The Cordoba Grey Ford V8 sat in an impound lot in Arcadia. Sheriff Jordan wanted to sell it. The car had been stolen in Topeka, Kansas. The car's owner, Ruth Warren, demanded to have it back. Jordan told her she could have it for $15,000 or $345,000 in modern money. How about it's her fucking car? Ruth took him to court and won her car back. She headed down to Arcadia, and despite the fact that it had 130 bullet holes in it, the engine still ran perfectly fine. Wow, Henry Ford does make some fine cars. Warren drove the car, still filled with bloodstains and various bits of human gristle. Oh, grim. 51 miles or 82 kilometers to Shreveport, where she had it shipped up to Topeka. One of the weird, YouTube genres that I sometimes watch is people who restore cars. Like, they'll go to a junkyard, not to a junkyard, but like what's it called? Where the insurance companies dump the cars, that they sell them for a little money. And on some of them, they have like biohazard warning signs, like after a crash. And it's like, oh, grim, because there's like blood in there and stuff from whatever car accident was going on. Not nice. She rented it out to Charles Stanley, the crime doctor, who took it all around the country to attract people and listen to his anti-crime lectures. The death car was later sold to a tour group, and it was taken all over North America for the next few decades as a carnival attraction. My dad saw it as a kid in Canada in the 1960s. Then the car was sold to a casino in Prim, Nevada, where it remains on display to this very day. Ruth Warren did very well to take them to court to get that car back, because I bet she made a bundle out of this. Speaking of Charles Stanley, the crime doctor, he once put on a lecture in Austin, Texas, where Frank Hammer lived. During the show, Frank Hammer and Manny Gold came on stage. Hammer shouted to the crowd, "I'm Frank Hammer," and then slapped the crime doctor across the face and told him never to do his show ever again. Stanley did not comply. Holy shit. Number 5. For his cooperation with law enforcement, Henry Methvin received a Texas governor's pardon for the attempted murder in Texas in 1930 and was not charged for the murder of Wheeler and Murphy near Grapevine on April 1st, 1934, though he should have been. Of course he should have been! What the But he was arrested and convicted on the murder of Constable Campbell near Commerce, Oklahoma on the 6th of April that year and sentenced to death. Well, they got him anyway, didn't they? At appeal, where Hammer came and spoke on his behalf, Methvin's sentence was commuted to life in prison, but even then, he was paroled after serving only 8 years. Methvin, you made out of the situation like a bandit. Who was your lawyer? In 1948, he got drunk, passed out on a railway track, and got cut in half by a train. Fuck me, I think I'd rather be put in the electric chair. Number 6. As for the other Barrow gang members, Joe Palmer was arrested on the 15th of June 1934. He was sent to Eastham, where he joined Ray Hamilton. On July the 22nd, they escaped. Palmer was recaptured in August, Hamilton the following April. They were both sent to the electric chair on May the 10th of 1935. Whoa. That's for escaping prison? Damn. William Jones was paroled from his 15-year sentence in 1939. He became a drunk and drug addict in later life. In 1974, he picked up a woman at a bar, took her home, only to get shot and killed by her jealous boyfriend. Ralph Foltz was pardoned from his sentence for kidnapping and armed robbery in 1935, only to wind up back in jail with a 50-year sentence for robbery again, being paroled in 1944. People in the past there was a lot of pardons and a lot of very short jail sentences of very serious crimes. Just to comment there, 50-year sentence, right? Robbery in 1934. He was let out 9 years later of a 50-year sentence. What changed in America? Because that's like life without parole, baby. Let's go. He became a born-again Christian, worked a series of legitimate jobs, became a public speaker about the evils of a life of crime, and died in 1993. I take it back. This guy made good. Kumi Barrow and Emma Parker both got a month in prison for harbouring fugitives. Bonnie's sister, Billie Jean, got a year in prison, arguing against her being a rat. Clyde's sister, Marie, got an hour in jail. Okay. Bizarrely, or not so bizarrely, Clyde's dad, Henry Barrow, was never charged. Yeah, because he was pretty helpful in the end, right? In the shooting. Number 8. In the autumn of 1934, Ma Ferguson lost her bid for re-election as Texas governor. Shortly thereafter, the Texas Rangers were reconstituted and remain an organization for elite law enforcement to this day. In order to be a Texas Ranger, you have to have at least 8 years' experience in law enforcement, many commendations, and the waiting list to be selected for one of the few available positions is about a mile long. Frank Hammer briefly rejoined the Texas Rangers to provide security during the 1948 election, and his colleague Manny Galtry joined in 1937 and worked on the job for 10 years, until his death 10 years later. Hammer lived until 1955 when he died at the age of 71. Old West bullets still inside him because you don't f*** with the Texas Rangers. Number 9. There have been 2 mainstream Hollywood depictions of Bonnie and Clyde. There have been a couple of low-budget television miniseries that never really made it on the radar. The 1967 film Bonnie and Clyde, starring Warren Beatty and Faye Dunaway, is historically inaccurate to the extreme. The motivation for the movie seems to be showing a rather attractive Dunaway near nude as much as possible and having her use various inanimate objects as symbolic penises to which she is giving fellatio. Spicy for the 1960s. The film depicts Bonnie and Clyde meeting 2 years later than they did. Their crime spree bears little resemblance to reality at all. Ivan and Blanche's story is bastardized, and they made Clyde Barrett impotent for some reason. Frank Hammer is portrayed as an incompetent buffoon, so much so that Hammer's family sued for defamation in 1971 and got an out-of-court settlement. The movie Finding Nemo is a more accurate depiction of the story of Bonnie and Clyde than the best. I just saw Bonnie and Clyde. I just saw Finding Nemo with my kids the other day. I'd never seen it before. Or I mean, I'd seen it when I was young, I think, because it was familiar. But, yeah, long time since I've seen Finding Nemo. Unfortunately, this is the primary way most of the public imbibe their knowledge of Bonnie and Clyde, and it's all wrong. Horribly, horribly wrong. Yeah, I don't know why Bonnie and Clyde are romanticized, because they seem like total pieces of The other mainstream Hollywood production is 2019's Highwaymen. Yes, that far apart, which barely shows Bonnie and Clyde and focuses on Frank Hammer, played by Kevin Costner, hunting down and ambushing the outlaws. The role of Frank Hammer and Manny Gold, played by Woody Harrelson, in the killing of Bonnie and Clyde is made to look far more heroic than it actually was, with a chase scene that never happened, and Hammer in the film actually managing to say halt to Bonnie and Clyde before the lawman opened fire. Moreover, Bonnie and Clyde are depicted as more villainous than they really were. Bonnie Parker is depicted shooting a man in cold blood not once but twice, when it's doubtful she even did it once. Bonnie was a drunk and a narcissist. She wasn't a cold-blooded killer. She was an idiot, but Highwayman increases the villain aspect by taking McNabb, the man who Joe Palmer tracked down and killed for tormenting him in prison, rewriting him as a little wimp who failed to escape Easton during the jailbreak, who's released to be a rat only to get his head bashed in with a baseball bat by Clyde. So basically, it seems they take the names Bonnie and Clyde, who are outlaws, and then make up an entirely different story around it. Bottom line, no movie or television miniseries has ever really done the story justice. Where the Bonnie Parker stomping out of a Joplin garage in a nightie, blasting away at 3 cops with a Browning automatic. Netflix or Amazon, I'm waiting for your phone call. We'll shoot it like a Tarantino film. It'll be great. Yeah, it would be nice to see like an actual, somewhat historically, because it's a fascinating story. They should do it just more realistically. Maybe there's a reason they don't. Maybe it's just none of the characters are likable enough. Number 11. Final points. Final points in a very, very long episode, David. Large parts of this episode regarding Hammer would not have been possible without Josh at the YouTube channel Wild West Extravaganza. I don't give history channels a plug very often, but Wild West Extravaganza is worth it. I listen to him when I'm hungover, which if you're a writer, you know is the king of compliments. It is a 28k sub channel, which deserves far more love. Josh is by far the best Wild West history channel on YouTube. That crass piece of shit would never admit it, but his methods as a historian and communicator of knowledge are top class. And I'm one of the best trained historians in the world. I know what I'm talking about. Alright, go check out Wild West Extravaganza. 28k subs. How did you even discover it, David? I mean, fantastic. Let's get him some more subs. And thank you, everybody, for being here for this absolutely epic episode. You want to know a secret? I recorded this over 3 days because it was so long. You might have noticed, different t-shirts, but they're all kind of the same. Different coffee cups and such things. It was a marathon. Thanks for being here. If you enjoy the show, if you enjoy these long ones, please give it a rating on Spotify, iTunes, wherever you get your podcasts. That would be grand. Like and subscribe on YouTube, and I'll see you next time. Hello everybody, welcome back to another episode of The Casual Criminalist. As always, I'm your host Simon. I'm here, one of my writers, in this case, Kevin. Thank you, Kevin, has written me an episode, The Toy Box Killer, David Parker Ray. Brilliant. Toy box killer is like toys. Oh no, killer. If this is about killing kids, I'm going to be really depressed. I was like, I don't know what I was thinking when I picked this one. I was just like, yeah, let's do it. Get it done. Okay, here we go. The format of the show. I've never read this before. We're going to read it and explore it together, dear audience. Let's jump in. Today's episode is going to be a horrific tale of torture and sadism. So you happen to be a sadist, then now's the time to grab your popcorn and prepare to revel in Simon's misery. Oh yeah, being a sadist is nasty. It's like, don't kink shame, Simon. Literally, a sadist is someone who likes causing someone else pain, which is pretty fucking weird. I, of course, will be limiting the more explicit details to only what I deem absolutely necessary for the sake of the story. And at that point, all the sadists turned off, and I bid you adieu. But this is one of those stories that's impossible to properly tell without at least some level of detail. It's a story of a serial killer who was never convicted of murder, yet is believed to have killed at least 60 women. Even worse, it's a story that might have gone completely undiscovered were it not for one victim's desperate attempt to free herself from captivity. Legends. This is, often with the serial killers, right? Because it's like someone just narrowly escapes and it all comes crumbling down. I recorded an episode the other day about, what was his name? He's like this guy who was like the worst serial killer in American history, but no one's ever heard of him. He's like killed more people than Gacy and Bundy, and it's like I'd never heard of him before. I'm sure all like true crime people have heard of him, but I was like, holy shit. This is another one, is it? 60 people is a massive number. It's a story of missed opportunities by law enforcement, a story of the endless depths of human depravity, and most importantly, a story about towns with funny names. Police, what are you doing? It was the summer of 1986, and it was just a typical day at the FBI's field office in Albuquerque, New Mexico. Wait, FBI? Normally, I'm like, this is how it goes on Casual Criminalist. Horrible crimes happen, the local police do all, until eventually their case is just handed to them on a plate and they finally solve it, or one hero cop comes along who actually gives a shit about their job and cracks that shit wide open, or a journalist or someone, or the FBI gets involved. Sorry, excuse me, a little bit of a sore throat today. Or the FBI come along, and the FBI are super competent, just like in the movies, and they solve this shit. But it sounds like the FBI, maybe they're not the ones who are doing the job right. Jessie, a girl who was 18 or 19 years old at the time, walked into the office to levy some shocking accusations against a man named David Parker Ray. According to Jessie, David was kidnapping, torturing, and sexually assaulting women before trafficking them to Mexico. Those are very serious allegations, but according to the FBI, they were very vague and non-specific allegations as well. Sure, Jessie had said what David was allegedly doing, but who were the women? Who were the buyers? In Mexico. Wait, they're going from America to Mexico? It's like a reverse coyote. Those are follow-up questions that Jessie didn't have answers to, which was going to be a problem. Search warrants are supposed to be extremely specific, both in terms of where they are looking and what they are looking for, and Jessie didn't give enough information to secure a search warrant or to arrest David, but they could still bring him in for a friendly little chat. Unfortunately, I can't tell you what they talked about. The FBI agents' handwritten notes are publicly available in the FBI vault, and you're certainly welcome to try and decipher them yourselves, but to my eyes, everything is either completely illegible or redacted. However, the following February, the FBI again spoke with David while he took a lie detector test, and this time the summary report was typed. Of course, this report was also heavily redacted, but there are still plenty of extremely disturbing details available. Did I tell you about my story with redaction? Like, I was looking at buying a property, this was a while ago, and there was a sign about development happening on this free lot next door, like quite a large lot. And I was like, let's see if I can find out what this is, because I don't want to buy this house and then them open like a shopping centre right next door, although that would be convenient, but I just don't want the extra traffic and noise. And so I'm like, I go onto the government's website for property development or whatever, like where people file the applications and stuff. And naturally, a lot of stuff's redacted. Like, you don't know the name of the company that's planning it, and, all of this personal information's been redacted. And I can't remember what tweaked me to it, but I think I refreshed the page or something, and I was like, I swear one of those redactions just disappeared for a second. Like, I looked at it, and I was like, that seems really odd. So I downloaded the website, the web page or the PDF or whatever it was, and I opened it in Photoshop, and you could just delete the redactions. So I was like, oh, okay, now I know who's building this and where exactly it's being built and what it is. And I'm sure it's redacted because it's confidential. And on this government website, you could just download it and delete the redactions in like Acrobat or whatever it was, which kind of is scary because I like to think when the government's publishing information about me online and they redact it because it's private, that the redaction does something. But in this case, the entire property website for the country, you can just delete the redactions. Hopefully that's changed now, because it's slightly alarming. David was allegedly brought in for another conversation in 1987 because of his side business manufacturing and selling BDSM equipment. Obviously, this wouldn't be a crime in itself, as there's nothing illegal about consenting adults engaging in BDSM. However, the fact that he made and sold this sort of equipment certainly lent some amount of credence to Jesse's initial claims of sexual torture. At least, potentially. Maybe David was building bondage gear because he was torturing and selling women, or maybe Jessie was just a prudish busybody that hated the idea of sexual deviants living in her town. Given the title of this episode, you already know which of these was the reality of the situation, but the FBI had no way to be sure yet. It's an interesting one, isn't it? Should we put David on a list? Like, he sells bondage equipment, and obviously it's going to be a scale. Like, there's probably like lighter bondage stuff, like I imagine. Like one of those things, the whip's called. Does the thing that you whip a horse with, you know, that the jockeys use, have a specific name, like the leather thing with the tassels on the end? Like, I imagine that would be like at the more vanilla end of BDSM. And then you've got like, what's that? Oh, that's a board where you attach someone to the ceiling and, like, I don't know, this isn't something I'm into, but like, I imagine there's like some pretty heavy out there. And it's like, is it okay to put the people who sell that on some sort of like, let's, you know, if there is ever a police investigation about them, should there be a note in their like file or attached to them somehow that's obviously entirely private and all of this stuff, but maybe the government should have that? And it sounds really onerous because it's like, well, no, people should be allowed to sell whatever they want. It's consenting adults, it's not illegal, blah, blah, blah. But there's plenty of stuff that isn't illegal, but I still feel it should be, you know, it should be a note in your file. I'm sure all the Americans are screaming at the computer right now, or like, well, however you're listening to this. No one's listening on the computer. Who's watching? You're all on phones. You're listening through your headphones. But they're probably screaming that that's like an invasion of privacy or whatever. But I don't know. It sounds like kind of useful. It could be useful. And it's obviously like private. Let's assume the redaction's all sorted out. However, while it's often alleged that the FBI brought David in, the report seems to indicate that he voluntarily came in to take a lie detector test. I'm unclear whether this means he made an unsolicited visit to the FBI's office or if they brought him in and the polygraph was his idea, but the report makes it sound like the former. Given how forthcoming David was in his second interview, however, I'm surprised that the FBI didn't take the situation more seriously. Maybe it's because there was a polygraph machine involved and it wasn't well understood what useless bull they were at the time. Yeah, polygraphs are almost they're entirely. But it's like, I think they have like 51% accuracy, which is, you know, that's, what's it called? Where there's like that 1% is like an anomaly. Like it's not statistically relevant is what I would say. So basically it's a 50-50 shot. And seeing as it's yes or no, it basically makes it entirely useless. I mean, of course it could be a useful interrogation tool because people are going to sweat if they're attached to a polygraph machine and maybe they will be more inclined to tell the truth. But just know, it's all just a big theatre. Plus, he went for the old trick of admitting to lesser crimes to avoid getting in trouble for larger crimes. For example, David admitted that he'd commit theft from time to time. He had a moral code and knew that stealing was wrong, but he also felt giant corporations and insurance companies were fair game. Yeah, I mean, like, if you're being brought in for something you know is really more serious, I'm not saying you should ever admit to crimes, but the FBI probably aren't going to give too much of a shit about that. And they'll be like, well, we're not going to waste our time like prosecuting you for insurance fraud, but we are interested in the human trafficking. That's a really common stance to take, especially in America, so it's hardly a red flag worthy of the FBI's intention. Nor was the fact that David frequented sex workers. Yeah, the FBI doesn't give a shit about this. Like, insurance, I can't believe how common insurance fraud is. Like, this, you know, I'll normally tell a story where it's like, this person definitely isn't me. This wasn't actually me, because, I don't know, I kind of feel... I know it's crazy because they are just large corporations, but I do feel like insurance fraud is kind of wrong because you're not ripping off the company. You're ripping off everybody who has a policy with that company. And I had a friend, sort of like an acquaintance, who every time he wanted a new mobile phone, he'd just break his old mobile phone and make an insurance claim. And I was like, wait, it's really shady. You shouldn't do that. He doesn't now that he's like an adult and stuff, but when he was not like a teenager, but like a university student, It wasn't me. I do genuinely think that is like pretty bad, because you're like ripping everyone off just a little bit. But when David said that he volunteered for the polygraph because he was concerned about his sexual desires and believed that he was a danger to himself and others, that certainly should have been a bit more concerning. Do they have files? Do the FBI and police have obviously there's criminal records and stuff, but do they have like a file on people who haven't committed crimes? Just like little notes? Because they always say at school, like, oh, it's going to go on your permanent record. That's not a thing. Like, it's like, when has that ever been a thing? Like, teachers would be like, oh yeah, well, like we had lunchtime detentions and Friday detentions and Saturday detentions. And lunchtime detention was like very common. Friday detention was like pretty bad news, because you also had to you had to tell your parents that you were in Friday detention. You had to stay after school and then have to pick you up late. Saturday detention meant you had to come into school. Like, we had school on Saturday mornings, but you'd have to come into school on like Saturday evening and sit there for like 2 hours. I never had one. I never had a Friday or a Saturday detention. I had many lunchtime detentions. And they'd be like, well, the Friday and Saturday ones go on your permanent record. And I don't think that's a thing. Like, you leave school and no employer's like, well, how many Saturday detentions? No one gives a shit. But I hope police have something like this. He talked about all the drawings he made of brutally violent abuse depictions he mistakenly believed counted as BDSM, and how they were only getting more intense. He also said that he built a dungeon/torture chamber in his basement, complete with iron rings on the floor to secure a captive's chains in place. Of course, David also claimed to have never used this dungeon with another person before. The torture chamber was just David's happy place. It gave him a sense of calm and let him manufacture his electric shock dildos and motorized machines in peace. Given the intense fantasies, I'd personally find it difficult to believe the claim that he never engaged in even a little bit of BDSM with any of his 4 wives. Okay? Oh wait, I was automatically thinking he's got 4 wives at once, but he's probably just been married and divorced 4 times, right? That's far more common. I don't know why I jumped to him having like 4 simultaneous wives, like some sort of polygamist. At least, I think it was 4 by this point. He was definitely married and divorced 4 times in total, but New Mexico doesn't have those records in a centralized location, and to my knowledge, they aren't available online. I don't think Simon is going to pay me to fly to New Mexico just to pop into the Sierra County Records office for 5 minutes, so let's just assume all 4 marriages had failed by this point. You're goddamn right, Kevin. Anyway, statistically, I'd like to think that one of his wives would have been into some light BDSM, but David claimed that not only did he never take part in any of these activities with them, but during at least one of his marriages, he didn't even think about his intense fantasies. Of course, while he claimed to never use the dungeon to perform bondage activities with another person, he did also admit to hiring sex workers to engage in this behavior with him. It also sounds like he may have brought a sex worker to his dungeon, though I'm not 100% sure on that because of how much the report is redacted. But in case he did, let this be your daily reminder that sex workers are, in fact, people. Then again, maybe David's statement that he never used the dungeon with another person wasn't because he didn't count sex workers as people. It might have been because they didn't have sex. The woman was chained up in what sounds like the basement, but after David went 2 full hours without being able to get an erection, he apologized to the woman and let her go. Honestly, so far, none of this is that crazy yet, assuming everything he said was actually true. I don't know, I don't think it's crazy, but it is a bit, let's say, intense having a sex dungeon. Even if it's a sex dungeon that you don't use, it's a little bit much, isn't it? You've got a guy that was into BDSM, had a side hustle, and thought that stealing from Walmart didn't count. If that doesn't sound normal to you, then I have some shocking news for you about what 35% of your neighbors are getting up to. Wait, are the neighbors stealing from Walmart into BDSM or have a side hustle? I assume it's the BDSM thing. Is it really a third? That does seem high. The first real red flag in all of this was David's pathetic limp dick. Obviously, the fact that he had trouble getting it hard wasn't a red flag, especially since he was damn near 50 years old at this point. But this was 1987, and Viagra wouldn't be invented until 1989 and not approved for use until 1998. Erectile dysfunction may not have been a red flag, but how David got an erection without the use of Viagra certainly was. He openly admitted to the FBI during a polygraph interview that he volunteered to take that in order to get an erection or ejaculate, he had to think about torturing and murdering women. He said this after the FBI had already taken an initial interest in him because of Jesse's claim that he was kidnapping, torturing, and selling women. But apparently, this wasn't a big enough red flag for the Bureau. That's pretty fucked up. Like, he goes into the FBI and he's like, yeah, my brain's broken. Like, I can't get it up unless I think about torturing women. It's fucked up, I know. That's got to be pretty fucked up if your brain is like that, right? You can be like, oh, for fuck's sake. I'm glad my brain isn't broken. If that isn't wild enough, David also said that he couldn't understand why he couldn't kill a litter of puppies. I don't know, David, because it's pretty fucked up. Like, I'm no pet lover, but killing animals is like really a lot. Unfortunately, this is the agent's report and not a transcript, so I can't see the exact context because there's two different ways to take that. Either he wanted to kill a litter of puppies and didn't know why he wasn't allowed to, or he wanted to kill a litter of puppies but couldn't physically bring himself to do it. The report also stated that David was confused because he consciously disliked violence but unconsciously liked it. So it's possible he wanted to kill puppies but couldn't bring himself to do it. Regardless of which way he meant, dude just said that he couldn't get it hard unless he thinks about murdering women and that he wants to kill puppies and doesn't understand why he can't. Put him on a list. Put him on a list. Watch him. Now look, I recognize that the FBI aren't the thought police, but unless David passed the polygraph with flying colors and the agent had unwavering faith in that bullshit pseudoscience, that really sounds like probable cause to investigate David's house and dungeon rather thoroughly. Then again, they must have already at least glanced in his house because the agent showed him what looked like a police uniform and 3 badges that belonged to David. This is another area where the report is unclear. In addition to machining sex toys, David's other side hustle was working as a security guard. It's possible that the badges belonged to David from different security companies he worked for, but the implication, as well as the statement that David had a collection of approximately 15 badges, certainly made it sound like these were actual police badges that had somehow come into his possession. Bro. Oh god. Did you kidnap and murder 15 police officers? And then take their badges? That's the conclusion I'm jumping to. And if the FBI aren't like, you're under arrest, we're going to go to a judge and get a search warrant for your house right now, and we're going to take that CSI thing, the luminol, and we're going to spray it all over your basement to find out if there's loads of blood down there, because we think there is, David. And we think it could be our fellow police officers because you've got their badges, David. David said that the uniform, which was too small for him, had come from car wreck. He claims that he would scavenge in junkyards and whatnot to find metal to build his contraptions, as well as to find photos and IDs of women to fantasize about murdering. It's certainly possible that he could have found a police uniform or badges as well. Shockingly, that's not actually illegal. I assumed it would be since it's illegal to impersonate a police officer, but apparently it's totally cool to buy and collect official police badges. I mean, that sounds fine, as long as you're not impersonating a police officer. I'm sure there's lots of shit that people collect. His explanation for owning these badges was that he was a big fan of law enforcement. That's why he did security work, because he was rejected from the New Mexico State Police on account of being underweight. That's certainly possible, as he was 6'3" and 155 pounds during the interrogation. I'm gonna guess it's like 70 kilos, which makes him very light for someone who's 6'3". I'm 6'2", not me, that's Kevin. I'm not quite 6 foot, 5'11". Not that I'm bitter about it. I heard a joke the other day that there's no such thing as 5'11", because everyone who's 5'11" says they're 6 foot, and it's just like, I'm a little bit over 5'11". And I should just say that I'm 6 foot, shouldn't I? I'm 6'2" and looked like a walking corpse when I was briefly 165 pounds, so someone who was both taller and lighter would almost certainly not have been deemed fit for duty. Of course, I'd personally have considered that a red flag as well, even if it wasn't illegal. What, being lightweight? Guy was rejected by the police department and now collects official police uniforms and badges. I don't think this is as much as a red flag as Kevin does. I think, like, yeah, people just like, I don't know, people like collecting like weird things. Like, I don't know, that's fine. I don't really collect anything weird. But I understand that people do. Maybe it's just a modern day movie trope, but to me that has serial killer written all over it. Honestly, a lot of this report has serial killer written all over it. I know I'm working with the gift of hindsight here, but it's hard to imagine that David didn't wind up on a dozen FBI watch lists following this interview. But he didn't. Jesse first contacted the FBI in the summer of 1986, and 6 months later this report was written and filed away for safekeeping. It was the last time the FBI would hear the name David Parker Ray until 13 years later. That's 13 years, with multiple victims every year. Fast forward to February the 21st, 1999. An off-duty police officer was driving down the New Mexico highway when he saw Angelica Montano walking down the side of the road bleeding. When he picked her up, she explained that she'd just been released after being kidnapped. Angelica lived nearby and was friendly with David and his living girlfriend, Cindy Hendy. She had gone to their house on the night of the 17th to ask if she could borrow some cake mix, but instead, David pulled out a knife, Cindy pulled out a gun, and they informed her that she was being kidnapped. What followed was a story of 3 days of sexual abuse and torture, all while she pleaded with them to let her go. Maybe it was because they were friendly enough that Cindy and Angelica sometimes partied together, aka did drugs, but so naive sometimes. I'm like, oh, so they went to parties together. So no, they did drugs. But they eventually acquiesced to her pleas for freedom. Then again, maybe they weren't planning on setting her free and thought she'd die on the side of the road. Given David's normal modus operandi, it's hard to believe that he would agree to either scenario, so your guess is as good as mine. Yeah, I'm amazed. Surely if you're kidnapped in a situation like this, you've got to make a break for it, because you're pleading for your freedom. You've seen their faces. You know what they've done to you. They know you'll go to the police, even if you say you won't. You're dead. You're kind of dead. You've got to just be like, let's go, fight back. The off-duty officer carefully listened to Angelica's entire story and then dropped her off at a bus stop. Bruh. She's just like, I was just kidnapped and tortured and sexually abused for days, and I know the name of the people and I know where they live. And the police officer's like, oh, I'm off duty, lady. Take the bus home and come into the station on Monday. Jesus. But she was a known drug addict, so he assumed that the entire outlandish story was bullshit. Angelica called the police to file a report, and they only did the most cursory follow-up investigation. Police, what are you doing? I can see why the episode is titled that. Police went to interview some of David's neighbours, and the stories were mostly similar. He was a nice guy, quiet, kept to himself, a good neighbour, blah blah blah. How about you get a warrant and go in his house and look to see if there's any evidence of this? Because, it seems like there's enough to get a warrant there, doesn't there? All the typical stuff a serial killer's neighbours say about them. Oh, they did say something else, but it's probably not worth mentioning. One of the neighbours said that Cindy had gotten drunk and told her that she and David liked to kill people just for the fun of it, and that they disposed of the bodies in a nearby lake. Like I said, it was barely worth mentioning, and the police agreed. Just go look in the lake! How hard is it? Holy sh**. Sure, you might think the neighbour's story was potential corroboration for Angelica's account of what happened to her. I mean, what are the odds that two different people would tell the police such horrible lies about the same couple? Astronomically low. I can't possibly understand why the police wouldn't investigate this. Apparently, they're pretty high, because the cops wrote this off as being entirely too far-fetched to be real. That's some great work there, boys. Technically, the police department made the most half-assed attempt possible to dredge the lake. Oh, okay, but there was no chance they'd have found anything without putting their whole arse into it. It was a quick investigation, just so they could say they did it, but the police weren't actually taking any of it seriously yet. There was a very real possibility that David could have continued to get away with murder for the rest of his life, but instead, it was going to come crashing down exactly 1 month later. Bro, you let someone go who you tortured and assaulted, and you're like, still getting away with it. That's it. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable how the police are sometimes. The one that got away. March the 22nd seemed like just another quiet day in the small town of Elephant Butte. I assume it's Elephant Butte. B-U-T-T-E? How do you say that? Butte? Elephant Butte. Oh, it is pronounced. Kevin's given me a pronunciation guide in the next sentence. It's pronounced Butte. A man was... I like Elephant Butte. A man was driving down Bass Road when he suddenly saw 22-year-old Cynthia Vigil running down the street. Cynthia banged on his car window, begging for help, but the man got scared and drove away. Dick move, but at least he called 911 as soon as he got to a phone. Yeah, it's kind of intense. Like, if someone's just banging on my windows, I'll be pretty tempted to drive off, because I'll be like, this person's crazy. And I don't know, I'd probably just keep my doors locked and phone the police and be like, just say what's going on, and then hopefully they'll come before... Yeah, I don't know. That doesn't seem like unreasonable. Like, the person could be a crazy person. You could be the one who's about to get murdered. Cynthia continued running down the street with another motorist seeing and ignoring her. There were a lot of houses on the road, but they all had their doors closed and lights off. She couldn't risk being slowed down by stopping at a locked door, as that would give her pursuer the opportunity to catch her. Oh my god, she's being chased? I didn't realize. Eventually, she saw a house with the lights on and the front door open, so Cynthia ran inside and locked the door behind her, startling the kind elderly couple that lived in the house. Pretty smart. Like, that's a great move. Just go in. You don't need to be polite. You're in a situation where politeness doesn't matter. And yes, you might have to apologize the elderly people later, but they will understand. She had been so busy running for her life that until she was inside the house, she hadn't even considered the current state of her appearance. Cynthia was completely naked, lay save for the large steel collar around her neck and the 6-foot metal chain the collar had been dragging behind her. There was blood pouring out of a fresh head wound, and sprinting down the pavement had caused her to tear skin off one of her heels. While the first driver had been frightened off by the naked bloody mess banging against his car, this couple could see that she was absolutely terrified for her life. Yeah, I guess if she's naked and got a chain around her neck. Also, if it's a woman, then I'd be less concerned. The husband tried to put Cynthia at ease while the wife called 911. It was clear to first responders that something was happening on Bass Road because this was the second call to 911 within just a few minutes. Shortly after this, the frightened motorist would make the third phone call. While many people would have finally felt safe in this situation, Cynthia did not. As she and the compassionate couple awaited the arrival of the police, Cynthia remained terrified of who exactly was going to arrive at the house. The man who had spent the past 3 days torturing her owned a police uniform and a badge, so she couldn't trust them by default. But when a police officer arrived on the scene, Cynthia took one look at him and knew she was safe. She described it basically as just being a gut instinct, but she felt that this officer would protect her. I mean, yeah, if the officer isn't that guy, then you're going to be like, okay, cool. Cynthia was taken to hospital to have her wounds treated, and it was there that the steel collar was finally cut off by the hospital's maintenance man. A pair of bolt cutters easily removed the collar, and the moment the metal snapped, Cynthia flung it off her neck, feeling free for the first time since her ordeal began. All that was left now was for her to tell the story of how she came to be running naked down the quiet streets of Elephant Butte. I mean, realistically, she probably told the cop most of the story on their way to the hospital, but that would have broken up the dramatic narrative. So, how did Cynthia wind up in this condition? Well, it had started 3 nights earlier in Albuquerque. Cynthia was a sex worker, and David had approached her in his Toyota RV. He offered her $20 for a Hummer, and so she got into the cab of the vehicle. What is a Hummer? David's girlfriend Cindy was in the RV as well, which made Cynthia immediately realize something was wrong. But David flashed one of his many badges at her and said that she was under arrest for solicitation. She was taken to the back of the RV and handcuffed to a piece of furniture. It was a 2-hour drive back to Elephant Butte from Albuquerque, and Cynthia spent a lot of that time screaming for help, though to no avail. Yeah, it's got to be, 2 hours. You're going to be like, shouldn't we be... You're not a local cop? Like, what are you doing? Come on. However, she kept pulling on the handcuffs and managed to break them loose. She decided it would be best to lie there quietly while she figured out how best to escape, but the RV made a sharp turn and braked hard, which sent her tumbling across the floor. The noise it made wouldn't have been possible if she was still restrained, so David and Cindy pulled over, came to the back of the RV, and stripped Cynthia's clothes off before restraining her again. This time, she was gagged and her mouth was covered with duct tape to muffle her futile screams. At the end of the long drive, Cynthia expected to be taken out of the RV in the middle of nowhere and led to a shack or something. Instead, she was being led to a double-wide trailer. While that's technically a mobile home, which themselves are only technically mobile, in terms of size, a double-wide trailer is comparable to a typical single-family house. So, what is it? It's just double-wide, so it's like 2 trailers stuck together? And it was in the middle of nowhere. There were plenty of similar homes all around them. Before taking her out of the RV, Cindy pulled a loaded gun and made sure Cynthia knew exactly what would happen to her if she tried to scream. Fearing for her life, Cynthia stayed silent while being led to the trailer. Once inside, Cynthia was sat on the couch where the steel collar was placed around her neck. David locked a chain to the collar and then locked the other end to a post beside the bed. He then went to the cassette player and pressed play. It was time for Cynthia's orientation, which consisted of a 30 to 40 minute pre-recorded audio tape prepared by David. In it, he told her exactly what was happening and what he was going to do to her. But we'll come back to that tape during the investigation. Oh my god. You're recording your crimes? Bad idea. After the orientation, some really bad stuff happened to Cynthia that we don't need to get into. The next day, she was moved to a second bedroom in the house. That room was fitted to be a torture chamber, and it was filled with David's homemade bondage paraphernalia. A bunch of even worse stuff happened in that room. Then Cynthia was chained back up to the post in the first room. She was given a bowl of water chestnuts to eat, which was the first thing she'd eaten since being kidnapped. It was clear to Cynthia, from the tape that had just been played, that this was not the first time David had done this, not even close. And as bad as things had been, the tape promised that she'd get to walk away from all of this alive, so long as she was an obedient slave. Everything that was happening to her was horrible, but if she could endure it, then maybe she'd survive. At least, that's what she thought. Until bedtime rolled around and Cindy came to retrieve the bowl the chestnuts had been in. Cindy whispered in her ear, "Tomorrow, you're getting moved to the toy box." Cynthia had no idea what the that meant, but she was certain that the toy box was the room she was going to die in. If she was going to survive, then she had to escape before being moved again. And the next day, she got her chance. Yes, smart thinking, Cynthia. Like, oh yeah, no, we'll definitely let you go after you've seen our faces and we've tortured you. Like, you cannot trust that. You got to work on your escape. David went to work, with Cindy left in charge of watching Cynthia. But Cindy wasn't nearly as meticulous a jailer. At some point, the phone rang, and Cindy went to the kitchen to go and answer it. What she didn't realize, or didn't think was a problem, was that the keys to Cynthia's locks were only just out of her reach. Cynthia's arms and legs were unrestrained, but her collar was still chained to the post next to the bed. The bed was effectively in the corner of the room, but the trailer also had an open floor plan. There was a wall behind the bed, but to her left, the wall was only 2 feet high. This elevated area beyond that short wall was another room with only a thin iron banister separating them. The keys were atop a table in that other room, but the table was dangerously close to the banister. Cynthia was able to stretch her leg under the banister and make contact with one of the table legs with her foot, but only by extending her body so far that the collar began to choke her a bit. Little by little, she inched the table closer until she was able to pull the keys off it. Then she tried to push the table back into place in the hopes that Cindy wouldn't have noticed it moved. But the noise of the table's sudden, large movement caught Cindy's attention. When she entered the room, she saw Cynthia struggling with dozens of keys on the ring, trying each of them at a time on the bedpost's lock. I'm sure it would have been much preferred to undo the lock around her neck, but fine motor skills can be difficult when your adrenaline is pumping that hard. It would be even harder to try and undo a lock that you couldn't even see. Anyway, Cindy hung up her phone call, tossed the cordless retriever on the bed for some reason, and then tried to restrain Cynthia. Instead, Cynthia grabbed the phone and dialed 911. This was the first of the 3 phone calls I mentioned earlier, and it was immediately suspicious. It was a short call, maybe 10 or 15 seconds, and nobody tried to speak to the 911 operator. There were sounds that quite possibly could have been a struggle, though to my ear, it's not really conclusive. Surely, they have to investigate this. If someone calls 911 and doesn't say anything, sure, it could be like a butt dial, but it could also be someone who can't say anything, right? So they should trace that call and to pay a visit. Either way, it wouldn't have mattered. This wasn't the 1970s, it was 1999. Unless New Mexico is a particularly backward state, the days were long since over when you could call 911 and say, "My bad, bro, I dialed you by mistake, there's no emergency here." First responders were going to be dispatched no matter what, but if Cynthia was subdued, then Cindy could answer the door and brush the call off as an accident. Of course, that was all only if Cynthia could be subdued. Cindy had climbed on top of her and was hitting her in the head, but Cynthia had curled up into a protective ball and was ignoring the assault, focusing entirely on the keys. Since her fists weren't doing the trick, Cindy grabbed a lamp and broke it over Cynthia's head. It hurt like hell, but it still wasn't enough. Finally, Cynthia heard the lock click open, but she still had to deal with Cindy. Now, Cindy wasn't large by any means, but she was still larger than Cynthia. She also wasn't being starved, nor was she the one who just had a fucking lamp smashed against her skull. Even with the ridiculous surge of adrenaline she was experiencing as she fought for her life, Cynthia may not have been able to overpower Cindy. Luckily, she did not have to rely on raw physical strength. A wooden box near the bed had been knocked over during the struggle, with its contents spilling across the floor. The box contained various implements that had been used to torture Cynthia in that room, and among them was an ice pick. She grabbed the ice pick and stabbed Cindy in the neck, allowing her to flee the house. Yeah. It's like, that's very satisfying. And it's very nice that it was an ice pick. Like, it seems like exceptionally brutal. At about the same time, the police showed up to the old couple's home to answer the 911 call about Cynthia. Another cruiser arrived at David's home. When it got there, David had returned from work and he and Cindy had just gotten in the Toyota RV to go and look for Cynthia. Of course, they claimed that she wasn't their captive. She was just a poor girl they were trying to help detox from a heroin addiction. And that wasn't a completely implausible story. Despite having a population of less than 2,000 people, Elephant Butte had a disproportionately high population of sex workers and drug addicts. The police hadn't even fully believed Cynthia's story, since she was both a sex worker and a drug user, though she wasn't a resident of Elephant Butte. However, the welts on her back from the whips that had been used and the puncture marks on her breasts certainly made the story plausible. Fortunately, they decided that Cynthia's story was believable enough to at least be worth investigating. David and Cindy were brought into custody and a search warrant was issued for their home. The police were still treating it very much as a he said, she said sort of scenario, but Cynthia had made a lot of very specific claims. If the things she had talked about were in David's house, then they'd have no choice but to believe her. When the police searched the home, they found a whole lot more than they had bargained for. There were signs of a struggle, a broken lamp exactly where Cynthia had described, a gun sitting on the table, and all of the torture devices that they were told would be there. They also found David's fake police badge, at least one of them anyway. But all that stuff was inside the house. There had been incriminating evidence inside the Toyota RV as well, such as the duct tape Cynthia described and supplies that could be used to disguise the RV as a law enforcement vehicle. But there was still one place they hadn't looked. Outside on David's property was another, smaller trailer, the kind used to ship cargo. Despite the fact they'd already found all the evidence they needed to corroborate Cynthia's story, they decided to take a sneak peek inside the small trailer on David's property. It immediately became clear that everything needed to be handled 100% above board with the most anal retentive attention to detail possible. The trailer was a treasure trove of vile and unsettling evidence, and the police refused to risk a single piece of it becoming inadmissible because of bull technicalities. Cynthia may have escaped alive, but one look inside that trailer was enough to convince the police that David was very obviously a serial rapist. Not just that, but he was also, undoubtedly, a serial killer. Inside the toy box. For the most part, this is where the police investigation began and ended. Other than that extremely weird polygraph interview back in 1987, David was completely off of law enforcement's radar. He had no criminal record, and his neighbors thought he was a nice guy. You know, even if his girlfriend liked to get drunk and confess to murder. If Cynthia hadn't escaped, David may never have been caught. I mean, it's kind of scary, because you're like, yeah, these are the incompetent criminals. I'm sure there's plenty of competent criminals who are out there, and they just never get caught. But she escaped, and David was immediately arrested. There was no manhunt or taunting letters to the police in the newspapers or anything like that. I feel about 50% of the cases that we cover on this channel are described as the largest FBI manhunt up to that point. But in this case, the police had no idea they were even supposed to be looking for anyone. It's admittedly a bit of a weird dynamic. However, all that was left to do was examine the trailer David referred to as his toy box and try to figure out how many other crimes he had committed. We unfortunately still don't know, but we do know that it was a lot. One of the first things the officers would have seen upon entering the toy box was the gynecological exam table in the middle of the room. More specifically, the homemade gynecological exam table. As far as red flags go, amateur gynecologist is right up there with substitute brain surgeon or professional clown. On the ceiling above the table was a mirror aimed where the victim's pelvis would be, so she could have the perfect angle to watch what David was doing to her. Jesus. There were also posters, signs, and photographs all over the walls. Some were instructions and reminders from David to himself, some were mementos, and others were just to add a fun aesthetic to the room, like the sign that said Satan's Den. A corkboard on the wall was covered with a combination of David's personal drawings of women being tortured, as well as real photographs of some of his victims. Unfortunately, he would only keep photos of his victims for a limited amount of time before burning them. This most likely wasn't meant as a way to destroy evidence and evade detection, since hundreds of pieces of jewelry believed to have belonged to countless victims were found in David's possession. He wasn't about keeping trophies, he just had no use for the photos of his old victims because he grew bored with them and they couldn't get him off anymore. As for the notes David left himself, they certainly seem to indicate both a level of personal experience and fallibility. We already know that he and Cindy let Angelica go, even though nobody believed her story, and it seems like she wasn't the only victim whose cries hadn't fallen on deaf ears. But to try and prevent himself from making these lapses of judgment, David prepared the following reminder to keep himself focused. Remember, a woman will do or say anything to get loose. They will kick, scratch, offer money, bite, yell, beg, scream, run, offer sex, threaten, lie, wait for opportunity. Standard excuses and sob stories: menstruating, pregnant, VD, AIDS, sick, kids with babysitter, have to work, a sick baby, a sick parent, claustrophobia, missed by husband or friend, bad heart, can't miss school. Don't let her get to you. If she was worth taking, she is worth keeping, and she must be subjected to hypnosis before the women can be safely released. Never trust a chained captive. Quote ends. Also on the wall was a clipboard, which was a log of all the women David had kidnapped from 1993 through 1997. None of them are names, of course, because he didn't see them as people. All that was listed was the date each girl was kidnapped, followed by a series of tally marks indicating how many times he sexually assaulted them over the course of their captivity. According to this log, in 1995 alone, he had kidnapped one woman in March, another in May, and then June, August, September, and November. Each victim was sexually assaulted at least 32 times, with the May victim suffering 53 assaults. While this isn't a comprehensive list of all of his victims, no woman abducted during that 5-year span was sexually assaulted by David fewer than 27 times. He had soundproofed his toy box, and he was intent on using his victims until he got bored of them. And he made sure that they absolutely knew this was going to be the case during orientation, which we'll get to in a second. The rest of the toy box was filled with a combination of sex toys, bondage gear, surgical tools used for torture, and dolls posed in various BDSM positions. There was also an expensive RCA camcorder in the corner of the room pointed at the homemade exam table. Investigators watched the tape, which featured a woman who had distinctive leg tattoos strapped to the table. The video opened with David pressing play on his orientation tape, or should I say,
one of his tapes. David was doing this for so long that not only did he decide to record an orientation for his victims to save himself from giving the same speech over and over again, but he actually made about a dozen of them. I've listened to one that was 5 minutes long and one that was 45 minutes long, and while the presentations changed, the content across all of these audio cassettes remains similar. In these tapes, he explained why the victims had been kidnapped. The two victims I've mentioned thus far were in their 20s, but that was not David's preferred target. He described his ideal victim as being young girls in their early teens, old enough to be sexually developed, but still young enough to have tiny bodies. If he couldn't find a girl like that, his next choice was to find someone leaving a lesbian bar. According to David, lesbians were as tight as young girls, unless they frequently played with oversized dildos and were far less likely to have STDs than straight women their age. In the event he couldn't find someone in either of those categories, he would just kidnap a reasonably young woman with a tiny frame. Oh, for fuck's sake. His plan was to keep the victims in captivity for the next 2 or maybe 3 months, as long as it took for him to get bored with them. He then went on to describe in extremely explicit detail exactly what he was going to spend the following months doing to them. I'll spare you most of it for your own sanity, but here's an example of what I promise you is one of the tamer details. David described how he was going to force his victims to take increasingly larger dildos, all the way up to a homemade one he had constructed using PVC pipe as a base. He said their vaginas were designed to stretch enough to push out a baby's head, and that he was basically just going to do the same thing in the other direction. If you've ever heard of Bob Saget or Guilford Godfrey tell their version of the aristocrat's joke, the acts being described were a lot like that, up to and including the stuff involving the family dog. No, I don't know this joke, and I'm kind of, or like this reference, and I'm kind of glad that I don't at this point.
It was also made clear to the victims that David wasn't the only one that was going to be abusing them. There was of course his girlfriend Cindy, but he also claimed that he had other friends and neighbours that shared the same interests as them. In one tape, he described being a member of a satanic BDSM club, and that it was other members that would be taking turns abusing her. We don't know if such a club actually existed, but he definitely did have accomplices. During the tapes, David also explained how once he grew tired of his victim, he was going to brainwash them. He stated, "If I killed every bitch that we had kidnapped, there'd be bodies strung all over the country. Besides, I don't like killing a girl unless it's absolutely necessary, so I've devised a safe alternative method of disposal." The plan was to spend a few days drugging his victims with a combination of the hypnotic drugs sodium pentanol and phenobarbital, allowing him to effectively erase their memories of everything that had happened. After being thoroughly brainwashed, David believed his victims could be abandoned somewhere without posing any risk to his disgusting lifestyle. Does that work? Do these drugs really cause memory loss like that? He also explained that they weren't going to be permanently injured in any way. According to David, everything was designed to cause pain, not injury, and nothing would happen to them that their bodies wouldn't heal from within a week of being let go. Of course, it's hard to know for sure how true all of that was. We don't know exactly how many people he kidnapped or how many of them have been killed. While we do know that some of his victims were released, it's unclear whether that was the rule or the exception. After the initial investigation by local police, the toy box was moved to the FBI's office in Santa Fe, New Mexico. I already mentioned that there was a tape in the camera, but if David had made a dozen different audio orientation tapes, you best believe he had a massive collection of videotapes featuring himself torturing and assaulting his helpless victims. A team of seasoned FBI investigators entered the trailer and pressed play on one of the tapes. Moments later, they all ran out of the trailer, with multiple vomiting on the ground. I should have really asked for double my normal rate when I pitched this episode, but I had no idea at the time what I was getting into. God damn. Like, seasoned FBI investigators. Like, I have no envy for whoever's doing that job. It's like the people who have to watch the Facebook videos and like YouTube. Well, YouTube's pretty good automated, but I've heard there's like Facebook people. There's just people in like a giant call center like setup who just have to watch videos of horrific and ban people and take videos down. I couldn't get paid enough to do that job. I think that is like some scarring that I can't wait for like AI to have to deal with instead, because it's horrible that people have to do this. And then even then, it'd be like the AI's conscious. It'd be like, we've got to stop torturing it as well. It'd be like, oh God. The FBI, on the other hand, knew exactly what they were getting into, which makes the decision that followed all the more baffling and heartbreaking. Even though other experienced agents had been so quickly and thoroughly sickened by the things they saw, 36-year-old Special Agent Patty Rust was given the assignment of creating detailed diagrams and drawings of all the torture devices in the toy box and in the videos. Oh, this person's the same age as me. So, like, similar, you know, not life experience, they're an FBI agent and all this stuff, but it's like, I cannot possibly imagine being assigned that work. I'll just be like, no, No, I guess it's my last day at the FBI. Patty was also an experienced FBI agent and criminologist, as well as a former army captain, but none of that was enough to prepare her for what was on the tapes. She spent 5 days alone in that trailer, reviewing and documenting everything. Why would she do it alone? Oh my god, I'd need to do it with a friend. Everything's like so much more bearable when you do things with someone else, rather than just being in there alone, watching all that horrible shit. I'd like to do it with like 2 other people, just so we can like, I don't know, it sounds insane. It sounds insane to say this, but like that gallows humor, you know, when you're in a terrible situation. Like I always think about that joke where there's the guy at the gallows and there's 2 people and they're being hung. And one guy looks at the other guy and he's like, and the other guy's looking real nervous. And he's like, what? First time? And I'm like, that sort of humor in that terrible situation, it somehow makes just way less horrific. I don't know why our human brains are wired that way, but when you're alone, you're just like, this is fucking horrible. But when you're with someone else, you're like, oh yeah, oh no. It's just somehow more tolerable, isn't it? But doing this alone, oh my lord. At the end of the week, Patty handed in a report, went back to her home in El Paso, Texas, and shot herself in the head with her service weapon. What the fuck is that? What the fuck just happened? I did not expect that. Oh my god. Even though there was no legal basis by which to charge David for her death, she is unquestionably another one of his victims. Oh my fucking god. I did not expect that coming in any way. An accomplice and another victim. Before that horrific little interlude, you may recall that I mentioned one of the women in the videos having a distinctive tattoo. It wasn't going to be possible to identify any of the victims in the video by their faces, but the tattoo gave them a potential lead for tracking down this victim, assuming she was still alive. Images of the tattoo were circulated, and a woman came forward claiming that tattoo belonged to her former daughter-in-law, Kelly Garrett. Kelly and her husband had been living with his parents, but back in 1996 she'd vanished for 3 days. When she finally came home, she couldn't explain where she'd been. Her in-laws assumed that she was on drugs, so they kicked her out of the house. She had since moved to Colorado. Officials in Colorado were able to track Kelly down and bring her in. She still hadn't remembered what had happened during those days that she was missing, but she did have nightmares. Frequent nightmares about being restrained on a table and sexually assaulted repeatedly. Oh my god, can these drugs really make you forget what happened to you over a period of days? Although as far as she knew, these were just disturbing dreams rather than fragmented memories. I can only imagine how horrified she must have been when the FBI showed her the tape of David torturing her, forcing her to realize that the visions that disturbed her sleep were more than just nightmares. Oh my god, I'd be like, no, I prefer them as nightmares. I don't need to know. I don't want to know. It's opening a hell of a can of worms, isn't it? It's like they use that, oh, I'm just thinking now. Isn't one of these drugs what they use in surgery? Like, the argument is that we can remember that there was that weird experiment done where someone was unconscious on the operating table and they had a tape playing on their ears which said, like, squeeze your right hand into a fist if you're aware of this recording or aware of what's going on. And occasionally the person would squeeze their fist and they'd set it up somehow so that the paralytic or whatever they used to stop the person moving didn't affect only their hand. And they were squeezing their fist during this thing. And they were like, well, squeeze the fist if you're in pain. And they'd keep squeezing the fist because they're like being opened up or whatever. But then after the surgery, they'd be like, no, nothing. It was completely fine. And so people are aware of this when it's happening. I'm half remembering this story, so I'm sorry if I'm getting it wrong. But then afterwards, we just don't remember anything, so it doesn't affect us. Which is kind of fucking terrifying, isn't it? I know that sounds like a really fucked up thing for them to do, and it is, but I chose to believe there must have been not a better option. And although Kelly hadn't previously remembered what had happened during the days she was missing, she did remember what happened leading up to it. Kelly had been living in Truth or Consequences. What? There's a town called Truth or Consequences in New Mexico, which is just a few miles away from Elephant Butte. On the night of her disappearance, she had gotten into a fight with her husband. According to one source, they'd only been married for a few days when this happened, but like I mentioned earlier, New Mexico's a pain in the arse when it comes to those records. Anyway, Kelly decided to get out of the house and blow off some steam, so she went to a bar to play pool and have a few drinks with her friend Glenda Jean Ray. Kelly was only able to make it through one beer, though, on account of Glenda having roofied her drink. Probably. Anyway, it's not confirmed what, if anything, Glenda used to spike Kelly's drink, but since she is known to have dealt both cocaine and meth, I'm sure she could have gotten her hands on some roofies. What are you doing, Glenda? This is your friend. Instead of driving Kelly home, Glenda thought her father would be proud of her if she brought this pretty girl home to be her new sex slave. What the f*** is happening? They took her into the toy box, and David pulled a knife on Kelly and forced her to take off her clothes while Glenda put the steel collar around her neck. I honestly don't know what happened to Glenda that would have caused her attitude to change so much since the last time she appeared in this script. Wait, what? Oh right, I didn't tell you. No, you didn't, Kevin. I'm very confused. Glenda Jean Ray was her legal name, but for some reason, everyone just called her Jessie. It was 1996 now, 10 years since she tried to turn her father into the FBI. Oh, yes. And now she was helping to supply him with victims and by some accounts taking part in the assaults herself. Da fuck. Kelly was tortured and sexually assaulted for 2 days before David released her, though there are 2 different versions of how that happened. The story that shows up more is that David slit Kelly's throat and left her for dead on the side of the road, but I personally don't find this very believable. We don't know how many women he killed over the years because their bodies have not been found, so that method seems entirely too sloppy. The version of events I find to me more credible is that Kelly was drugged with sodium pentanol and phenobarbital, brainwashed so that she wouldn't remember what happened, then dropped off near her in-law's house. Yes, that seems far more likely. Slit throat, you have a massive scar. When she returned to the house, she was disorientated and couldn't account for where she'd been, but her husband and his parents didn't believe her. Like I said before, her in-laws thought she was on drugs, and her husband thought she spent the past few days running around cheating on him. If her throat had been slit, I find it hard to believe that they would have been so uncompassionate. In either case, she was thrown out of the house, and her husband divorced her because of her disappearance. Kelly had been rebuilding her life in Colorado for the past 3 years, but now that the authorities had tracked her down, they had 3 survivors of David's abuse that could take him to trial. He wasn't officially connected to any murders yet, despite it being abundantly clear that he had to be killing some of his victims, but the kidnapping, torture, and assault charges would still be enough to put him away for a long time while the police tried to find more evidence. I feel like kidnapping and torture of multiple people, that's going to get you life without parole. No, I know it's not murder, but it's pretty f***ing close. The monster behind the monster. Now, we've talked a lot about the things David did to these poor women, but we haven't really talked about who he actually was or how he got to be this way. That's mostly because there was nowhere to interject in this section without disturbing my narrative flow, but it's also in part because he's such a massive piece of that I didn't want to risk writing anything that would cause our listeners to feel any sympathy for this monster. As I always say, it doesn't matter how fucked up his childhood is, because there are plenty of people with up childhoods who don't end up building a soundproof room called the toy box and filling it with giant dildos which they use to torture people, do they? It's not a fucking excuse. Fortunately, I don't think that's actually going to happen here. David's childhood wasn't great, but it wasn't exactly a waking nightmare either. David was born on November the 6th, 1939 in Belen, New Mexico, the son of Cecil Ray and Nettie Parker. His parents were too poor to support him, so David and his younger sister were both sent to live in a small ranch with Nettie's parents. Their grandparents were described as strict disciplinarians, but, well, who wasn't back then? Hell, his grandfather was born in the 1800s. Of course he was going to take his belt to the kid to teach a lesson. I'm certainly not advocating for that sort of parenting, but it was stock standard at the time. From what I can tell, his grandparents didn't treat him any worse than the parents of all his classmates who didn't grow up to be serial killers. Exactly. Plus, since David was born barely a month after Hitler decided to take his little stroll across Poland, I'm sure a lot of kids were being raised more by their grandparents than their parents. Their dads would have been off fighting in the war, and their mums would have been working in factories. But obviously, there had to be more to the story than that. Monsters like David tend to be raised, not born, and his father was a violent alcoholic. Then again, he barely saw his father. Since he was living with his grandparents, there was very minimal contact with either of his parents. From what I gather, his father would visit the little ranch more often than his mother, with these visits involving a combination of physical abuse and free pornography. Okay, and of course the magazines that David's father gave him that he was far too young to be looking at all featured extreme acts of BDSM. What the fuck are you doing, David's dad? Don't fuck up your kids. It's like rule number 3. We all know this, and that is extremely up. So that's it then, right? David's abusive and deviant father turned him into the monster he became. No, it's not David's father's fault. David's father seems like a fucked up dude, but I'm sure there are plenty of people, hopefully not that many, who had this situation. I really hope not. But that's not what made him a monster. It probably contributed a part of it. Well, not necessarily, at least not directly. Again, a lot of people have parents that hit them, and most of them don't turn to murder. As far as I can tell, the physical abuse against David was also extremely infrequent, since his father rarely ever came to visit. As for the pornography, giving those magazines to a young child was a terrible idea for sure, but we can't immediately say it was that pushed David to his sadistic fantasies. It probably didn't help. It probably did contribute. I don't think it's like... He's obviously just fucked up anyway, but that's not helping, is it, David's dad? You f***ing weirdo. While it's possible that it might have, scientists now believe that many sexual kinks are actually hereditary. In fact, they even believe they've recently identified the BDSM gene. If this research is correct, it means that David was likely going to gravitate towards these activities anyway once he got older. It also means that if you're anything like me, you now want to vomit, wondering exactly what your parents got up to while you were away at summer camp. Yeah, I don't have any, BDSM inclinations. It's just not something I've ever really thought about or am particularly into, and so I don't have to think about my parents doing those things, which is nice, to be honest. But as for the other traditional warning signs of a serial killer, there weren't any. David didn't torture animals, set fires, or wet the bed any longer than the rest of us did. The only other issue with his childhood was that he was bullied in school for being shy around girls, which is cited as why he started abusing drugs and alcohol. Again though, while David didn't have the perfect white picket fence upbringing, most of his trauma was remarkably average, especially for the time. It's like he was shy around girls, so he turned to drugs and alcohol. It's like, oh, David, boo-hoo. Sure, most of our parents didn't give us porno mags when we were 10, but there was still plenty of it in the woods for us to find at that age. Again, Kevin, bringing up the porn in the woods. Why is there porn in the woods? We've talked about it before. Kevin lives in a different country on the other side of the world to me. And it's no, there was porn in the woods. Why? Who's jerking off in the woods and then leaving their porn there? What are you up to, people? Who are you?
Oh, boy, I've seen everything in these woods.
And after high school, things only got better for David. He graduated with a D average, but enlisted in the US Army, where he mainly worked as a mechanic, and he was quite good at it, and his uneventful service ended with an honourable discharge. After that, he bought his house in Elephant Butte and spent the next 30-something years working as a mechanic for the New Mexico Parks Department in Truth or Consequences. Again, weird name for a town. He had 4 failed marriages, during which he conceived his daughter Jessie and another daughter that we can leave out of this because she did not help kidnap people. Now, you're welcome to disagree with me on this, Simon, but there's not enough there to account for the completely unnecessary waste of oxygen that David became. Yeah, I love... There's a term, oxygen thief. I love that. People who are just absolute pieces of that their only thing they do is steal oxygen from the rest of us, which is a super abundant resource. So I like that. David's a oxygen thief. As far as I'm concerned, David was the monster behind David Parker Ray, and he was one of those rare individuals who was just born a straight-up evil psychopath. He was never diagnosed as such, since psychopath is not an official diagnosis, but from what I've seen, it's a pretty universal opinion among experts. Yeah, David Parker Ray just seems like a fucking psycho. And a psycho that was formed a little bit by his upbringing, but no, he's just a natural piece of shit. So, while the actions of David's father likely pushed him to become a sadistic monster at a younger age than he otherwise would have, it's my opinion that it was going to happen anyway. But he did start at a very young age. When he was 14, his younger sister found all of the hardcore BDSM drawings he had made. Her statement is the only proof that David's violent fantasy started that young, but he has made numerous and consistent claims on that topic. In one of his orientation tapes, he said, "I've been raping bitches ever since I was old enough to jerk off and tie little girls' hands behind their backs." Elsewhere, he claimed to have killed at least one girl each year since he was 14. He even told his first wife, when he was 17 back in 1959, that he'd tied a girl to a tree and tortured and murdered her. His wife, unsurprisingly, left him, but police have never been able to verify that claim. If he was so open with his wives about his murderous rampage, it's no surprise that all of his marriages were short-lived. That just leaves his living girlfriend, Cindy. They didn't meet until 1997, when Cindy was 37 and David was 57. Cindy had previously lived in Washington, but she fled the state to avoid going to prison for drug charges and grand theft. Another one of those cases where I'm like, wait, America, you're one country. Just go and arrest the person. You don't have extradition between states? She moved to New Mexico, where she also got a job at the state park in Truth or Consequences. While other women had ran away when they found out what David was into, he and Cindy bonded over their shared violent fantasies fantasies. Her sexual assaults weren't as brutal as his, which isn't saying much, but she really did seem to enjoy the killing portion of things. If the stories they told are true, David had developed an effective way to dispose of the bodies of their victims. He would cut open their chests, replace their organs with cement weights, then sew them back up and dump them in Elephant Butte Lake. This would ensure there was no way for the bodies to float to the surface, allowing the bodies to decompose and get eaten by marine scavengers. All that would remain were the bones that could wind up getting buried in the lake bed over time. But even without those bodies, there was finally going to be a trial against David. More specifically, and much to the prosecution's disappointment, there were going to be 3 trials, one for each of his victims. By separating the trials like this, it meant that the victims wouldn't be able to corroborate one another's stories. It was also an inconvenience and a less than ideal situation, but there was far too much evidence for David to avoid prison, and of course he was not the only one going on trial. A lack of justice. While David was bearing the brunt of these charges, Cindy was also being tried for her part in the kidnappings, as was Jesse. There was also another accomplice going to trial as well, Dennis Roy Yancey. David had stated in his audio recordings to his victims that other men would be abusing them as well, and Roy was one of those men. Not only that, but there was the possibility that Roy would be able to link David to a murder. After David and Cindy were arrested, and given what a prolific bag all of the evidence showed David to be, police started combing through unsolved cases to see if there were any they believed that he may have been involved in. Although David had the courtesy to write down his crimes in great detail and all his journals were in possession of the authorities, rule number 1, David, don't write down your crimes. He rarely, if ever, included any of the victims' names. This is probably because he didn't know their names and didn't care, since he viewed them as pieces of meat rather than as people, something he explicitly told them during their orientation. He did include detailed physical descriptions, but this has only led to the identification of 5 additional suspected victims. No cases, besides the 3 we've already discussed, have ever been officially linked to David. One of his suspected victims was 22-year-old Sylvia Marie Parker, a homeless mother of 2 living in Elephant Butte. She had disappeared 2 years earlier in 1997, but because she was a homeless drug addict, the police didn't see her as a person any more than David did. However, since these people the police ignored were David's victims of choice, they finally decided to look more into Sylvia's disappearance. This is what led them to Roy Yancey, the man Sylvia was dating when she disappeared. Roy had just started his first day at his new job, working as a cook in a motel, when police and FBI agents showed up to bring him in. He then immediately confessed to Sylvia's murder, while also completely rolling on his cohorts. Dude, get a lawyer, what are you up to? I don't want to defend you, because you're a horrible piece of shit. But, what are you doing? You can't just roll over on them. You've got to get that in writing, otherwise you're going to roll over on them, and they'll be like, thanks for that, mate, and now you're going to prison too. According to Roy, she and Jesse arranged to lure Sylvia to the toy box. Jesse was a drug dealer, and Sylvia believed that she was going to the trailer to pick up some coke and meth. Instead, she was tortured and abused for 2 days before Roy strangled her to death with a rope. He claimed that he'd done this under David's direct orders, and he even took officials out to the desert where he and David had buried Sylvia's body. But her body wasn't there. It's believed that David returned to the burial site and moved Sylvia's body out of an abundance of caution in case Roy ever lost his stomach for what they were doing and tried to turn him in. Well, David, you were bang on that one. Of course, David and Jesse's lawyers had a different opinion on the matter. There was absolutely no physical evidence tying them to Sylvia, so their lawyers simply argued that Roy, a confessed murderer, was an unreliable witness. It's a pretty solid defense, isn't it? The toy box case was one of the biggest news stories in New Mexico at the time, so with no evidence beyond Roy's word, it wouldn't be difficult for even a bad lawyer to argue that he was lying about his connection to the high-profile case in an attempt to exchange his testimony for a lighter sentence. Roy pled guilty to Sylvia's murder, but no charges were ever brought against David or Jesse in connection with the case. He was sentenced to 30 years in prison and was paroled in 2010 after serving 11 years. He was involved in a torture murder. 11 years? Are you shitting me? He should serve the full 30 at a minimum. America, normally you're all over the big sentences. A parole? That. Then a month later, he violated his parole and was locked back up to finish the remainder of his sentence. Well, fucking good. He completed his sentence in 2021. Unless numbers work differently in New Mexico, that's still well short of 30 years, but maybe his sentence got reduced for good behavior or something. According to the official records I could find, Roy is not currently on parole, but is rather a free man after having completed his sentence. How about people who torture and murder people don't get out of prison? How about we don't try and reform them? How about we just leave them in prison to rot where they fucking belong? But there was still the matter of David's trials. As I mentioned earlier, Judge Neil Mertz had decided to separate the three women's cases into different trials. The first trial that was supposed to take place was Cynthia Vigil's, set for March of 2000. But just before the jury selection could begin, David had a heart attack. There were allegations that he was faking it to delay the trial, but he did have a history of heart problems and a doctor signed off on it, so I guess it was probably real. Yeah, heart attack's one of those things they can probably be like, yeah, you had a heart attack, because you get the dead stuff around your heart, right? Of course, regardless of whether or not the heart attack was faked as a delay tactic, it still did delay the trial. I feel like it's one of at some point later this year it'll be like Trump has a heart attack, and it'll be like, did he though delay that trial? It's like, I feel like there's a lot riding on him becoming president, right? Because it seems like every day I read the news and it's like there's some new trial for Trump doing either something civil or something criminal, and it's just like, if he gets elected president, he can pardon himself, right? Which is sick. So he's just got to play out that clock, right, until he gets to be president. Then he's like, all my crimes, no longer crimes. I pardon myself. Crazy. What a crazy... American politics is fucking wild. Like, I read more about American politics than I do about, like, British or Czech politics. Because it's so much more entertaining, America. You've turned it into a spectacle. In the UK, it's just, yeah, there's an election. It's between two really boring people at boring parties who kind of do very similar things.
You know what I am? I'm a nationalist, okay? I'm a nationalist.
The delay then resulted in numerous other delays with Cynthia's trial, so instead Judge Mertz decided to move forward with Kelly Garrett's trial instead. The decision was another blow to the prosecution, as Kelly's case had the weakest evidence. While the videotape of Kelly being tortured and sexually abused was allowed to enter into evidence, pretty much nothing else from the toy box was. Sure, all of that stuff was in the trailer now, but there was no proof the same devices were there back in 1996 when Kelly was kidnapped. I get that the defense was doing their job and that the legal system is based on the sort of pedantic bullshit the lawyers were arguing, but it's really hard to agree with the judge's decision here. Let's say Kelly was able to claim, without seeing the contents of the toy box, that David attached electrical clamps to her vulva. If electrified clamps were in fact found and taken into evidence, does it really matter if they're the exact same ones from 1996 or if David had bought some new ones? To me, it doesn't fucking matter at all. Apparently it does. Even if I personally disagree with that decision. Is it the judge's decision, or is the judge just following what the law says? Because I feel like the judge would be like, nah, it's cool. Like, this seems like completely relevant, but I imagine there is some law that the judge has to go by that probably exists for a sensible reason, but in this case, it doesn't really seem to make a lot of sense, does it? That's not to say that the prosecution didn't still have a case, but it was going to be a lot harder. David wasn't attempting to deny that he was the one on the videotape doing all of those horrible things to Kelly. His defense was just that everything was consensual. While the things that David did are unspeakable in the context of sexual assault, the majority of it, but definitely not all of it, were activities that it would have been possible to find a willing partner to engage in. David may have turned writing down his crimes into an art form with his list of victims, detailed journals about each person he kidnapped, and written reminders everywhere with instructions on how to kidnap and torture women fully against their will, but the jury didn't get to see any of that. What the f***? It was David's word against Kelly's poorly remembered word, which meant there was a real risk that the jury could find the consent defense plausible. Of course, that would ignore the fact that Kelly had been too intoxicated to remember what happened, and then she wouldn't have been able to give consent anyway. Unfortunately, guys in their 20s are rather notorious for ignoring that fact, and there happened to be two of them on the jury. Even though Kelly insisted that she would never have consented to the acts committed on tape, and even though she fairly clearly appeared to have been drugged in the video, her incomplete memory damaged her credibility as a witness. There was also no proof that she had been drugged, even though it seemed obvious. After only 8 hours of deliberation, the jury announced that they couldn't come to an agreement. 10 members of the jury wanted to convict David, while the two 20-something dude bros weren't convinced that Kelly was there against her will. They instead assumed that she just liked it rough. Wow, guys. What the f***? A mistrial was declared, but the prosecution was determined to retry the case. So far, all David had done was evade justice. They couldn't connect him to Sylvia's case, and after months of delays, Kelly's case resulted in a mistrial. Sure, there would be a retrial, but unfortunately there was only one other case on the docket. In the weeks just before Kelly's trial began, Angelica Montano died of an overdose. It is assumed that it was an accidental overdose, but some sources say that her drug use had increased significantly as a way to cope with the trauma of her torture. Regardless, Angelica's death meant that the trial would not continue to go forward on her behalf. By this point, however, Cindy had already worked out a deal. She agreed to plead guilty to kidnapping and criminal sexual penetration and to testify against David in exchange for a sentence of 36 years for her part in the crimes. Does that mean that we're going to go for executing David? Because to get a deal of 36 years is, to turn over on someone and get that deal, the punishment that they're going to go for the other person is going to be heavy. In November of 2000, jury selection began for Kelly's retrial. But a few days into jury selection, Judge Mertz died of a heart attack at the age of 55. Oh no. This caused more delays in the trial as multiple judges were assigned and then disqualified until newly appointed District Judge Kevin Sweezier was given the honor of making this one of his first cases as a judge, possibly his very first. Sadly, he upheld Judge Mertz's ruling about excluding all of that evidence, and again, it looked like an uphill battle for the prosecution. The jury was reported as seemingly completely unfazed while they watched the videotape of Kelly despite her sobbing in the courtroom throughout the entire ordeal. What the f***? I guess I could be No, in fact, if I was sitting on that jury and I'm watching that tape, I'm probably just going to be speechless. And would that appear as being unfazed? Maybe, but that would faze me. That would faze regular people. They're just probably like, oh my lord, like this. Just like, what the f***? Just shocked, stunned into emotionlessness. Based on the emotionless reaction from the jurors, it appeared that another hung jury in mistrial was going to be the best possible outcome. Instead, the verdict came back guilty on all 12 counts. Well, good. Yeah, okay. They weren't emotionless. They're just fucking shocked the shit out of them. David was outraged over having been found guilty, so he gave an interview to TV reporters who were waiting outside the courthouse to hear the verdict. In the absolute most disgusting choice of words possible, David said to a news camera, "I feel raped. I got pleasure out of a woman getting pleasure. I did what they wanted me to do." He insisted on his innocence and promised that he was going to appeal the case. Of course, before he could have the chance to appeal, there was still Cynthia Virgil's case, which was set to begin in June of 2001. This trial wasn't going to be nearly as difficult for the prosecution as the first one. Cynthia remembered everything that happened clearly, and the entire toy box was eligible to be used as evidence, and David and Cindy had been caught about as red-handed as could have been possible. Yeah, where is this, New Mexico? Is New Mexico one of those death penalty places? I hope so. Let's get a needle in his arm. Let's do that. The trial commenced with David again pleading not guilty, but there was another trial that perhaps he had forgotten about up until this point because of all of his own legal troubles. His daughter, Jessie, was still awaiting her trial on kidnapping charges. Rather than go through the charade of proclaiming innocence any longer, David decided to cut a deal. More specifically, he was going to cut a deal for Jessie. David agreed to plead guilty to everything and give the FBI information about his other victims and the locations of their bodies if she could be let off with a slap on the wrist. David would plead guilty to all charges and receive 224 years in prison. No death sentence? Come on. And Jessie would plead no contest to kidnapping and receive 30 months in prison with 5 years probation. That is so light. That is so light. Both Cynthia and Kelly approved of the deal, so with the judge's approval, it was finalized. While Jessie unquestionably got off far lighter than she deserved, I certainly understand the decision. David had carefully documented the kidnapping, torture, assault, and in some cases murder of scores of girls, and nobody even knew their names. The information David could provide would be able to bring closure to countless people, many of whom may still have been actively searching for their missing loved ones. But in case you haven't been paying attention, David was a psychopathic piece of shit, so of course that would happen. He immediately tried to appeal his sentence, claiming that he had been illegally coerced into agreeing to the deal by his lawyer. The appeal was promptly denied on grounds of being nonsense, and the deal remained in effect. Excellent. The only thing that would bring me greater satisfaction now is if he appeals the case, and they're like, yeah, actually, we got it wrong. You need to be killed. Yes! On May the 28th, 2002, David was transferred to Lear County Correctional Facility in Hobbs, New Mexico. He had cut a deal for Jessie's freedom, and now it was time for him to hold up his end of the bargain. David was scheduled to be interrogated by New Mexico State Police that day, but instead, he had a heart attack and died before the interrogation could even begin. Oh no! Unfortunately, dying of natural causes doesn't count as refusing to fulfill his end of the agreement, so Jessie's lenient sentence was unchanged. Even if he did refuse, I don't think that they could change the sentence anyway, only his, but I might be wrong on that.
Jessie was released after 30 months, completed her parole, and now is God knows where. I've seen a lot of different claims, but nothing substantiated. Cindy was scheduled to receive parole in 2017. She remained in prison until 2019, so those extra 2 years counted as her parole. When she was released, her 36-year sentence was considered complete, so she was not subject to any monitoring by law enforcement other than having to register as a sex offender. But had her conviction come just a couple of months later, she would still be in prison. Prisoners often complete their sentence early by earning credits in a variety of ways, such as for good behavior or taking academic or career courses. This is how Cindy would have managed to get out of prison after serving only half of her sentence. However, mere months after she was released, New Mexico passed a law requiring violent offenders to serve at least 85% of their sentence no matter what. Oh, that would have been awesome. Why? Just apply it retroactively for her. Come on now. It's like Charles Manson, who just got away with not being killed because California got rid of the death penalty. It's Charles Manson. Just be like, accept that guy. That guy can die. Instead, she's now living a relatively quiet life in Montana, where there are frequent news articles published about how the residents would really prefer if she wasn't there. It's a lot easier to keep track of Cindy than Jessie, since Cindy had to register as a sex offender, but for reasons I couldn't even guess at, Cindy is registered at the lowest level of sex offender. She isn't even prohibited from living directly across the street from a school. It's up, man. Like, she needs to be in the top of the fucking list. Wrap up. David Parker Ray kidnapped, tortured, sexually assaulted and murdered women, potentially for 46 years of his life, and nobody had any idea. Not only did nobody know what sort of monster David was, they didn't even realize there was a serial killer they were supposed to be looking out for. Were it not for Cynthia Vigil's determination to fight for her life and escape, we would still have no idea. David would have spent the last 2 years of his life claiming more victims until he died from a heart attack, and the world would have been none the wiser. To be clear, I'm sure Cynthia wasn't the first woman that David kidnapped that would have fought so hard to survive. Cindy's lazy placement of the keyring just presented Cynthia with an opportunity that the other victims never had. While this case is often depicted as one of the most gruesome, sadistic and terrifying stories in true crime, which it absolutely is, it's so much more than that. This case is a reminder of the horrible reality in which we live. David committed brutal crimes for decades and he got away with it without anyone so much as raising an eyebrow. As I said at the beginning of this episode, he is believed to have killed at least 60 women, but we still have no idea. Despite the fact David has been identified as the perpetrator and we know what type of women his victims of choice were, no other cases have been definitively tied to him. While there were a few additional suspected victims identified before the trial, as far as I can tell, not a single potential victim has been identified since then, and any official investigation died along with David. But the worst part, and a problem I don't think this show is going to solve, is that situations like this can be prevented, or at the very least mitigated. You probably weren't surprised when I said that in addition to his physical preferences, David's victims of choice were usually drug addicts or sex workers, because that is the case all too often. This keeps happening because law enforcement and others have a hard time viewing them as actual people. Angelica Montano was found bleeding on the side of the road by an off-duty cop, and her story wasn't taken seriously because she was a drug addict. If police had investigated this case a little more, especially after a neighbor said that Cindy got drunk and claimed that she and David liked to kill people, perhaps all of this could have been stopped sooner. There may have even been other close calls like this that we don't even know about, because the reports were buried or never filed, and the victims either didn't come forward or had died since being released by David. Again, I don't think this show is suddenly going to adjust how law enforcement operates, especially since it's not like this information is a shocking revelation to anyone. But I would be remiss if I didn't address one of the core problems that allows killers like this to evade justice for so long, and sometimes forever. And with that out of the way, I suppose I should address those of you that may either be a bit curious or disappointed by the lack of graphic details given this case's brutal reputation. A big part of that is because I enjoy my job, so I'd prefer not to traumatize Simon into a coma. But I think I was still able to convey how awful this was without going into all of those details. For anybody who wants to know the full extent of how bad everything was, the information is available, but I strongly recommend against seeking it out. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm going to see if I can procure some sodium pentothal and phenobarbital to erase all of this research from my memory. Yeah, thanks for going through it, Kevin, so we don't have to. I'm glad you left it out. I don't want to know. Like, it was brutal. And that's that. That's the end of the episode. Thanks for being here. Hello everybody, welcome back to another episode of The Casual Criminalist. As always, I'm your host Simon. I'm here, one of my writers, in this case Danny. Thank you so much, Danny, who's written me a script, The Tote Family Massacre in Walt Disney's Real-Life Murder Town. Holy shit, that's a hell of a title. Have I heard it? Walt Disney built a town called Celebration, and I feel like I did know there were murders there. Have I covered it? I haven't covered this on Casual Criminalist before, because I check that kind of But, I feel this feels familiar to me. Let's jump in. The floor of the show. I've never read this before. You and me, dear audience, we're going to find out about it together, so let's go. In January 2020, the Tote family disappeared. Relatives hadn't seen the family of 5 at all since December, and all communications had fallen suspiciously silent since a final text from Anthony Tote which explained that the family were all feeling under the weather, and quite a bizarre subsequent final text from his wife Megan, which was banging on about the impending apocalypse. Okay, we're all a bit ill, and the end of the world's coming. Uh-oh. That was more than a little out of character for Megan Tote. She and husband Anthony generally seemed like happy and down-to-earth loving parents who had both forged successful careers from their physical therapy center in Colchester, Connecticut. And life looked particularly peachy in 2019, from the outside at least. Oh wow, sorry, I just completely glossed over how recent this was. Then I don't know about this, because it was a longer time ago that I feel that I would know about murder in Celebration, Disney's town. Okay. Very recent Casual Criminalist today. I mean, 5 years ago. But still, compared to, we're often covering stuff from the 70s and shit. Although Anthony still spent the working week in their old swanky family pad in Colchester, he flew over to Florida the weekend to join the others who are now living the high life in the gated community of Celebration. There we go. A magical town originally dreamt up by Walt Disney as a throwback to the good old days of blissful innocence when you could walk confidently down the street without fear of getting mugged by your neighbors. Well, I don't know. Isn't this just called a safe neighborhood? I don't know. I live in a safe neighborhood. Odds of me getting stabbed just feel like zero. Fucking zero. It's just like old people and children. And it was here, in this enchanting town built on a foundation of nostalgia and plastic smiles, that the Todd family appeared to fall off the radar as concerns grew over the well-being of Anthony, Megan, and their 3 young children, Alec, Tyler, and Zoe, and their beloved pet dog, Breezy. It would be a couple of weeks until that gruesome fate was discovered within the warm and cozy protective bubble of Celebration. The majority of the family had perished at the hands of the only Todd still standing, and it wasn't Breezy. Oh god, it's going to be the fucking dad, isn't it? It always is. No. I mean, allegedly. I don't know who it was yet. I'm sorry, Anthony, if it wasn't you, but it's just I've done a lot of these episodes, Anthony. Disney's master-planned utopian community of yesterday and tomorrow had already revealed a few cracks in its surprisingly sinister facade of frozen grins worn by wholesome neighbors wandering around in a daze as uplifting music is constantly piped out of the palm trees. Since the gates of the town were first opened in 1996, Celebration has witnessed multiple deaths in a nightmare pond of doom. Oh, that's what I know, yes! A resident getting embroiled in a standoff with a SWAT team with fatal consequences, and another elderly resident getting bludgeoned to death with an axe in their own home. In today's episode of The Casual Criminalist, we'll be looking in detail at the disturbing fate of the Todd family, whose bodies had been decomposing in the town for weeks before they were eventually discovered, and the subsequent bewildering trial in which the defendant couldn't seem to make up their mind about what exactly had happened to the rest of their family. But first, we should take a whistle-stop tour to the town of Celebration and examine the peculiar history of a spellbinding Disney dream which somehow became the unexpected backdrop for a horror movie that very much lacked a treacle-coated happy ending. Treacle, by the way, Americans, is what you call molasses. And I was always like, what is molasses? What is treacle? Apparently that's what treacle is. So there we go. Let's go fly a kite. Up to the highest height. What's that from? I mean, it's obviously from a Disney movie, but I can't. Oh, is it, the woman, the one with the umbrella? The one, Mary Poppins. It is, right? It was Walt Disney himself who first came up with a blueprint for the utopian fairy tale city, although there would be a long wait before a revised version of his original plans finally bore fruit. Yeah, wait, it's 1996. Walt Disney was long dead. Way back in 1966, Disney had acquired tens of thousands of acres of land in Osceola County, Florida, most of which would be used for a proposed new Disney World resort, which would ultimately open to the public in 1971. But it also set aside around 5,000 acres of land in the southern side of the Reedy Creek Improvement District for another project that became known as the Experimental Prototype Community of Tomorrow, or EPCOT for short. Disney's original grand vision was for a futuristic city built on advanced technology, glorious capitalism, American dreams, and just a little sprinkle of pixie dust in which all the citizens would rent their lavish homes from Disney and work for the corporation. So it's basically like a company town. So Disney's describing a company town. They all think, oh, it's going to be wonderful. We're going to pay for everything with vouchers. And somehow it's some bizarre mix of capitalism and communism crammed into one place by a greedy capitalist. No offense, Disney. Love you. Do I? I don't know why I said that. But it just doesn't work out. It never works out. There'd be no buses or cars allowed within this climate-controlled dome sheltered from the rest of society, as everyone would get about town on state-of-the-art monorail which would stretch across the entire cinematic landscape. Some have suggested that Walt Disney's ultimate ambition was to effectively create an independent Disney government, which would enjoy full control over its own taxes and public services, and I don't know, probably its very own space program. First decree, no taxes for the Disney Corporation. But the problem, and a space program! The problem was that nobody else in the Disney company really shared the same vision as the Puppet Master. They most likely smiled with weak enthusiasm whenever Walt drew another picture of the proposed monorail, and they were all definitely up for the idea of the New World Resort in Florida. But the general consensus was that this whole Epcot thing was as bonkers as pink elephants on parade. And so, when Walt Disney died of lung cancer shortly after unveiling an Epcot promotional film, the project was quietly shelved for the best part of 3 decades. It wasn't until 1994 that Disney chairman and CEO Michael Eisner decided that it really was about time that the company tried to do something with those 5,000 acres of isolated land in the Reedy Creek Improvement District. Later that same year, Disney announced a $2.5 billion investment into the development of a new town, which would now be known simply as Celebration. Michael Eisner had clearly gone back to the drawing board with Walt's original plans, and there was no sign of the monorail or any of the more futuristic elements in this new, simpler and scaled-down reimagining of a utopian community. But it still bore some similarities to the element of the original blueprint that looked backwards to the good old days rather than forward to the nuclear apocalypse. Here's how Disney's own sales brochure pitched the idea of Celebration. There was once a place where neighbors greeted neighbors in the quiet summer twilight, where children chased fireflies, and porch swings provided easy refuge from the cares of the day. The movie house showed cartoons on Saturday, the grocery store delivered, and there was one teacher who always knew you had that special something. Remember that place? But that place is a made-up version of the past that never existed, Disney. You got your rose-colored spectacles on. No, but thanks for asking. Also, when is Bambi 3 coming out? Was Bambi 2? There's Bambi 2? Celebration was clearly meant to be a return to a time which may or may not have genuinely existed, a time when everyone felt safe in a close-knit community in which neighbors bothered to actually hold conversations with each other. It was a town of pastel-colored houses and elegant verandas, a town in which the pavements and driveways were always immaculate, and anything unsightly such as garbage cans or even cars were hidden away from sight around the back of the houses. A town in which those speakers tucked away in the palm trees regularly blasted out joyful tunes on a loop to provide citizens with a constant soundtrack to their daily lives. That is something that would drive me absolutely batty. I get upset by the music in the gym, and I'm just there for like an hour. It's like, for fuck's sake, if I have to listen to this song again, I'll kill myself. A town in which the front porches were purposefully positioned close to the sidewalks to force awkward interactions with your neighbors. A town in which everything you ever needed was within walking distance and all the shops closed no later than 5 p.m. so that everyone could go home and endure dinner with their families. My family in the UK used to have a house by the sea. We sold it last year, actually. And the area where it was located, when I was a kid, was not popular at all. And it was always like super quiet and nice. You could just look out on the sea and there'd be no one ever around. And then it became very hip and trendy. And so you'd be sitting out in your garden, looking over the sea, having a barbecue, having a nice old time. And fucking everyone there'd be just like streams of people. What about evening, morning, having a nice lunch, are we? Enjoy yourself? Nice house. And it'd just be like, Bro, so often you'd just be inside with the blinds drawn, because no one wants this. No one wants that. I suspect it wasn't the best place in the world to pick up a doner kebab with all the trimmings at 3 a.m. But after the first residents began to move into their new accommodations in 1996, they discovered that they had to follow a pretty extensive list of strict rules and regulations if they wanted to keep their pad. They were forced to attend workshops on how to behave like respectable citizens. Jesus, if someone made me go to that, I'd be like, no, I am busy. Only certain colours of curtains were permitted, and only certain plants were allowed to grow in the garden. The height of the grass had to be kept at a certain length, and there were limits on how many people were allowed in a bedroom at a single time. Okay, hello. What do you think is going on? Children were either required to catch the bus to the slightly sinister school or scrounge a lift from their parents. One kid, who lived literally a few yards away from the school, got slapped with a detention for daring to walk just around the corner on foot. Meanwhile, Celebration filled with childhood obesity. Meanwhile, the beautiful 1950s style cinema, which was once considered the focal point of the whole town, refused to show anything more edgy than a PG-rated movie to prevent the adult population becoming corrupted by gore and naughty language. Bedknobs and broomsticks was considered just about acceptable, but your chances of watching Cannibal Holocaust were pretty remote. However, the weirdest thing about life in Celebration is that everything was so ridiculously fake, almost as if Disney were more interested in building a movie set than a functioning town. Depending on the season, a visitor may well have felt enchanted by the sight of a glittering ice rink, or the thick layers of snow forming on top of the houses, or the autumn leaves wafting around the pavements, or the sound of chirping birds in the trees. Wait, isn't this in Florida? Do they have seasons in Florida? I don't think they have snow. Was all of this really faked? That sounds like really expensive. It sounds like you're building fees or whatever you want to call it. You know, when you live in an apartment, you have to pay a certain amount to the communal fund. It sounds like it'd be really expensive. They're just piping snow onto your house. No. But the ice rink was just a sheet of plastic. The snow was shaving foam. That sounds horrible. The autumn leaves were imported, and the sound of birdsong was being piped from speakers between songs, presumably to make up for the lack of a DJ. Celebration was an artificial town, populated by residents who spent a small fortune on the privilege of being told exactly how to live their lives by Disney. You begin to wonder if the residents themselves were real humans or just androids participating in a mysterious Disney project with a purpose that is yet to be revealed. But the deaths were very real and most definitely not scripted. Darkness falls on Celebration. The first lives to be claimed were at the hands of the town itself rather than a human murderer. Celebration had now evolved into a living entity whose hunger for the minds and souls of the residents would not be satiated until it had devoured the entire community. Well, that's not technically accurate, but there were certain things that were a bit off about the layout. A massive pond was situated on the outskirts of town, which had the capacity to take newcomers by surprise. If you took a wrong turn in the car on your way out of Celebration, there was a significant risk of hurtling straight into the water, particularly at night. You got to put up a barrier then, Disney. Come on. And yet nobody at Disney had thought to erect anything as unattractive as a warning sign. That would do, to give drivers the heads up on the potentially lethal hazard right in their path. Thankfully, there's a sign on display there today, along with a whole bunch of big flashing lights. But there's a good reason for that. In 1998, 3 young blokes had been enjoying a holiday in Florida when they suddenly disappeared without a trace. It wasn't until sometime later that all 3 bodies were discovered inside their vehicle, lurking at the bottom of the body of water, which is now known locally as Death Pond. Fucking hell. Welcome to Celebration, the perfect town! Over here, Death Pond! Rumours have since circulated that the lives of many more missing persons may well have been claimed by Death Pond over the years, although in fairness you could suggest the same thing for any stretch of water bigger than a puddle. I'm surprised that Disney didn't avoid this whole problem in the first place by just installing artificial water in the pond. Yeah, it's just like a blue plastic sheet that kind of quivers. Yes, although Disney often copped the blame for accidentally developing a murder town, that's not entirely fair. They may have founded and developed the town, but they pulled out of Celebration long before the residents started bludgeoning each other to death with axes. The town was sold to investment firm Lexin Capital in 2004. Wait, didn't it open in 1999? It survived 5 years under Disney? Come on now. Much to the chagrin of some of the residents who felt that Disney had sold them a dream and then dropped them like hotcakes as soon as the last bits of real estate had been sold off and there wasn't much profit to yield from the land. Yes, it does kind of sound like that's exactly what happened, doesn't it? I mean, but come on, you got to expect something like this. It's Disney. They love money. It's what they do. And while Celebration is often described as a failed Disney venture, it sounds as if they didn't really do too badly out of the whole enterprise, ultimately making a reported profit of around $550 million, which is probably enough to fund both Bambi 3 and Bambi 4. Danny, I'm wondering again, is Bambi 2 a thing? You're alluding to Bambi 2. In contrast, Lex and Capital were left with quite a few expensive legal headaches, which can be traced back to Disney's original construction of the houses. Whilst everything looked bright and gleaming on the outside, the residents began to get a bit grumpy when the leaky roofs of their houses began caving in and the walls came tumbling down. Again, it seemed that Disney had been so busy painting the roses red that they'd forgotten to build structurally sound houses, and Lex and Capital were left to deal with the fallout. At least, you could still enjoy the fake dawn chorus getting beamed out of the bushes as your house crumbled to bits around you. The original fairy tale dream began to fade over the subsequent years as real-life problems seeped in through the cracks of Celebration. The town may have managed to shelter its pure and unworldly folk from the effects of grown-up movies, but it couldn't escape from the massive global economic meltdown which hit the US hard in 2008. The prestigious movie theater closed its doors for the last time in 2010 and has been left to fall into disrepair ever since, whilst property prices plummeted by around 60%. Hundreds of homes were repossessed by the banks, and during one particularly bleak 6-month period, nearly half of all property sales in Celebration were foreclosures. Man, 2008, that recession was brutal. And it was as these black clouds began to form over Celebration that the town recorded its first murder.
So Disney dreamed of like Disney World and he basically ended up with Detroit. Well done!
58-year-old retired teacher Matteo Giovandito lived alone with his chihuahua Lucy in a bottom-floor condo in a large complex called Idlewild. The neighbors had become concerned about Giovandito in late November 2010 as he hadn't been seen since just before Thanksgiving and his black Corvette was missing. Or maybe it's just because he's taken that magical monorail the whole time. This concern only grew when his neighbor and friend called around over the weekend to walk Lucy as usual, but found that Giovandito wasn't answering his door or telephone. The black Corvette eventually turned up around 10 miles away, parked near an apartment in the city of Kissimmee, but Giovandito hadn't made it quite that far. When the neighbors finally gained access to the property, they found that his body was on the floor where it had been left for several days underneath a blanket. Medical examiners later established that the victim had been strangled before he was struck on the head with an axe. Oh my god, Celebration literally has an axe murderer. What the f***? As far as I can make out, the chihuahua was unhurt. Detectives later uncovered a photograph of 28-year-old David Israel Murillo on the victim's PC. Murillo was a homeless man living in a wooded camp not far from Celebration who had initially struck up some kind of friendship with the retired teacher about a year earlier, although the details of the relationship were never expanded upon. But more significantly, his fingerprints had been found all over the condo, and when the police apprehended Murillo at his camp, they discovered a wealth of items which belonged to Giovandito, including his iPad and a stash of valuable collectible coins. Bro, you murdering someone and then, just keeping evidence? What you doing? Murillo admitted killing Giovandito, but also accused him of being a sexual predator who had spiked his drink before making unwelcome sexual advances. Since then, former pupils have come forward to accuse Giovandito of inappropriate behavior, although the full extent of this is still unclear. Murillo claimed that after he realized his drink had been spiked, he wanted to go home and went to retrieve his sneakers from a closet in the condo, but became furious when he realized that they were missing, something which he put down to Giovandito having a shoe fetish. Did he have a shoe fetish or did he have a foot fetish? Do people have shoe fetishes? It's like, oh, look at those pair of Nikes. No, I don't think so. Maybe they do. I imagine it's less than people with their foot fetish, right? Whilst Murillo couldn't find his sneakers, he did come across an axe. And he later told reporters, "Something came over me and I felt so mad." He paused before adding, "But you can't justify that," presumably a reference to how he strangled Matteo Giovandito with a shoelace and then bludgeoned him to death with an axe before quickly making off with some of the victim's more valuable possessions. David Israel Murillo was found guilty of second-degree murder and sentenced to life in prison. Some of Matteo Giovandito's neighbors reckon that this only happened because his victim had brought an outsider into the protective bubble of Celebration.
That's what happens when you bring a homeless person into our perfect town.
What was his name?
Matteo? For God's sake!
Meanwhile, another neighbor seemed strangely enthusiastic about this slight change to the local murder statistics. She raved to the media, "One murder in 14 years? Where can you go on this entire planet and find that type of statistic? Tell me, is that really a good how big is this town? It might be significant that this particular neighbor worked as an estate agent selling homes in the town. She went on to say, "A couple of days after the murder, I got a call from a man up in New York who said he'd seen it on the TV news. He said, 'That's a great little town. One murder in 14 years. That's a good record. I want to buy a condo down there.'" It does seem a little odd that a fresh murder should inspire potential new buyers to check out local property on the strength of an impressively low homicide rate, which had just risen from 0 to 1. I don't know, if it is like a good statistic, that man just said, it's exactly the sort of thing I'd do. I'd hear about that and be like, wow, that's actually really good. And I bet prices are going to nosedive, at least short term. Now's a good time to get in. That's how my logical brain works, and I get the feeling this dude is the same way. Those statistics were destined to change quite dramatically, though, before the decade was out. But just before we get to the Todd family's ill-fated arrival to Celebration in 2019, there was another alarming incident which occurred literally a few days after the murder of Matteo Giovandito. As the community was still reeling from the news that one of their neighbors had just been killed with an axe, the usually cheerful ambience of the town was disturbed once again when a SWAT team burst onto the scene, accompanied by a tank and several helicopters juddering over the candy-colored houses. 52-year-old Craig Fossey was a former transatlantic jet pilot who had been going through something of a difficult period following a separation from his wife and the bankruptcy of a new security business he'd recently been developing. His estranged wife alerted police to Fossey's threat that he now intended to kill himself within the walls of his own Celebration townhouse in a cul-de-sac named U Court, and subsequent calls to Fossey's cell phone confirmed that he was armed and ready to take his own life. Okay, fine. A SWAT team, a tank, and helicopter seems like a little bit of overkill here. Maybe someone should just go along and be like, "You alright, mate? Is everything alright?" Like with a megaphone, so they don't get too close. Being like, "Come on here, we can talk. Come on now." Rather than like, "SWAT, motherfucker!" As fears grew that a man at the end of his tether was brandishing a gun, the local school just around the corner went into temporary lockdown as the SWAT team arrived at Fossey's house in an attempt to talk him down, a situation which evolved into a 14-hour standoff. Fossey had barricaded himself into his home, but he initially indicated to the SWAT team via intense negotiations held on his cell phone that he fully intended to emerge from the house when he was ready. However, he would not emerge from the house alive. Instead of talking things through calmly with the SWAT team, he actually started taking pot shots at them when they attempted to get a small robot into the house to record footage of Fossey's movements. This all seems like incredible overkill. He was just planning to kill himself, and now it's turned into a proper standoff. It went from him not committing any crimes to being like, holy major crimes. None of the team were seriously hurt and no shots were ever fired back. But after Fossey fell silent for a couple of hours, the SWAT team eventually used tear gas to gain access to the house during the early hours of the morning and discovered that he'd carried out his threat. Craig Fossey had died from a single self-inflicted gunshot wound. A couple of years earlier, a happy resident joked that the perfect world of Celebration wouldn't feel like a proper town until it had recorded something as dramatic as its first bicycle theft. Now, within that very same tumultuous week, the community had witnessed an axe murder and a violent death, both of which must surely have been in direct violation of at least a handful of community guidelines, which were getting bandied about during those handy workshops on how to behave like a model citizen. By the end of the decade, though, they would have to come up with a whole new rulebook. This is a lot in 1 week. Jesus Christ. An axe murder and a standoff with SWAT ending in a suicide. God damn. Introducing the new neighbors. Anthony Todd and his family moved into their rented accommodation in Celebration in 2019, a big step which they likely viewed as yet another milestone in their increasingly successful and prosperous lives. The Todds were a family very much on the way up. But Anthony hardly had the best start in life, following a horribly traumatic incident that occurred in his family home when he was just 4 years old. Born in 1975, Anthony was raised in the township of Ben Salem in Pennsylvania by his mother Loretta, who had worked at the local hospital, and his father Robert, who was a special needs teacher and wrestling coach at the local high school. Younger sister Chrissy completed the lineup that was perceived to be a happy family of 4. Yes, this sounds like your very typical average family. What happens? But an incident that unfolded in the very early hours of one morning in 1980 changed everything. Dad Robert wasn't home when an intruder, later identified as 19-year-old John Chermont, broke into the house with relative ease. And what with Robert Todd being a wrestling coach, it might be considered a pity that he wasn't around to stop what happened next. Chermont initially started rifling through drawers and stuff, as you might expect from a typical burglar, but he wasn't actually interested in stealing anything at all. This was just a ruse to make him look like a typical burglar. Armed with a gun, John Chermont only had one mission that night: the murder of Anthony's mother, Loretta Todd, as she slept soundly in her bed. What the fuck did Loretta do? Not that she's the victim here. I'm just curious what led to this situation for what seems like an entirely normal family. However, Chermont wasn't the most professional or experienced assassin in the world. He probably wasn't even the most professional assassin in the neighborhood. For starters, he was already blind drunk by the time he entered the house. That's one of the rules, dude. Don't do crimes while you're drunk. Especially like mega drunk. A little bit of Dutch courage, I mean, sure. But like getting blind drunk before you go murdering? Fucking terrible idea. And as he made his way to the bedroom in which his target was sleeping, he clumsily stumbled into something which immediately awoke Loretta and prompted her to sit upright in bed. Sensing it was now or never, Chermont raised his gun and shot Loretta Todd in the face before stumbling back out of the house, pausing only to vomit on the front lawn. The bullet had pierced Loretta's eye and lodged in her skull close to the back of her brain, where it remains to this day. Holy shit! He shot her through the eye, and it is in the back of her head? Although she lost an eye for the ordeal, she was considered incredibly lucky to survive. Yeah, no shit. She got shot in the face! There had been just one witness to the attack, and that was 4-year-old Anthony Todd, who had been woken up by all the drunken bungling, had been standing on the top of the landing as he watched his mother getting shot in the face. It's believed that Chermont had observed the young boy, but had simply picked him up and put him back in bed before making his vomit-drenched exit. He was under strict orders not to hurt anybody else in the house. Oh, so he's actually an assassin. Sorry, I thought that was just like, not a joke, but like a throwaway comment. He's been hired by someone? What the fuck's going on? Young Anthony was said to have suffered nightmares about the incident for years afterwards. Yeah, no dude. That's the sort of thing you still have nightmares about as an adult. Like, if I saw that when I was 4, I'd probably still have nightmares about that. No doubt. I still have nightmares about the most stupid shit. But the family had a more immediate nightmare to deal with as John Chermont's motives gradually became clear. The police had only identified Chermont as a suspect after he was arrested on a completely unrelated charge, and he eventually admitted that he'd taken on the role of novice hitman working for a higher authority. He'd been ordered to kill Loretta by her husband, Robert Todd. Holy shit, it's always the husband. It turns out that Robert's life had become a bit complicated in recent years, as the married man had not only become engaged to a much younger nurse in a nearby town, he'd also struck up another relationship with a girl of just 17. Uh-oh. It's believed that there may have been a long list of other relationships on the side, which were never discovered. But as he was now a man, not so much living a double life, but more a whole multiverse of different lives, he'd reached the decision that things might be easier if he took his wife and the mother of his 2 children out of the picture. How about divorce? How about that instead? Rather than depriving people of their mother, you piece of shit. And also their father, because you're going to prison, my dude. The school teacher clearly didn't want to get his own hands dirty, so he enlisted the services of one of his own former special needs students, John Chermont. While Robert Todd had continued to wrestle with his current students, John Chermont only wrestled with alcohol and drug addictions after leaving school, and he already had a criminal record. Robert had described the target to Chermont as a particularly troublesome babysitter rather than his own wife. But Chermont didn't seem that keen on taking up a new career as a hitman. The original plan to take out Loretta in the hospital parking lot as she tried to get into her car after finishing work was scuppered at the last minute when Chermont got cold feet and ran back home instead. Robert eventually decided that it would be easier to just give Chermont the keys to his house and to order the hit for the early hours of the morning when the supposed nuisance babysitter would be asleep in the master bedroom. At the time... What sort of babysitter sleeps at your house in the master bedroom? Like, what's going on? This time, perhaps spurred on by excessive alcohol consumption and the promise of a pretty paltry $800 to help fund his own next hit, Chermont did attempt to kill Loretta, but thankfully didn't quite succeed. It's believed that Robert was probably hovering very close by to the scene as his hitman paid a visit to the family home. In return for giving testimony against Robert Todd, John Chermont was promised and given a prison sentence of just 4 years for his botched role in the murder plot. Dude, that's crazy. 4 years? You attempted murder someone. You shot someone in the eye. Meanwhile, Robert Todd always denied having any part in it. During his trial, the prosecutor, Alan Rubenstein, wrapped up the case by urging the jury not to be misled by Robert's charm and charisma. He warned, he can be acquitted, and he can be set free. All he has to do is fool the 12 of you. Clearly bristling at the idea of being taken for fools, the jury found Robert Todd guilty of attempted homicide, criminal conspiracy, and criminal solicitation. His original prison sentence of 20 years was later reduced to 10 years on appeal. You hired a hitman to kill your wife. America normally it's like, and then he got 706 years in prison. And today it's like, no, he's out in 10. What the fuck, America? But it's gut-wrenching to note that Loretta initially point-blank refused to believe that her husband was really the mastermind behind the plot. In fact, Robert continued to live in the family home right up until the point that he was sentenced to prison, and Loretta had been fiercely protesting her husband's innocence throughout the trial, and indeed for a little while after the conviction. Loretta eventually accepted the version of events presented by the prosecution and moved on with her life. She moved to Connecticut and remarried a nicer guy who wasn't secretly trying to kill her, and who became a good stepfather to Anthony and Chrissy. Well, that's very nice. Robert Todd served his time in prison and is still pretty active on social media today, although he has had no contact with his children for years, admitting that he pretty much gave up on his position as dad after the new stepfather stepped up to the plate. Well, honestly, if I'm that kid, it's like, do you want to go see dad, who shot me in the face? I'd be like, no, mum, not really, but thanks for offering, appreciate it. No, dad's a psycho, allegedly. As for young Anthony, the nightmares had continued for a child who was clearly traumatized by the sight of his mother getting shot and the later discovery that his father had ordered the hit. But the nightmares didn't last forever. And in later life, Anthony Todd's life in Connecticut became something of a success story. He trained for a while at the fabulously named Gaylord Rehabilitation Outpatient Facility before launching fabulously named his own physical therapy practice in the town of Colchester, where he worked on training athletes as well as sorting out regular patients with their aches and pains. A quick nosy through his company's old Facebook page suggests that the practice boasted a long list of very happy customers. Here's one typical review from 2019. Anthony is the absolute best. He really cares about everyone who walks through the door, and he helped me so much with my foot pain. He's a good human and an amazing PT. The good human, Anthony Todd, had also hooked up with girlfriend Megan in college, who would later become his wife and mother of the couple's 3 children. Megan had worked as a yoga instructor before moving over to physical therapy and becoming a partner in what was now a prosperous family practice, which expanded into a second clinic in the town of Westchester. The Todd family were clearly big fans of Mickey Mouse as they took the kids on frequent trips to Disney World, and business was doing so well by 2019 that they decided to rent a 3-story house on Reserve Place in the very town that Disney built. Anthony still lived in the old family home in Connecticut during the working week, but he flew back to Florida to spend the weekends at their new home in celebration with Megan and the 3 children, 13-year-old Alec, 11-year-old Tyler, and 4-year-old Zoe, and of course the family dog Breezy. The Todds were often painted as the happiest and most loved up and most energetic family on earth. Anthony and Megan's Facebook pages regularly shared photographs of the whole family enjoying thrilling holidays, attending summer music programs, dancing around the Christmas tree, and mucking about in fancy dress costumes. Anthony was described by former friends and neighbors as a cool guy with a great sense of humor who was always keen to get involved with the local community and regularly volunteered as a youth soccer coach. Yeah, but this is like social media, right? It's always presenting the best side. I don't do so. My wife and I, we just don't do this stuff. And I think it's much better that way. Like, the people sharing too much, I don't know, that's most people, so I sound like a bit of a dick, or like pretentious or whatever. But it's like, I don't know, just enjoy yourself. You don't have to share every moment. Like, sometimes I go out for dinner with mates or whatever, and they'll be taking pictures of the food and stuff. I'm just like, for what? Why? What are we doing? It's weird. Just enjoy it. Youngest child, Zoe, was a ball of curious energy, whilst the boys, Alec and Tyler, were both accomplished piano players, avid bookworms, and keen soccer players who didn't mind rolling around in the mud. Breezy probably liked chewing socks. But behind closed doors, both Anthony and Megan had also endured a rough time in very recent years. Megan was always described as a bubbly, loving person who lived for her family, but she recently experienced devastation of a second miscarriage. She was also suffering from ill health after contracting Lyme's disease from a tick bite during one of the family's many trips to Disney World, and she went on to endure painful long-term complications from the disease. Yeah, Lyme disease sucks. Like, that's one of those ones that you don't really, like, I'd never really heard much about. And then I found out about Lyme disease, and I'm like, man, that's not nice. Now I'm vaccinated against Lyme disease because, like, it's like you can have long-term from Lyme disease. I once knew someone who was like, they'd been so affected by it. Like, they'd become, like, slower than they were because of Lyme disease. It's nuts. This may explain why Anthony was the only one traveling to work in the week, as Megan had called time on her role in the physical therapy practice and elected to stay in celebration to homeschool the 3 children. Anthony had started to pile on quite a bit of weight and was later diagnosed with diabetes. Amongst the family were usually described as lively, outgoing souls. There were some claims from their new neighbours in celebration that the Todds were becoming increasingly withdrawn and isolated. Anthony may not have been able to hide his weight gain and his diabetes diagnosis from Meghan, but he was still managing to hide a pretty explosive secret from his family throughout the later part of 2019, and that's that everything had gone to shit. Although Anthony was still travelling to Connecticut every week, it's not entirely clear what he was doing when he got up there. Oh no, is he pretending his business has gone under and he's just like, oh no, I can't tell anyone, so I just have to go there and sit around in a park. Jesus. His license to practice physical therapy expired in September. Ordinarily, I wouldn't have thought this would have been a massive deal, as it only seems to cost around a couple of $100 to renew the license, with perhaps a bit extra tacked on if you've allowed it to lapse. But a couple of $100 may well have been a big deal for Anthony Todd at the time. It seems that business hadn't been doing quite so well after Meghan had stepped down from the practice, and Anthony had been struggling to keep his head above water. Perhaps if he'd not been buying now largely pointless flights to Connecticut every week, he might have saved enough cash to renew his license, but the financial problems ran way deeper than that. I don't know, about the finances and stuff, I'm always, super open with my wife about this stuff, because otherwise it's I don't know, you just don't mention something one time, because you're like, oh, it's nothing. And then you're like, oh yeah, but what if it becomes more of a big deal? And then it's, harder to say, so I'm always we talk about money pretty openly, because I think it's I don't know, you don't want to get in that situation where you're just everything's fine, and it's not fine. You just want to be everything's not fine, and then you can deal with it together, which is way better than just lying. Anthony had taken out 2 loans from a couple of different creditors, totaling just short of $100,000, but after failing to meet the monthly repayments, he was now being sued by both of the loan firms. It's probable that he was also failing to make the repayments on a whole string of other smaller loans. But Anthony had come up with an interesting new way. Oh no, he's going to do the life insurance thing and murder his family. Allegedly. Oh God. Of trying to raise some much-needed funds during this challenging period. He had decided to send regular bills to medical assistance programs such as Medicare, seeking money for treatments that his patients had never actually received. Oh no! Well, I mean, it's much better than murdering his family for insurance money, but he's committing fraud. This is a bad time, dude. This is you're gonna get in real. This isn't not repaying a loan. This is fraud, my dude. It's alleged that Anthony had received tens of thousands of dollars from Medicare alone in return for months of work that was never undertaken. But instead of paying off his debts or even bothering to renew his physical therapy license, he plowed all of this money into more family holidays and a ridiculously expensive new rented home in celebration. Perhaps the medical assistance programs had begun to grow suspicious when they saw that Anthony had somehow managed to bill them for a total of 36 work hours in a single day. What, you're not even good at fraud, dude. That might have not been so bad if the day in question hadn't been Saturday when his clinics were closed. Dude. Really? Can you really be that bad at fraud? Just make a little bit of effort. Anthony was placed under investigation by the Connecticut Office of the Attorney General on suspicion of breaching the False Claims Act. Following a raid on his Colchester branch, he initially denied all accusations of fraudulent activity, but eventually admitted that he might have made up 1 or 2 hundreds of things here and there. He also stressed that neither his family nor his soon-to-be ex-employees had any awareness of the devious scheme. Whilst all this was going on, the landlords of both the business locations in Colchester and Westchester had placed eviction notices on the properties, claiming that they hadn't received any rent for the previous 2 months. It's firmly believed that Anthony Todd hadn't revealed any of this to his wife Meghan, who was now under the impression that the business was still going fine and dandy and that her husband was still very much behaving like a good human. But towards the very end of 2019, another problem emerged, which Anthony was going to find rather tricky to keep secret. The financial situation was now so bad that he had been missing the rent payments on the house on Reserve Place in celebration, and following the filing of a complaint for eviction against the Todds, a court summons was sent to the house on December the 26th. However, it had been around Christmas time that the whole Todd family had already fallen strangely silent. By January 2020, some of Anthony's family members, including sister Christy, had become so concerned about the whereabouts of the family that they launched a Facebook group entitled Looking for the Todd Family. It was explained to the group that nobody had heard from the Todds since a couple of worrying text messages received from Anthony and Meghan in early January, and relatives were becoming increasingly anxious over their welfare. The group swiftly attracted a pretty impressive 2,500 members over just a few days, with many friends and neighbors reporting on the last sightings of the family whilst expressing hope that they would be found safe and well. A woman who described herself as a dear friend of the Todds posted a message in which she explained that she felt Anthony had been going through a rough time recently. A close neighbor at Celebration assumed that they'd just gone on another holiday, as the blinds in the house were all drawn and decorative pumpkins were still out on the lawn from last Thanksgiving. Don't you mean decorative pumpkins? Wouldn't that be Halloween? One former customer sensed that Anthony was becoming increasingly stressed, whilst another customer explained that all of her upcoming appointments had been very suddenly cancelled and that subsequent attempts to reach out to Anthony had been met with no response. It feels a little odd that whilst over 2,500 people were expressing their concerns on a Facebook group, nobody at all had taken the step of filing a missing persons report. Oh, really? I just assumed that had been done as well, but adults going missing, well, there are kids, aren't they? There are kids there as well. It's weird that no one did that. I just assumed that it happened and the Facebook group was another thing. Some may have argued that whilst the family were a little puzzled as to why the Todds had gone so suspiciously quiet, they weren't exactly consumed with anxiety, as it was largely assumed that the family had probably just taken yet another vacation and gone off-grid for a little while. Months, though? Wasn't it January? From, like, October? Halloween? That's like 3 months. No one goes on holiday for that long. I mean, unless you're, like, retired and shit. But those final text messages suggested something else might be going on. To be fair, although no missing person report was filed, relatives had taken a step of asking the local authorities to check in with the Todds at their home in Celebration at the very end of 2019. But the authorities had quickly given up after reaching the conclusion that nobody was at home and there was nothing suspicious to report. Shortly afterwards, on January the 6th, Anthony Todd's final text message to his relatives explained that the family were all feeling sick from the flu, but gave no indication as to their whereabouts. A few days later, on January the 9th, federal agents who had been investigating Anthony Todd's alleged fraudulent activity called round the house to have another quiet word in his ear, but nobody answered the door. It was only after this fruitless visit that the relatives received the final text message from Megan Todd, which raised more than a few alarm bells. Instead of offering any reassurances as to the family's well-being, she just rambled on about how the end of the world was nigh and that everybody on Earth was doomed. Although the text was deeply baffling and only heightened concern, it also presents another reason why no missing report had been filed. Although the Todds hadn't physically been seen for a while, they still appeared to be making contact with their relatives. Yes, someone is. Not necessarily them. So someone's just got their phones. That's a bit weird. I had a scare the other day. My parents are right now on holiday in South Africa. And there's, it's like not the safest country in the world. And they're out there for a month. And I'm in the gym, just working out with my trainer, just having a time. And I get a phone, when your phone's on silent, but Apple still push you a notification. You're like, oh, okay, hello. And it's like urgent. You're listed as the emergency contact for my dad, and they've just dialed the emergency services from this location. And I'm like, what the f? So I phoned my dad's phone, and it's off. And I phoned my mum's phone, and it's off. And I'm like, what the f is going on? And then I call my dad's FaceTime. And he answers, and he's like, hello? And I'm like, everything all right? And he's like, yes, fine, why? And he's like, oh, no, I'm sorry, I just accidentally called a pocket dial or whatever bullshit. And I'm like, okay. Scared me. It's like, not good. I was like, what the f? And my trainer's like, everything all right? And I'm like, yes, my heart is now beating fast, but everything's fine. It wasn't until January the 13th that the fate of the Todds was finally revealed when federal agents made a return visit to the house with the intention of arresting Anthony Todd on healthcare fraud charges. And this time, there'd be no mucking about. They'd obtained the keys from the landlord and they were going to get inside the property, whether somebody answered the door or not. Discovery at Reserve Place. The first thing that struck the unfortunate federal agents and the deputies who entered the house was the utterly foul stench that seemed to emanate from every crook and cranny of the building. It was enough to make several of the officers feel sick with nausea as they took their first step past the threshold. The second thing they noticed was Anthony Todd up on the second floor, attempting to make his way down the stairs to greet the officers. Don't mind the smell, officers. Everything's fine. Just the freezer's gone out. Oh, dude, my freezer went out. That doesn't smell good. Like, you just open that and go, whoa, hello. He didn't look in the best of shape. He was shaking and trembling whilst mumbling incoherently and holding weakly onto the railings for support. When asked about the whereabouts of the rest of the family, Anthony mumbled that he thought the children were stopping at a friend's house for a sleepover, but Megan was upstairs asleep in bed. At this point, he called out to Megan, but as you might have already suspected, there was no response. What are you up to? You must have lost your mind to think that you're just gonna, pull the wool over these dudes' eyes. Several officers ran upstairs to check out the rest of the building and walked right into a stomach-churning scene in the master bedroom. The decomposing body of 42-year-old Megan Todd was lying on the bed, covered in blankets. 2 more bodies had been placed on the mattress on the floor and were covered up with blankets alongside the remains of pet dog Breezy in a dog bed. The 2 bodies on the floor were later identified as 13-year-old Alec and 11-year-old Tyler. The fuck, dude. It took a while for the officers to realize that there was a 4th body in the room. The decomposing remains were so small. The body of 4-year-old Zoe was eventually found at the bottom of her mother's feet in the bed, again covered with the blanket. The bodies were badly discolored and had clearly been left in the room for at least a couple of weeks. They were most likely killed at some point around New Year's Day, and the decomposition was so advanced they could only be officially identified by dental records. Fucking hell. It was later determined by the Orange Osceola County Medical Examiner's Office that all 4 members of the family had been given overdoses of Benadryl, and all except Zoe had been stabbed. Megan had been stabbed twice in the stomach, and Alec and Tyler had been stabbed once in the abdomen. But it was impossible to pinpoint the exact cause of death. Suffocation may or may not have been a factor, and we can speculate that the family were most likely heavily drugged before 3 of them were stabbed and Zoe was suffocated. But the autopsy report could only conclude that the family members died as a result of homicidal violence of unspecified means in association with diphenhydramine toxicity. I assume that's Benadryl. So, all of this presents a pretty grim picture in which a financially floundering Anthony Todd had somehow come to the conclusion that it would be better to murder his wife and 3 young children than to come clean about the fact that his business had sunk and he was now under investigation for fraud. This is why you've got to be... This is why you've got to be open with your spouse, because otherwise you'll end up murdering them. It's like, no, but it is important to be open about this sort of stuff because, like I explained earlier. After carrying out the murders, he then stayed home with the decomposing bodies for around 2 weeks while sending texts to relatives explaining that everyone was feeling sick. He then used Megan's phone to send further texts to relatives, which made bewildering observations about the impending apocalypse well over a week after his wife was already dead. He may well have been left in the house with the bodies for a considerably longer period of time if the federal agents hadn't made their move on January 13th. We have to remember that the discovery wasn't made by local authorities or police officers acting out of concern for the family. It was made on that day because federal agents wanted to nail Anthony Todd for fraud. Anthony's relatives have since vented their frustrations that things may have been different if the local authorities had taken their earlier concerns more seriously and made more effort to assess the house on their initial visit on December 29th. It's impossible to know for sure, but as the Todds had already fallen silent by that time, I strongly suspect that it would have already been too late. Yeah, but also, why didn't one of the family? They seem to have 2,500 people join that Facebook group set up by the family. No one wants to go down to Celebration and check on them? I know America's big, but come on, make the trip. In the immediate aftermath of the discovery, Anthony Todd was arrested and faced an initial interrogation by detectives, which was put on hold when he had to be taken to hospital after revealing that he'd overdosed on Benadryl in a bid to take his own life. He was released 2 days later. As the Shatter community of Celebration gathered to hold a candlelit vigil for the victims, Anthony Todd was placed under further interrogation. During this early questioning, he made several confessions to the murders, although his version of events would change quite dramatically before he faced trial. Anthony, I think we can just call him Todd from this point onwards, originally told detectives that Megan's health had been seriously deteriorating and had reached a point where she believed that the family had been cursed with bad karma and that the only way forward was for all the family to seek reincarnation in a new and better life. Bro, this is some crazy defense strategy. Todd had apparently agreed with his wife that the only sensible option left on the table was for the family to die, and as the man of the house, he felt it was his duty to see this through to the end. There didn't appear to be any mention of Benadryl in the first confession. Todd claimed that Megan actually stabbed herself, and he later stepped in to suffocate her with a pillow and release her from the agony. He then stabbed Alec and Tyler before suffocating Zoe with a pillow. One of the oddest things about the original confession is that Todd only begins to show any visible signs of emotion when discussing the death of the dog Breezy. What the fuck, bro? He appears to be chillingly cold, methodical, and detached when revealing how exactly he murdered his wife and young children. But when discussing the death of Breezy, he dives into quite extraordinary detail about how he wrapped the dog in a Mexican blanket and gently pinched his nose to ensure that Breezy died in the most peaceful way possible. Bro, the most peaceful way possible is not being fucking suffocated. When the detective suggests that Breezy was also stabbed to death, Todd suddenly becomes remarkably agitated and seems to find it deeply offensive that anybody could dare accuse him of stabbing a dog, despite the fact that he'd literally just calmly explained how he'd stabbed his wife and own children whilst barely expressing the slightest flicker of emotion. Todd also revealed how he had planned to kill himself afterwards in various different ways, but had ultimately chickened out of going through with it. Instead, he stayed with the bodies and just very occasionally left the house to stock up on food whenever he felt a bit peckish. His story changed quite a bit over the course of the 3 separate confessions, something he put down to the fact that during the original confession he was still out of his mind on Benadryl. Well, it had been 2 days. He'd been released from hospital, so I don't think so. At one point he claimed he couldn't even remember how exactly his family died, nor could he remember making the original confession. He also claimed that the real catalyst for the deaths was not so much his wife's health battles and her wild dreams of reincarnation, but more to do with how both of them had agreed to a death pact to escape the horrors of the imminent apocalypse. They originally hadn't planned to kill the children, but when it was calmly explained to the kids that the end of the world was nigh and that their parents intended to take their own lives, Todd claimed that the kids begged to die with them. Yeah, but they're f***ing kids. They don't understand. You can fuck right off with that. Although this guy does seem properly mentally unwell. However, as Todd awaited trial for first-degree murder, his recollection of events gradually twisted into something else entirely, which bore very little relation to the accounts he'd originally given to detectives. It's not clear when exactly Todd reconnected with his father, Robert, but they were certainly back in regular communication following Todd's arrest. And it's in one of Todd's letters to his father, written around 6 months after the murders, that we first begin to see just how much his story had changed. During the course of an incredibly long and rambling letter, Todd claimed to be 10,000% innocent of the preposterous charges cooked up by a sheriff whose office were chasing a big win. He also said he was keen to correct some of the lies that were being perpetuated by the creative writing machine, which is presumably a reference to the press. He wrote, "The media and sheriff's department here are making me out to be the next butcher of Baghdad. I would have called a press conference months ago, but I was told by my attorneys, who happen to be some of the best in the state, that this was not the appropriate way to handle the case." While addressing the death of his children, he initially gives the brief explanation. Long story short, she gave them Benadryl pie, separated them, stabbed them, and then suffocated each one. At the news of this, I ran to the bathroom and puked. I was weak. It's interesting to note Todd's peculiar and possibly inappropriate language in just those few short sentences. Often described as quite a boastful character, I find it fascinating that a man who is clearly skint and appears to be fighting a pretty hopeless case takes the time to tell his father that he somehow managed to secure the services of the best attorneys in the state. It just, like, the super cold thing, I can't tell whether this guy's just a full-on psycho, like murdered his family in cold blood, or whether he is desperately unwell. Maybe it's just me, but I'm also a bit troubled by the phrase, long story short. It just seems quite perturbing that when a man is about to explain the circumstances that led to the deaths of his 3 children, he should kick off with a casual, well, long story short. As it turns out, we can judge by the long-winded nature of the letter that Todd really wasn't inclined to cut a long story short anyway, and he does eventually go into a lot more detail. He explained to his father how Megan's illness had caused his wife to spiral into depression, yet the morning of the... Oh, she had Lyme disease. I forgot, sorry. Yet the morning of the murders had felt like a miracle, as Megan had woken up completely pain-free for the first time in several months. It felt like it was going to be a good day. Todd later nipped out to get a few things sorted, including the purchase of a Mickey Mouse necklace that daughter Zoe had got her heart set on, because that's the kind of amazing dad that he was. However, Todd never made it home that night because he decided to take a small siesta in his car between tasks and ended up accidentally sleeping there right through until the next morning. Oh, please. Well, he fell asleep in the afternoon and woke up the next morning. Like, I'm a dad. I got young kids. I know that I'm pretty... It's getting better now. They wake up at more reasonable times. But those first few years, it's like, god damn. But I'm not going to fall asleep in my... I've fallen asleep in my car. Like, just parked. Just, I don't know, there's been moments where it's like, well, I've just gone into the shop or something. I was just like, hey, I'll wait here. Or, you know, and then just like dozing off. But not sleeping through to the next morning, my dude, that is a weak excuse. Suspecting that he was going to get a bollocking from his wife, he dashed straight home and found the leftovers from the previous night's dessert sitting on the dining table. Todd felt that the dessert looked just as good as any of his wife's masterful culinary creations, but he noted that this one stank absolutely awful. He later found out that it was because Megan had baked a Benadryl pudding pie. He found Megan sobbing at the top of the stairs. She confessed to fatally poisoning all the children with Benadryl pie, and this was confirmed by Todd when he later checked in on the bedrooms of the children. Megan told her husband that she now needed to be with her babies. She drank the entire contents of a family-sized bottle of Benadryl and then stabbed herself in the stomach. Todd then apparently tried to take his own life 8 times, but failed on each occasion. He wrapped up his letter by offering his father forgiveness for the traumatic incident in 1980, yet the words, oh yeah, god damn, his father, He, paid to have his mother killed. I forgot. God damn. Yet the wording of the forgiveness suggests Todd might not have been convinced that his father had anything to do with the shooting of his mother. He wrote, "I offer you forgiveness for not being there to protect us that night, March 19th, 1980. Although we were both not there on our respective nights in question, I cannot forgive myself if I don't first forgive you." Now, without wanting to get too judgmental at such an early stage, it's okay, Danny, we can, I am. This new story outlined in the letter may sound a little hard to swallow, and it doesn't entirely add up. Not only does it completely contradict his earlier 3 confessions, which sound far more plausible, he offers no real explanation as to why he didn't try and alert the authorities immediately afterward instead of just hanging around the house for 2 weeks. It's possible that he may have lost the plot while continuously trying to take his own life with vast quantities of Benadryl, but he still had the capacity to skulk off to the shops every now and then. It also seems unlikely that Megan would have chosen to end her own life by stabbing herself in the stomach. Yeah, isn't that famously a very painful way to die? And there was no explanation as to how both Alec and Tyler had also both suffered stab wounds. Yet despite the holes and lack of logic in the story, this was broadly the version of events that Anthony Todd was sticking to when he faced trial on April the 11th, 2022. Plot holes. The trial got underway at Osceola County Courthouse in Kissimmee, Florida, presided over by Judge Keith A. Carston. Anthony Todd was charged with 4 counts of first-degree murder and 1 count of animal cruelty. Federal prosecutors decided to drop all charges relating to fraud as it was felt that this would only impede and overcomplicate the case, and it didn't seem massively important anymore in the grand scheme of things. No, it doesn't, does it? It's the least of his worries. The lawyer comes in, "Good news, the fraud charges have been dropped." "Wow, that's great news. What about the murder?" No, you're going away for that, son. It was originally assumed that Todd would face the death penalty if found guilty, but outgoing state attorney Aramis Ayala decreed that the death penalty would not be pursued, pointing out her concerns over Todd's potential mental health issues. It has to be said, though, that Aramis Ayala never pursued the death penalty in any case as she strongly opposed it, a stance which conflicted with the Florida Supreme Court and caused such controversy that she decided not to seek a second term as state attorney. Before we get to the events of the actual trial, it's interesting to note, or perhaps downright baffling to note, the weight of material that was not allowed to be presented to the jury. Todd's defense team successfully argued that there should be no mention whatsoever of the fact that Todd had been under investigation for screwing medical assistance programs out of tens of thousands of dollars, as they felt that this had nothing to do with the murders. This presented several confusing moments in the trial. For example, while one of the federal agents who discovered the bodies provided testimony, he was not allowed to reveal that the sole reason for his visit to the property was to arrest Todd on fraud charges. He wasn't even allowed to reveal the fact that he was a federal agent. It was also ruled that any references to the state of Todd's mental health on that day after downing a load of Benadryl was forbidden. More significantly, the whole of the original confession given by Todd immediately after his arrest was judged to be inadmissible on a technical fault. While the subsequent 2 confessions could still be used as evidence in court, the original one was now out of bounds after Judge Carston ruled that the detectives had failed to read the suspect's constitutional rights, or Miranda warning, in a clear and complete manner before proceeding with the interview. Oh, and one last thing was ruled off limits. For reasons that I'm struggling to get my head around, Judge Carston agreed with the defense team that there should be no reference to the fact that the name Todd is derived from the German word for death or dead. Well, it's really good that you clarified that, Judge, because that's, I'm sure, something that would be brought up by the prosecution. It's like, and most of all, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we know that he is guilty for his name is literally death. Said no prosecuting attorney ever. I'm not convinced that this would have swayed any wavering member of the jury into reaching the wrong verdict, but there you go. I'm kind of regretting mentioning it now in case any of you have now jumped to the rash conclusion that Anthony Death might be guilty of anything. The case for the prosecution, led by Danielle Pinnell, was largely focused on the other 2 confessions in which Todd claimed that both he and Megan had decided that all the family needed to die in order to escape the apocalypse. Pinnell went through the harrowing details of how Todd claimed he had first murdered 4-year-old Zoe by suffocation before moving on to Alec and Tyler, who were suffocated and then stabbed. He then claimed that he had suffocated the dog Breezy whilst Megan stabbed herself in the stomach twice. As Megan's attempts to end her own life hadn't worked, Todd stepped in to suffocate her with a pillow. Todd then remained in the house until he was found by deputies, no federal officers in this court version, obviously, and in the meantime, he sent texts to relatives from his and Megan's cell phones. The jury was given the opportunity to view footage from the final two confessions, but there was some debate as to whether they should view dozens of graphic and deeply disturbing photographs of what exactly was found by officers inside the Celebration House on that day. The defense argued that this would not be appropriate, but for once their objections were ignored, although Judge Carston urged the media not to reproduce the images that were being inflicted on the jury and gallery. The defense largely rested on the testimony of Anthony Todd himself, who claimed that he had initially only been trying to cover for his dead wife during those original confessions. He told the jury of how Megan used to be a strong and vibrant woman, but her health issues and subsequent depression had led her to the point where she began studying a Hinduism-based religion, after which she became convinced that the family could all be reunited in a better, healthier life once they had left this particularly cruel and painful world. His testimony in court largely mirrored the version of events that he outlines in the letter to his father Robert, but with a few significant differences to the constantly evolving story. He now claimed that when he returned home, Megan's shirt was already drenched in blood, possibly a new angle to quietly infer that Megan had stabbed the two children, although Todd now insisted that he had no idea how the children died and there didn't appear to be any mention of Benadryl pudding pie in court. Megan then passed him a lengthy suicide note whilst informing him that all the children were dead before stabbing herself twice. Apparently, Todd's immediate reaction was to yell out of the window for help, but none came. Then he frantically tried searching for a cell phone to call for emergency services, but Megan had hidden all the phones in the house. He ultimately decided he wanted to join the rest of the family, so he attempted unsuccessfully to overdose on Benadryl 8 times. Now, the suicide note is a new addition to the story. If this could have been located and the handwriting been identified as Megan's, this could have potentially helped to boost Todd's defense. Yeah, but it's not. They're not going to find it, because it's not real, is it? Allegedly. And here's a surprising turn of events. Todd was indeed able to produce a copy of the suicide note. Holy what? One minor snag, though, it wasn't the original handwritten version of the note. It was an edited version that Todd himself typed up after the original was damaged. Oh, come on! Come on now! The note is ridiculous. This guy, I am questioning his sanity. That's an insane thing to believe that could possibly have any impact. The note declared that the Todd family was seeing the end of the world prophecy come true and that Megan was unwilling to have our family suffer and be subjected to foreseen tortures, cataclysmic demise, and continued agony. On a more personal level, the note discusses the death of Megan's father, who took his own life in 2002, and reveals the anguish of her ill health, miscarriages, and battles with depression. Megan apparently concluded the note by declaring that the whole family were united in their proposed act of everlasting salvation and peace. The obvious question here is why exactly Todd needed to type up the note, but he had a typically convoluted answer for that. He claims that the note became damaged when he urinated his pants in the garage during a hallucination that came on after he drank what he initially took for a cup of coffee, but later suspected was a cup of engine oil. What's going on? What is happening? As the original note was now largely destroyed, he decided to retype the whole note from memory because it included a reference to the location chosen by Megan for her ashes to be buried, and he wanted to honor her wishes. But it's clear that a note which Todd admits to typing himself from memory whilst making edits to the original wasn't really going to convince anyone that it had been composed by Megan. In conclusion, Anthony Todd told the court, "My testimony today is the fact that Megan killed her kids and killed herself. I was covering for my wife, obviously unsuccessfully. I had no clue how my kids died." There's another odd choice of language right there, which you may have already picked up on. He doesn't describe the children as our kids or my kids. He describes them only as her kids. He does? I had no clue how my kids died. Megan killed, her kids and killed herself, but then he refers to them as my kids in the next paragraph. I didn't pick up on that. I'm not sure if that's relevant. It could just be like I don't know. I didn't pick up on it. I didn't think it was weird. If I did that, I'd be like, oh, yeah, I guess that's weird, but I wouldn't read too much into it. But this wasn't the only thing about Todd's testimony. He was generally perceived to come across as a deeply arrogant, pompous, and sneering human being. It's not going to work well with the jury, is it? His whole demeanor seemed to rapidly change from moment to moment. When he was discussing the deaths of his family, he'd look directly at the jury and sigh deeply, like a hammy actor, whilst wiping away imaginary tears from his face. Yet if this was followed up by a tricky question from prosecutor Daniel Pinnell, he would immediately snap out of it and become visibly annoyed, sarcastic, and confrontational. Whilst the jury got all his attention whenever he was painting a picture of a heartbroken husband and father, he appeared to forget that they were even there when he was busy snarling at the prosecutor. He He very much looked like a man who had difficulty during situations when he wasn't calling the shots, a man who struggled to control his temper, and a man who was trying hard to perform to the jury but was constantly getting distracted by this annoying woman who kept asking him awkward questions about whether or not he'd murdered his own fucking family. The defense team, led by Alicia Smith, ultimately argued that just because Todd had originally confessed to the murders, this didn't necessarily mean that he'd carried out the acts. He was merely taking responsibility for them to protect his wife. Smith also pointed out that detectives had done very little to verify Todd's confessions and hadn't really followed up with the gathering of any proper evidence. She told the court, "The detectives took Mr. Todd at his word and said, 'Hey, my job is done.' The state is essentially picking and choosing when they want you to believe Mr. Todd and when they don't. The evidence in testimony has not been able to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Todd was the one that did these things. There are holes, there are gaps, and there is reasonable doubt." Whilst it's true that there didn't seem to be an awful lot of evidence gathering after Todd's many confessions, there was one piece of interesting evidence later found in the property, or rather several pieces of interesting evidence. Police uncovered empty boxes of cherry-flavored Benadryl, all of which were smothered in his fingerprints. And prosecutor Daniel Pinnell took issue with Smith's summary of the case in her own closing statement. She said, "The reason why we're here today is control. The defendant wanted control. There is no reasonable doubt in this case." He's guilty. I have very little doubt in my mind and in my opinion that this dude did this. Whether he was mentally there is another question that I just don't feel is being addressed. This guy seems like, I don't know if he's competent. The right verdict. The trial lasted for just 4 days before the jury retired to consider its verdict. Over a period of just 6 hours, the jury were deadlocked. Whilst 11 of the jurors were convinced that Todd was guilty of all charges, there was one who felt that the prosecution hadn't proved his guilt beyond reasonable doubt. In fairness, I'd agree that the police and prosecution hadn't exactly assembled a watertight case in what felt like a very hazy and confusing trial with several important elements missing, a point we'll return to in just a moment. One of the jurors, Manny Lasada, later explained to The Day podcast how the holdout juror was eventually persuaded during an intense and frustrating 6-hour tussle that Todd's explanation of events defied logic. It was also put to the juror that if Todd was found innocent today, a likely murderer would be acquitted and would have permanently escaped justice. But if he were found guilty, a potentially innocent man would still have the right to appeal. This seemed to be one of the arguments that eventually swayed the holdout juror into a now unanimous guilty verdict, although I hope this is not how every jury in the land applies their reasoning. We may as well find this one guilty. He can always appeal if he turns out not to be a murderer. Yes, no, it should work. But the problem is juries can do whatever the they want because that's how juries work. On April the 14th, 2022, 46-year-old Anthony Todd was found guilty of 4 counts of first-degree murder and 1 count of animal cruelty. Judge Carston described Todd as a destroyer of worlds, while passing 4 life sentences without the possibility of parole and an additional year for the killing of the family dog Breezy. And whilst it goes without saying that our revulsions in this case are naturally focused on the barbaric murder of a mother and 3 young children, it's quite fitting that the judge took the relatively rare step of ensuring that the senseless killing of a pet dog was not just forgotten. A sentence was passed. Anthony Todd defiantly shook his head to let the judge know that the wrong decision had been reached. He was given the opportunity to make a final statement, during which he reiterated his innocence and his love for his family. As his final statement rambled on and on, it became clear that even his own defense team were now getting a bit fed up with him, as one of his lawyers got up twice to essentially advise his client to just shut the fuck up. But on both occasions, Todd just rudely waved away the lawyer as if dismissing a small child from a grown-up conversation. He seemed to be under the impression that he might just be able to persuade the judge to overturn the jury's decision if he was allowed to talk for long enough. No, not going to happen, mate. You're going to prison forever, son. Forever! It's a strategy that didn't quite work, and the last we heard from Todd is that his defense team have filed an appeal. So even if that holdout juror still harbored any lingering doubts, he can rest assured that Todd might be able to have another go. But is there any chance of an appeal overturning the original verdict declared after a trial that arguably failed to paint the complete picture? Todd's father, Robert, certainly seems to be of the opinion that his son is innocent and that there were serious flaws in the trial. He told the press that none of the 3 confessions should have been used as evidence in trial, as his son was not mentally competent during the immediate aftermath of the death of his family and didn't have a clue what he was saying. Some might argue that it was fairly reasonable to consider the very first confession inadmissible, not just because the suspect wasn't fully informed of his constitutional rights, but also because he was subject to apparently suffering from delirium and hallucinations after overdosing on Benadryl, and so perhaps wasn't in the best frame of mind for a meaningful discussion. But I think very few people would argue that every single one of the suspect's 3 confessions should have been just quietly brushed under the carpet, including 2 that he made after he'd been discharged from hospital. Perhaps a more worrying point is that the prosecution did seem to take a slightly lazy approach to the whole case by focusing almost entirely on the confessions. Aside from Todd's fingerprints on the bottles of Benadryl, there was perhaps little else to really go on, as the detectives had appeared to take a similarly lazy approach to collecting evidence. There didn't seem to be any attempt to collect samples of blood evidence or carry out examinations of electronic devices or locate the weapon which was used to stab Megan Alex and Tyler Todd. And I find it hard to disagree with defense lawyer Alicia Smith when she pointed out that detectives just seemed to give up on doing anything else constructive after Todd began making his string of confessions. However, it was also a puzzling decision to forbid any mention of Todd's financial woes and the fact that he was under investigation for swindling tens of thousands of dollars from medical assistance programs. The defense successfully argued that this was not relevant, but I'd have thought it was entirely relevant, as it suggests a possible, or perhaps even likely, motive for the murders. Todd had chosen to kill his family instead of confessing to them that he'd made a complete mess of everything. Instead, the jury were given a somewhat confusing, incomplete, and even downright misleading picture of a man who appeared to have just randomly murdered his own family out of the blue. And the jury were essentially told court-sanctioned lies when they were informed that the bodies were discovered by deputies during a requested welfare check rather than by federal agents intending to serve an arrest warrant for fraud. I also found it disturbing that practically nobody was bothering to stand up for Megan Todd's character. The defense had argued that an increasingly ill and desperate Megan had become convinced of an ongoing apocalypse from which her family could only escape by taking their own lives and seeking reincarnation. And the prosecution did nothing to suggest that this might not have been true. Members of the jury may well have been left with the impression that she genuinely believed her children needed to die, as nobody had argued against it. And to be fair, that's not really super relevant. They just need to get to guilty. And they did. I strongly suspect that Megan believed no such thing. The only occasions in which her signature gets supposedly attached to the doomsday theory is in a text message composed by Todd after her death and in a suicide note that had been typed up by him. It seems far more probable that Todd had completely fabricated Megan's disturbing beliefs in a bid to give her a motive and shift the blame from himself. But it's a pity that nobody ever brought this up in court. However, despite the failings and gaping chasms of the trial, there can't be that many people who could reasonably conclude that Todd was an innocent man. His bizarre stories continually evolved over time, seemingly in an effort to fit the ongoing narrative after it had a bit of time to realize that some of the details in the previous version didn't entirely make sense. Whilst he was more than happy to make multiple confessions to the murders during the early interviews with detectives, it seems that he had a change of heart somewhere down the line when he figured he didn't really fancy the idea of spending the rest of his life behind bars. After coming up with the idea that his wife had fatally poisoned the children with Benadryl pudding pie, this angle was swiftly tossed aside when he figured out that it didn't explain the stab wounds on the 2 children. And as his fingerprints were all over the Benadryl bottles, it was better to suggest that he was the one using the stuff during his failed attempts to take his own life. Although there are several implausible elements buried within the passages of Todd's various different retellings of the incident, not least the careless damaging of Megan's supposed suicide note, which Todd thoughtfully retyped, one of the most improbable elements is that Megan chose to stab herself in the stomach twice. It's incredibly rare for anyone to choose such a difficult and painful way to end their life, exactly. But I would imagine it's surely not even physically possible to make a second attempt after the first. I don't know. In rapid succession, there have been obvious parallels drawn between the histories of Anthony Todd and his own father, Robert, as both of them appeared to be living double lives shrouded in secrecy, which ultimately led to them making appallingly twisted decisions. Robert Todd was secretly engaged to a younger woman while still married to his wife and had at least one other serious relationship on the go. He eventually concluded that he needed to hire a former student to kill his wife and reduce the complications. Anthony Todd was pretending to his family that the financial situation was just as rosy as ever when his business had collapsed and he was under investigation for fraud. He eventually concluded that he had to murder his own family rather than admit that he had failed. Whilst it's tempting to conclude that Anthony Todd simply followed in the dark footsteps of his father, we have to remember that he didn't speak to his father for decades after the age of 4, and I'm not convinced that duplicity and murderous streaks just run in the family blood. What we can deduce from Todd's own performance in court is that he's an arrogant and unpleasant man who very much gives off control freak vibes. He really doesn't come across as a good human. It would appear that he thought it better for his family to die at his own hand rather than allow them to discover that the control freak had completely lost control of the narrative now that federal agents were coming after him and the family were on the brink of getting booted out of their celebration home. It seems likely that he originally intended to take his own life afterward. But whilst he proved capable of murdering his wife and 3 young children, he wasn't capable of killing himself. And after originally confessing to the murders, albeit while simultaneously blaming his wife with coming up with the idea, he later made a complete U-turn and shifted the entire blame onto one of his own victims. It'll be interesting to see how the proposed appeal pans out, if only to find out what exactly Anthony Todd came up with next time. A brand new made-up story. Just stay in prison, dude. It's where you fucking belong. I'm pretty sure that Walt Disney didn't envision any of this. Oh yeah, this is going on in Disney's town when he first made his utopian community. And although Celebration now often gets labeled as Disney's murder town, it still has to be said that even now the homicide rate is relatively low. Of course, Disney had long since abandoned Celebration anyway, before the real troubles began brewing. But even if they'd stuck around for the long haul, I don't think even the mighty Disney Corporation could have fully controlled what exactly happens in a town after you've started putting human beings inside it, no matter how many silly rules and regulations you compose, and no matter how much music you blast out from the palm trees to sedate the natives. Perhaps the text from that original sales brochure could do with a little update for the next printing, though. There was once a place where neighbors greeted neighbors in the quiet summer twilight, where children chased fireflies and porch swings provided easy refuge from the cares of the day. The movie house showed cartoons on Saturday. The grocery store delivered. Kids got slapped with detention for walking around the corner to school. Local death plots claimed innocent lives. People bludgeoned retired teachers to death with axes. Armed residents took pot shots at SWAT teams as helicopters circled above. And conniving murderers were given 4 life sentences with no possibility of parole. Remember that place? Very nice ending, Danny. And that's where we end today's episode. Thank you so much for being here. If you enjoyed it, why not leave it a rating on Spotify or wherever you get your podcast? That'd be grand. And thanks for listening or watching if you're on YouTube. I'll see you next time. Hello everybody, welcome back to another episode of The Casual Criminalist. As always, I'm your host, Simon. Worms here. One of my right, in this case, Matt. Thank you, Matt. Matt Grander. It's 2 Matts. This is Matt Grander. Derek Todd Lee, the ghost of Baton Rouge. The format of the show, if you're new here, well, first of all, welcome. I've never read this before. We're going to read it together. We're going to learn about this ghosty Baton Rouge dude, Derek. Let's jump in. Pack your bags and get your party hats and masks on, ladies and gentlemen. We're heading on a trip, and not just any trip, but a trip down to Louisiana. I don't know anything about Louisiana, except they make a delicious hot sauce. There's a hot sauce I pretty much always have in my fridge called Louisiana hot sauce. I don't even know if it's from Louisiana or if that's just a marketing thing, but it's delicious. Everyone knows about Louisiana in one way or another. In Simon's way, it's just hot sauce. From its unique dialect, amazing food, and the different celebrations, there's so much to enjoy. And do I even need to mention Mardi Gras, the floats, the masks, the drinks, the music, the beads? All of it is wonderful. And I've always wanted to go and experience it. Hell, I remember discussing it with some of my friends at some point years ago, but life goes on. Maybe one day. Yeah, what's with all the throwing of beads? Like Mardi Gras where people are like throwing beads at each other or something, right? What's that about? It's weird. But much of that is in New Orleans, and we're here to discuss Baton Rouge, the capital of the state of Louisiana. I kind of thought New Orleans. Isn't that... Oh, it's hardly ever the biggest thing, is it? It's like you name the state and then you think, oh, I don't know, like Detroit, Michigan. You then find out that Detroit is not the capital of Michigan. You're like, what the Come on. More specifically, we're here to discuss a string of crimes and killings that took place between August the 23rd, 1992 and March the 3rd, 2003. That's an 11-year run. That's not good. In that time frame, several attacks occurred in at least 2 locations in Louisiana, though most happened within the city of Baton Rouge. During that time, several women were attacked, violated, and unfortunately, most of them were killed, all at the hands of a deplorable and sadistic man. This man went out of his way to stalk and murder women, all because he believed himself to be better than them, even though that clearly wasn't the case. Filled with anger and fueled by rage, he was merciless, vicious, and he'd do anything to get what he wanted. So as we venture into the darkness once again, we now come face to face with a monster who, without any shred of remorse, stole the lives of 7 women, all for his sick gratification, and put the whole of Louisiana on notice and in a stranglehold of fear. This is the dark and twisted tale of Derek Todd Lee. Peeping Tom. Now let's step back for a moment and rewind to the very beginning.
Derek Todd Lee was born on November 5th, 1968 in St. Francisville, Louisiana. One of 4 children, it didn't take long for Lee to run into an old friend of the channel. That's right, everyone. You know, I know what it is before he even says it. He's going to be abused as a kid. He's going to be beaten and all such horrible things. That's right, everyone. It's childhood abuse all over again. First of all, his birth father was largely out of the picture. Not a good start. It was a combination of things between his bipolar disorder and psychosis, along with simply being in jail for most of his early years. That's not good, because his dad's out of the picture and he also has all of these things which, like bipolar and psychosis and stuff, that can be there's genetic indicators for that, right? That's something that can be passed down. It got to the point where Derek's father actually was sent away for the attempted murder of his ex-wife, so not the best foundation to build upon. His mother got remarried, but his stepfather was an abusive pile of waste that would beat Lee when he was only 3 years old, as his mother was forced to watch. Not that she ever wanted to intervene, as his mother was quite the domineering woman. Yeah, this is a recipe for making your kid a piece of shit. So don't do this, okay? Try and keep your family together. Try and not beat your children. Try and not beat a 3-year-old child. How about we try out that? School wasn't much of a reprieve either for Lee, as he was tormented relentlessly there as well. One thing that was clear about Lee, ever since he was little, was that he had a very limited intelligence. Perhaps this was because of some underlying learning disability, or perhaps he just simply wasn't all that bright. But either way, he was put into special education classes to help him learn and move forward. His peers mocked him endlessly for this, calling him an idiot and calling him slow. Lee also showed other developmental difficulties during his school years as well. When he was younger, he was known to suck his thumb in class, even when he was too old to be doing so. On multiple occasions, he referred to his female teachers as mama. I swear, this is the embarrassment that every child goes through at some point, and it's like, it's almost like a cliche, but at some point, you're going to call your teacher mum or dad. It's just going to happen. And I don't really remember a specific instance of doing it, but I absolutely know that I did it because I'm like, I can remember the embarrassment. You're like, oh, you're not my mum? What have I done? Now, I understand there have been times when students have accidentally called a teacher mum before, but in this case, it seemed rather deliberate, almost pleadingly. Now, I'm not a psychology expert, but if I had to make a guess, Lee did these things as a way to look for a motherly figure, an authority figure that he could trust to turn to, someone he clearly lacked. Not only did his mother not seem to care for him much in the first place, but between Lee's father and her second husband, she had a whopping 13 children to look after. So whatever small bit of love and attention she had to give him was already spread even thinner as it was. So when I had one kid, I was like, I love this kid so much. If I have another kid, do I have to share? Does my love get divided between the two kids? And I heard this nice, quote or whatever, or saying, and it's like, no, your love just grows. And that made me feel better about it. And it's true. It's like, now I just love both kids. It's just like, I have more love. It's so nice. But I feel like there must be a tipping point, by the 7th or 8th kid, where you're like, God damn, there's only so much love to give. Right? Or does it just keep on growing? All the abuse, all the neglect, all the lack of love fostered a rage, an anger inside of Lee. And he let it out in the only way he knew how. By killing animals. Ding, 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 ding. Another psycho serial killer checkbox right there. He's got the child abuse. He's got the killing animals. He's going to be torturing them. Another check off the serial killer list for this one. And the sinister seeds for the violence to come were officially planted. Another way he found to relieve his dark urges? Peeping. Yes, as the title of this chapter alludes, Lee got his young rocks off by peeping into the windows of unsuspecting women, watching them undress, watching them change. Perhaps not as deranged as murdering animals, but creepy nonetheless. Yeah, I'd say peeping at things, it's creepy, but it's not murdering animals. It'd just be like, oi, knock that off. You're not allowed to do that anymore. He'd be like,
sorry, Mum.
Whereas the murdering of the animals is you need to see a psychiatrist. Or a psychologist, or whoever treats your problems, because that's a problem. Especially when it reportedly started when he was only 6, and the person he was peeping on with it was his own cousin. Oh, you're not doing the South any favours, are you there, Derek? This was his way of having a bit of control, a bit of power, something he never had in his everyday life. They never saw him, they never suspected that he was leering at them through their windows, and he loved having his own little private perv show. As he started getting older, things didn't get any easier, not that he really tried to make it any better. The darkness already had its claws in Derek Todd Lee, and it simply wasn't letting go. On November the 8th, 1981, at the age of 13, Lee burglarized and vandalized a candy store, dipping his toes into the world of more overt crimes. He seemed to like it, because on that same day, he also assaulted a woman in front of his mother, and he would be arrested not only for the burglary and vandalism, but assault as well. How old was he? 13, and he's just walking down the street with his mum, and he sees another woman, he just, gives her a beating. What? So yes, at the tender age of 13, with the rest of his teenage years ahead of him, he already had a record, and he would only add to it as the years went on. Then on August the 8th, 1985, 3 months before his 17th birthday, Lee set his car on fire to collect the insurance money. From burglary to insurance fraud, truly a step up in the criminal world. In my mind, I'll be like, insurance fraud is somehow slightly lower than burglary, because insurance fraud has loads of different levels. It's like, oh no, my phone broke just as I wanted a new one. That kind of thing. That's pretty minor. But I guess setting your car on fire is pretty big stuff. That same year, he was arrested under suspicion of murder. I wasn't able to find any information on who the victim was, but the authorities didn't have the evidence to hold him, so he was let go. Dropping out of school in the 11th grade thanks to being bullied and his growing bad behavior, he continued getting into trouble with the law. Charges of voyeurism and burglary were brought against him, along with charges for stalking. Sounds like Lee wasn't as stealthy as he thought. Hell, he even attacked the mother of a man who accused him of peeping. However, it was because of these run-ins with the law that despite his low intellect, he learned how to talk to the police. He learned how to smooth talk his way out of trouble, avoiding many of the charges that he normally would have gone down for. Charisma is a hell of a trait, even if you're an idiot. Sadly, it's still one that he'd use with lethal effect soon enough. I always thought that dim people, if you're low intelligence, isn't being charismatic harder? Because I feel like you need to be intelligent to be charismatic. Because you need to read people and know how to charm. No? The quiet becomes a storm. Now, not everything about Derek Todd Lee's life was the definition of dog. Lee found himself to be a bit of a charmer, a ladies' man, and he put that developing charisma to good use. After leaving school, Lee actually found, well, perhaps not love, but what could be seen as love. He began a relationship with a woman named Jacqueline Denise Sims, and she had fallen for his charms head over heels. It wasn't long before the two of them tied the knot in September 1988, and they even had 2 children together. On the outside, things looked great. They appeared to be a loving couple, and Lee seemed to settle into married life and fatherhood fairly well. Their little family made a home for themselves in Zachary, Louisiana, where Derek worked several blue-collar jobs around town, including as a pipe fitter and a concrete finisher. To his friends and family, he was all smiles, just a caring and friendly guy, even though he was constantly beating his wife. Oh, good. I did not expect that to be coming. It's oh, there's Derek. What a nice guy. He's, out in the backyard doing some barbecue, going inside, being his wife. Yes, is anyone actually surprised? I mean, I was surprised by the way you set it up, Matt. Sometimes a dirtbag is just a dirtbag, especially when he actually threatened her father with a gun in 1989, but again, is anybody surprised? Speaking of Mr. Sims, the father I assume, it's reported that he was actually killed in an explosion at a plant near Baton Rouge. Why do I bring this up? Not because Lee had anything to do with said explosion, but because he and Jacqueline filed a lawsuit against the plant for the wrongful death of her father and actually got a very large chunk of change from said lawsuit. So, what did they do with the money? Did they save it or invest it? I'm guessing the answer's no. It went up their nose. No, I don't know that. Let's see. Did they put it towards a college fund for their 2 kids? Well, I'm sure Jacqueline would have loved to do any of those things, but unfortunately, Derek Todd Lee had other plans. Wait. It was her dad, though. She should have first say on the money, even if you're married. You see, Lee liked to look good. He liked to impress those around him, especially the ladies. So when he came into all of this money, he started spending it like it was burning a hole in his pocket. Gold chains, nice clothes, fancy cars, you name it. He bought it, especially if it made him look more wealthy than he actually was. That's never a good idea. It's better to look less wealthy than you actually are, in general. Because, I don't know, isn't it better to be understated? That just me? Just a little bit more quiet. And what did he do with all of this bling? Making him look like $1 million. Why? He cheated on his wife, of course. Yes, this sack of shit had no problem using all of that new drip to attract all the ladies around him, even with his wife and 2 kids at home. Armed with his charm and his shiny toys, he was able to lure all of these women to him, getting as much sexual gratification as he possibly could, all at the expense of Jacqueline. It soon got to the point where she couldn't take it anymore, and she left him, taking the children with her. Good for you. Earlier on I was it's best to keep your family together if you can, but if your father's a piece of shit, then maybe it's best he's not there at all, and I think these kids are better off just with Jacqueline. When talking about Lee on the hit TV series World's Most Evil Killers, reputable crime author Jeffrey Wansell had this to say about Lee's attractiveness to women. There's something about him that is very attractive. There is an element, a twinkle in his eye, if you like, that a lot of women find interesting. So yes, money or no money, girls or no girls, with his wife leaving him, things had started going downhill, and it wasn't long before Lee was suspected of having committed a murder. Well, holy again, my dude, like 2 arrests for murder, or 2 suspicions of murder in like a couple of years is like, you're going to be getting down to some murder sometime, aren't you? Like, why are you there? Why are you even a suspect? You know, a number of times I've been a suspect in a murder case. Fucking none. I imagine almost everyone listening to this, none. Now, the case I'm about to relate to you has been officially solved. Everything is suspected and alleged, but Lee is the prime suspect, so we'll be going off the idea that he did it. I mean, yes, of course, going off the idea, in our opinions, and the opinions of maybe some others, but definitely not stating any of this as fact. 41-year-old Connie Warner was living in the suburban neighborhood of Oak Shadows, an ominous name if I ever heard one, in the city of Zachary, Louisiana. Yeah, but fortunately it's in the city of Zach, which is the least ominous city name outside of Gary, which is a real place. She was a successful accountant and a loving mother and lived with her daughter Tracy. On August the 22nd, 1992, she was reported missing by her family. When police went to her home to investigate, her car was still in the driveway, but her house was in disarray. It appeared to them that a struggle had taken place. Blood was found staining the floors of numerous rooms in the house, and her washer and dryer had been moved from their initial placement, as if she had held on to them for dear life when she was assaulted and dragged from her home. One of the biggest pieces of evidence, however, was her car. Despite being parked neatly in the driveway, the police found vomit inside the car and were able to prove that it belonged to Connie. It's suspected that Connie was dragged from her house and placed in her car, where she vomited as a result of the stress of what was happening to her. It's then believed that the killer used her own car to drive away from the house, killed her, dumped her body, and then drove all the way back to the house where he parked it just as he had found it and then simply walked away. That's a bad idea. Why are you returning that car to the place where you kidnapped someone? You got to burn that car. You already know how to burn cars, Derek, allegedly, if this is you. Maybe it's not you because you didn't burn it. You burned that car for insurance fraud. You've got to burn it. Use fire, Derek. Come on. Connie's father, Jack Brooks, had just recently changed the oil in her car, and given the levels of oil in the car in conjunction with where she was found, he believes this theory adds up. Connie's body wasn't found until 2 weeks later off Pittsburgh Avenue near Capitol Lake in Baton Rouge. Her body was already heavily decomposed by then, but it was clear that she had been severely beaten, and the cause of death was a skull fracture. As for any other sort of evidence that could have been pulled from the body or surrounding area, well, sadly, Mother Nature had other things in mind. You see, during the time that Connie had been missing and her body had been rotting near the lake, Hurricane Andrew had blown through Louisiana on August the 26th, 1992, and in doing so had destroyed any lingering evidence in the area of her body. So, what makes the police and the general public believe that Lee was responsible? Believe, but not factually know, importantly. Well, not only was this the same neighborhood of a murder that we'll be discussing soon enough, but a quote from Connie's daughter, Tracy Bryan, is quite telling when it comes to an incident that happened to Connie right before she vanished. Quote, "I had come home from a weekend out, and my mother was just not in the house, and she couldn't see to drive at night, so it was just very unusual for her to be out. My mother reported a peeping Tom, about a week before she disappeared, and there was a person about a week before she disappeared that matched this guy's description that was in the area watching the house." Yeah, okay. Like, in my opinion, and in the opinion of the police and all these other people, you can see why they think he did it, can't you? A peeping Tom matching Lee's description that had been seen in the area before she went missing and was murdered. I know the saying is there's no such thing as a coincidence, but good lord, there's also coincidences all the time, to be fair. While there might not have been any definitive evidence to support it, I think we're safe to say that Connie Warner can be considered the first victim of Derek Todd Lee. He didn't stop there, though, and his next act would be so utterly random and would scar 2 people for the rest of their days. On April the 4th, 1993, 2 teenagers were in a local cemetery in Zachary, making out at night as most teenagers want to do, though why a graveyard, I couldn't tell you. You'd think that this would be the last place you'd want to take your girlfriend or boyfriend for the potential beginning of sexy time, but I digress. Yeah, some people are weird though, aren't they? Like, sex in a graveyard is something I've heard of, and it's like, people have weird kinks. While in the graveyard, they had no idea that they weren't alone. Derek Todd Lee walked up behind them with a blade in hand and violently attacked both of them.
Thankfully, they survived and were found by the police when an officer was driving past and saw a light in the cemetery. Both of the kids were heavily traumatized, but the girl, Michelle Chapman, was able to describe the man who came out of the shadows and tried to kill her and her boyfriend. She told the police that he was an African-American man with a round face, short hair, a large forehead, thin eyebrows, and a thin pencil moustache. Police Chief David McDavid, great name. Yes, that is his real name. David McDavid. If your name is McDavid, why would you call your son David? Why? He was a detective at the time of the attack on the teenagers. Recounting the event, he stated how the boyfriend never fully recovered from the attack, at least mentally. Quote, "They were doing what teenagers do, making out. One of our police officers was driving down the roadway, saw a dome light on, went into the cemetery, and came up on both of the kids who had been attacked brutally with a hack blade. Both of them lived, but the boyfriend still today won't talk about it. My understanding, he sleeps with the light on. That was a pretty brutal attack." As the next few years rolled by, he continued his peeping ways. Then in 1998, a call came into the police department reporting that a man was standing in a kiddie pool in the backyard of an apartment, peeping through the window of a woman and a small child. Why are you standing in a pool? Why? What are you doing? You just got, there's a weirdest image in my mind now of just a dude like standing in a backyard in a pool. Like one of those little paddling pools. Why? The place... Shadow Oaks, the same neighborhood that Connie lived in before she was peeped on, attacked, kidnapped, and murdered. The police, including McDavid, went there immediately and saw Lee making a run for it, cutting across the road and making a mad dash for the graveyard area, trying to avoid the cops. While searching for him, they found his vehicle. They knew of Lee from his previous crimes, and they knew of his vehicle, so they blocked it in and just waited. Soon enough, Lee came out from the graveyard attempting to get to his car, but he was quickly apprehended and placed under arrest for peeping. So eventually he was like, okay, gotta go get my car. Maybe the police had grown bored, but they're still there. You just gotta wait. You just gotta leave it, dude. You gotta go on the run or not on the run. Make up your minds. However, this didn't lead to any jail time, only 2 years of probation. I mean, fair enough. He's like being a peeping Tom. It's a bit weird. Wait, who is he peeping at? Of a woman and a small child. Well, I'm guessing he's more interested in the woman because we don't have any sort of that weirdness so far. So I would say, 2 years of probation seems pretty fair. From that moment on, David McDavid, but he should be on a list, obviously. Put him on that list so we keep a watch on him. Take his blood, take his fingerprints, keep him on that list. From that moment on, David McDavid was honed in on Derek Todd Lee since he suspected that Lee could have been responsible for murdering Connie Warner. His habit of peeping into people's windows was well known. It was documented that Connie had reported a peeping Tom looking in on her a week before she was killed, and he seemed to have a proclivity for graveyards. They didn't have any evidence to bring charges against him for either the murder of Connie or the attack on the teenage couple, but McDavid never forgot Lee, and with everything to come, he'd always call for other investigators to look at him as a suspect. Sadly, they didn't listen until it was too late. The Baton Rouge serial killer. It was after his latest arrest for being a creepy pervert that Lee kicked his killing spree into full gear. April the 18th, 1998. That day, a 3-year-old child was found wandering out front of his home in Shadow Oaks. It all just seems to be this one neighborhood, doesn't it? When a neighbor came to make sure he was okay, she asked why he was all alone. He simply said that he was looking for his mother, 28-year-old nurse Randy Mabrewer. Oh no. Oh God, how old was this kid? 3 years old? Oh no, that's how old... No, none of my kids. My kids are 4 and 2. Oh no. When the neighbor went inside the house, she quickly found that Randy was nowhere to be seen, but parts of the house were in disarray, and there was blood in several areas of the home. She called the police and they began investigating. Right away, they found that most of the blood could be found in Randy's bedroom. They found clumps of her hair that had blood on the ends, as if they'd been viciously ripped from her head, and they found one of her contact lenses sitting in a pool of blood. They also took a note that her car had recently been moved and that her keys were missing. Sound familiar? Yes, it does, and I don't like this at all. Detective McDavid was called in to take over the case, and after taking a look at the crime scene, he instantly thought of Derek Todd Lee. He lived just a few blocks from Randy's home, and wouldn't you know it, Randy just so happened to live within spitting distance from the home of Connie Warner. Hell, you could even see Connie's house just by standing in front of Randy's front door. And about the car, it was clear that it had been used to take her from her home. McDavid and the police went to speak with Lee and asked to search his home, to which he agreed. They looked all over his house trying to find evidence, but they couldn't find anything. But something strange of note did occur. Detective McDavid described it best, quoting, "I'll never forget that night I was in there. You know, it was kind of pacing back and forth in the area of the house. and I thought somebody was watching him. When I was searching his closet area, all of a sudden my hair stood up on the back of my neck, and I turned. He was right there behind me. So I kind of pushed him back, told him to step back, you're too close to me. It just bothered me that he was that close to me. And I don't know if I was getting close to some evidence or what. Right after that, he told us to leave the house. He didn't want us there no more. He had given us consent to search, but he also had the right to revoke that consent. And I guess either I was getting close to something there in the closet, but he asked us to leave. Not suspicious at all, is it? It's extremely suspicious. The problem is, he's like, let them in to search, and then he sent them out. And he's like, well, okay, they're probably going to come back with a warrant as soon as they leave, like pretty quickly. So he's got to get rid of whatever evidence is in that cupboard, because that's where they're going to immediately search first. So you've kind of given him notice. Even with Lee giving the police the old heave-ho out the door, that didn't stop them from continuing their investigation into the matter. When they returned to that Randy's house the next day, they found something interesting. A pink garbage bag was found outside Randy's house, right in front of her front door. At the time, the police didn't know just how important that little pink plastic bag actually was. For the time being, they simply put it away with the rest of the evidence. As the days and weeks rolled by, the case got colder and colder, even when all eyes were fixed on Derek Todd Lee. Randy Mabrewer was classified as missing, presumed to be dead and murdered, but without a body, there was nothing the police could do. Her body has never been found, even to this day. You want to know the infuriating part about all of this? Outside of Randy's case, this all could have stopped in 1999 if it wasn't for a simple thing. In March of that year, McDavid revisited the attack on the young couple in 1992. He brought Lee down to the station, put him in a lineup, and as soon as Michelle Chapman laid eyes on Derek Todd Lee, she pointed right at him without hesitation, saying he was the one that had attacked her and her boyfriend on that night. McDavid was elated, and he had an arrest warrant drawn up immediately to be taken to a judge, only for it to be shot down. The reason? Statute of limitations. Apparently the statute for assault in Louisiana at the time was 5 years. They'd missed the mark by 2. Frustration isn't even a strong enough word. Okay, so they know he did it. I mean, that's kind of wild. Like, 5 years seems pretty short for, like, assault. Like, it was like, I don't know, like, stealing or being a perv, like a peeping Tom on adults. It's like, yeah, okay, 5 years. Statute of limitations. But assault? He stabbed people with knives in a graveyard. That should not be like something you can't chase up after 5 years. Over the next few years, Lee didn't do himself any favors when it came to staying out of the eyeshot of the authorities. He was arrested for several things such as robbery, trespassing, peeping, and some even more serious offenses. He was charged on June 1st, 1999 for stalking a woman named Colette Walker on 2 separate occasions. And then in 2000, his luck started to run out, but only a little. On January 22nd, Lee had gone out to a bar with his girlfriend, Cassandra Green. It should be noted that at the time, Lee was still married to Jacqueline. Can you say slimeball? However, on that day, Cassandra found Lee flirting with another girl. Ironic given their situation, and she confronted him about it. And so what did Lee do? Why, he beat the shit out of her in the parking lot. Of course. God damn, really? How dare this woman that I'm cheating on my wife with actually get upset when I flirt with another girl? Obvious sarcasm is obvious. Lee clearly thought that as a woman she had no right to tell him what to do or how to act, and so he brutally punished her. It was a power issue with Lee, you see, an issue of a woman, any woman, having more power or control than him, being better than him in any way. It was something he couldn't tolerate. Someone's got mummy issues. And the cherry on top? While trying to escape the situation, the idiot hit a police deputy with his car in the parking lot before speeding away. Thankfully, both the officer and Cassandra survived, but this was his first major slip-up, and it would cost him. For all that, Lee was taken in, and being on probation, he was finally put into prison for 12 months. That's it? Did we just say he hit a police deputy with his car while fleeing from a crime, and he got a year in prison? Are you smoking crack? That's right, for assaulting his girlfriend and running over a police officer, the man was given a year behind bars. After getting out of prison, though, that's when things escalated to an evil degree. You see, a woman had put him in prison. A woman had embarrassed him and gotten him in trouble. A woman had made a fool out of him and taken his control, his power, away. That couldn't be tolerated, and Lee would do whatever he could to get that power back, no matter how many women had to die. He moved his hunting ground from Zachary to Baton Rouge, and he didn't waste any time at all. Gina Wilson Green was the 39-year-old nurse who lived in the Baton Rouge area. In the days leading up to her murder, she had a feeling of unease, as if she was being watched, and she told her mother as much. She had the feeling that she had eyes on her all the time, and she was right. On the night of September the 23rd, 2001, Derek Todd Lee made his move, forcing his way into Gina's apartment. He savagely beat her, and then he strangled her until she was no more. Afterwards, he picked Gina up and placed her into bed before simply making his way out. Sight unseen, her body wasn't discovered until 2 days later when a co-worker went to her apartment to check on her out of concern and discovered the body. Crime author Susan Mustafa recalled details about Gina for World's Most Evil Killers, describing how her death affected her neighbors. This victim was beautiful and successful and ambitious, and it was scary for those who lived in the area because the killer had attacked her in her home. It wasn't long before Lee would strike again, because 4 months later, another body was found. This was 21-year-old college student Geraldine Barr Soto. She lived in a trailer in the town of Addis in West Baton Rouge Parish, Louisiana, with her husband at the time. Just like Randy and Gina, she was beautiful, she was successful, she had a whole life ahead of her, and was ready to take the bull by the horns until it all came to a halt. On the night of January 14th, 2002, Derek Todd Lee came waltzing up to the door of Geraldine's trailer while her husband was away. Using his inherent charm, he convinced her to trust him and let him inside, asking if he could use her phone. Why do we know he asked for the telephone? Because that same phone was used to crack her skull. After the initial hit, Geraldine fled to her bedroom, where her husband kept the gun. The two of them fought over the weapons. Since etchings from the gun were found on the ceiling, Lee got control of the gun, and Geraldine was able to break away and tried to make a run for it, but it wasn't enough. Lee caught up to her. He raped her, and he stabbed her over and over until she was dead. Afterwards, he simply walked out once again, leaving her in the hall of the trailer in a pool of blood for her husband to find. But there was a history of domestic disputes between the couple, so her husband was the prime suspect from the jump and remained so for over a year. 4 months later, though, it happened again. This time his victim was 22-year-old grad student Charlotte Murray Pace, who he attacked on May 31st, 2002. She had just graduated from Louisiana State University. She had her whole future planned out. She was looking forward to moving to Atlanta to start her career soon. And at the time, she lived with a roommate in a small house on Stamford Avenue in Baton Rouge. The kicker? She was only a few houses down from where Gina Green, one of his previous victims, had lived. That night, there was a knock on the door, and she had no idea that death was on the other side of it. Lee forced his way inside and he attacked her immediately. Charlotte didn't go down without a fight, though, as there were several defensive wounds on her when she was found by a roommate later that night. This act of defiance, this will to fight and to live, only seemed to further enrage Lee. Just another woman who was rejecting him, another woman who simply wouldn't do as he wished. He beat her viciously in every meaning of the word. There was blood all over the house. There was a hole in the wall from the assault, and after beating her to a bloody pulp, he raped her. Then, armed with a screwdriver, he destroyed her, stabbing her a total of 81 times. She passed away during the assault, but the number of times he stabbed her suggests that even when the struggling stopped, his rage did not. He continued to stab until it subsided. Elizabeth Yardley, an associate professor of criminology, examined the case for World's Most Evil Killers and had this to say about why Lee went after the women the way he did. They were beautiful. They were intelligent. They were independent. And this was very deliberate. He is killing women who he sees as behaving in ways that women shouldn't behave. He believes that women should be docile and compliant and do what men tell them to do. And with regards to Charlotte, perhaps the most savage of his murders, she had this to say. This level of violence shows an absolute contempt for the victim, a hatred of the victim. And when we look at the kind of person Charlotte was, she was independent, she was successful, she was somebody who could well stand up on her own 2 feet. She didn't need a man. This is the kind of woman that Lee absolutely detested. With several bodies already starting to pile up, the people of Baton Rouge were scared. The police were on high alert and the media was in a frenzy. A serial killer was on the loose, and it wasn't long before they gave him a name. The Baton Rouge serial killer. It's not the most creative moniker, but it gets the point across, and he wasn't even close to being done yet. No, I don't like it when they get cool killer names. They should have names that are like this, that are boring or slightly offensive to them, like the Small Willie Killer. This sort of thing. Blood in the Bayou. It was only after the murder of Charlotte that the authorities in Baton Rouge started to put the pieces together. I don't blame them for this, as many of them seemed random from the get-go, especially since none of the victims had any previous links to each other or the killer. But with this newest death, and the fact that now 2 of the victims had lived and were killed so close to one another, they began working under the assumption that they now had a serial killer on their hands. All of Louisiana was in a panic, and they wanted justice done as quickly as possible.
A multi-agency homicide task force was created and set up in Baton Rouge, one that included Baton Rouge PD, the FBI, the Sheriff's Department, Louisiana State Police, and police from all over the different towns and cities where the bodies had been discovered. This included Zachary, Louisiana, and our old friend David McDavid was brought into the fold. Excellent. He seemed competent and motivated. Given everything he'd seen back in Zachary, and given all he'd come to know about the killings in Baton Rouge, McDavid firmly believed that Derek Todd Lee was the one responsible for all the havoc. Quote, "We came together with all the agencies involved, and we showed our cases and our evidence and our photographs of them. They showed theirs on a big projector screen. Pretty much their cases matched up to ours. And I said, hey, this is our guy here. You need to look at him. You know, this is similarities here." But this is where things start getting messy when it comes to the investigation. On this show, we've come across many cases where the police get an idea in their head, a picture or a theory about the killer and what the killer looks like, who they are, and then stick to that no matter what. Yeah, it's even got a name. Railroading. It's nonsensical, it's infuriating, and sadly we see it with this case too. Yeah, but don't we know it's him? Like, normally I'm like, don't get railroaded. But I'm like, we know it's him. He's the title of the bloody episode. Railroad him into prison. You see, according to some eyewitness testimony, because those are so reliable all the time, from those in the area of the Pace and Green murders, they saw someone in the vicinity that they felt was suspicious, maybe even the killer. But not Derek Todd Lee. Oh, heavens no. The person they saw was a white man in a white pickup truck. And as we all know, Lee was a black man, which instantly ruled him out as a suspect. McDavid repeatedly asked the other members of the task force to reconsider. He knew in his gut that it had to be Lee, but they simply took one look at his mugshot, saw that he was black, closed the file, and poo-pooed any sort of theory around a black man being their killer. They were set in their ways. They knew they had to be right. And because of that, more women would die. To be fair, I can't fault the police too much in that regard. The reason? Derek Todd Lee actually wasn't the only monster loose in the area at the time. Oh my god, no. The darkness had another agent out there leaving bodies in his wake. His name is Sean Vincent Gillis, and he was active for 10 years, assaulting and killing 8 women before his reign of terror ended. A white man, he was described as the everyman, a stick in the mud, normal, bland, with his brown comb-over haircut and bush-brown moustache under big circular glasses. So they were looking for white guys, just not actually in conjunction with these particular killings. Hell, Gillis actually kept up with the news of Lee's crimes almost as if it was a competition. With that said, perhaps there's a little peek behind the curtain, but keep your eyes and ears open, dear audience. I have an entire list of monsters to get through, so you might be seeing Gillis's name again sooner rather than later. This wouldn't deter Lee, though. Not at all. He knew that the police were out to find him, out to put him behind bars and stop his reign of terror, but he simply didn't care, and he would strike again soon enough. On the 9th of July, 2002, Diane Alexander was having a peaceful night in her St. Martin Parish home in Bridge, not a care in the world, when evil stepped up to her front door. He knocked on the door, and when she answered, he simply asked if he could use her telephone. Sounding familiar? After forcing his way inside, Lee attacked and beat Diane viciously with the phone, began strangling her with the phone cord, and got ready to start on other activities. Fortune smiled on Diane that day, though, as before he could start, Lee heard a car pulling into the driveway. This was Diane's son, and realizing that he'd be caught if he stayed, Lee fixed himself up and booked it out of the back door as her son gave chase. Lee managed to get away, but her son managed to get a good look at his car. Diane Alexander is the only known survivor of Derek Todd Lee. Sadly, though, this didn't deter Lee, and he would strike again soon. 44-year-old Pamela Kinnemore owned a little antique shop in Denham Springs, Louisiana. She was successful, beautiful, strong, passionate, all the things that Lee despised. For days, he stalked her, watched her every move, and all without her noticing. On the night of July the 12th, 2002, 3 days after McDavid was shot down for his idea that Lee was responsible, and 3 days after the close call with Diane, Lee followed Pam home. And in a dark twist of bad luck, she just happened to leave her key in the door. She went to take a bath, a nice relaxing soak after a day at work, and that's when he pounced on her. Yeah, it is... But, so, the son and the Diane lady who survived, they must have seen him, right? Wouldn't that get reported to the police? And they know there's a weird sexual murderer around, so surely that would back up McDavid, and they'd be like, oh, maybe it is him. You know? Get them in a lineup and get that woman who was attacked and her son in there and get him fingered. Point him out. Pam fought for her life. Blood was found on the door of the bathroom, and various items and furniture around the apartment were off kilter and askew as if they'd been bumped into as a fight was happening. But in the end, it was all hopeless. Lee got the best of her and took her, still naked, out of the apartment door and drove off with her in his car.
Several witnesses spotted his vehicle driving erratically, swerving this way and that, and one even called the police, but they were unable to locate him, even with a partial license plate number. He took Pam to a wooded area by Whiskey Bay, far from prying eyes, and he had his way with her. He beat her, he raped her, he stabbed her, slashed her, and in the end, he killed her with a cut to her throat so deep that it nearly took her head off. Her body was discovered by some fishermen 4 days later on July 16, 2002. Recounting how things were at the time for A&E True Crime, McDavid said, "Tensions were high. Women were taking self-defense classes, buying guns and buying tasers. People were scared. It was a tough time for a while." Baton Rouge reporter Jim Shannon echoed this statement on World's Most Evil Killers. Quote, "The men were worried about the women were worried about themselves. Record gun sales were made in Baton Rouge at that time. Record amounts of ammunition was being bought. Gunsmiths couldn't get enough guns in here, and they couldn't get enough ammunition for the demands that Derek Todd Lee made in this community." Now, I'm not much of a gun guy myself, but who could blame them for wanting a little bit of extra protection at a time like that? Yeah, you're goddamn right. I'd buy a gun. I'm not a big gun dude. I like guns. I don't own a gun. But it's like, if this was going down, I'd be like, yeah, get a gun. People were terrified. People were angry. And more than anything, they wanted this monster to be found and brought to justice. Pam's family in particular were vocal about their call for the daughter's killer to be caught. Using their own money, they even bought a billboard in Baton Rouge calling for justice for her and the rest of the victims, offering a $75,000 reward for any information that would lead to the arrest and conviction of the beast that had stolen Pam away from them. However, 6 days after a terrible ordeal, Diane Alexander was able to describe Lee to a police sketch artist. She described him as being an African-American man with a round face, short hair, a large forehead, and the wild, bloodshot eyes of a demon. Finally, Todd Lee's face was out there for everyone to see, and nothing came of it, initially. And why? Well, because he was black, and no matter how much Detective McDavid protested, they were looking for a white man as their killer, simple as that. And because of that, 2 more women lost their lives. Good job, police. Sarcasm. As police kept their eyes on every white male in white pickups, as many as they could, November rolled around, and with it another body. This was 23-year-old Trenisha Dean Cullum, a member of the United States Army Forces who had dreams of becoming a Marine. On the night of November the 21st, 2002, in Lafayette, Louisiana, about 50 miles outside of Baton Rouge, Trenisha was visiting her mother's grave at the local cemetery. Already a bad sign given what we know of Lee and his predilection for graveyards. That night, Lee attacked her without hesitation. He dragged her into a nearby wooded area, raped her, and then beat her terribly before ending her life by bashing her in with a tree branch. When her body was finally discovered, everything about the scene and the state of the crime told police that this was the same killer, no doubt about it, and DNA from the scene only confirmed their suspicions. Derek Todd Lee killed for the final time 4 months later, on March 3, 2003. This was 26-year-old grad student Carrie Lynn Yoder. That night, she was alone in her apartment, minding her own business, when a knock came at her door. Lee forced his way in, knocked Carrie around the apartment, and kidnapped her, putting her in the back of his car. Her body was found 10 days later in Whiskey Bay, around the same area that Pam's body was found. She'd been raped, beaten, and strangled to death, left to rot, alone, in the cold, open air of Baton Rouge. Derek Todd Lee had taken the lives of 7 women, all for no other reason besides they were beautiful, strong, and independent, something that Lee could neither fathom nor tolerate. And once again, everybody, don't f*** up your kids. Thankfully, his reign of terror was soon to come to an end, and all thanks to perseverance and our old friend DNA. Yes, DNA! Let's get him in prison! Get him in the chair! He deserves to die. This is the South. Let's electrocute him to death. How many times has a case come down to the simple factor of DNA? It's the definitive evidence, the coup de grace, the piece de résistance when it comes to a court case. It should be common knowledge, but it bears repeating. Everybody's DNA is different, unique to that specific individual, and if your DNA, whether it's blood, spit, semen, skin, etc., is found on the body or nearby, you're basically screwed if they can match it up. Another neat thing about DNA is that it can also show your ancestry down to the smallest percentile. If there's a percent of you that's Native American, tests can show it. If you're Asian, specifically of Japanese origin, easy enough to determine. If a suspect is believed white but actually black, well, yes, DNA can tell us that too. For months, the majority of the task force was firmly under the impression that the killer stalking their streets was a white man. They believed it fully, even when others, namely David McDavid, were telling them otherwise to broaden the horizons of their search, while they were about to be forced to, and with it, the first domino in ending the bloodshed would fall. DNA from the killer was left on the body of Carrie Lynn Yoder, and they had it sent away for testing. Remember, DNA, while certainly not brand new science, was still developing in the early 2000s. It had come a long way from what it was, though, and law enforcement and the public had a much better understanding of how it worked. The DNA was sent, it was tested, and the results sent a wave of surprise and realization throughout the task force. The ancestry of Baton Rouge serial killer was 85% African. This flipped the whole investigation on its head and opens their eyes to a multitude of possibilities. Diane Alexander's attacker, the one they wrote off as a random attack by another perpetrator? Well, now it was clear that it might have been the work of the beast that they were hunting. Press conferences were held. The police, with egg firmly on their faces, they admitted they were wrong, that it was a black man, not a white man, that was going around and killing people. Flyers, with the newest police sketch, were hung on the streets, and billboards were erected with that same picture. The public was aware now that the killer had a face, and they were on the lookout. For David McDavid, the realization was also vindication. All along, this guy was in our area. Early on, we had clues he was involved in Warner's murder and Brewer's disappearance, but we didn't have any training on DNA. It was a tough learning curve. Years later, we were able to present enough evidence for a judge to issue the DNA warrant. On May 26, 2003, the task force was able to get a warrant for Lee's DNA to test it against the DNA at the crime scene. If you're Lee, right, and you're just wandering around in your town and your face is up on a billboard everywhere saying 75 grand if you give any information about finding him, and you look like that dude, you have to leave town, my dude. You have to leave the country. You've got to go to Lebanon. It's time. David McDavid was the first officer at the door, knocking loudly and looking Lee right in the face as he opened the door and showed him the warrant. Getting a swab from Lee, they sent it to the lab. It took 3 weeks, but the results came back, and they were definitive. Derek Todd Lee was the Baton Rouge serial killer, responsible for the deaths of Gina Wilson Green, Charlotte Murray Pace, Pam Kinnemore, Trinisha Cullum, and Carrie Lynn Yoder. The police had their man, but where was he? Look, if his posters all around town and he hasn't fled, if they come to his house and take his DNA, and you know it's going to take a little bit of a while to run, but you know that that's going to link you to those crimes, you gotta go. It's a miracle they didn't arrest you. The answer? About 500 miles away. Right after the police had taken the swab and left, Lee wasted no time. He got in his car and made the drive from Baton Rouge to Atlanta, Georgia. Thankfully, it didn't take long to track him down, and luckily he hadn't had the chance to kill again before he was finally arrested. On March 27, 2003, U.S. Marshals found Lee walking down the street near a college campus, undoubtedly casing the place, looking for another beautiful and successful young lady to butcher before it all came to an end. He was swiftly apprehended, arrested, and extradited to Louisiana. The reign of terror was finally over. Dude, Atlanta's not far enough, dude. You gotta go further than that. You gotta go to Lebanon. Come on. After his arrest, a search warrant was executed on Lee's house, and it was a gold mine. You know how a lot of serial killers will take something from the body or the scene as a memento, something to remember it by? Well, Lee was no different, since he'd taken the victim's cell phones or car keys back to his place so that he could relive the memories over and over again. Makes sense in a twisted way. Lee repeatedly used the victims' cars to transport and dispose of their bodies before returning them to their homes as if nothing had happened, so it makes sense that he'd keep the keys. When he was later interrogated by the police, Lee was tight-lipped. He didn't say a single word, no matter how much evidence they had against him. Thankfully, he didn't have to, since the DNA in his souvenirs spoke volumes by themselves. The cherry on top? The DNA got another match, this time for the skin underneath the nails of Geraldine DeSoto, and Geraldine's husband was officially cleared of all suspicion at this time. Oh, and remember that pink trash bag that was left out in front of Randy Mabrewer's home back in Zachary when she went missing in 1998? Well, guess whose semen was also found on it after all those years? Yes, that's right. Derek Todd Lee. It took over a year for this case to hit the courts, but in August 2004, Derek Todd Lee went on trial for the murder of Geraldine DeSoto. The defense tried to have him ruled incompetent to stand trial, not because he was insane, but because he was stupid. With an IQ of 69, they argued that he was far too dim to have any way of determining what he did wrong. The prosecution proceeded to rip that argument to shreds, saying that while he might not be intellectually smart, he had plenty of street smarts. He had the ability to hold down several jobs, lived a fairly normal life, and was smart enough to plan every single one of the murders. This guy knew what he was doing, and he might be dumb, but he was good at killing. He was charming enough to get these women to let him into their homes, and he was smart enough not only to kill these women, but also dispose of them in a semi-effective way. In describing Lee while in court, reporter Jim Shannon had this to say: when you would see Derek Todd Lee come into the courtroom, he would be dressed extremely well, closely shaved, trimmed up, so to speak. So he was very cognizant of what he looked like and what he wanted to present himself as. But
if you polish a turd, it is still a turd. The trial for the murder of Geraldine DeSoto was the first of 2 trials, and it was held in the West Baton Rouge parish with prosecutor Tony Clayton on the case. It was determined that there were no aggravating factors regarding her murder, which makes no sense given that she was reported to have been raped. Exactly. What the f***? So he was only tried on 2nd-degree murder. He was convicted and sentenced to life in prison. You've got to go for that first... Are you f***ing me? 2nd-degree murder? This is not 2nd-degree murder. What the f***? Put him in a chair. Prosecutors were not done with him, though. They wanted him to pay an even steeper price, and so he was back in court for his second trial in September 2004, this time for Charlotte Murray Pace in East Baton Rouge Parish, with Baton Rouge Senior District Attorney John Sinkerfeld in charge of the case. This time it was capital murder, and this time the death penalty was on the table. Excellent! The trial didn't last long. It was October the 12th, 2004, when the jury returned with their verdict after only spending 19 minutes deliberating their decision. Derek Todd Lee was as guilty a sinner for that he had to die. 19 minutes. 19 minutes to decide that this guy's getting killed. And I mean, yeah, fair play. Would they have kept going case by case until they got that death verdict? Probably. They wanted him gone from this world, and I mean, who can blame them? Derek Todd Lee spent the next 12 years housed at the Louisiana State Penitentiary in Angola, Louisiana, on death row, sitting there, not breaking, not showing any remorse, not apologizing for anything. Every time someone came to talk to him about the cases, he simply refused to speak with them. He wouldn't even look at them. And then it was over. Just like that. The state, unfortunately, never got their chance to send him down to hell, as it seems nature did it for us. In the end, he started having trouble with his heart, so much so that they wasted a pacemaker on him. Eventually, he was taken to hospital for heart disease and died the next day on January the 21st, 2016, age 47. Yeah, it's just a shame we didn't get to kill him. I mean, the American government. But, on behalf of humanity. Wrap up. And there we have it, ladies and gents. That is the end of our story. I must say that this case has been particularly infuriating. It was simply the story of a man who at the end of the day hated women and thought them to be beneath him. He wanted them to be subservient, submissive, docile, and do everything and anything you wanted. And whenever he saw a woman who was strong and successful on her own, something he simply was not, well, the darkness took hold and his rage boiled over, all because his fragile little ego couldn't take it, resulting in the deaths of 7 women, and it could have led to the deaths of many more if he hadn't been caught. Was he born bad? Was it his shoddy upbringing that made him the way he was? Personally don't know, but I'd hazard a guess that it was a bit of both. He had a bad childhood, sure, but so do many people, and they don't become what he became. He chose to peep into women's windows, he chose to attack his girlfriends and those 2 teenagers, and he chose to kill and all those women. All of that was on him, and I don't care how much of an idiot he was responsible for his actions. End of story. So here I'd like to remember the victims, those women whose lives were snuffed out by this cruel and angry man. Randy Mabrewer, Gina Green, Geraldine DeSoto, Charlotte Pace, Pamela Kinnemore, Trinisha Colomb, Carrie Yoder. And I also want to remember Connie Warner, as I think it's safe to say that while not proven, it's crystal clear that she too was likely a victim of the ghost of Baton Rouge. None of these ladies did anything wrong, with their only crime in Lee's demented eyes being that they were strong, beautiful, independent, successful. Rest in peace. And a huge shout out to Diane Alexander, the only survivor of Derek Todd Lee, for without her story and her description, he might never have been caught in the first place. Well done. And thank you. And with that, I'd like to end with a special shout out to David McDavid. Yeah, David McDavid's legend. I love it when there's a cop in the story who's determined, and he's like, yeah, I'm the dude. I'm going to figure this out, and it's me. It's me. He never gave up. He never wavered. He always had that itch in the back of his mind from the very beginning that Derek Todd Lee was a monster, that he was responsible for all the carnage that plagued the streets in both Zachary and Baton Rouge. And when the pieces all came together, he was the first in line to go and take them down, exorcising the ghost of Baton Rouge once and for all. These days, David is no longer a detective, but the chief of police in Zachary, Louisiana, doing all he can to keep the streets of his city safe from other monsters that might crop up. Awesome. Well deserved. Quoting, I knew that he could not harm nobody else ever again, but he would be never able to escape from jail if he ever tried to harm anybody else. I think the good Lord took him, and I think he had to answer for what he did. And it was a relief. I don't want to ever see nobody die, but this type of evil person had no business living on Earth. There were other people who worked this case, but all along, my gut feeling was him. We held that piece of pie,
and then we solved this case. One of the most brutal serial killers I knew of. We stopped him from killing anybody else. Thank you, Chief McDavid, for all your hard work and determination. You legend. Dismembered appendices. Number 1. Like many serial killers, Derek Toddley is referenced in several episodes of the hit TV show Criminal Minds. These episodes include the Season 2 episode The Last Word and the Season 3 episodes Children of the Dark and Tabula Rasa. While not directly mentioned, Lee also might have influenced or inspired elements of the Season 6 episode of What Happens at Home, Season 7 episode of Proof, and Season 8 episode Nanny Dearest, and the Season 11 episode Tribute. Okay. Number 2. Speaking of crime on TV, I mentioned a specific one numerous times in this episode and in a past couple of scripts, Most Evil Killers. For those of you who don't know, haven't watched, it's a well-done and well-produced British TV show, where experts and people directly connected to the cases go over the crimes of some of the worst killers in the history of crime. It's an amazing show, and all the episodes can be found on YouTube. That's awesome! And it's worth a watch for any crime show lovers out there, which is probably you, isn't it? When it comes to this case, this episode on Derek Todd Lee is the 7th episode of the 6th season, and it's extremely informative. Well, there you go. Little plug for that. And thank you, dear listener or viewer, for being here. Hope you enjoyed the show, and I'll see you next time.